From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the pitch, and that ball was hit hard into left field. Duran going back to his left, can't get it. It's by him, and it goes all the way to the wall. Volpe is in to score. Cabrera coming around third. He scores easily. It's a two-run double for Harrison Bader to give the Yankees their first lead today at 4-3.
Hicksy with the call on a game you heard right here. Good morning, DFW. That's a Monday. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I know Sean's usually excited about coming to work on Mondays. I'm like the rest of us in the world where I'm not excited to be at work on Monday.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Oh, yeah, I know they do. We should have Mondays off.
We should.
Mondays or Fridays. One of those days it should be off every week. Mondays or Fridays. But here we are. Rangers lose. Rangers stink, as Galloway would say at one point in his life. That was an awful series over the weekend. They had no business dropping yesterday's game. No business losing the series, period.
It was an awful series, and it's disappointing because it started on such a high note. The Friday night game with Adolis hitting the 2-run home run. Mm-hmm. I mean, and then you had the pitching performance that you did from John Gray again. I mean, John Gray and the bullpen there. Limiting the Yankees like they did on Saturday and even yesterday. You had Josh Spores come in and give you another really dominant, impressive, inning of relief late. And yet these two games here over the weekend, they can't hold on. It was no offense on Saturday, and on Sunday it was same sort of thing, just struggling to execute, with getting guys on base and actually bringing them around to score, which hasn't been a problem for this team this year.
No, it hasn't been. But in this series, the Yankees bullpen's pretty decent, and that, outside of Friday night, didn't really allow much at all. In fact, didn't allow anything. But man, what a bad series, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, if you drive Garrett Cole out of the game before the end of the fifth inning, like if you get 9 hits on him and he has to come out of the game before the fifth inning's even over, don't you generally feel like that's a game you have to win? If you've done that to Garrett Cole. You gotta, because he's generally this year been really, really solid. I mean, he's 8-1. He's at 2.78. I mean, he's having a really good year. But you get him out before the fifth, and if you go to his game log, that was the shortest outing of the year. That was his shortest outing of the yeyear. Need to win those games.
You got to win those games, man. You really, really do. The Yankees have lost 4 of his starts this year, and he's got 20 or so. It's 15, 16. So you've got to win those games. And they didn't. They didn't do a very good job of it. The bullpen couldn't hold it. A couple times this has happened now with this team. So this was not the best series. They should have won this series. They should have at least taken 2 of 3. At least. Now, could you say that yesterday's game was, you could lose that one fine, then they should have won Saturday's game. When you only give up 1 run, you've got to win that game.
Absolutely. Especially with the way this offense has been. Yep. But I mean, it's can't win them all, Chop. They do have that saying. But no, this is something it's frustrating, and especially yesterday when the bullpen collapses the way that it did. This is, again, it reignites the discussion of they need bullpen help. They need something here, and it's something that everybody is always in search of. You always would like to strengthen your bullpen. You'd always like more help there, and it's not something that is you feel very comfortable making a move for all the time. Because, I mean, like, for instance, you go and make the move for Koji Uehara. When you remember they made that deal at the deadline, and all of a sudden, Koji Uehara could not stop giving up home runs as soon as he got here. Right. You remember that was the thing where it's like, I think Uehara had given up 5 home runs in his previous 2 years or something, and he got here and he gave up 6 in like 12 innings. And so it's something you don't always feel confident about when you make the deal. Sometimes the deal you make of a guy who's a little, struggling is somebody that comes in and the change of scenery helps them, makes them bounce back. And so it's a difficult position to analyze. It's a difficult one to scout, I think, and feel confident about, but it can't stop the Rangers from making a move. They've got to do something here because the bullpen is just not consistent enough. Even when you see stretches of it that it's good, it's not reliable enough.
Dude, they gave up a hit to Giancarlo Stanton. He has fewer hits this year than Ellie De La Cruz.
Ouch.
Who didn't start playing until June.
Ouch again.
Like,
that doesn't feel good.
Can't give up a hit to him. He's a black hole in that lineup. He really is. You can't give up the hit to Giancarlo Stanton. At no point. Not in a close, especially not in a close game. We'll do it in a 6-run game. Fine, go ahead. This left a lot to be desired.
What was your number? Was something I believe it was last week that, gosh, through 70 games or whatever it was, the Yankees had 96.
Oh yeah,
hits
outside
of Judge.
If you take Judge out of the lineup, this was like probably like Tuesday or Wednesday of last week. If you took Judge out of their lineup, they had fewer hits on the year as a team than Luis Ariz did.
Yeah, and it was like 96 in 70 games or something like that. They allowed 18 hits to the Yankees over the weekend. So it's basically 20%. I don't know.
Is that true?
That's what
96 hits in 70 games?
That's what
outside of Judge.
Outside of Judge.
Right, so if Judge had 100 hits, that means they would have...
It seems unlikely, but
if he had 100 hits in 70 games, which he didn't, that means they would have 196 hits. I mean, that's what the internet says.
Yeah.
So I believe it.
But don't the Rangers have... okay, I just...
Say it. Peyton.
Say it.
It's wrong. There's no way. They would have 100.
It doesn't sound right.
They would have 170 hits as a team in 70 games.
They're a bad baseball team.
That's less than 3 hits a...
Yeah, that can't be right. Actually,
can't be right, but that's what the internet says.
Okay, thanks, internet. It blew my mind when I was thinking about. I was like, is that true? That's an incredible step.
It could have been their current healthy roster.
The starting 9 or whatever.
Could have been their current, current healthy roster.
I got you. I was so confused.
Yeah, shut up.
It was a tweet. It was a tweet.
He's not Peyton, by the way. He's Miles from now on.
Yeah, it was a tweet. And as far as I'm concerned, if it's on the internet, it's correct.
We discovered this. Great. We discovered this week that this weekend, Peyton's new name is Miles.
Miles Teller.
Chris Arnold is calling him Miles now because he says he's got a thin, like pencil mustache, like Miles Teller in Top Gun.
The new Top Gun?
Yep.
That's why I started growing it back in late August. Was Top Gun 2. That's right. And we almost got there. We had a thick stash.
We almost got to a thick mustache after a year.
7 months.
7 months?
Well, I shaved after, I guess, 9 months.
Oh, man. Quitter.
Almost.
Are you going to grow back?
I kind of am right now. I shaved the beard yesterday. Had a little scruff down there, so I have the mustache now, but we'll see.
Was there a date this weekend?
No date this
720.
weekend.
720.
That's best and worst. I mean, it could have been neither.
That's true. It could have been mid. It could have just
been
mid of the weekend. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is.
Boy, that's a segment right there.
Yeah. That would just be Peyton talking.
What's your mid of the weekend?
I did. I mean,
girl I went a date on's mid.
Look.
Whoa.
You're gonna dominate best and worst of the weekend today.
I don't know which one's my best or my worst.
Dude, mine is without like getting into the specifics of how mid my weekend was, because we'll save that for 720. But I definitely was mid of the weekend because you remember I've been telling you guys off the air. I'm convinced I have a one of those umbilical hernias or whatever they call them.
Is it inguinal?
That specific one is called the one where I think it is, which is right behind my navel. That's what I think it is. Yeah. I don't know. I've been talking to people. A lot of the pain I'm experiencing, which is just very subtle, sounds like a hernia, but apparently there's like literally no. The evidence is usually a protruding bulge in that area before you even feel pain, and I don't have that, but I do feel the pain that sounds like a hernia. So I spent all weekend in bed basically.
Really?
Yeah, not because it like hurt really bad, but I was just like, man, I hate going to the doctor. And before I go to the doctor and have them tell me this, I'm going to try and just spend 2 straight days hoping it's a muscle strain and I will rest. And so that's what I did. I basically stayed in and binge watched stuff after about Saturday at noon.
Can I feel your lower abdomen?
I'd love it.
Okay.
You want to do it right now?
No, we'll do it in the break.
Okay.
What'd you watch?
I watched a lot of stuff. Jury Duty. I binged that whole series on Amazon, which was fantastic. I'm about 2 months late on that. That was great. What else did I watch? I watched a lot of like murder documentaries and YouTube series and things like that. I watched the Rangers get murdered on Saturday and Sunday. But yeah, a lot of binge watching. Man, it is the what do you want to watch is the new what do you want to eat, I feel like, in my house.
Oh, really?
Where it is just, do you and Sarah see the same way generally on your entertainment choices? Do you guys like watching the same sort of things?
We don't really watch anything.
Okay, well then see, it doesn't bug you. Kristen and I like watching things. What she wants to watch and what I want to watch don't blend up. She is the guy, I am the woman. Because I want to watch all the murder documentaries. She wants to watch like the action movies that have little plot points, but like things explode. And
I think we will both like to watch shows. We just haven't really found one that piques our interest. Like, we're generally the same. Like, we want to watch murder or documentaries or like, those forensic files that we love them. We want to watch shows though, and I don't think we've like really searched for one. I know one we want to watch. I think we want to watch Letterkenny. I think that's the one that we want to get into.
The Venn diagram of things that Kristen and I both want to watch is so thin, and it's so on the periphery of both of our interests that we end out just committing to shows and binge watching shows that it's like neither one of us hate it, but neither one of us really love it. So the only shows I get to finish anymore are shows where it's like, it's okay. Because she also thinks, it's okay, and it just barely crosses over into our interests, and we kind of watch something that's okay.
Yeah, it's finding a show that appeases both parties.
It's tough, man.
It can be difficult.
That's how marriages end.
That is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's TV shows.
Yep.
In a stunning move that nobody saw coming, the fight is off. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll be coming out of a Rangers weekend against the Yankees. See Wild.
And RJ here, 105 through the fan. Sean's still out, still on this Mexican vacation. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton Russell, Ryan Contreras, all alongside. I did not, I blame this guy really, Bobby, for my dad's dementia. This next individual.
Oh my gosh, this is a very serious accusation. I want to know who this is now.
As soon as my dad retired, he developed a very when most people retire, they do one of two things. They either get a hobby or they veg on their couch.
Oh, yes, yeah.
My dad vegged on the couch. His brain completely shut off, and it never turned back on again.
Kept watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Close. He kept watching Jerry Springer, Steve Wilkos, and Maury Povich.
Ooh.
And that's all he watched.
Power rank those three, though.
Oh. Depends on what you're in the mood for.
R.I.P. Jerry.
What are you in the mood for?
If
you want...
to be entertained.
Springer was, I think, more entertaining than Maury, because Maury was the same, you are the father.
But I feel like Maury, at least, it felt a little more realistic. They were all fake.
Yeah, they were all
It felt
fake.
a little more realistic. Springer felt very campy and phony. And then Wilco was boring. So to me, I think it's number 1, Maury, number 2, Jerry, number 3, Wilco.
I want to know why everybody on those shows looked the same. You had the same skinny white dude with a super long torso that had like their shirt like flopped out, their dress shirt flopped out.
Sounds about white.
It was the weirdest look. I never understood it, but they all looked the same. They all looked the same to me. Well, Maury Povich.
Stunning you can maybe profile somebody who would have paternity questions.
I am easily profiling somebody with paternity questions. So he was famous for You Are the Father, or You Are Not the Father.
Yep.
He has come out with a line of paternity tests called The Results Are In. What a stunning development. I didn't think Maury was going to be in the lab at 84 coming up with a way to figure out what kind of you could swab the inside of a kid's mouth. I didn't see that one coming.
How much money has this dude lost?
Maury?
Yes. Not to have to do this. How much money has he missed out on over the years not branding these tests 15 years ago?
He should have had these tests. You're right. Around the turn of the century.
Easy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, if you could have, made mention of them in your show, like, hey, if you can't come out to Los Angeles or wherever they're filming, I don't know. Maury seems like a Los Angeles guy. Then, go ahead and get the Maury Povich, The Results Are In test. I think those would have been highly popular. The OTC Maury Povich test, I think that those would have been the go-to for most people.
99.9% accuracy. They arrive in 2 to 3 business days. And there you go. Maury Povich. He has retired from daytime TV just last year. And he has taken it to new levels now. He's with Connie Chung.
I was about to say, do you know who he's married to?
Yeah,
it's Connie Chung. He's been married to her for like 40 years. I had no idea he was married to her until like years into his show. And I was watching an episode one time and it was always who's the daddy or like, hey, we're making wishes come true today. That was his 2 bread and butter shows. And the Make-A-Wish I remember one time was this kid who played piano was a big Connie Chung fan for some reason. I don't know why. And so that was his wish, was to meet Connie Chung. And he's like, oh, I heard you want to meet my wife. And so then I was like, oh, crap, he's married to Connie Chung, who I'm sure Peyton back there has no idea who Connie Chung is.
Wasn't she MTV?
Nope, she was not. She was not Tabitha Soren. No.
Wow.
Ridiculousness.
No, that's not Connie Chung.
No, she was like 2020, and she was like a serious
Was she on The Current Affair? I know Maury was on A Current Affair. I wonder if that's where they
she
met.
worked for ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, and MSNBC.
She was all over the place.
Can't help but notice Fox wasn't on that list.
She was like Katie Couric kind of thing, all over the place, right? On every network, just being thrown around in networks, just leaving networks
she's a whale.
one for the other.
Okay.
She's big. She's big time. She's big time.
She absolutely is.
The fight is off.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed because this is one that I was willing to pay for. I was going to pay for this one, but the Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg fight is off, and it's not. I mean, look, we felt pretty confident. I think on Friday that was going to be a Mark Zuckerberg victory. This is a dude who won like jiu-jitsu tournaments and things like that. There was no way that Elon Musk was going to beat him up, and so who had to step in? Mommy had to step in.
Olivia Dunn?
Nope.
Oh.
Different kind of mommy.
It's mommy.
Yeah, that's not with an I at the end. No, Elon Musk's mother had to take to Twitter late last week and over the weekend and said, don't encourage this match. She says, I canceled the fight. Haven't told him yet, but I will continue to say the fight is canceled just in case. And she's saying, I'm not joking. Fight with words only in armchairs 4 feet apart. The funniest person wins. That is because she knows Elon wins that fight. Mark Zuckerberg is, not that Elon's like super hilarious, but Mark Zuckerberg is a robot.
Oh, yeah.
If it had to be like who's going to be the funniest thing, they would sit down across from each other and Zuckerberg would do like 0111 0111.
Were you talking about binary language?
Yeah, like that would be who he is. That would be how he would approach it, because he is a robot. He is South Park's representation of Mark Zuckerberg is the most accurate one I've ever seen. And so, of course, Elon would win that. Elon's been on SNL. Elon must have picked up a few things here and there.
Yeah,
he occasionally has some funny tweets, but I am disappointed this fight's not going to happen.
That's disappointing. I would have liked these two nerds to get out there and really show us what's what. You know, we've had enough of this, of Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor, two real fighters. We've had enough of, we don't need to see Canelo. We don't need to see Errol Spence.
We don't need to see
that
Paul.
stuff anymore. No. We need nerds out there.
That's what
fighting.
If we had a like station-wide cage match.
Yeah.
Right? And we dropped all the producers, all the hosts in.
I'll take Lucius.
Who wins?
Yeah, I'll take Lucius.
You're not not even questioning it.
He was military, right?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he's been trained.
So was Larry.
See, I had said Larry Flores.
Larry. No, Larry's. I don't see Larry as a fighter. All right, I know who Larry is. I don't see Larry.
Isn't Larry like he's like a principal now, isn't he?
He's something. He's making a lot of money.
He like
apparently.
oversees a private school or something.
This radio job. I don't know why he's still here, man.
Hang on, wait. They let Larry Flores oversee a private school?
I don't know if it's a private school, but I think
don't know. That's
or he's something.
He's an educator.
Assistant principal, yeah.
Hook him, by the way. He's an educator. But he like oversees a school or something like that. Here's my thing is that
hang on, I don't know if I'm getting my 20 grand worth if I'm sending him to a private school. There's Larry as my assistant principal.
I gotta say, I remember one time we were talking about station fighters, like who would win a station fight or something like that. G-Bag was talking about it, and I remember Lucius was off that day, but they were all taking Lucius. And I remember Dawson goes, they said he was in the military. Dawson's like, yeah, but he was a photographer.
He still had training of some kind.
I don't know, but it cracked me up that Dawson's like, wow, that's pretty confident from Dawson
he
there.
Still had fight training.
Like, if you take Lucius out of the equation, it's Bassick, I think.
Well, yeah, you don't want to fight a pro athlete.
This ends with Bassick and Lucius, I think.
Yeah, you don't want to fight a pro athlete. You just don't want to do that. So I would take Bassick.
I remember one time on the weekend we were asking one of these answer the internet questions, and it had said something like, "How many people do you think it would take to take down a brown bear, a grizzly bear by hand? Like how many people do you think it'd be?" And we were trying to talk about what if the entire station did it? Could we do it? And we're like, no, absolutely not. A grizzly would kill us instantly, all of us. But then we're trying to figure out who would talk themselves into it. And we had determined it would be you and Chiafalo. That you guys would start talking through it a little bit and be like, I think we can do this.
Let's do this, guys. Come on.
Like, I mean, I like.
Y'all even know me?
If we've got a few of it, no, but if we're backed into a corner, and it's like, I think you guys would start hyping yourselves up, especially Eric. Eric would be like, bro, it's a bear. Like, what's this bear gonna do that we haven't seen, anywhere else? Like I've seen open season. Like these things love, candy bars and stuff. Like we can absolutely take this thing on. We'll just distract it a little bit. It'll be cool.
Yogi Bear, man.
Yeah, I think he would talk himself into it.
He might. I would. I'd be like, maybe he'll go away.
You would just try and would you do the play dead route and just like let me lay down and sleep and I'm gonna hope for the best?
Yeah, probably. Like I wouldn't sit there and be trying to fight a bear. I'm not stupid. I'll throw hands if I have to, but I'm not gonna sit there and fight a bear.
Ooh, man, I would love for us to try and go choppy into a fight in Oxnard.
Impossible.
But you just said you'll throw hands if you have to. So what if I
if I have to, like if somebody tries to do something to my kids or Sarah.
That's what
if they try to do something to me. If somebody tries to rob me, I'm like, go ahead.
Is Sarah up this early?
No.
dang it. Okay, Sarah, when you listen back to this on the Odyssey Rewind, like I know you do, you listen to the whole show, every second of it.
She does. You gotta be careful what we're saying.
You and I need to, we're gonna create a fake story about somebody just robbed me, Chop, and then we're gonna.
Yeah, if I find out somebody did something to her or my kids, I would fight. But
right,
if somebody did something to me, I don't care enough.
Sarah and I are gonna work on this in Oxnard.
Go for it. All right, morning everyone. Do we finally get our proof that Wembanyama is a bust? 6 o'clock hour coming up next in the Fan.
Keep the volume turned up. Bullpen Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. 6 a.m. club. Still a club here. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Ryan alongside. We had a big weekend of NBA news, of Mavs rumors. Bobby, what are these Mavs rumors we hear of?
Yeah, we're finally starting to get some chatter about who the Mavericks might be interested in, who they might target. Look, I think a lot of us have viewed this offseason as Kyrie Irving as your primary target. You re-sign Kyrie Irving, you get what you can in the draft, and then it was all going to be a free-for-all after that, and a guess as to what they were going to do, because they're not in a great financial situation. They're not in a great cap situation right now. Well, on Friday, late last week, and then over the weekend, we started to hear a little bit of chatter about who they might be targeting and who they might be attempting to acquire via trade, who they might be trying to sign with their mid-level exception. Before we get to that, we're going to play Cut 9, Peyton. This is Tim McMahon. Tim McMahon was on the Hoop Collective podcast, Brian Windhorst's podcast, and we had heard the chatter about the NBA draft and how the Mavericks were talking about moving down from 10 to 15. Right. They were going to try and offload Bertans' contract, and they wanted Clint Capella back. That the Hawks were trying to just get rid of John Collins. That's all they wanted to do. But the Mavericks were trying to swing it to get Capella. I want to know, Choppy.
Yes, sir.
Because you were interested in that idea, right?
I would be down with it. Yep.
10 to 15. You still keep a pick. You get Capella. You get off of Bertans' deal. Okay, sounds reasonable enough. Tell me if you're still interested based on the deal that the Hawks apparently countered with and the Mavericks said no to.
There's a lot of stuff out there about, like, for example, the Mavericks having discussions with the Hawks, which they absolutely did. Breaking news, the Hawks are trying to dump John Collins. Oh. Guess what? They were trying to dump him before they gave him this huge extension. They've been trying to dump him since the ink was dry. The Mavericks asked for Clint Capella. My understanding is the Hawks asked for the Mavericks to throw in Josh Green or Jaden Hardy, which is that's a no-go. Those are young players that the Mavericks really like. So instead of doing something like that, they drafted a guy who they believe can become a Capella type of player.
Okay.
So how do you feel about that one? Does it change at all? Because you would have been interested. We all, I think, voted, yeah, do it. If you can get 15 in Capella for 10 in Bertans, you do it. Does your answer change at all, knowing that in order to swing that deal, the Hawks were trying to get Josh Green or Jaden Hardy out of it? Are those guys that...
I wouldn't have traded either one.
Not for the return that you were getting there?
Nah, I wouldn't have done that. Those guys have upside. Clint Capella didn't have any upside.
And, I mean, in the end, what you get out of it is, because you got that trade exception from Bertans, what you ended up getting for it was Rashawn Holmes and Omax Prosper with the 24th pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
So, in theory, you still get, you end up with this haul probably would have looked similar to, instead of Lively, Prosper, and Holmes, you're looking more at Lively and Capella and minus Green and Hardy. And so, when you break it down like that, I think that the Mavericks made the right decision there. All right.
Yeah, I would not have gone down that road. It's not that I'm against Capella. I would love to have Capella here. But I think those two, they offer upside that Clint just doesn't offer anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
do you agree?
No. I absolutely would not have taken the deal when you're talking about once you throw in Green and Hardy, because like Tim McMahon references there, the Mavericks have had this issue of purging young talent. Whether in pursuit of veterans to try and hold on to, an era that realistically they should have let go of, whether it be, the last few years of Dirk, or moves that they've tried to make in the past for, Porzingis or, the deal for Kyrie or whatever else. You end up getting rid of guys like Dorian Finney-Smith. You let Jalen Brunson walk. So I'm not in favor of purging any more young, relatively cheap talent. So I would not be in favor of that. Now, in terms of what the Mavericks could do on the free agent or trade market, the biggest name out there that was floating around this weekend, and this is from Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer, who covers the 76ers, the Suns, Jazz, and Mavericks have all made phone calls, RJ Choppy, about old Boban's best friend, Tobias Harris. Guy who could play some power forward, some small forward for you. Somebody who had a down year a little bit last year in Philadelphia. He had been pretty much hovering around 20 points per game for the last 4 years or so. Last year, he drops to 14.7 points per game, but a really good, well-rounded type of player, but somebody apparently that is going to cost a lot. The Suns don't want to give up anything major to try and get Tobias Harris. They want him to play with Durant, Booker, and Beal. They were trying to facilitate something with DeAndre Ayton. Philadelphia felt like DeAndre Ayton and assets is not enough for us. Like, we got to get more than that, which means they're valuing Tobias Harris at a really high level and apparently want a king's ransom to get Tobias Harris out of there.
Yeah, that seems high. I mean, Tobias is fine. I mean, he's got 20 points in him a night.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he's averaged that for a season before. But like you said, he had a down year. He is over 30 now, so age shouldn't quite be an issue just yet.
Dwight Powell is a better player.
Oh, really? Is that Peyton speaking for the drop?
That's what Mike says. I didn't say it.
He says that about everybody. Yeah.
I mean, Tobias is fine, but I'm not going to give up. If they're wanting,
you'd have to give up a lot of capital and probably, again, it'd be the same question about
to give up Hardy and Green.
Hardy and Green.
Yeah, it sounds it.
Like for what they're asking for. So is that something that you'd be in favor of? I can't imagine that I'd want to, again, give up anybody like that. Tobias Harris is a good player. Look, if you could have Kyrie Irving, Tobias Harris, and Luka on the floor, I think that's a good group of players.
If he's your three, you're doing okay.
Yeah, and I mean, if you add Rashawn Holmes to that and what Derek Lively can give you rotationally as a defender, you go use a mid-level exception on a point guard or something like that, then you're looking at a pretty good collection of players. I think it's just,
I think he's a 2.5.
The problem there is you have no depth.
Right.
You're looking at a weaker version of what the Suns have right now, which is absolutely no depth and a bunch of stars. You have to play 48 minutes.
I'd be out. Again, I like him as a player, but not at that cost. And at the risk of your depth, I would just be out on that.
All right. What about a guy like Bruce Brown?
Don't like his name.
Mark Stein apparently has reported that the Mavericks, or not apparently, Mark Stein has reported this, that apparently the Mavericks are targeting Bruce Brown with their mid-level exception. Bruce Brown, of course, who went on that run with the Nuggets, was a guy who impressed a lot of people. Get live. Impressed Michael Malone a ton. Said, run it back. We're bringing Brucey B back. Bruce Brown opted out of his deal. The Mavericks' full mid-level exception would be about $12 million that they could offer to Bruce Brown. A guy last year who averaged a career high in points. He was 11.5 points per game, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and a steal in about 28 minutes of time, 80 games played, 31 starts. A guy who is not exactly an efficient three-point shooter chop.
Or an efficient player.
No, not totally, but he's somebody who can defend, somebody who can drain an open three every now and then. He's probably about equal to what Dorian Finney-Smith was in terms of reliability as a three-point shooter. Basically, you'd be getting back a Dorian Finney-Smith type of player. Not the same sort of length, not the same sort of defensive ability, but that same type of skill set that you could bring in here. So if you get that for the mid-level exception, I don't think that that's a bad acquisition. I don't think that that's a bad use of your finances there. It is interesting. Bruce Brown kind of burst onto the scene last year. He was somebody who had been he was a second-round pick back in 2018 by the Pistons, but he went from Detroit to Brooklyn, and I heard him. He gave an interview right after the NBA Finals where he said that he said nobody wanted him. There was zero interest until the Nuggets just came in and offered him something, and that's how he ended up in Denver. But absolutely zero interest in him from the NBA, and now he's kind of a coveted piece, and apparently the guy that the Mavericks are targeting with their mid-level exception.
So this is one of those situations where, like, he's a good player, but I think you could find him easier said than not. You can find a Bruce Brown. Although, I mean, he's pretty much like, there's another guy you're going to mention. He's kind of the same. There's
bigger player, obviously
bigger, but you could find both of them. I don't like his name. It's too close to Bruce Bowen.
That's the whole reason why.
That's the whole reason why. So I'm going to say no.
Okay. Well, we'll nice San Antonio reference there. We'll talk about San Antonio here in just a second. But the final name that we've heard, and we've heard this one chattered about a little bit as a sign and trade candidate, and that's Grant Williams from Boston. An undersized kind of tweener power forward, but a guy who for his career is shooting about 38% from three. We'll get some rebounds for you. We'll play some tough, dirty minutes. is a guy that is high on Luka Doncic, has spoken really well with Luka Doncic during his time, and is a Tennessee Volunteer. So
that matters to me.
Knowing that it'd be a sign and trade for him, the mid-level exception on Bruce Brown, and a trade of significant assets for Tobias Harris, rank your interest there of Tobias Harris, Grant Williams, and Bruce Brown.
Grant, I feel like Grant is one of those guys where if you don't root for Tennessee and he didn't play for the Celtics, you'd have no idea who he is. I think he's getting boosted because he's always in the playoffs with Boston.
I think he's a bit of a glue guy, though.
He's definitely a glue guy.
And they could use some glue guys.
They could use that. So I would say, I guess, Grant, Bruce, and then Tobias. Tobias can be too expensive.
Tobias it sounds like you're going to have to pay through the nose for that. You'd have to give up young talent and probably pick swaps or whatever else you'd have to do there. But, RJ Choppy, I know you have some strong takes on the proof that we received over the weekend that Victor Wembanyama is going to be a bust, and not just that Michelle Beadle's bicep looks about 3 times bigger than his from a handshake photo. My gosh, he is skinny.
He is skinny. Her triceps popping. Well done, Michelle. He had a brief shoot around, Wembanyama did in San Antonio. It was just like a photo shoot. That's all it was. It was basically like footage. It was stock footage for the news outlets in San Antonio to be able to use for the next couple of months. That's all this was.
The difference is that the film crew there in San Antonio actually made the shots of Wembanyama.
And he missed like every shot they showed. Now, they only showed 3 of them. All right? It was 2 mid-range jumpers into 3. They showed 3 shots, and he missed them. He finally went in and dunked and said, I'm done. I'm going back inside.
You have to end on a make. You have to. That's
you got to end on a make.
It is. We have that same rule with my daughter when she's done practicing for basketball.
The overreaction to this is why he will fail. Because there's no reason this is a news story. But people want to find ways to tear people down. Like, this will have no impact on anything he does on the floor. Someone out there, though, because of this video, already has the narrative in their mind. It's probably Skip Bayless. That he is a bust after simply watching this. There's no chance that he could possibly reach the expectations on him. Like, he could have a career like a LeBron or Elway or Manning or Sidney Crosby. And even then, there are people who say that those guys didn't live up to the hype.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, we were talking about this, I know, right after we left Cross the other day off the air, that Shia Follow was reading some scouting report from somewhere that described Wembanyama as his ceiling was the offense of Kevin Durant and the defense of Kevin Garnett. Which, if you got that, you're getting the greatest player of all time.
You're getting the best player ever.
And that his floor was something like a little bit better Anthony Davis. But you're right in the sense that even if that is his floor, if he is better Anthony Davis or more consistent Anthony Davis, there will be people who say, well, he was a bust.
Well, he was a bust. I mean, Bryce Harper has 2 MVPs and took his team to a World Series. And there are people who say he's a bust. And they didn't live up to the hype. Like, that's the sports world we live in. So, like, I just, kind of disenchanted with the whole sports world. Like, the way the social media has killed it. Really, I just hate it. It's just... Like this poor kid's never going to get a chance to do anything. Now, he's really not.
One of the other things that went viral this weekend was a photo that Wembanyama took with David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Sean Elliott, and Manu Ginobili. And it went viral for not necessarily the reason you think. First off, it's because of how small he makes David Robinson and Tim Duncan
so
look.
much taller.
I'm going to turn this around, Ryan, right there. As you can see, man, he makes David Robinson and Tim Duncan look pretty small. Wrong camera, Ryan. But it's something that when you look at them there, like Wembanyama dwarfs them, dude.
He's a foot taller than Sean Elliott.
But the other aspect here that's getting a lot of attention is Tim Duncan and boy, he has fully embraced Rasta.
I
look
support
at that
this.
man.
He doesn't care about Gucci. He cares about relaxing right there. Like he looks like a cross to a European soccer player and someone who's going to sell you drugs on a beach.
That's exactly what it is. He looks like he is the next pro athlete that in 10 years we're going to see like a sit down.
He's got to grow
with somebody
at least.
Yeah, where he's like, why I've decided to, start selling marijuana. And he's going to say, look, during my playing days, I had to do a lot. We're on Bobby Cam right now. During my playing days, I had to do a lot for pain management. We didn't want to use pills. It seems like the plants over pills is going to be a popular hashtag for Tim Duncan.
Yeah, Tim
years,
Duncan, 100% as a grow farm somewhere. I have no proof of this, but that dude, man, he is fully embraced that culture right there. No doubt about it. And then Skip Bayless, loser. Greg Popovich isn't going to like it that he's now the second biggest star in San Antonio. He'll make it tough on Wemby. Break the kid down so Pop could take credit for building him back up. Hope Wemby doesn't go Kawhi on Pop and say enough of this.
Isn't this pretty consistently, hasn't that been the case that Greg Popovich has been the second biggest star in San Antonio? I mean, hasn't David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Kawhi, haven't they always been bigger?
Of course they have. Of course they have, because they should be, because they're the player. They should be bigger than this. Isn't a college football team, which is very weird. The college sports is about, it's just like the coach is the figurehead because there's so much turnover. Or no other sport that's the case.
Yep.
Maybe Bochy. Oh no, who knows? I don't know. But there you go. Wemby, overreaction, and then a little bit of Mav rumors. Is this the best debut since Patrick Mahomes? If we get you caught up, Rangers on a terrible weekend in New York. That's next on The Fan.
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Cole comes home. Tavares lines one to left field, a base hit. That one rolls towards the corner. McKinney slides to cut it off. Leote digging for second. The throw is there on a hop. The tag not in time as Leote slides to the outfield side of the base and avoids the tag attempted by Torres.
The Sandman with the call game you heard right here. Wow, is that Ravitch? Very nice, Peyton. I was a little surprised to Cavaldi out when they did. 86 pitches, 6th inning, 2 outs, man on third. A little bit stunned, a little bit surprised at the time that they took him out.
Yeah, I mean, but look, I also understand that they're trying to get ahead of a little bit some of the stuff with Evaldi because lately he has struggled. And so not struggled, he's just come back down to earth a little bit. And so I do understand that if, they've got a read on it that says, hey, this is about where we need to get him out, or hey, we're starting to see signs here that, he's starting to deteriorate as the game goes on, then I'm not going to question that. What I question right now is just the quality of your bullpen, because it's not very good at all, Chop.
No, it's not. They lose to the Yankees 5-3. They dropped the series, dropped 2 out of 3 to the Yankees in New York. Yesterday was a game I thought they had no business losing. You get to Garrett Cole, 26 pitches in the first inning for him. You get him out before the end of the 5th. You've got to win that game, especially when you have Evaldi on the hill. He's your ace. He's had a great year. They took him out at 86 pitches in the 6th with 2 outs and a man on third. I was like, why are they taking him out, man? I think you're doing him a favor. Because that is also early, and you're putting Spores in the 6th inning. Ideally you would like to have him maybe an inning later.
Yeah.
So they took him out there in the bottom of the 6th for Stanton. Stanton was up, and then Spores gets him to strike out looking, and they maintained a 3-2 lead at the time. And then New York took a lead in the bottom of the 8th, and they took the lead for good.
Yep, and this is just something that we're gonna have to live with, because if it's not Spores, and even sometimes Will Smith has had his struggles, but I mean Spores is really the only guy who you feel really confident in right now, and I know you don't even feel totally confident in what we're seeing right now, just because it is a little bit of a streak. Like, we have seen Josh Spores struggle before. There is definitely some hot and cold with him, and his consistency has been an issue at times throughout his career, but I mean, right now, at least, the only guy you feel great about is Spores. But I think that the Rangers have to guard against any confidence in any positive stretches with this bullpen. Because what have we had? We've had 3 decent stretches,
had 3
I think,
different
this year,
stretches
where we felt like, okay, they figured it out. Like, the beginning of the year, we didn't even think, okay, they figured it out. It's just like, whoa, we've got a great bullpen. That started 18 scoreless innings or something like that.
We didn't think they'd ever give up a run.
No, it was oh my gosh. We'll have to do that for the receipts segment.
Yeah.
Is what we were saying about the bullpen after 2 weeks or whatever it was. And you got to remember, a lot of that too was Dane Dunning coming in for long relief and pitching well, so it wasn't a lot of that back end of the bullpen stuff. But yeah, you felt good at the beginning of this year. Then things, they struggled. Then we felt like we hit a stretch somewhere around May where it was like, okay, maybe they've stabilized a little bit. Then it gets right back to where it was. Then I know recently we just talked to Sandler on Friday and said, hey, do we feel a little bit better if things calm down? It's like, yeah, things look like they've stabilized a little bit, but you can't ignore the need to still go out and get a bullpen arm. And I think that that's kind of where they're at right now, is just saying we need to figure it out. We need to get a bullpen arm in here because we cannot trust what we're seeing consistently enough.
Leclerc to the 15-day. He gets a little bit banged up, so he goes on to the 15-day injured list. Now, thankfully,
it's not a loss though.
He's actually pitched fairly well.
I've liked him since day one, Bobby.
Yeah, I know, ever since the UNT days, dude.
If you go back and you look at his like the last, I don't know, 8 to 10 appearances, he had one hiccup. So let's go back here.
Hasn't he been brought into a lot of low leverage situations though?
Yeah, absolutely yes. So since May 21st, he is appeared in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's appeared in 9 games. In 8 of them, he's allowed 0 runs. In 1 game, he allowed 3. So that's not bad. Like now, granted, it is low leverage situations, but you do need innings somewhere. That's you're going to lose innings here. You're losing innings with Leclerc. So it's not a huge blow. It's not like you're out there losing Edwin Diaz. Okay, but it's still a blow enough. Because quite frankly, you don't have him. You don't have him right now. But Leclerc goes on the 15-day injured list, valuable innings. So he's not an option right now. And at least it's an ankle. It's not an arm. But then again, we've seen crazier things happen. We've seen guys have lower body injuries as pitchers, and all of a sudden it screws them with their mechanics. And the next thing you know, they have a shoulder injury.
Yes.
On the rehab.
Yes. Now, they're going to have to start looking at some of these trade options. And so the easiest way to do this is you just start looking across Major League Baseball and you go, who is struggling? Like, who's so far out of it right now that they're going to need to purge? Now, one of the teams that is not so far out of it, but is a team that we heard last week, Bob Nightingale reporting, there are some guys who are starting to chatter to management and say, hey, if you're going to make deals, I'd like to be part of them. Get me out of here. Is the Chicago White Sox. The obvious one right out of the gate for you, I know, would be Joe Kelly.
Yeah, Joe Kelly, easy for me. Plus, I love his attitude.
You want a little bit of
I want a little bit of a pain in the butt.
Little bit of nastiness.
Yeah, not like I don't want Dylan Brooks. I just want I want somebody who I don't want a fake tough guy. Joe Kelly's not a tough guy. I don't want that. I just want somebody who will
You want an edge without being John Rocker.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, that'd be good if you didn't get the John Rocker version. This year with Chicago, he does have a 4.13 ERA, but the peripheral statistics look good. In fact, these first 2 years here with the White Sox, he had a 6.08 ERA last year, a 4.13 this year, but his fielding independent pitching last year was 3.06, this year 2.77. He's remained pretty stable from LA to Chicago in terms of his FIP, and so that's encouraging right there. Are you still out on Aroldis Chapman? Are you still saying absolutely not, or are you at a point with this bullpen where you say, all right, we got to gamble on something?
No, I don't say absolutely not on anybody. It's just like the guy quit last year on a team that was going to the playoffs that had a chance to win a World Series.
He has improved though.
I know, but he actually quit on a team. I don't want that. That guy. I don't want a part of it.
All right. What about another Kansas City Royals option then? Scott Barlow, a guy who has been a decent, steady reliever for a few years now. Again, the ERA doesn't look as good this year. He had been a sub-3 ERA, I think, the first couple years. This year, he's 3.9. But again, his FIP shows 3.27. That's a guy who'll get 12 strikeouts per 9. Scott Barlow, a guy you'd be interested in?
Yeah, I like Barlow.
And the Royals need to sell off. Now, here's one of the other questions that we're going to have to ask. The updated list of top 100 prospects from MLB Pipeline came out yesterday, and I know I texted you guys this late last night. Some positive stuff in there. First off, Evan Carter, the Rangers outfielder. He's all the way up to 8 now, the number 8 prospect in baseball. That's really encouraging. What's interesting here, even with the way Ellie De La Cruz has started his career with the Reds, they still have Jackson Holliday one spot ahead of him, the shortstop from the Orioles, Matt Holliday's son. So they feel like he's got fewer holes in his swing. You know what? Find me the hole in Ellie De La Cruz's swing. It's not. Pitchers haven't found it yet. What's disappointing on this, though, is the biggest drops on the list. Falling 24 spots from 72 to 96 is Jack Leiter. And it says Leiter has shown flashes of his former Vanderbilt greatness, but keeps battling inconsistency in his second season with AA Frisco. He might be in last chance saloon territory when it comes to the top 100. So in these deals where you're talking about, and there are other names you can throw out here, Hunter Harvey with the Nationals, Justin Lawrence and Jake Bird with the Rockies, who don't have great numbers, but are two guys who, if you look at the peripherals, I'll take two guys that both pitching 24 innings of relief this year have given up 1 home run in cores.
Not bad.
In 24 innings. That's stability that transfers. But when you look at guys like that, potential names to throw out there, if Leiter is part of the package for a reliever that you feel good about, are you making a deal?
I'm not going to trade Jack Leiter for a reliever.
Jack Leiter projects right now to a lot of people as a reliever. And there are some people who think he's damaging his stock pretty significantly.
Yeah, I don't care about his stock right now. I don't care about that.
Even for a college pitcher? This is a college pitcher, dude, who's 2 years in struggling now.
I mean, what? They expect college pitchers to come right out? And all of a sudden, college baseball is not good.
No,
it's not high level. It's like low A. It's not good baseball.
No, it's not good baseball. But when you're college age, like you have found time to develop. Like when you're in your early 20s already. This isn't a high schooler who's just coming in and hasn't developed yet. Leiter is, and he's playing SEC baseball, which is the highest form of it in college baseball. Is that you look at Leiter is older. He has pitched in the SEC. This is 2 years into it. He is a former major league pitcher's son. Somebody who's going to be taught the right things and brought up the right way. You would expect, I think, further development than you're seeing right now. Bassick talked about it recently. I know he said, you're talking about a guy who at AA cannot consistently throw strikes. Like in terms of he's walking a lot of guys. That's troubling.
I agree. He has not progressed. So just look at the guy they saw yesterday, Garrett Cole. He was drafted, and then 2 years later, he was at the major league level. So it basically be the exact same time. So it was like a couple of weeks. It was like June of 2013, and he was drafted in 2011. So basically the exact timeline that Leiter's on today, Leiter would be in the majors.
Okay,
and he's not there yet.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's you're not there necessarily like 6 months later.
I think whatever deal gets made this July, because they will make deals, maybe multiple ones. Whatever deal they make for a starting pitcher, reliever, whatever else, I'm anticipating that there's a decent chance Jack Leiter's not in the Rangers system anymore after the deadline. I think that he's somebody who they may
I'm okay with
feel
that.
okay moving.
I'm okay with that, but I'm not going to trade him for Scott Barlow.
All right.
I'll trade him as part of a package.
What if you get Barlow and Chapman and it's just for Leiter?
I will trade him as part of a package to get Dylan Cease.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna trade Leiter, I need to get a starter out of it. That's just me. That's just me. So Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Bobby is here. Peyton and Ryan alongside. Sean's out. Be back here a couple of days. But this former Cowboy got great news this weekend, and why this Super Bowl champion quarterback is confident Dak Prescott will soon be joining him. That is next on 105.3 The Fan. You know, I love getting great news on a weekend, and I love when other people get great news on a weekend too sometimes. Sean and RJ, 105 through the fan. Deion Sanders had successful surgery on Friday to fix blood clots in his left leg.
Good.
This is great news. He had already lost a couple of toes on his foot because of bad blood flow. And there was talk that they were going to have to amputate his foot altogether. And that was due to poor circulation. They were trying to figure out, they're like, man, I don't know what's going on. They couldn't figure this out. So they found blood clots in his left thigh and another in the same leg below his knee. He also has a blood clot in his right leg that they said doctors are going to, quote, get to soon. So there's a photo of Deion sitting in his hospital bed. This is from his girlfriend, his fiance, Tracy Edmonds. She posted this photo. We declare God has Coach Prime covered today. Thank you so much, fam, for all your prayers. So it's great news. Deion seems to be doing much better, and he will be able to keep his foot. That is, well, this is one of the best athletes I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean he still is.
Do you
probably the fastest person I've ever seen.
Peyton, did you know he played Major League Baseball?
Oh, yeah, for the Braves.
Well, for more than the Braves, he also played for the Yankees. He played for the Reds. In fact, he famously, do you know what he famously did during the World Series one year?
Didn't he wear sunglasses in the dugout and quit on his team?
Yeah, yep, that's what he did.
Really?
He wore sunglasses. That's a good answer, Peyton. No, he played. I believe this was when he was still with the.
He played both.
He was the Falcons. He played the noon game, and then he flew to go play in the night game. Yeah, the Braves were in the World Series, and he played in the World Series that night.
Yeah, maybe it was either Philly or Toronto, I think. Maybe yeah.
Will we ever see the two-sport athlete again?
I think, was it Brian Jordan? I think he may have been the last.
Yeah, Brian Jordan, who also played for the Texas Rangers at one point. But are we never going to see the Bo Jackson, Deion,
so hard,
Brian
man.
Jordan?
Michael Jordan?
We're in such an era of specialization. I don't see it happening. I thought you were going with, do you remember what Deion's famous for? I thought you were going to say
slapping Tim McCarver,
dumping the bucket of water on Tim McCarver in the post-game celebration.
Real classy Deion.
You don't remember that, do you?
Oh, I think I do. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a video. So McCarver was going at him for quitting on his team or whatever he said, and Deion did not like it. So McCarver's interviewing in the Braves clubhouse after they win, and here comes Deion. It may have been a NLCS game, and he comes and dumps water right on him.
And he didn't appreciate it.
No, he did not appreciate that at all. But this is good. This is good from Deion. He seems to be healthy. And, yeah, you're right, though. I think a lot of people forget he played Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he wasn't, he was really close. If he didn't do it, he was really close to leading the majors in steals one year, I think.
He could steal a base on you.
Well,
his biggest problem was getting on base.
Yeah, that was an issue. Although in 97 games, he did slash 304, 346, 495 for an 841 OPS. That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's not bad, man.
He did lead the majors in triples that year in 97 games with 14 triples.
Speedy.
He is. He's like Ellie De La Cruz out there.
Nobody is like Ellie De La Cruz. We will get to him at 9 o'clock. Holy cow. He is continuing to just put on shows. What is Troy Aikman talking about Dak Prescott?
With Dak Prescott, yeah, it's good you said Dak Prescott because this is not another Bud Light ad from Troy like he had a couple weeks ago. You remember he had his 8 beer, and have you had the 8 beer yet?
I have.
What do you think of it?
It's fine.
It's good.
It's a low cal beer. It's fine.
So I know you were at Marty B's a couple weeks ago, or actually it was last weekend.
It was last week.
And I think Marty B's I was very tempted to get some, but it's just the beer. I can't do that on soda right now, so I couldn't.
You can't have beer at all.
No. It's the I think it's the wheat or whatever is the biggest problem with it. But no beer for me. Otherwise, I would have tried 8 by now. But he was at Katy Trail Ice House hanging out with Peyton. And
he was
at the end of last week, and he was talking to a couple of the local news stations about his beer, and then also, of course, you know the way it goes. You come here, you talk about his beer, and you get to ask him a couple of football questions. That's the trade-off. And so Fox 4 got a chance to talk to Troy a little bit, and they were asking him about Dak's excitement heading into this 2023 season.
I laugh a little bit because you say Dak's excited about, going into this season. I'd be real concerned if he wasn't excited. I mean, if you're not excited at this time of year when you're getting ready to begin a year, then you have real concerns. But I know he had a great relationship with Kellen Moore. I think the offense did a lot of really great things, of course, over the last several years. But now Mike has taken over, and I admire what he was able to do when he was calling plays in Green Bay. I do think the offense will have a little bit of a different look. But yes, I'm a big fan of Dak's. I have been for a long time. I just think he has everything that you need to have to be a championship quarterback. And at the top of that list is just an unselfish approach to the game and only caring about winning. And so I think as long as he continues to have that mindset, which he will, I think he gives this team the best chance to win.
So there you go. He thinks he gives them the best chance to win over Cooper Rush.
Yeah, he does.
Good stuff.
100%.
No, but what he says there, obviously, the big quote there is Dak has everything that you need to have to be a championship quarterback. And he says the top of that list is an unselfish approach. Is that, maybe I'm missing what he's saying there. Is he saying that is the top of the list for anybody who needs to be a championship quarterback, is to have the drive of it's all about winning? I only care about winning. Or is he saying that that is Dak's top trait for a championship quarterback?
Well, I think a quarterback has to be about winning.
Clearly.
I mean,
who can we think of a quarterback, by the way, who just was not like a long-standing franchise quarterback? Like, obviously Johnny Manziel cared about more than winning, but Johnny was out of the league like that. Like, can we think of anybody who's been in the league for an extended period of time as a quarterback who wasn't about winning?
I mean, people might point to Jay Cutler, but I think even he was.
Yeah. Some people wonder about the priorities of Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I mean, it's like, does football have to be does your job have to be your first priority?
This is actually a very interesting question that we may want to save this for when Sean is back, because I think Sean would have some hot takes on this. Did you see the article in The Guardian that I put in my prep? The headline from last week was Europe's Jokic and Antetokounmpo show America how to be a balanced superstar. And they talk about, Victor Wembanyama and what he said recently about what matters most. And basically, and like I said, it's a long article. We can maybe get into it in the future. But basically, the argument was that the era of the Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, win at all costs, win at all, costs in terms of personal relationships and everything else, that model is no longer valid in professional sports today.
Good.
So is that the case with somebody like Dak, do you think? Like, do you think what we know about Dak, is Dak more in that Kobe Jordan mold? Again, nobody freak out and go, you're calling him Kobe or Jordan. I'm talking about just the commitment and the desire and drive of win, work. He is a very work-oriented individual for sure.
He has a great work ethic, but I don't think that means he has no life outside of football.
817 nailed it, by the way. Kyler Murray is the answer about the guy who doesn't seem to be totally driven by it.
I mean, there's a balance. There's a balance between being Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Kyler Murray. There's a balance there. You don't have to be either one to be great. Jokic, Giannis are proven that. You don't have to be either one to be great. You have to take pride in what you do. But I don't think, did we just get from Aikman? Did we get the thing you and Sean always complaining about? Did we get she has a nice personality? Like, oh, she's fun. Well, look, leadership. I would rather have a great decision maker, great leader at quarterback, than a guy who's not a great decision maker, not a great leader, but has a cannon arm.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
preferably you'd have all of it.
Preferably have all three.
Yes.
And if you have all three, you're Tom Brady. But if you don't,
Tom Brady.
If you don't, then you got to work with what you have. I have no problem. I don't think. Yeah, it is. Is it? Nice personality. Yeah, That is a little bit.
It's a little bit of that. You know who it doesn't seem like had a nice personality from last year was Devontae Adams, Chop. And I know you had a take on the Devontae Adams assault charge. Do you remember this is something that happened in the middle of last year where he basically kind of shoved a cameraman out of the way, going to the locker room when he was furious about a loss late in the season?
So that was dismissed. That case was dismissed by the district attorney in Kansas City. But the NFL, they could still punish him. Well, duh. Of course they can still punish him. We know that. But you can't, I don't think this is a job for the courts here. To me, this is a job for the NFL. You can't allow players to put their hands on people that are on the sidelines.
Yeah, or now some would argue, was he, I think that is supposed to be a clear area at that moment.
Yeah, if that's an NFL rule, that it's got to be a clear area, then, give him a break. Give him a break on that. A little bit of a break. You still can't push somebody. You still can't push somebody down and knock him out. Let's say that guy broke both of his wrists. He's suing the NFL.
Now, and so what do you think? Fine or suspension?
I would be fine. I think it's going to be a fine. Maybe a one-gamer. But the NFL also is very inconsistent on their punishments.
So with that said, if they do that, and maybe they did this and we just never heard anything about it, does that mean the NFL will have to circle back and distribute a fine for when Mike McCarthy pushed Noah Bullard at NBC5 after
he
the 49ers
just pushed the
playoff game?
camera, though, right? He didn't fall?
I don't know. We only have the still shot of him clearly going back.
There's
Isn't that
enough.
part of your person, though, at that point?
Part of your person. Listen to this.
Wouldn't it look, I mean, you're Mr. Technicality. Wouldn't that be a technicality of that's
Hands
an
part of the
extension
ball.
of him?
Hands part of the ball kind of thing?
Yeah.
That's fair. Fair. Can't argue that one. We've seen enough. Get this camera out of my face.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen that.
Kenny
We've seen that
Rogers?
before.
Yeah, Kenny Rogers.
But Kenny knocked him over.
Yeah, he did. That's assault.
Yeah, Larry Rodriguez over at Fox 4.
Oh, Larry.
Knocked him over. But it is going to be interesting to see if they continue to punish. The NFL has a long history, of course, of we don't care what the court said. We have our own brand of justice and our own expectations. And the courts have routinely shown that even if the players don't like it or whoever else doesn't like it and they go into a lawsuit over it, that the courts are going to say, you guys kind of have that deal given your CBA, so we can't really step in and tell you can't do that.
Yep. All right. It is the 6 o'clock hour in the books. We've got a couple of absolute blowouts in the sports world. Rangers stink over the weekend. And the latest Mavs rumors, along with the most amazing set I've ever seen. It's all coming up in headlines next on The Fan. But let's get you.
secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the pitch, and that ball is hit hard into left field. Durant going back to his left, can't get it. It's by him, and it goes all the way to the wall. Volpe is in to score. Cabrera coming around third. He scores easily. It's a two-run double for Harrison Bader to give the Yankees their first lead today at 4-3.
Hicksy with the call on a game you heard right here. Good morning, everyone. It is Sean and RJ 105 The Fan. Sean's out. Bobby is in right alongside myself.
Hi.
Peyton and Ryan, and it is headlines here on 105.3 The Fan. That was a bad weekend series loss to the Yankees for the Rangers. They dropped 2 of 3, including a one-zip game on Saturday, and then a game yesterday where they were in control from the start. Literally from the second batter, they had a lead. When Seager got a hit after the Simeon double to lead up the game, and they were up 3-zip, 3-2, and then bam, 8th inning, the wheels fell off.
I don't know that. I'm gonna have to look this up. I'll have to find this out. I bet it's not very often that Garrett Cole is down 3-0 before the end of the second inning.
Probably not, and it's probably not very often that he doesn't make it through the 5th.
Yeah.
He's been really, really good this year.
I did happen to look, though, because I know we talked about that earlier. The fact that, if he doesn't make it out of the 5th inning, you got to win those games. The last 4 times he's failed to make it out of the 5th inning, the Yankees have won every game.
Really?
Yep.
It's weird how that happens.
It is.
Very, very strange.
Their record was bad before that, but for some reason they're on a 4-game winning streak when he doesn't get out of the 5th inning. But still, you go up 3-0 on the road against Garrett Cole. That's an opportunity you can't blow. And on Saturday, the offense had a little bit of a lull. They were, sleepwalking a little bit. But while those are going to come up every now and then, it sucks that it happened when it did. You needed to win one of those games, whether it was the game on Sunday that you had in control until you blew it in the 8th inning, or you needed the bats to just be a little bit more active the other night. You needed one of those. Now, the one positive here, Chop, is that we may have awakened an angry beast in Jonah Heim, because since he got screwed over in Chicago in the 3 games that he started, Chop, he is now 6 for 12.
Ooh.
2 home runs and a double. So his OPS in the game since then is 1583.
That was a moonshot he hit yesterday. I mean, good gosh. It doesn't take a lot to get out just over the fence down the line at Yankee Stadium.
Just a sneeze.
But the further you go out, obviously the power alley, it's $3.99 in left center. They say it's listed at $3.85 in right center. It's not. Much shorter than that. That ball cleared the fence by 50 feet. Yeah. That was a bomb.
He absolutely rocked it.
Maybe more than 50 feet. That was a bomb that he hit, man.
And it's a bummer they blew it.
Yeah.
But, when Evaldi and Spores get you up to the 8th inning and you've only allowed 4 hits and you've gotten out of these jams, you need to come through.
Yeah, I was a little surprised they took Evaldi out when they did. He was only at 86 pitches, and there was 2 outs with the man on third and Stanton up. And I get it, you don't want to give up a home run, but man, Evaldi's numbers, 3rd time through the order, they showed that they were really, really good. I was a little bit surprised that they took him out in that situation. But they bring Spores in. He goes in inning the 3rd, strikes out 3, and then King gives up a couple of runs. So they lose the series. They drop 2 of 3 to the Yankees and losing this one 5-3. John Gray was a tough luck loser on Saturday. They lose that game 1-zip. They take on Detroit today here at the ballpark. 7:05 first pitch. Jared Sandler, Matt Hicks off the call. Hicks will join us coming up at 8 o'clock. That game you can hear right here, 6:30, 5-3.
It was a pretty disappointing weekend for the Rangers, obviously, but I know it was a great weekend if you were just a Major League Baseball fan. Specifically, and Elly De La Cruz. This dude continues to be an absolute monster. Friday, he gets becomes the youngest Major League player to hit for the cycle in 51 years. Cincinnati extended their win streak to 12 games. They obviously lost over the weekend. That ended. But Elly De La Cruz with the cycle.
De La Cruz, right center. Down base hit. Could he go 3? India around 3rd. India scores. It's a cycle.
Man, I am in love with this Reds team.
Is he your
Yes,
it feels like he's becoming your favorite player in baseball right now.
So I am a like it is not. I make no bones. Like Mike Trout's my favorite player. I love Aaron Judge, and I love Elly De La Cruz. Like this guy is so exciting. He is so exciting, man. People love athletes. They want to watch athletic people. They don't want to watch these specialized monsters out there just swinging for home runs. They want to see athletes. Elly De La Cruz is an athlete, man. He can play basically every infield position. He could probably play every outfield position. It wouldn't surprise me if the dude could be a catcher if you want him to. He's got a cannon for an arm. He runs like a deer. I mean, this guy is so awesome. I don't know what the hell MLB Pipeline is thinking, putting somebody else as the highest prospect in the game over him.
Still,
I would love to see what Jackson Holliday can do if he's going to come out and do what Elly De La Cruz is doing. This kid is awesome, and that team, I mean, they're packed.
Yeah,
this is the Reds. This is the Reds stink, and they won 12 in a row. They had a great series against they had a big series against the Braves. Both teams came in, winners of 8+. The Reds had won 11 straight coming in. They wind up making it to 12, and then the Braves win the final 2 games of the series 7-6. But these 3 games, 11-10, 7-6, 7-6. It was a great game. It was a great weekend for the sport.
Absolutely.
And nobody paid attention to it because the games probably weren't on TV.
I think people are paying attention to Elly plenty. Now, you know what? I think we're going to be in California when Elly comes through to play the Dodgers.
Well, if we are, we're going to have to make a decision here. Here's the thing. I ain't paying those prices.
No, but
you can't get credentialed out there.
I don't want to get credentialed.
No, you want to go to watch the game and cheer it on. I don't know. Maybe we'll have Wolchuk use his sex appeal with that Dodgers fan we were trying to have him link up with out there last time.
We know we need.
Maybe she has a ticket hookup.
If Derek goes out there.
Oh yeah.
So Derek's got
all the connections.
Well, no, he's got the card.
The AARP card?
No. Why don't they still do this or not? But they used to do this. And I know a guy who played 10 years in the bigs. Well, you get a card. You get in any game you want.
Oh.
Player card. You just hand the card. You go up 2 free tickets.
We'll just have them give it to us.
If there's available.
We'll just take it. You and I will go see.
Yeah, we'll just go. But man, I would love to go see Elly De La Cruz. He is tremendous. The Angels. How about this? They win a game 25-1. Jeez. They outscored the Rockies 32-12 in the series, and they lost the series. That is the most Angels thing I've ever seen. That is the most Angels weekend in history. They outscore the other team 32-12, and they lose the series.
Yeah, that's a very Angels statistic. And you know what else is another Angels statistic now is that the fact that their run differential is 41. And so more than half of that comes just from the game on Friday by beating the Rockies by 24. I was getting a little nervous when it was 23-0 in the 4th inning or whatever it was.
Say that again. It was 23-0 in the 4th.
Nothing. When it was 23-0 there in the 4th inning, I was getting a little bit concerned that the Rangers record, the modern day record of 30-3 was in jeopardy. This is a wild stat from over the weekend. In terms of margin of defeat, this 24-point loss would rank as the 2nd worst Broncos loss of the last 2 years and the 5th worst Nuggets loss of the last 2 years. The Rockies are a baseball team.
And a little hand clap here for the pitch clock. They scored 25 runs in this game. It still was under 3 hours.
Wow.
That's a 4-hour game. Last year probably.
Yep.
So Angels outscore the Rockies 32-12. They still lose the series. We are going to a decisive Game 3 in the College World Series.
Now Jack Caglione on an 0-1. And Caglione pulls this one to right and to the track. And Jobert looks up and it's gone. Caglione second. And it is a Gator onslaught in Game 2.
24-4.
Chumps. Didn't score like the Angels.
To even the series LSU wins game 1 4-3, and then Florida wins game 2 24-4.
LSU was up 3-1, I think, at one point in this game.
They were. And then today, 6 o'clock on ESPN, game 3, winner is your champ.
And how you feeling? Is this an LSU or a Florida series? I mean, you as an SEC Tennessee fan, I'm sure none of this makes you happy.
None of it makes me happy. I'm looking at the pitching. I'm trying to find the pitching matchups for today. I think if
Paul
it's
Skeens would be on 3 days rest,
and they take even longer rests in college. They don't even take normal rest. So 3 days would be
high. It'd be quick.
Well, because they have Skeens throwing 195 pitches a game.
Well, it was 120 in the last game.
Yeah, and then 130 the game before.
That was on short rest.
And that was on short rest. Now, granted, like they'll pitch they pitch Friday. That's their day. You're the Friday pitcher. You're the Saturday pitcher. The Sunday. You're the Tuesday pitcher. But they had that in college. So, but I mean, look, it's win or go home, man. It's game 7 or game 3 in this case. If Skeen's available, he probably won't start, but I guarantee he'll throw
7, 8, 9 innings.
At the very least, it's his bullpen day.
Mm-hmm.
He easily can pitch.
These are his last 4 games: 124 pitches, 101, 123, 120.
Yeah,
kids, if you're a high school pitcher and you're great and you throw high 90s and you're getting drafted, don't go to college. Don't let one of those college coaches waste your arm. Not a freaking chance you can let that happen. Bills extensions.
Yes, Bills extensions. The Buffalo Bills have extended both Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott, their general manager and their head coach, through 2027. So this is another 4 years that the Bills are locked in there. Guys, that to me, Choppy, sounds counter to what you've told us, which is their window is closing. You think their window's shut? This is the Bills saying, nope, we got plenty of time. Another 4 years. They chanted 4 more years outside of Orchard Park. 4 more years. Yep, that's what they did.
I do think this. The Bills' window is closing, but we have absolutely overreacted to their loss to Cincinnati.
Yes, that is true. But that still was an awful loss. It was it was in Buffalo. It was, the elements that you should be prepared for more than Cincinnati, and they went out there and they threw on you in snow.
Awful loss.
Wouldn't have happened if you would have just let Stephon Diggs call the plays.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's a way to go, by. That's perfect.
So
right
he thinks.
But yeah, their window's not closed. All right, best and worst of the weekend. And Bobby, what do we have coming up in Love of the Star?
Well, we finished up the roster inventory today and maybe tomorrow. We're going to take a look at the Cowboys coaches. That's next on 105 through the Fan.
Play call.
time. It's time for the hard-hitting analysis you won't find anywhere else. Here's Bobby Belt.
10, 5, victory! Cowboys win!
This is Love of the Star.
Thank you, voiceover guy. I'm going to do the whole segment like this, and Sean loves it. This is Love of the Star. We had done the roster inventory, and we finished up, and then we sat there and thought, you know what? There were so many changes to the Cowboys coaching staff. It wouldn't hurt to do a little bit of a coaching staff inventory. Take a look at things a little bit. So we're going to do the offensive side of the ball first, and included in this, because he is the play caller now. For how long? We will see. You know what? This has been something that has been brought up a couple different times by Broadus, and I don't know that we've talked about it here on the show yet. What do you think the chances are that McCarthy finishes the season as the head coach, but not the play caller?
Finishes the season as the head coach, but not the play caller. I don't think so. I don't think very likely.
You think he's just
because of the option?
If he's going to go down, he's going to go down with the ship completely?
I think so. There's no chance. If they give the play calling duties over to run, pass, punt, Brian Schottenheimer, I'm out.
We got to come up with a snappier nickname than run, pass, punt.
Yeah, we got to.
We'll figure it out. But Mike McCarthy is going to be calling the plays this year. He is designing the offense. He is going to be working in tandem with Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer, of course, is the offensive coordinator now and a guy who is going to be heavily involved in everything that they're doing with the offensive side of the football. But he, previous to this, last year, he was a coaching analyst for the Cowboys. And that's kind of a vague term that doesn't really spell out a lot. But what he was doing essentially was the Ben McAdoo role. And Ben McAdoo got an offensive coordinator job out of it, which was, and it's a really smart thing. I'm really interested to find out if there are other teams that do this and whose idea this was. If this was a Mike McCarthy idea or Dan Quinn or whatever else. But basically they had Ben McAdoo and Brian Schottenheimer each week. So last year, for instance, against the 49ers, Brian Schottenheimer's job would have been, okay, so Dan, if I had these personnel and I was the 49ers and I, knowing their tendencies and what I've researched this year, this is the game plan that I would develop for you guys, for the defense. So his job basically was to create mock game plans for the defense to prepare for and study for and tendencies and stuff like that. So he would basically try and project out what do I think is the likeliest way that this team is going to attack the defense as an offensive coordinator.
Right.
It's kind of a smart job, I think, to have somebody who he was working mainly with the defense last year, Schottenheimer, because his job was to give them things to prepare for and kind of cross-train. Now, they talk about this a lot, that they'll have sort of guys cross-train rooms a little bit. They'll have coaches go across I cannot remember what they call it, but they'll have coaches sit in with other position groups at times, and basically it's the spread of knowledge and things like that. But
it's a great idea.
Mike McCarthy and Brian Schottenheimer will work in tandem together this year on the offense. And are we saying that's those two, specifically McCarthy, but are those the guys who have the absolute most pressure on them in this organization heading into this year?
From a coaching perspective?
From a building perspective, from the perspective of who is in the building, coach, player, whoever else.
Well, I mean,
because I think if this goes poorly, they are not. Dak is going to be here longer. Dak will be given more opportunities to correct it than McCarthy will. If it goes poorly,
Dak will certainly be given more opportunities to correct it, but
if it goes
don't make
poorly,
any mistake.
He's more likely. I think McCarthy and Schottenheimer are more likely to lose jobs.
Oh yes, absolutely. No, there's no doubt about that because there's no financial penalty other than paying out the rest of their contract. There's no cap penalty. You cut Dak, there's a cap penalty. You cut Mike McCarthy, there's no cap penalty. So, yeah, it's I would say I would agree with that though. I would agree with that. Although, the amount of pressure Dak's going to have on him, it's always going to be more than anybody else. Now the pressure from losing his job is not there, but just the pressure in general is.
Now, there's so much turnover in the running back room this year. Just from the fact that, Ezekiel Elliott is gone, but on the coaching staff as well, they said goodbye to Skip Peete this offseason, a guy who the running back room was very, very high on. And it was an interesting hire. They brought on Jeff Blasco And Jeff Blasco had been the assistant offensive line coach, and he has actually never coached running backs in his career. So this is the very first time he's coached running backs. He's worked with Mike McCarthy dating back to Green Bay days. He's been here ever since McCarthy took over as the assistant offensive line coach. He is now the run game coordinator and running backs coach directly, though. But does that give you, I know you're a coaching doesn't matter guy, but with as young a room as we're talking about here, and you're trying to get Tony Pollard to step into a void that he's never filled before, which is the guy. And then you have these younger guys that you're trying to develop, Rico Dowdle, Malik Davis, Deuce Vaughn, players like this. Does it give you any pause that they've got a coach at this position that has literally never done it?
It doesn't, and here's why. Like with an O-line coach, there's a lot of technique you're teaching.
Yep.
A lot of the things the running backs do can't be taught.
Yeah.
You're either fast or you're not. You either have good vision or you don't. And you either have good hands or you don't. Now, you can teach blocking technique and you teach route running, But for the most part, the primary job of a running back is to run. You can't teach field vision, and I don't think. I mean, maybe you can. Maybe I'm wrong. And you can't teach speed.
Jeff Blasco is a guy who had been pretty involved in some of the running game plan already. As the offensive line coach, you're heavily involved in the run game install to begin with because of the blocking concepts and things like that. So he's somebody who had already been involved. I think that's why they viewed it as sort of a natural transition. But he has moved off of assistant offensive line coach. The fact that they moved away from Joe Philbin, he did not get an elevation. Jeff Blasco, he was moved to the running backs, and he didn't get an elevation because they hired Mike Solari. The 68-year-old long-term NFL veteran. This is kind of full circle for him. His very first NFL job with the Dallas Cowboys under Tom Landry.
It was a while ago.
That is a very long time ago. Here's how long it's been since Mike Solari's been in the league. His first job, he coached under Tom Landry.
What year?
It was 87 and 88, the last 2 years.
Okay.
His next job after that, he coached for the Phoenix Cardinals.
Oh, the old Phoenix Cardinals,
who were in the NFC East. And then after that, he moved on. He was with the San Francisco 49ers from 92 to 96, then spent some time with the Chiefs. He was actually the Chiefs offensive coordinator in 06 and 07. But here's the concern. And the connection, by the way, here is he was an assistant offensive line coach for the Packers in 2015, which is when Mike McCarthy was there. And he was also an offensive line coach for a couple of years in Seattle and was familiar with Brian Schottenheimer from there. So it's a Schottenheimer-McCarthy type of hire. But this is a guy who was on the beach, Chop. He was somebody who had been out of the NFL for an entire season and someone who in his last job was let go because Seattle could not block for Russell Wilson. And he's a big proponent of the best five, and that's what he's been talking up a lot this offseason. And so we're going to see what kind of deference he maybe has to certain veterans, how this changes things for certain guys. Josh Ball, for instance. Is Josh Ball more likely to get cut because he doesn't have the coaching staff or the coach, basically, that approved of him getting here? When you look at Chuma Edoga and Awesome Richards and some of these guys that they brought in this year as rookies and veterans, these are guys that have been brought in with Mike Solari's seal of approval. Josh Ball was not one of those guys, and so it'll be interesting to see how that impacts him. Receivers coach, running it back again with Robert Prince, who I think did a nice job last year. Robert Prince and Jeff Blasco are the two most intense coaches on the coaching staff. They are always chirping, always barking, always bringing the energy. It's something that I think they really value in them. Lunda Wells is the tight end coach. Interestingly enough, he was in line or being discussed as the offensive line coach before they hired Mike Solari. And so Lunda Wells is somebody who I think deserves a ton of credit for what he's done here as the tight ends coach in the couple years that he's been here, how he helped bring along Jake Ferguson, Peyton Hendershot. I know he's very excited about Luke Schoonmaker and what he can do. I'm excited to see how Schoonmaker works with him. And then maybe the biggest of the assistant coaches, the non-coordinator positions, Scott Tolzien, the old Wisconsin quarterback, who has been learning here for a couple of years. Played under Mike McCarthy for 4 years in Green Bay, has been an assistant here the first 2 years, an assistant quarterback's coach. This was the obvious move when they moved on from Doug Nussmeier. When they let Doug Nussmeier go as the quarterback's coach,
the obvious because of his relationship with Mike
was Scott Tolzien, because he'd been sitting in that room for the last 2 years being groomed for the job. McCarthy was very high on him. This was going to be an easy projection that Scott Tolzien was the quarterback's coach, but this is his first year as a primary quarterback's coach. And it's interesting that you've got somebody guiding the quarterback through this who's worked with Mike McCarthy before. So the fact that he's a rookie coach at the position, I don't think matters nearly as much as his experience for 4 years in McCarthy's system. That they view it as, you're a quarterback, you know how to speak quarterback, you will know how to talk to Dak. You've never coached before, that's fine. You will know how to communicate the concepts and the ideas that I like and that I want to install, and you'll be the perfect person to be that voice.
Yeah, I mean, look, the relationship that a quarterback has with his quarterback coach, I think it's important. Then people always used to ask, what could Kellen teach Tony Romo or Dak? What could he teach? You know what I mean? Even though he wasn't a coach for Romo, he was a backup starter. But what could he teach Dak? Well,
Right.
I mean, you don't have to be a better player to be a better coach, to be able to coach somebody.
Well, and think about what that job is when you're a career backup quarterback. You're
basically a quarterback coach.
Your entire job is basically doing advanced scouting, homework stuff. You're preparing to play in case you need to. But a large chunk of what you do is you're
preparing to be a coach.
You're the research assistant for the starter.
You're preparing to be an offensive coordinator, a quarterback coach, whatever it may be, a head coach when you're a backup quarterback. The truckwreck.com text line they have come through with a nickname for Brian Schottenheimer.
What is it?
And about 1 million people have said it on this text line. So it's got to be his nickname already.
What?
R2P2.
Oh my gosh,
run,
that's perfect.
And I can't tell you the amount of people that have said this on the text. There is,
oh my gosh,
there's 100 people in a row that have. So it's maybe it's a nickname already. I don't know.
See, I'm a moron because I was just going RRPP. How would we do that? R2P2 is genius. This is why we have the smartest listeners.
This is amazing.
105.3 The Fan. I feel like a complete idiot. A couple of quick notes because those are the primary coaches that you need to know about offense. We'll do some defensive stuff tomorrow. 2 relevant names on the assistant line, assistant position coaches. Chase Hazlitt, the son of Jim Hazlitt, who's been in-house here for a couple of years as an assistant coach and offensive assistant. Chase Hazlitt is the assistant tight ends coach. He's somebody that I would imagine is being groomed for a eventual full-time position. That's somebody that they think really highly of. And then the quality control offensive assistant is Will Harriger. Now, why does that matter, Chop? Who is Will Harriger? That doesn't sound like it matters very much. Will Harriger matters because he gets loads of credit for being the guy that came last year as the senior offensive analyst working with the quarterbacks out of USC. He gets a ton of credit for internally over at USC. He gets a ton of credit for helping, along with Lincoln Riley, bring Caleb Williams along and turn Caleb Williams into the guy that he is. So this is a guy in Will Harriger that people are very, very high on, has spent some time in the NFL already as an offensive assistant with the Jaguars. He worked with Trevor Lawrence as a rookie, and he had been with the Falcons previously as an offensive assistant working with the running backs. So when you talk about Will Harriger, a guy that they brought on staff here, Chop, this is somebody who his last 2 proteges that he's worked with have been Trevor Lawrence and Caleb Williams, and that seems to be a pretty good track record to bring in here and have working with your quarterback group, especially with Scott Tolzien being a rookie coach.
Great idea. It's a great idea.
So that does it for the offensive coaches. We will take a look at the defensive coaches tomorrow.
Perfect. Bobby Belt, love of the star. Let's hook you up, boys and girls.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shine Down along with special guest Papa Roach when they perform at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center on October 6th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Oh, Papa Roach.
I love Papa Roach.
Peyton has no idea.
He knows. I was going to say, he's got to know who Papa Roach is. Come on.
He knows.
Just like that.
Wow, are you not a fan of?
No, I like it. That was
rock?
I like it. I was singing it, was I not?
Okay, yeah, you were. Okay. Very nice. Good stuff. Let's find out about your weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
All right.
This is my jam right here.
Yeah, this is a good song. This is a well-done song. Every Monday morning, we find the best and the worst. If you've got a best or a worst, Shall we start?
Well, we'll start with me because Peyton's answering phones. Because you've got the story that's going to take up the time. So we need to make sure that we have...
I have a couple of them, but I think we're only going to get to one today.
We need to make sure that we've got all the time for Chop to get through his stories here. But yeah, my weekend, as I kind of referenced earlier today, I got a concern, Chop. You know I'm a hypochondriac. I always think I'm dying of exotic diseases. Whenever a doctor tells me, I don't know, but it's probably nothing. Whenever I've heard that from a doctor in the past, I don't hear, it's probably nothing. You know what I hear? I hear what you have is so rare and unidentifiable that I can't diagnose you. God be with you as you march towards death.
That's how I feel about my lungs right now. Like I can't.
It is getting better. I know we keep joking and saying it's getting better because that's what you say every break. It is getting better. You do sound much better.
Yeah,
today.
I still I still wheeze,
do that, please.
But it doesn't it's controllable now. So it's definitely getting better. But for weeks, months, it was like, what's going on here? But I'm with you. I'm not a hypochondriac, but I do. Sarah says you go to the doctor too much. And I'm like, look, when I have a problem, I go to the doctor. If I feel off, I go to the doctor.
I do not. That's my problem.
You don't.
I don't want confirmation from the doctor that I have this rare exotic disease. I'd rather just plug my ears and go, no. And that's how I approach it. So I am currently trying to avoid the doctor right now for what I think might be a hernia. Because I've had this issue before, Chop, where it's like right behind my navel. And it feels like a muscle strain every now and then. Like it's not consistent. It's just maybe I move a certain way and then I feel it. And not to get too graphic here, Chop, but it runs from my navel all the way down to another region.
Your foot, right?
Yeah, that's it. It's by my foot.
Okay.
No, but it runs down to another region there. And have you ever seen Caveman with Ringo Starr?
I have not seen Caveman with Ringo Starr.
It's freezing, and he's answering nature's call, and it's coming out like icicles. I feel like when I do that deed, Chop, it feels like icicles or needles are coming out occasionally.
When you tinkle?
Whenever I have the pain there. So if I have the pain in my abdomen when that's happening, it has that same feeling. So I Googled some stuff. It's not consistent. It doesn't do it every time, but I Googled some stuff and it said that could be a hernia. The only problem is I don't have the protruding thing in my stomach that they say you should feel.
If you feel like you've got needles coming out of there, go get a shot of penicillin.
So it's not like that. It's like a nerve thing. It's like a feeling like a nerve, like twinging and pinching.
Have you ever had is there like a pressure when you're at the end? So I had this a couple years ago. Every time I would use the restroom to tinkle, there'd be
682, Bobby, you've got a hernia.
There'd be a massive pressure as I'm trying to finish, and it would always feel like I had to go to the bathroom. And they said I had like a bladder infection, but they said it was like diverticulitis as well.
Jeez. So you're saying I have that?
You probably do. Yeah, you probably have diverticulitis and a bladder infection and a hernia. You probably have all those things. I'm just trying to get you going.
Jeez.
No, why don't you just go to the doctor?
So that's the thing. I spent this weekend just going like, maybe it's a muscle strain. I'm just going to sit in bed all weekend basically and rest and give myself 2 days of rest to hopefully wake up Monday and it feels better.
Does it?
I mean, I haven't noticed it a ton, but a twinge has been there every now and then.
So
I feel it a little bit right now, but that also may be in my head. So I just sat in bed all weekend and binge watched Jury Duty on Amazon Prime, which is a great series. I'm 2 months late on it, but it's James Marsden. Basically, they set up a fake trial with a fake jury and a fake judge and everything else, and they had one person in there who was real, who thought it was an actual trial, and they just had all these like hijinks and these weird characters around this guy and had him think like, I am in the most bizarre trial ever. This is weird. They just told the guy he was part of a documentary about jurors. But it's great. And it's only 8 episodes that are like 25 minutes each. So we ran through the whole thing this weekend. And then I started The Bear on Hulu, which I know people are big fans of it on the truckwreck.com fan text, I know. And it was solid. It's a little... Sometimes it moves a little too fast. You remember Aaron Sorkin shows, how Aaron Sorkin shows sometimes would move a little too fast. Like, guys, slow down here. You're talking, the dialogue is too pop, 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 pop.
What shows?
West Wing, Sports Night, stuff like that.
I never saw either one of them.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, Aaron Sorkin is known for the quick, fast-paced dialogue. That's kind of his thing. A Few Good Men. Aaron Sorkin wrote that.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, and it's fast and it's
That's a great movie.
kind of back and forth dialogue. But The Bear, it does that a little bit, and they're talking about things that you don't totally understand because it's restaurant industry insider language sometimes, and they all refer to each other as like cousin because it's in, I don't know, like Chicago or something.
They say cuz?
Yeah. Well, it's like, hey, cousin, I need this or something like that, and so it's a little meta at times, and that's been difficult to follow, but I do enjoy it. But the stress sometimes, I don't think it's passing on to me, the stress they're trying to portray.
And this show's called what?
The Bear.
The Bear.
Yeah, and it's very, very popular. They just finished up season 2, but I just started the show this weekend, enjoyed it, finished jury duty. Really quickly, Peyton, did we keep the gambling streak alive to WinStar?
No, it ended at 3 weekends, guys.
Man.
And this wasn't me that started the conversation. My friend said, hey, WinStar this weekend. I immediately liked the message. I loved it. I did everything I could. I said, I'm so down. I'm starting my car right now. And they said, well, the whole group can't go, so I don't think we're going to make it. And they apologized for it. They said, hey, we don't want you to keep taking WinStar's money. You're going to put them out of business.
That's what your friend said. Your friends they were rooting for the man.
Yeah. They want WinStar. They want WinStar to humble me, basically. They said, one of these days you're going to lose. And so I don't believe him. But yeah, so I did not go this weekend. Maybe Friday we'll go again when more people are in town. But
So what day was this, Friday or Saturday?
This was Saturday. This was like Saturday around like 2 or 3.
So what'd you do Saturday night?
I watched Tears of the Sun. I stayed inside, so kept my money.
Now,
Bruce Willis, by the way, if we know who that is.
We were aware.
Oh, okay.
Man,
Great movie
about him.
Great movie.
Yeah, it's sad.
Man.
By the way, I'm sad right now. Everybody is telling me I do have a hernia on the fan text. So
That's fine. You just get a little mesh.
It happens.
You get a little surgery.
I've honestly dealt with this intermittently since I was like 12, and it just crops up every couple of years and then it goes away after a little bit. So I was hoping it would just go away again.
Wow, that stinks, man. So let me ask you the question, Peyton.
Yep.
Why didn't you go to WinStar by yourself, or are you not that much of a degenerate just yet?
Is that just a cry for I'm desperate? Like,
no, it's a cry for I'm bored.
Yeah, but if I was in Denton and I'm 35 minutes away, then by all means, I've gone there before. But if I'm having to drive an hour 30, hour 35 just to go by myself, it just seems like a little bit of
not when you're on a hot streak.
Yeah, it's 47 minutes for me door to door.
You can't lose.
So like for me, it's like I could go all the time. I used to go on the weekends by myself quite a bit.
Maybe I'll try that. You know what?
Let's do it, man. Go what? You play poker?
I mean, I do blackjack. I don't do like Texas Hold'em. I've played it before, but like I won't do it there.
I wouldn't do it there. If you're a noob, I wouldn't do it there. It's a tough spot. But yeah, by yourself.
Okay.
Check it out.
I just won't tell anyone.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. All right, I need some help here. Not even help. The story's already. We already came to a resolution. The resolution was I'm right. But so my oldest one, Luka, he's playing in the World Series right now.
Well,
all right. It's every year.
Florida or LSU?
No, it's the play. It's the select world. Whatever the hell it is. Play NCS World Series. So he had a game Friday evening, and then he had 2 games Saturday morning. Saturday morning game was at 8 a.m. first game. And then he played. There was a break, and then the next game was at 11:45 or 11:40.
Mm-hmm.
So since we're the first game, we get there at 7 o'clock in the morning, which means the parking lot at Oak Grove and Grapevine, and even Oak Grove and Grapevine for this tournament or any baseball tournament, you know that the parking's not good. Like there's a lot of it, but sometimes you got to park in a field far away. We were in the main parking lot right next to the field. We're on the 2 bigger fields for the older kids. And I scoured the parking lot. I made like 3 laps around looking for the best spot. And I found this spot against the curb. And I looked where the sun was. And I had a tree flanking me on the left side of my vehicle where the sun is rising from that side. And one behind me. So I had it covered.
That's perfect spot, it sounds like.
This was the most perfect spot there was. Again, 8 a.m. game at 11:45. The 8 a.m. game, I didn't care much about. It was a cool morning. It was fine. The sun was out, but it wasn't like dying. By the end of the game, I had moved from the sun to the shade. I was like, okay, I've had enough. So at the end of the game, we have a break, and it's about a 2-hour break between games.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the kids were like, and by the way, this Oak Grove and Grapevine is, I think it's the best park in town. It's got a great concession stand. They have Chick-fil-A on Saturday that they bring there. They've got a big grill. They cook burgers and dogs. It's just really good. And then I was like, let's just go get Chick-fil-A at the concession stand. No, they all wanted to leave and go to Whataburger. Well,
like true Texans.
Like true Texans, man. Or true Chicagoans now, as it would be. Well, I didn't want to lose my parking spot because I knew it was coming. The next game was 11:45. It wasn't going to get over until close to 2 o'clock. You know what happens at close to 2 o'clock in the Texas sun? Your car's 5 million degrees.
Yep.
I was going to be covered by shade on all sides. So I said, all right, fine. We can go. First of all, I was trying to talk him out of it. But he wanted to go with his friends. His whole team was going. I said, all right, and let's Uber. And he goes, Dad, no. That's
weird flex.
He goes, that's not a flex. It was $6.
That's a money flex.
That's $6.
You're gonna Uber.
How far away is the Whataburger?
2.9 miles.
That's not a flex.
2.9 miles. And he was like, it's embarrassing to get dropped off in an Uber. And then like I was like, no, we're gonna do it. And we said it, and some of the parents overheard us, and they're like, you're gonna Uber? And I'm like, I don't want to lose my spot. And a couple of dads are like, he's got a point.
Yes.
Lose the spot. And finally, they just beat me down about this spot, and we drive away. We use the car.
Yes.
We use the car.
Gave in?
I was getting hate from everyone. I was getting hate from my son, who didn't want me to do it. He said he was embarrassed. The other parents didn't understand. And I knew, because Sarah wasn't there, but I knew if she found out about this, she would have been like, that's dumb. It's a waste of money. Don't Uber. It's a waste of money. So we drove off. And we come back. Guess whose spot was taken?
Yours, because it was prime real estate.
Because it was a great spot. It was prime real estate. So I just said, all right, fine. Sun's over here. There's a lifted truck right here. This will offer maybe 5% of the shade that the tree did. Because I got a Maxima. And I hated it. I was miserable. When the game got over, like in the last inning, I went and started the car just to cool it off.
Yes, you have to.
All right, and I got so much hate on this one, but thanks to the good people of Twitter, who resoundingly agreed with my stance.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. So is this a generational thing? Because you think it's a problem?
I mean, not a problem. It's just you're Ubering for $6. You're taking the family to Whataburger. Like that's just
okay. Sarah
that's
said
never
it was,
been done
Sarah
before
said,
in the history of Ubering.
Sarah said it was boomer behavior.
Okay, I did not realize it when I did it at the time, but I mean, I literally, when we were at Super Bowl, you remember I Grubhubbed food that was in the same parking lot as our hotel. You remember I Grubhubbed for IHOP, and I had no idea. Like I was just like, all right, let me get some IHOP. It was like the only thing I could find around there that fit soda regulations to get turkey and some vegetables and stuff. And so I Grubhubbed it and did not notice how close it was. And it turned out it literally was in the same parking lot as the hotel because I was tired when we got there and I wasn't totally aware of it.
And it probably cost double, right?
I mean, it was pretty expensive.
You probably tipped $100 up front. So
I didn't do that, but I did tip a little aggressively because I felt like this person is going to feel weird that this is where they're dropping it off. So I wanted to like massage some of that a little bit. But I'm curious, was this about just getting out of the heat? Because did any part of you just say, I will Grubhub or Uber Eats the food?
I said, how about we just do that? And then, and I said that, and I told Sarah about this later. She goes, that would have been more acceptable. And I'm like, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. I'm paying somebody for food either to drive me there or to bring it to me at the park.
Well, and do you tip Uber drivers?
Of course.
So it'd be $6 plus what?
Plus 20%, whatever that is.
You still 20% even on
Dude,
$6?
No, you tip like $6 or something. You need to make it like a $12 rate because they lose money on those short rides.
Well, I mean, whatever it is, that's what I tip usually 20%. Yeah, you could customize. Can you customize it?
Yes,
you can.
I would hope you're
whatever
not just
I would
tipping $1.20.
No, I probably would tip $1.20. Whatever it is, there would be at least a $3-4 tip. So it would have been a $10 ride.
Let's see here. Truckwreck.com fan text 817 gave in about moving his car from the perfect spot is what creates grumpy old men. 972 your baseball team didn't offer to take you and your son. Nobody else offered?
I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to ask because you know what? The other people were giving up their spot.
And
we were all under a tree.
But yours was the best spot,
It was easily the best, but everybody was under a tree of some kind. So everybody was going to give up their spot.
Have you thought about getting one of those old, like, I don't see them so much anymore.
Stop.
Is that the boomer move?
No, I don't have, and I don't have
window shaders.
Yes.
I don't have window shaders.
What's wrong with a window shade?
I don't have, fluffy dice hanging from my rear view mirror either, Bobby. I don't have one of those little bobbleheads
fresh and it had dice in the mirror.
Stuck to the dash.
The cactus things
you got the Yo Quiero Taco Bell.
I don't have the Yo Quiero Taco Bell. I don't have any of that. Come on now. No, I don't have any of that. Oh, by the way, while we were at Whataburger, so the whole baseball team's in the corner. Halfway through, one of the dads says to me, boy, glad we're not in this line. And I turn around, and there are easily 40 cheerleaders there from a cheerleading competition that were like, 13, 14, 15, whatever they were. I offered any of the kids of the team, I said $10 to anyone who goes up there and talks to these girls. Not a single taker. And I went up to my son, I was like, I'll give you 20. Go up to one and just get her snap. That's it. Nothing. Crickets.
I had a buddy who
Z, man.
I had a buddy who was like, I'll go up to they were at the skating rink, and his buddy liked this girl, and he's like, go talk to her. And he's like, he's like, I'm gonna go wingman it for you. I'll go get her number for you. They were like in middle school. So he goes up there, he does it. She ends out liking him. They end up getting married and having kids years later. Like they ended up getting married from it. So that can be it's a good lesson, and you need to go out there and just put yourself out there and do it yourself. Now, I understand you also at this game, when you weren't debating giving up your shade spot, you had a celebrity sighting.
Jason Kidd.
Again.
This was on Friday. This is a different day. This is on Friday. So kids in the same, his kids in the same tournament. So it's on Friday, different day, different field.
Did he confront you about attacking Derek Lively early Friday morning?
He did not. I don't bother him. I've seen him. I've seen him at about 4 or 5 different tournaments. I've never said a word to him. I never introduced myself. Nothing. I'm not bothering him.
Does he have to routinely hold court out there when he's there?
Yeah, there's always one guy that's always. Now I think the one guy, he's always talking to somebody, and I assume this guy's like a dad on the team that his kid plays on, that is like offering protection from other people just constantly coming up. But it's usually kids that will go up, or a mom or dad will go up and bring their kids and say, "Can you shake my kid's hand?" And he's great with them. But I don't bother him at all. It's like I would not, under any circumstances, want to be him at that moment. He is constantly getting beaten down.
What is the protocol for when you see somebody out famous?
I don't bother him. I leave him alone. I'll say a word to him.
I do the same. See, we've we've heard Bill Hader's like an actor we really like. I know Kristen was mentioning she saw a video with Jim Carrey recently. I guess one of the new celebrity approaches is if somebody goes up and asks for a photo for you, like celebrities turning you down and instead saying, no, but I'll talk to you. Like Bill Hader says he doesn't do pictures, but instead he's like, no, but I mean, I can talk to you, find out where you are, blah, blah. And then most people just go, and leave. I think I'd rather do that. I get a chance to talk to this person instead of just getting a quick,
absolutely,
social media cloud
1,000%. Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's kind of cool. But yeah, I don't bug him. But he's holding court. I mean, I don't envy him, man. I don't know where he's playing. We're playing today. We got a game. I got a game at 10 o'clock this morning.
How's the meeting going to factor in with that? It's Monday.
I mean, rush through, rush out to the game after the meeting.
Just no show.
Well, we're gonna
then we got another game later tonight.
We're gonna have to get the gelato story tomorrow.
There is a story tomorrow. We have been banned. Coming up tomorrow, we have been banned from a ice cream shop thanks to my lunatic aunt. And I mean that word very, very loosely when I say lunatic. It's way, way worse than that. That is the weekend. Rangers play-by-play Matt Hicks joins the show. Coming up next to the fan. Let's get your
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the pitch, and that ball was hit hard into left field. Durant going back to his left, can't get it. It's by him, and it goes all the way to the wall. Volpe is in to score. Cabrera coming around third. He scores easily. It's a two-run double for Harrison Bader to give the Yankees their first lead today at 4-3.
That was Hicksy with the call in a game you heard right here. It is the 8 o'clock hour on 105 through the Fan on Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Sean will be back later this week. He is on his Mexican vacation. Rangers dropped 2 of 3 in New York to the Yankees, 5-3 yesterday after leading 3-zip after the top half of the second inning. And Matt Hicks, play-by-play, joins us here on 105.3 The Fan. What's up, Matt? How are you?
Good morning. How are you, RJ and Bobby?
Doing well.
Great.
Would have been better with a series win. That was. Do you consider that like a bad series loss, considering how the pitching was?
You know, I don't know if you call it a bad series loss, but I certainly felt like yesterday's game was a game that should have been in the win column. And, you know, we're not quite halfway through the season, so I don't know as though one game has any, you know, super significant meaning. But still, that felt like one, not necessarily that was tucked away because it was 3-2 for the longest time. But it just seemed like the Rangers sort of outplayed the Yankees in every phase of the game. And we get to the 8th inning, and I'm looking at Jared, and it's like, it's only 3-2? Aren't we up by more runs? Shouldn't we be up by more runs? It just kind of had that feeling about it. And, you know, the Yankees are scuffling right now in terms of they hadn't been playing real well. I don't think they played very well in this 3-game series. They certainly haven't been hitting very well, but they're pitching very well. And you can get by. You can slide by if you've got your pitching in order, and they certainly had that this series. So, yeah, not a super bad loss, but I think that in general, you kind of feel like you should have come out of there with a series win.
Matt, the decision that I think everybody was kind of wondering about yesterday specifically was, you know, you knew you weren't going to have Joe Barlow at your dispense. You weren't going to have Grant Anderson. We're on a week now without seeing Brock Burke. What do you think went into the decision? Because I think a lot of people probably felt like, you know, Brock Burke's been one of your more effective relievers this year. Why is he not getting an opportunity in this close game?
Yeah, I wish I had an answer for you there, but I really don't. And the reason is that clearly the bullpen was sort of hamstrung with, as you mentioned, guys that had just had a little bit too much work with, you know, Barlow pitching the first 2 games of the series, and Anderson, I don't remember what his pitch count was the other day, but it was close to 40 in his 2 innings of work. And we kind of thought, as things developed there with Josh Sborz clamping down in the 6th and then having a great 7th, that maybe we were to spot, you know, in the 8th inning where we might see Brock Burke. But, you know, then again, you're talking about Yankee Stadium. You're talking John King, who's had some success here of late, is much more of a ground ball pitcher than Brock Burke is. And in a 1-run ball game, you know, you might not want to, you know, bring in a guy like Burke in one swing of the bat and all of a sudden it's tied, where you know that John's going to get the ball on the ground. And, you know, one of those hits certainly was a roller that, you know, the Rangers just didn't have their defense where the ball was hit. But having said all of that, and then to go through what happened, you know, with King being used and then Yari Rodriguez just getting called up because Leclerc went on the IL, it's like, okay, well, why aren't we seeing Brock in this situation? And you start thinking, well, maybe there is some sort of, you know, nagging little injury or something going on with him physically that the Rangers want to stay away from him. But then Burke got up to warm up after Rodriguez came in the game and wasn't getting guys out. So I don't have a good answer. I don't know why. It's been exactly a week since Brock pitched. You know, he's not given up a run in 7 of his last 8 outings. The one game in which he did give up a run was the game in which he surrendered a home run to Shohei Ohtani. And I think we were down by a run at the time when he gave up that home run. So we weren't, you know, he wasn't pitching trying to protect a lead. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is on Brock and why we didn't see him at all on this road. Or, well, we saw him once, I think, on the road trip back in Chicago, but we didn't see him at all in the series against New York.
You know, Matt, when we look at the fact that the bullpen was thin yesterday, they've struggled a lot this year. Nathan Eovaldi has been incredible for most of this season. He had that stretch of 5 straight starts where he went at least 7 innings. But yesterday, that was the fewest pitches, 86, that he had thrown since opening day when he threw 82. Even with a thin bullpen, they brought him out a little bit early. I know his velocity's been down on the last couple starts. Is there just, you think, some concern internally about like, hey, we've got to make sure that we're not overworking Eovaldi here?
Yeah, I think there is, and they just want to monitor, his situation very closely. But for a while there yesterday, I think his velocity was probably where it needs to be in terms of his ability to get guys out. As the game wore on, though, his velocity started to decrease, and so I think that may have been a part of the factor in him coming out when he did in the 6th inning. The other thing that's curious about this is that, the Rangers have Cody Bradford on the roster right now, and Bradford hasn't pitched in about 2 weeks since his second start. I think that was back on June the 13th. And so, the Rangers flipped Eovaldi and Andrew Heaney for Nathan to make the start yesterday and Heaney to make the start today. And what that means is that if they stay in rotation, that Eovaldi will pitch the opening game of the series against Houston, but essentially he'll be going on 4 days rest, which is normal. But I think there was some thought that maybe Bradford would be inserted at some point to give guys, a little bit of an extra rest in this stretch where we're playing. I think we're in the midst of like 17 games in 17 days going into the All-Star break. So, I think Nathan obviously is okay. He's pitching very well. He probably should have gotten the win yesterday. But there's got to be a tad bit of concern there about, in some of these performances here recently, the velocity waning toward the end of the performance. But I don't think there's a concern that right now that, Eovaldi is, that delicate that, we need to worry about his next start. I don't think that's the case.
Matt Hicks, Rangers play-by-play, join us here, 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned Leclerc. Do you think that's just a 15-day injury, or is this something that could linger?
No, I don't think it's anything that can linger, and I think that we're probably going to see him whenever he's first eligible, which would be, I think, July the 5th or July the 6th. So, he'll be fine. The thing of it is that, kind of a bit of a freak injury during batting practice in New York, but I think overall that we'll see him as soon as he can get back.
Who do you see as the bigger threat chasing right now, Angels or Astros? I know it sounds like a dumb question on the surface, but Houston hasn't played. They've got so many injuries.
Yeah, they got a lot of guys that are out, but still obviously a very dangerous club. And the Angels, I think, kind of starting to figure things out a little bit. But even with all of Houston's injuries, I still kind of like their pitching better than the Angels pitching. And so I would consider Houston still to be the bigger threat until, a team like the Angels or a team like the Mariners really start to put together some kind of very strong run.
Matt, MLB Pipeline came out with their update yesterday on the Rangers' top prospects in the system. And one of the bigger guys falling across Major League Baseball was Jack Leiter. And that since their last update, he's fallen 24 spots. They say that they're, pretty close now to a discussion about he might be falling out of the top 100. Do you think that, and I know this is a minor league question and Frisco's a little bit removed, obviously, from what you guys do day to day, but do you think there's still a lot of belief and patience with Jack Leiter within the organization that they look at it as like, look, this is just the normal struggles of a guy adjusting to this jump in competition?
Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly how the front office is looking at Jack, but I just know from my experience in the past that guys develop at different rates. Even, ones that are high elite draft picks don't all like immediately, well, you get a little bit of seasoning in the minor leagues and then they're going to be very good in the big leagues. It just doesn't happen that way all of the time. And with Leiter, it's a little bit of a different case because, of course, last year he also pitched in AA, and he's pitching in AA this year. And usually what you see is, number one, you don't often see a guy start right away at AA. Maybe a pick like Leiter, maybe at high A, and then he moves. And, you see some kind of progression there. And so the fact that, he's been at AA now for 2 seasons has people, raising their eyebrow. But, he's also had some periods of success, both last season and this season. And so I think it's a matter of, like with a lot of guys, regardless of their draft status, of finding some level of consistency so that you can then move forward. And so, for me personally, I don't know as though I'd have a tremendous amount of concern right now. But with a guy like Leiter that is that high of a draft pick, you don't usually see this kind of, I suppose, stall in the progression toward the big leagues. So, yes, I think there's some level of concern, but I don't know as though, given his age and the fact that, it's been just a couple of seasons, that there's a huge amount of concern.
How much buzz in the press box is there about Elly De La Cruz, who's just taking over the sport right now?
Well, I think with us, there might be a little bit more buzz if we had Cincinnati coming up, but we've already played them, and let's not talk about that series.
All right.
You hear it. It's definitely something that the national folks are talking about because he's just hit the ground running here with a very unique skill set where he's a guy that can basically do everything. And he's part of a resurgent ball club that right now just is having a lot of fun. And, it's a team that nobody expected to be making this kind of splash, but they're also in a division that really, there's not a lot of tough competition in that National League Central. So I think it's great for baseball that a guy like De La Cruz comes up and has this kind of impact and has people talking. So, good for him, good for the Reds, and maybe we'll see him somewhere down the line.
Get a set for Detroit. They 4-game set. They got off to a great, terrible start. Got almost back to 500, and then they hit the skids. Then they won 6 of 10. What are you looking at with the Tigers?
Yeah, hard team to figure out. Right? It really is. And I think that, it's one of those teams that if you catch them at the wrong time, you might be in trouble. But again, I thought the Rangers played well when we were in Detroit earlier this year. We had the one, stumble there, but they're just one of those teams that it's very hard to figure out. They've got obviously some very young, talented players, but with any team that's got that on their roster, you're going to have quite a bit of inconsistency. And so I think that that's what we've seen from Detroit so far this season. But if you're the Rangers looking at this series, you got to figure you've got to win this series. Yeah. You've got to take 3 out of 4 in this series, especially with Houston right on the heels of this 4-game set.
Appreciate it, Hicksy. Thank you so much. Have a good call tonight.
Thank you.
7:05 first pitch right here on 105 through the Fan. Matt Hicks, Rangers play-by-play, joining us here on the Fan. We debut a new segment next around, not the NFL, around the controversies. That is next on the Fan. But let's get you over to
Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Below the belt, 20 minutes from now here on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. It is Sean and RJ. Sean will be back later this week from his vacation. Every so often we'll come through a bunch of stories that, they're just very, very controversial. And we love being controversial here on this show. We love getting into these topics. I don't know why. We do. We love those. So Bobby came up with this idea. Just maybe he didn't even name it. Maybe Peyton named it. I don't even know. Doesn't matter. Around the controversies.
Got to come up with a snappier name.
Yeah.
Whoever came up with R2P2. Tell us what it's called.
Apparently it was the entire Tolo group on the Trucker.com text line.
We're missing something.
R2P2 is the new nickname for Brian Schottenheimer because he is run, pass, punt.
Which is genius.
And R2P2, holy cow. And you know what? You're going to have to see him in the locker room and over at the Star.
Yep.
And you're going to have to get him a shirt that says R2P2.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get him a shirt that says that.
It'll be a bet payoff.
Yeah, it's a bet payoff.
You have to do it.
I'm not going to do that.
Yep. And you're going to see him, and he's going to say, why are you calling me R2P2?
You can ask him that in Oxnard. How about that? You can call him R2P2. And
that'd be a nice question.
And you can say when you guys send in the play calls, do you just go beep boop beep boop?
Stop it.
You make noise. Wow.
Yeah.
Gosh, we're gonna get you in trouble out there, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks
so
a lot.
We've got, as they say in England, a bunch of controversies. Out here. So what's going on?
This is just yesterday when we were doing our prep and we sent our emails along. We were like, man, there are a lot of stirred up mob reaction to a few different stories, and so we're like, let's just go through some of them and see where we come down on these, and where the truckwreck.com fan text comes down on them. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. First one from CNN, RJ Choppy.
All right.
A group promoting healthy food choices asked a Georgia baseball team to change its name. Here's how the Macon Bacon responded, which, by the way, great name, the Macon Bacon.
Yeah. Now, is the group promoting healthy food choices named PETA?
It's not.
Okay.
It is the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, which describes itself as an animal liberation research and advocacy organization. Choppy's already rolling his eyes. And they wrote a letter to the Macon Bacon's president, Brandon Raphael, earlier in June. It suggested the team update its name to include mention of a plant-based alternative like Fakin' Bacon or Mushroom Bacon to help their fans stay healthy, according to the letter. The DC-based group of doctors cited research from the World Health Organization that showed eating processed meat like bacon raises the risk of colorectal cancer. They say they had a contest to pick a name, and they could have called it Making Noise or Making Hits and other kinds of fun things. They came up with Macon Bacon, and they serve enough bacon to sink a ship at their stadium. The Macon Bacon's mascot is a 7-foot slice of bacon named Kevin. Why Kevin?
Kevin Bacon.
Oh, that's smart. The committee's letter dated June 1st suggests that the mascot should...
You know who Kevin Bacon is?
That's an actor.
What's he known for?
He's known for a game more than a role.
He is known for a game, too.
I know the name. Give me a hint. Give me multiple choice.
It's got a number in it.
6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. He doesn't know what it is.
Yeah, okay, that one I did know.
Footloose, man. Come on now.
Footloose.
So the Macon Bacon were really surprised to receive this letter, and they didn't plan to respond until this committee ramped up their efforts. The group put a creative billboard up in our city, said Raphael. It had a skull and crossbones and said, Macon residents, keep bacon off your plate. And so once they went into attack mode, they had to respond, and they did. They said they wrote back a letter that said, the Macon Bacon do not view ourselves as a glorification of an unhealthy lifestyle. Rather, we pride ourselves on being a fun-natured organization focused on bringing families and communities together in Middle Georgia and beyond. With that, the Macon Bacon will be sizzling forever and will not consider a name change ever.
That's right, baby. Listen, you can do a lot of things. You take bacon off my plate, we're going to have problems.
I'm going to be mad.
Look,
bacon is still one of the great pleasures that I enjoy. You know, it's healthy because I can have it on soda. It's still allowed on
I
soda.
don't know if it's healthy.
And soda allows it. So
you know,
so it's part of it can be part of a healthy diet.
I have bacon basically every Saturday and Sunday morning. I don't have it during the week. On the weekends, in the morning for breakfast, it's bacon and eggs. That's what it is.
Real quick, is bacon a side dish or can you have it as a main dish?
I mean, my 10-year-old has it as his only form of breakfast. He
just eats bacon strips.
He hates eggs. He hates anything else. He just has like 3 or 4 strips of bacon. And that's all he wants. I think you could have it as, I mean, if you want it as your main, I wouldn't. I think you need something else, but.
I mean, it can be part of a collection of things that's made, like a BLT.
Yeah, like, that's the thing is I argue that you shouldn't have BLTs. You can't have the bacon as your main meat. It has to be a topping to something else.
I agree. It's more of a topping. But the BLT is very, it's a lighter sandwich, I guess. But I don't know. I love bacon. I really, really enjoy it. You try to take that off my plate. I think they overdo it though. Bacon and ice cream, bacon and cotton candy. I mean, bacon. They put it everywhere.
Gross. Oh.
No, that's too much.
Candy bacon, gross.
Yeah, it's too much.
Well, the NFL already canceled Carson Wentz from its league just with his play. I guess he kind of canceled himself.
Yeah.
But now the internet is trying to cancel Carson Wentz from social media, Chop. This one from the New York Post. NFL quarterback, they didn't put that in quotations. They should have. NFL quarterback Carson Wentz slammed for killing a bear during Alaska hunting trip. So Carson Wentz went to Alaska, said he knocked off what is a bucket list item for himself when he hunted a black bear with a bow and arrow. He wrote, got the opportunity to spot and stalk black bear in one of our new favorite places on earth, Alaska. And he posts several pictures of him just kind of smiling above this now deceased black bear. Black bear hunting is legal in Alaska as long as the state's hunting regulations are followed, but that did not prevent people on Instagram from losing their minds on him. Somebody said, hope next time the bear wins and you lay down. Somebody says, incredible animal, so you kill it. Makes sense. Another one, that's just awful. I can't believe you killed a bear for sport. Changed my whole perspective of you, and on and on and on. Here is my take on this, RJ Choppy. If you are in the public eye like that, and you want to do something like that, which is legal, there's no law against it, that's fine. I just don't know why you'd welcome the headache on your plate by posting about it and posting a picture of the bear and smiling over it. Like, that's going to get people worked up at you. Why would you welcome that into your world?
Well, something that you do is going to get somebody worked up anyway.
Yeah, but some things are going to get people more worked up than others. Like, this is one that's clearly going to get a bunch of people riled up. It's a polarizing issue.
Right.
Not a polar bear, but a polarizing issue.
It is. Of course it is. But if you did something, whatever the flip side of this would be, that would get another group of people riled up. People do it all the time. I don't care. Hunting is legal. If you want to hunt, go ahead. Don't poach. Don't clip the wings of a quail so it can't fly away or whatever.
Sure.
Don't poach these things. But, he's not out there shooting with an automatic weapon. Get a bow and arrow.
Right.
Like, there's a massive skill to what he did. Would I do it? No, but I'm not a hunter. I don't fish. I don't hunt. Imagine, I play golf. Yeah, that ruins the environment too. They use a lot of water. It takes up massive country clubs and golf courses. Waste of prime real estate. Big waste of land. You can do so much more with that. I don't care. It's my enjoyment. Carson Wentz likes to do this. I don't care. Go ahead.
Let's see what you think about this type of golfing. Bills safety Jordan Poyer, one of the best safeties in the NFL. He was in the news late last week and over the weekend after he canceled his Celebrity Open golf event. It was a charity event. And can you guess why he had to cancel it, Chop?
The forecast for rain.
Location.
Ah.
He was going to hold the Celebrity Open event at Trump National Doral, Miami. Doral, whatever.
In Miami?
Yep. Poyer said in an Instagram post that the event to benefit the ECMC Foundation was canceled after a number of teams, quote, up north, scheduled to compete, withdrew and wrote emails to ECMC, which then pulled out. He did not specify how many golfers withdrew. Poirier described ECMC as a big sponsor of the event. An ECMC spokesman said the foundation was the beneficiary of the event and not a sponsor. He said they decided they didn't want to take part in my tournament, in which they took part in last year because of where it's at. ECMC decided they can no longer take the pressure from up top from the people above them, and it probably has nothing to do with ECMC at all. So this charity ended up having to back out, Chop, because of the location.
First of all, did he not know where it was when he?
You would think that would be something that would be. You would think that would be something that would be understood.
Yeah, I've never cared who owns the golf course. I'll play the golf course if the golf course is nice. I'll play if it's not nice too. I don't care where I play. I don't care who owns it. I don't care where the money goes. I care about my own enjoyment, my own. There's not
it's for charity.
There is not. Yeah, I will play with anybody. I'll play with every president because they're the president. I will play with anybody as long as they play fast. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. You give me the worst person. Kim Jong-un could invite me to play golf, and my first question would be, "Do you play fast?" That's all I care about. Do you, what?
Is he at the bottom of the worst people? Or I guess at the top?
I think he's top 5 worst people in the world. Do you play fast? Yes. All right, I'll play with you. Where are we playing? Is it free? I'm in. Are you paying?
$65 around.
I'm in. If it's a good course and he plays fast, I will play literally with anybody. I don't care who they are. All they have to do is play fast. I don't care where they play. I don't care where it is. I just enjoy being out there.
What if we're walking the course? I say no golf carts. We're walking.
Oh, what's the temperature?
88.
Yeah, I'll walk.
Slight breeze. Okay.
Yeah, I'll walk. You start going 95, I'm out.
The ECMC Foundation uses a range of funding methods, including strategic grant making and program-related investments to support nonprofit and for-profit organizations that are working to improve post-secondary outcomes for students from underserved backgrounds. And then, Chop, last story here. I know you've got one that you wanted to touch on.
Yeah, I saw this yesterday, and this one caught me by a little bit of surprise. So the NHL has decided to ban players wearing specialty jerseys during warm-ups. And that has frustrated those. The LGBTQIA plus community is not happy with the NHL. There's one guy, Mio Lindsay, who's an artist, has collaborated with several NHL teams, said it hurts the community, affects other marginalized communities. The warm-up jerseys are a primary part of the community outreach and charity within the NHL. We see a lot of this, the Pride Nights.
Yep.
Or they'll wear jerseys or warm-up jerseys. You see this for not just Pride Month. You'll see it for Black History Month. You'll see it for all different kinds of events that go on.
Mm-hmm.
But the NHL, and I was like, all right. I didn't understand initially why they had decided to stop it, but then I read into it. A lot of players were like, all right, we're just going to opt out of it. And instead of the players catching backlash, the league is like, we'll just take the backlash for you and we'll just stop the practice. So instead of the individual players catching heat for not wearing a Pride jersey in warm-ups, the league is just like, done, no more.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't they have just reversed it and said instead of like an opt-out, it was just an like if you wanted to wear it beforehand, you couldn't they have just done that instead of banning it out?
I am not a fan of banning things. If you want to wear it, if you want to let somebody wear something, let them wear it. If a player wants to wear a social message on their shirt, on their helmet, whatever in the warm-ups, go ahead. Absolutely. The league canceling it, I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to protect the players and just take all the heat themselves.
Right.
But if somebody wants to wear it, you shouldn't deny them the right to wear that. Or force them to on the flip side. So that's around the controversies. What is coming up next in Below the Belt?
Where does Jason Witten rank on the list of NFL's greatest tight ends? A new list from a former NFL tight end might surprise you. That's next on 105.3.
the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Yeah. We already told you the Cowboys were in trouble because of the Giants. Today, we're going to tell you why the Cowboys are in trouble because of the Commanders.
Oh.
Better watch out. More on that in a second. Before we do that.
That's garbage.
Before we do that, I mean, yeah, not really. They're not in trouble. The Commanders are going to be losers forever. That's just the reality.
They are.
Before we do that, we're going to talk a little bit about this new ranking of the NFL's greatest tight ends from Clay Harbor, who was a 4th-round pick by the Eagles in 2010. Played for a number of teams throughout his NFL career: Philly, Jacksonville, New England, Detroit. Spent a little time with the Saints. And he now writes for the 33rd team. And he had an interesting list. So I've always felt like, Chop, that Jason Witten, I feel like history's not going to be kind to Jason Witten.
Yeah, I agree. That's unfortunate. I hope that his 5 years before his the waiting period for the Hall of Fame, the eligibility. Mm-hmm. I hope that hurries up and gets here because, I agree, it's not going to be kind to him, and that's unfortunate because the position's changed so much. Jason Witten, it kind of feels like even though he only played a couple years ago, and his prime was not even a decade ago, really. Oh, It kind of was. But it almost feels like he played in the 70s at this point because of the way the position's changed.
It does a little bit. And look, he's somebody that when you look at the raw statistics, he looks like, I think to a lot of people, they consider him, he's a compiler.
Who cares? That's what the Hall of Fame's about.
It absolutely is. And I 100% believe that Jason Witten is a Hall of Fame player. And I mean, he as it stands now, he's 4th all-time in career receptions for anybody.
You could be a compiler and still be great. Pete Rose, you don't get to 4,200 hits without being a compiler of some kind.
Yeah, I mean, the only players with more receptions in NFL history than Jason Witten are Tony Gonzalez, Larry Fitzgerald, and Jerry Rice. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Pretty good players, right?
Yeah.
So
pretty good players.
My concern is there is going to be, like you say there, you think his time needs to hurry up and get here. I remember feeling like Michael Irvin needed to get in quick. You remember he got passed over once or twice? And I remember feeling like, man, you can't let this drag on into several years because then there's going to be a point of why don't his numbers look as good as other? You needed to get it as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think the difference, though, is the game didn't drastically change after Michael's career was over.
No, but that's why I said it needed to get in relatively early because if he went 10 years into it, people were going to look at it and go, his numbers don't look right. And that's the thing is that if he would have been passed over a few times, if he would have been punished for that.
How many times was he on the ballot?
I think he got passed over twice.
I don't get how he wasn't first ballot.
Oh, and there were a lot of people who I remember the discussion was it being held against him, some of his off the field stuff.
Yeah, well, that's stupid. Because when he retired, I think it's easy to say he was the second best wide receiver that I had ever seen.
Oh, I thought Michael Irvin was easily the number 2 receiver of his generation to me. Right there after Jerry Rice. All right, so these are the top 7 tight ends of all time. I don't know why he picked 7. That's just what Clay Harbor did. But he picked 7 tight ends, and this is going to be an interesting list. Let's see if Jason Witten falls on it anywhere. Okay?
7, 7-minute abs.
You want to go 1 to 7 or 7 to 1?
Oh, let's go. Let's go 1 to 7 because I think. Yeah, let's go 1 to 7.
Number 1 tight end of all time. Who is it?
Travis Kelce.
Rob Gronkowski.
Wrong.
He says, Rob Gronkowski is my number 1 tight end of all time. Everyone knows Gronk. He has 4 first-team All-Pros and 8 Pro Bowls. What I love most about Gronkowski is that he would have been a Pro Bowler at offensive tackle. He was a devastating blocker. I played with him, and he would use his hand placement to move defensive ends consistently. The New England Patriots and Tampa Bay Buccaneers had so much success because of what Gronkowski did in the pass and run game. You heard the story about Gronkowski passed out on the training table that I can't remember what it was. One of his former teammates in New England had recently said in an interview, and I can't for the life of me remember who it was. I'm going to have to look. Had said that Gronk used to come in hungover and the trainers would have to wake him up.
Okay.
Julian Edelman went off on that teammate this weekend on Twitter and said, this is garbage. Nobody worked harder than Gronk. People like to, paint Gronk as this partier, but he was absolutely serious. This never happened. It was former tight end Jason Tartick, who I don't even know who that is, but apparently he felt comfortable enough to say that. But Julian Edelman was none too pleased. Number 2 tight end of all time.
I know. Look, I can't argue Gronk. I would put Kelsey there. Gronk was unstoppable.
I feel like 1 and 2 easy, though, are Gronk and Kelsey, probably.
Yeah.
And number 2 is Travis Kelce. Says Travis Kelce is the best receiving tight end I've ever seen. I watched film of Gates, Gonzalez, Witten. Kelce is far and away a better receiver than those guys. He gets open better, runs better routes, and has better hands. When it comes to receiving the football, nobody has done it as well as Kelce. Number 3.
Tony G.
Tony Gonzalez. Look at this. Chops on a roll. Tony Gonzalez was the definition of sure-handed. He only lost 2 fumbles in his entire career, made 14 Pro Bowls, was voted an All-Pro 16 times. He finished his career with 1,325 receptions, good for 3rd all-time behind Jerry Rice. Number 4.
Okay, are these all modern era? Like we're not going back to Dick Butkus or Mike Ditka.
These are all post-merger.
Okay.
Number 4 here.
Let's go with, at this point, let's go with Jason Witten.
Ring him up. Number 4 tight end all time.
Go Vols,
Jason Witten. And this is the write-up. If there's one word to say about Jason Witten, it would be dependable. He had 1,000 yards 4 times. He was selected to 11 Pro Bowls and had more than 13,000 career yards. Witten also had 1,228 receptions and 74 touchdowns in his career. This guy played 235 consecutive games. If you don't play football, you might not know how impressive that is, but it's insane. Witten was a solid blocker, too. He would help the running backs just as much as he would help in the passing game. Many tight ends who put up massive receiving numbers weren't good blockers. Witten is the exception to that. He did everything, and that's one of the reasons I love his game.
I love him. He allows me to harken back to a yesteryear of greatness at the University of Tennessee in the football program. Let me tell you how bad it's gotten. Now, we had a great year this past year. I think we're having another good one this year. I had a dream last night that we lost our season opener to Minnesota. We don't even play Minnesota this year. It's gotten so bad. I am making up losses in my sleep. The team's not even playing. Yeah. That's how bad and what that program has done to me over the last 20 years.
It's easy to see that, though, after how you guys just got embarrassed by South Carolina. Spencer Rattler putting up 63 points on you. I'd be making up losses too.
Spencer was a 5-star player.
Here are a couple of the tight ends that are behind Jason Witten, which is surprised me. I feel like most of these lists that I see, but this is somebody who played the position, but I feel like most of these lists that I see have these guys ahead of Jason Witten these days. Number 5, Kellen Winslow Sr., the original matchup problem as a tight end. He was selected to 4 All-Pro teams and made the Pro Bowl 5 times. Number 6, Antonio Gates.
Okay. I would have put Antonio probably ahead of Kellen Winslow Sr.
For what reason? Because don't you have to adjust for era? Kellen Winslow Sr. was like one of the original vertical tight ends.
I would have to go look at their era adjusted numbers and see whose is better. But maybe I'm docking Kellen Winslow Sr. for Kellen Winslow Jr.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's easy to do. And then number 7 on the list, Shannon Sharp.
He's the best.
This is where I thought you might have an issue. Would you have an issue with Witten above Sharp?
Well, that's a good question. Shannon Sharp, I think, did more to change the position than anyone else until probably Kelsey.
Now,
Tony.
Ozzie Newsome,
Ozzie,
and
I love.
Kellen Winslow both definitely brought the position into a modern era.
Yes, they did. So Ozzie wasn't on there.
No, Ozzie's not.
I did. I love Ozzie. I think Ozzie was great. I would have. I'd have Shannon higher. I would probably have him ahead of Kellen Winslow. I'd probably ahead of Antonio Gates.
Couple other names here. Most of these older, but a couple other names here to consider on the greatest tight end list that were not included here. Mike Ditka, John Mackey. As you mentioned, Ozzie Newsome is not on this list. You don't have a couple other guys here. You don't have Dave Casper, Greg Olson, Jimmy Graham, Ben Coates. None of these guys that I would think would have too strong an argument to be ahead of Witten. But there are a lot of people who would say John Mackey from the Colts is somebody who absolutely changed the position, revolutionized it. And for instance, I know Rick Goslin, I believe, still says John Mackey's the greatest tight end of all time. And so to not have him in the top 7, a little interesting, but also it may just be an era thing. Clay Harbor probably just wasn't picking guys that he wasn't familiar with.
You know what? I don't have a problem with that.
No, I don't either.
I have no problem with that. I never saw Otto Graham play. I never saw Johnny U play. I barely saw Joe Montana. I'm 43 years old. By the time Joe Montana was out of his prime, I was like I was 10. I can't tell you what Joe Montana's prime was like.
We have a big problem, Chop.
Is there breaking news?
No, there's not. I mean, there's breaking news for you and I and how we consume the internet. What did Florio do to Pro Football Talk?
Oh, I'll never go to that site again.
Oh my gosh!
No, absolutely not.
Look at this. Is just he's completely changed the layout, and it looks like one of those old GeoCities websites that Yahoo used to set up for you.
GeoCities.
Oh my gosh!
God.
Oh, Florio.
I'll never go to that site again.
That's tough to look at. It literally looked fine about 5 minutes ago, so I'm guessing that went live sometime in the last few minutes. So are you at all worried, Chop, about the presence of Eric Bieniemy in Washington this year?
Is Patrick Mahomes coming with him?
No, he's not.
Then I'm not.
Okay. Well, Terry.
Hey, look, he may be an absolute beast of a football coach. He very well may be. I have no idea. I have no way of knowing. I don't think, everybody has Andy Reid as the best coach in the league. You were a coach for a long time. Now, he was always good, but he was never a champ until Patrick Mahomes came around.
There are just rave reviews for Eric Bieniemy in Washington.
Good.
Ron Rivera saying this guy should be a head coach already. Terry McLaurin says he's bringing the intensity. We know what's expected of us every time we're on the field. Sam Cosme says he's out there pushing us. He's been part of Super Bowl teams, and you don't get that way without working your butt off and keeping people accountable. And that is exactly what Eric Bieniemy is doing. He also recently gave an interview to Washington media, said that he's learned a little bit. Said he found that he took some things for granted while he was in Kansas City. Like maybe the quarterback, you think? And I was like, oh, crap. He's getting to Washington. And I forgot what I was looking at the greatest quarterback in the NFL for 5 straight years.
Yeah.
What am I looking at now?
Sam Howell.
Yeah, you think everybody can make that throw, right? Just make the left-handed, underhanded toss.
The problem that you run into is that Patrick Mahomes did a lot of things that aren't in the playbook.
Right.
A lot of things that you can't credit to anybody. How many broken plays did he make?
Yeah, a ton. It's his ability to improvise is one of the strongest aspects of his game. But here's what you need to be worried about, Chop. Eric Bieniemy says, I'm fired up and excited. This has given me a whole new outlook. So he's rising to the challenge, and the Washington Commanders are going to be terrifying on offense now. At least that's what Eric Bieniemy would have you believe.
We'll see. We'll see. No Patrick Mahomes. We will find out. We'll find out exactly what he is about. All right. We got a doctor that's not giving very good news on the Jacob deGrom Tommy John surgery, and MLB needs to institute the mercy rule. That's coming up next here in Diamond Cavs, baby, on 105.3 The Fan.
of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
0-1. LeMahieu lines one to right center. Tavares gliding after, turns, looks. That one's over his head, and it takes a bad carom towards center. One run scores. Bowers rounds third. He scores as Grossman, the right fielder, backing up. Tavares picks it up in the center field vicinity, but the Yankees attacking the alleys, and they're on the board. It's 3-2 Texas after that two-run two-bagger from DJ LeMahieu.
Jared Sandler with the call. 9 o'clock hour. Fist pump time on 105 The Fan. Bobby barely getting in on the action. Short stroke that Peyton Russell was doing earlier. Man, it's a Monday morning here, and it was a bad series weekend for the Rangers in New York. They dropped 2 of 3 to the Yankees. They never should have done that. They probably should have won all 3 games. They only let 1 run on Saturday, and they lose 1-0. And then yesterday they get to Garrett Cole. 2 things happened in that game, Bobby, that really stuck with me in this one. First off, early in the game, Young was up, and he swung at a 3-0 pitch. I don't believe you should have any issue with him swinging 3-0 in that situation. There was 2 outs and nobody on. You are looking for an extra base hit there.
Sure.
3-0 is going to be usually now Cole's a really good pitcher, so nobody's ever just going to do a, right down the middle, easy pitch just to get it over. Especially nowadays where guys swing 3-0. But you're looking for an extra base hit there. You're looking for a home run. The chances of you, getting a walk and with 2 outs and a man on first, getting them over to score, that's not very good. Your chances are very, very low. Let him rake. Let him find a pitch. Now, he didn't swing at a very good pitch, so that's a problem. But the swinging 3-0 there, you're looking for a home run. You're looking for an extra base hit. And he's a power guy. Let him do it.
Yeah, especially the way that he's been hitting all year, and like you mentioned, the kind of power that he provides for them. So yeah, I have no problem with him taking that swing, especially in the setting that it was. And so if I'm totally fine with that being the green light, especially with how much trouble they had offensively the day before.
Second, in the 4th inning, Tavares gets up, hits a single, left field. Simeon's up. You've got Cole somewhat on the ropes. He did not pitch very well, and he gets picked off.
Yeah,
you can't with the top of the order up, 1 out. You got Cole kind of on the ropes on this one. He hasn't pitched well. He's missing his spots. You cannot get picked off there, man. You cannot get picked off with Simeon up.
Yeah, that wasn't great. In fact, I think it was both losses, right? It was you had Seager or you had the Tavares yesterday get the pick off and the caught stealing. Wasn't there another one? Didn't Seager have the same thing happen?
Was it the day
in
before?
One of the games? I'm gonna have to.
Maybe a day or two before. I can't remember. They're running together, but man, yesterday you couldn't have that happen. They lose. They lose 1-0 on Saturday and 5-3 yesterday.
They won the game on Friday, but Seager had the same thing happen on Friday. He was caught stealing and he got picked off separately. And so then the same thing happens to Tavares. Man, the Rangers just have not been able to take advantage of the base stealing explosion like everybody else.
Well, it is up. There's a big uptick around the sport. We haven't had anybody steal 80 bases since Ricky Henderson did 1988. 80 bases in a season. We might come close. I don't know that last year the league leader had 41.
You have a guy in Oakland who's already got 40, I think.
Well, yeah, last year the league leader was 41.
Yeah, so he might smoke it.
He could very well get to 80. That's the only thing they got going for him.
That's good though.
His biggest problem is nobody on Oakland gets on base. He don't get on base ever. But,
Acuna's up to 35. Wander Franco, if he doesn't get benched anymore, he's at 25. Maybe he could push it, but
we may have a dozen or so guys or more that break last year's high water mark.
Yeah,
around the sport, it's great. Athletes, man. That's why I love Ellie De La Cruz. I mean, he is as athletic as it gets. He had a big weekend. I mean, these guys having a big just first 20 games. Has a player had a debut like this since Mahomes in sports where they just burst on the scene? They are they are hitting the ground running
Steven Strasburg. I mean, I know pitcher, but he had a really nice debut.
Strasburg had a nice debut, but when I think of
like this,
when I think of just like taking over the sport and playing at a ridiculous level, the two guys that come to mind to me, especially in baseball, Jabba Chamberlain. You remember when Jabba came on and Jabba was striking out everybody, wasn't walking anyone. No. He was this dynamo. That's one that I think of. And then, do you remember? I'm curious. I need to go back and look and see just how wild it was. And again, this may be influenced a little bit by both these guys were New York, but Jeff Francoeur, or no, Francoeur was Atlanta by that point. But Francoeur, when he came up, do you remember he absolutely crushed the baseball when he first got up in 2005. Yeah. I think it was Sports Illustrated had the cover of him where they called him the Natural. And he was something that, like, what was it? His OPS through the first 2 months of the season, the 2 months that he was up, July and August, he had an over 1,000 OPS. He was hitting 342 for the first 2 months that he was up. I mean, he was hitting absolutely insane, and then he quickly came back down to earth.
Yeah, like Edwin Diaz took over the sport last year, but that was more because of his entrance music as much as anything.
Yeah.
But this year it's Ellie De La Cruz, man, and he is totally worth it. He is totally, I can't wait. We are going to be in LA for Cowboys training camp when the Reds are at the Dodgers.
And I'm going to go.
I would like to go.
So here's the problem that we're looking at here. There's Friday, they're there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday and Saturday, like that's the only weekend we're there. Like I don't want to miss Friday, Saturday night partying to go to a Dodgers game.
Yeah, I agree.
But then we have a Sunday afternoon. So that'd be enough time to go and drive back and still get home in a reasonable time.
Fair. It's not close. It's not close.
It's not. I know. I drove it last year.
Yeah, it's not close at all. I mean, I would love
a Sunday afternoon. A Sunday afternoon's the most workable.
Yeah, it is definitely the most workable. I saw this the other day. Now, this was on the Baseball Isn't Boring Odyssey original podcast hosted by Rob Bradford.
Shout out Odyssey.
Yeah, so they had Dr. Richard Lehman. He is one of the Tommy John surgery surgeons that are out there. Okay, there's several, Dr. Meiser here. Is Dr. James Andrews still practicing?
I'm sure
in
so.
Birmingham, but Dr. Lehman is another one. And he was talking about, and they had him on, and he was talking about Tommy John surgery. Specifically when it comes to also DeGrom too, having a second Tommy John surgery. The truth about the recovery process when it comes to TJ.
The first thing you have to say, about 25% of all Major League Baseball players, 30% are going to end up with a TJ, Tommy John reconstruction. That's a pretty high number. Number two, everybody thinks, hey, if I get Tommy John, I'm going to throw harder, which is a misconception. And number three, and probably to answer your question, the chances of pitching 3 years after your second TJ, after your second Tommy John, is not that great. So, yes, some guys come back and just sail, and then some guys you never hear of again. They just can't make it back, and that number is a higher percentage than you think. So a second Tommy John's not a good thing.
That doesn't make me feel good.
That scared the hell out of me. They literally said the chances of pitching 3 years after your second Tommy John is not great. Which, coincidentally, Jake will have 3 years left in his deal.
And I mean, remember
after he gets back from the second Tommy John.
The other thing is, like, his age already factored into this. What do you see? He's 35, 34, 35. I mean, you're talking about it when he gets back and he's pitching. He's going to be, I think he's 36 when he actually gets back to the majors. If he gets back on that aggressive timeline that he's set for himself, he'll be 36 when he gets back. He just turned 35 a week ago today.
Yeah,
happy birthday, Jacob.
Yeah, it's a little scary, man. Like, that cut was a little bit scary. But, in this other clip, he talks about Jake was basically like, a ticking time bomb because of how hard he throws.
Synthetic material to augment my Tommy Johns, because I know that these guys are going to try to throw 90, 100 miles an hour, and I want to make the ligament as strong as possible. And I think that has helped, A, the rehab, and B, to limit the number of failures of our reconstructions. We don't really see it as frequently. But still, if you're going to throw 90, I mean, DeGrom, and this guy was throwing, 97? Mm-hmm. I mean, the guy was unbelievable. He's untouchable. But again, if you drive your car 200,000 miles as fast as you can, something's going to happen, and that's what's happened. But I think specifically a second Tommy John surgery is not like the first. It's not getting it out of the way. It's now I'm on the ledge. I may be able to come back. I may not be able to come back. And I'm certainly not going to perform as well as I did before I had my second TJ.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's basically saying don't throw as hard as you did before.
Yeah. That's basically what it's going to come down to, which, I mean, that's a big part of what makes Jacob DeGrom Jacob DeGrom is the velocity on the fastball and the bite on the slider. And look, I mean, that's something that have we gotten clarity yet? Because I think that was something that was suggested to us. I think Bassick had said that it was more the velocity that probably wore out the Tommy John than the slider. That the slider wouldn't have put as much stress on his arm as we were thinking.
It's possible. I don't know that we'll ever know that for sure. But yeah, I mean, the guy threw 100 miles an hour, man. I don't think the arm is designed to do that.
No, but I mean, and look, again, if that's something where, look, he may need to come back and adjust and do what, a number of guys who, when they get later in their career, they've got to become a little bit more crafty. They've got to, pitch with a little bit more finesse. I mean, his game has always been that gas and just the aggressive, sharp break on the slider. And that's such a difficult combo for guys. Look, I think we all know, without this cut, the odds of Jacob DeGrom coming back and being Jacob DeGrom in 14 months, very small. And now he still may be a good pitcher, and he may even be near the top as one of the best pitchers. But him being the guy we saw earlier this year, or the guy we've seen for the last 7-8 years, whatever it is, when he's healthy, the odds of that being the case, I think, are very, very slim.
It's tough, man. It's going to stink because if he's not what they paid for, then you hate to see an ownership be like they get gun shy. And you don't want that.
Yep.
Did the Rangers ownership back in the 2000s get gun shy because they paid A-Rod, because they paid Chan-Ho Park?
Brandon Carr, you could argue, has made the Cowboys gun shy for years.
Yeah, it stinks. And because it robs us, the fans, of being able to watch this dude absolutely deal out there.
Yep.
Right? Like, he may never pitch the same way again. And, again, he might. He might come back and not skip a beat. Who knows?
We'll all choose to be positive like that. But, look, I think the reality is you need these pitchers to hit. You need Rocker to hit. You need Leiter to hit.
Well, I don't want to see pitchers hitting ever.
You know what I mean?
I don't want
unless
to see
it's
them
Shohei.
Unless it's Shohei. He can hit.
Brock Porter, you need these guys to hit.
Yeah, you really do. No doubt about it. We have a special guest next, Bob.
We do. Speaking of prospects that need to hit, the Mavericks need Derek Lively to hit. And we've got somebody coming in studio, Rafael Barlow, Director of Scouting at NBA Big Board, to talk about it. That's next.
All right, let's get you over to Zero Res. Let's get that carpet clean, the clean way, the green way, the Zero.
As unpredictable accidents happen, Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece coming up in about 20 minutes here on 105.3 The Fan. But Bobby, we have a special guest in studio.
We do. Rafael Barlow is the director of scouting at NBA Big Board. He is the host of Locked On NBA Big Board. He also previously worked in basketball operations for the Texas Legends while you were doing color commentary. And,
I was doing play-by-play.
Yeah, or play-by-play and doing your Adele calls.
Yes.
And embarrassing the entire Texas Legends organization in the
Rafael
process.
was there when I was unceremoniously fired by the Texas Legends.
Yeah, so we've got a couple Texas Legends alums here. You can follow Rafael on Twitter at Barlow500, and he's here to tell us why we should be excited about Derek Lively, Omax Prosper, and any other NBA draft questions we have here. Rafael, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. And I don't remember when you got fired.
It wasn't a big deal. They didn't hang my jersey.
No,
they didn't hang my microphone in the rafters.
We're still waiting on you and Mark Aguirre. Those are the guys we're waiting to get
I'm still
honored.
waiting the Mavs to give me my my NBA championship ring.
Yeah.
I was on the broadcast until about April.
I think you
of the year
deserve
they
it.
won the title.
You brought a lot to that team for sure.
I did, absolutely.
All right. So, Rafael, we've got a little bit of, I think the best way to describe the Mavs fan sentiment with the Derek Lively pick would be cautious. Like I don't even want to say cautiously optimistic. I think there's some people who go, man, there's questions about how raw he is, how much can he develop his offensive game. Then I think there are some people who are very optimistic about it, but also understand that he's still, coming into his own a little bit. How do you see Derek Lively? Because I know, you were one of the most frequent ones I saw getting retweeted on draft night from Mavs fans. Like, all right, well, here's some positivity right here. Rafael thinks that Derek Lively can be a strong addition here for what the Mavericks need.
Yeah, he has size. The Mavericks leading where their center last year, Dwight Powell, averaged like 4 rebounds per game. And I know Lively didn't tear it up on the glass, but I think he's a better rebounder. He provides size. I think the Mavs had one 7-footer on the team last year, and we all know that there was a big hole in the middle as far as rim protection, and that's what Lively provides.
Is his offensive game, though, so deficient that, will he struggle to get on the floor at certain points of the game?
I don't think so. I actually think that he probably has the easiest role out of all the guys in his class because he's playing with Luka. All he has to do is set screens, run the floor, jump to the moon, catch lobs, and just finish plays around the basket. They're not going to run post plays for him. They're not going to count on him to carry a heavy load, as long as he's protecting the rim and running the floor. One of the things I liked about him at Duke, even though the numbers weren't good on paper, he still defended at a high level without getting touches. The old saying is, if you feed your big the ball, he's going to give you effort. Well, he gave effort without getting touches, and I think once you get him some touches and some lobs, I think he's going to be even more impactful as a defender.
He was great in that Oral Roberts game.
Yeah,
he was a force in that Oral Roberts game.
I think it was the first North Carolina game this year. It was the first or the second. He had
8 blocks.
Yeah, 8 blocks in the game. It was 4 in the first 4 minutes. He definitely does bring rim protection for them, and he'll rebound for a team that doesn't rebound very well. He's somebody who can lob finish. It's funny when you hear he'll protect the rim. He's got length. He'll rebound. He can roll to the basket, finish lobs, things like that. It sounds a little bit like the type of player you might expect if Rudy Gobert was in this offense. But I know we've heard the Tyson Chandler comparison. Is Chandler more of his ceiling, or do you think the Mavericks would view him eventually as hey, let's try to create a role here where he looks a little bit more like what Gobert has been?
I think Chandler, that was my initial comparison when I watched him in high school. And I remember watching Chandler in high school. He was he showed much more on offense than he showed in the NBA, but he kind of settled into a role as a lob threat and a finisher. I think Lively can be that, but I also think that he has better upside as a shooter, even though, again, the numbers don't suggest it. But I was at the Combine, and I was just up late in the arena uploading videos and just happened to look out, and I saw the clutch group they were working out, and Lively was just draining corner 3 after corner 3 after corner 3. And I tweeted about it, and I got criticized. People saying I was a clutch puppet, and they thought I was planted there to.
Are you? I'm just kidding.
They thought I was planted there to say that.
Yeah, Rich Paul's sitting right in there in the prep room. Y'all just can't.
But
say
I mean, if he can drain threes, I mean, that's like, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, and then he had a pro day where I think he made 14 in a row. So it showed that I wasn't lying, that I actually saw it. And I think that there is upside as a shooter, which I saw the promise when he was in high school, but he just didn't shoot a lot at Duke.
So, like, you know, we see these photos like Wemby is like super thin. Is Lively like is there room on Lively to put weight on, or is he someone that gets pushed around first year maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be some struggles with physicality early. I think he's up to like 235 now, which is probably about 15 pounds more than
So am I.
weighed. But I mean, he's young. I do think that there are going to be some concerns early with the physicality. But I mean, you can say that for pretty much everybody except maybe like Jarris Walker.
Yeah.
Very few guys are NBA ready physically.
Now, when you talk about and we're talking here with Rafael Barlow from NBA Draft Big Board, when you talk about the Derek Lively developing a three-point shot, it feels very similar. Some of the discussion that's been out there feels very similar to the chatter that grew about Mo Bamba. You remember it was, look at Mo's developing this shot. Do you think in this case there's a difference, or why do you think it may be different?
Well, I get the similarities there. I think the biggest knock on Bamba that I heard even prior to the draft was that how much does he really love basketball? They said he has different interests outside of basketball, and he was just so naturally gifted and talented that it came easy to him.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think with Lively, if he really loves basketball and plays with the motor, then I think even if the shot doesn't develop, he can have an impact on, as far as protecting the rim and so on. But I get it. And I mean, I've even heard people say, well, Willie Cauley-Stein has videos of him knocking down threes too. So I think it's really it's all about if the coach trusts him and how much work he puts in. Which
on the positive end, I don't want to make it all negative comparison. On the positive end, like that was a thing that they talked about with Embiid. Like Embiid developing a three-point shot and eventually did, and
turned into MVP.
And it was something that that did come around. So it's something that can develop, and he's definitely a younger player. But
Embiid was a good scorer in college though too. I mean, he could put it in. Maybe not like he does now for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Omax.
Yeah.
I thought I loved the pick. I kind of was like, man, like I think 3 years from now we might look up and say, similar to Josh Howard, like how did he fall that far? What was your initial take on him?
Well, I thought he rose. Coming into the combine, he was probably projected as maybe mid-second round at best. And I was at the combine in Chicago, and he just had like a phenomenal combine, even though he just played one day. But that one day earned him a lot of money, just with the hustle, the effort. And he's a better shooter, I believe, than the numbers indicate. I know, former Mavs coach Rick Carlisle has this drill called Ring the Bell, where I think you have to make 80% of your threes out of 25 attempts. And from what I heard, he was the only prospect that got a chance to ring the bell in the Pacers workout. So he shot the ball well. And if you ever get a chance to talk to him, he is probably the most impressive interview that you ever have. And I've heard from multiple teams that he just blew teams away in the interview process. And I had a chance to have him on my podcast, and I felt the same way. I knew that he was rising because not only does he have the talent and the tools that teams are looking for, but he just is a great guy.
Talking here with Rafael Barlow, Director of Scouting at NBA Big Board. You can follow him on Twitter at Barlow500. Rafael, on Omax Prosper, it was clear they were searching for a couple different things here. The Mavericks, they were looking for a big, obviously somebody who can contest shots. They were also looking for an athletic wing who could play some defense. They checked those boxes there. You mentioning that Prosper was somebody who really rose during the draft process. I think Lively, it felt like, kind of made a little bit of an ascent as well. Is there any concern, do you think, or any pause to the Mavericks banking or putting their eggs in two baskets that were guys who ascended during a combine process? That's something that in NFL circles, for instance, I know always gives teams a little pause. Like, oh, why is he checking off all these boxes? Why is he getting people excited now? What wasn't there previously? Do you think there's any concern about that, about gambling on two guys who rose during the process?
Yeah, I get the concern, but I also think you have to put into context. Lively just didn't get touches at Duke, and they ran a lot of the offense through Kyle Filipowski. And then he also missed the start of the training camp, and he wasn't healthy early in the season because of a calf injury. So the numbers aren't going to stand out. But if you look at what he did in the second half of the season, even the North Carolina game and even the Oral Roberts game that was mentioned, I think that is more accurate of who Lively is. And then at Marquette with Omax, they had two really good passers. And so he didn't get a chance to really do much with the ball. He scored mostly as a cutter and an energy guy, but I think he was able to show teams that he can handle, he can make plays in, some of the workouts and even at the combine, and then the shooting has progressed. So I get why there could be some hesitancy, but I think if you put it into context, you'll see that these guys weren't in the systems that showcase their full capabilities.
Who was your favorite pick of the draft, and who was not necessarily the best pick, but just one that you're like, man, I love that selection. And on the flip side, who was the worst?
Well, it sounds crazy to say, but it was Lively because I had mocked him to the Mavs as soon as the lottery results came out, and I caught a lot of flack for it. And then later on, I think people started to say, okay, you know what, maybe this is a possibility. I'm a big Brandon Miller fan. I think that the consensus is underrating him, even though he was the number 2 pick. We're talking about a guy that's 6'9", that averaged 19 points, 8 rebounds per game, and shot 38% from 3 on 7 attempts per game. Scoot was kind of like the fan favorite of the consensus, but I jokingly say, did you guys watch any Scoot games after the Wembanyama showcase? No. So it's he's been able to ride that wave. And Scoot is really good, but my concern is he took his foot off the gas in the second half of the season. Really took his foot off the gas. And a college player would not have been able to have that same benefit of taking your foot off the gas and shutting it down to protect your draft stock. Think if Brandon Miller, any college player, did that, being on ESPN all the time, they get totally criticized. Scoot was able to avoid that criticism. And then the pick that concerns me the most is Asor Thompson going to the Pistons. He's super athletic. He can pass, but he can't shoot. Shot below 30% on just jump shots overall. Detroit has Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey. And so, and I get it, Troy Weaver loves athleticism, but we've seen in the playoffs, and not saying Detroit's a playoff team, but we've seen how a guy that can't shoot can clog up an offense. And so I think for them, I get the risk, the athleticism, but the floor spacing is a little bit of a concern for me right now.
One guy, a local kid, ended up here as an undrafted free agent, Mike Miles, who had played at TCU. Just your quick thumbnail evaluation of him, and is he somebody who has a chance to stick here, do you think?
Yeah, Mike is really good. The Big 12 is the toughest conference, and he was preseason player of the year. So I think that, it's kind of tough for smaller guards, and that's kind of the knock on him. He's a smaller guard, and Mike's a gamer. Mike's a guy that you put some butts in the seats and 9 other guys on the court, he's going to stand out. May not be the best individual workout guy, so I think that's probably why he slid a little bit, but Mike is really young. There are freshmen in this class that were only a few months older than him, and Mike has 3 years of experience, so I like that pickup.
All right, and last one here, is the Wembanyama hype legit?
It is legit, but I feel like the hype was, they made the hype so big because they missed out on the Luka hype. Luka won EuroLeague MVP, ACB, which is the toughest domestic league in Europe. He won all of those championships and MVPs at 18 and didn't get the same love as Wembanyama. So I feel like they've intensified the Wembanyama hype because they missed out on the Luka hype in 2018.
Well, Rafael Barlow, he does a great job as director of scouting at NBA Big Board. You can catch his podcast Locked on NBA Big Board, and you can follow him on Twitter at Barlow with an E at the end of that, Barlow500. Rafael, thanks so much for joining us today, man.
Yeah, anytime. Love to do it again.
All right, good stuff, man. Crosstalk. I am looking forward to this one because, let's just say I want to see what Bassick thought about this weekend series. That was a bad series. Bad series loss in New York for the Rangers. Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece coming up next here on The Fan. But first,
pitch, and that ball was hit hard into left field. Duran going back to his left, can't get it. It's by him, and it goes all the way to the wall. Volpe is in to score. Cabrera coming around third. He scores easily. It's a 2-run double for Harrison Bader to give the Yankees their first lead today at 4-3.
It is Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Terrible weekend over for the Rangers in New York. No reason they should have lost that series. They do. Hicksy with the call in the game here right here. They are home to Detroit for the next 4 games. Got to take 3 or 4, Bobby.
Yeah, got to. And if you need bullpen help.
Or else it's over.
It's
over.
That feels.
And if your bullpen is completely depleted, maybe throw Brock Burke out there, who's had a whole week's worth of rest.
We'll ask Tuesday. We're going to ask tomorrow why. And the thing about Brock Burke getting right now a week off is it seems like he's only a once-a-week pitcher. This isn't like, just this time.
College?
If you just look at this season.
He went like June 4th to June 16th or something without pitching.
Right, so either he's hurt and they're managing an injury, which seems weird because
why wouldn't you just try to flip?
Why wouldn't you put him on the injured?
Yeah,
put him on the injured list for 15 days. If you're only going to pitch him once every 7 days, you're only missing 2 appearances out of the 2 weeks he'd be on the injured list. Or, and I don't think this, or your manager doesn't trust to pitch him, but his numbers aren't bad. When he goes into the game, he's not your worst pitcher. He's not your best pitcher in the pen, but he's not your worst. So I am confused on the Brock Burke usage rate.
Yeah, I mean, look, first of all, like, did you have a problem with when they took Eovaldi out yesterday?
That's another one that concerns me.
My mom asked that same question.
Well, I think he
was only at 86. There was 2 outs, runner on third.
Yeah,
stands up. I mean, just to make it. I don't know. I was surprised they took him out.
The thing is Spores is so good. He gets you out of that, and he gives you another clean inning. He gives you a 0. I want to say a 0 on the board, where you've now gotten to the point where there's only 6 outs to go, and Will Smith is ready to go. So you have 3 outs. Can I get 3 outs without giving up a run? And that's the major issue to me. That there's other issues with the Rangers, but the great thing is they're still 5.5 up. But one of the issues is you can get 6 outs out of your pen.
Yeah.
You got Spores and you have Will Smith that I trust. That's the only. As Grant Anderson, I like Grant Anderson. That's too much to put on the kid's plate right now. He wasn't even in big league camp. He got called up because of lack of production. He was producing. It's great. He's proving to be a major league relief pitcher. But you need 4 guys that you trust if you want to be a true, not playoff contender because you can make the playoffs. If you want to win in the playoffs, as it gets a lot more difficult for your starting pitcher to get 21 outs or 24 outs in a game, you have to have 4 guys that you believe can get you 12 outs a game.
Ugh,
that's just the way most playoff games are. Is guys go 5 to 6 innings.
Is it too much to ask to get 5 guys?
Yes.
Oh, dang it. Oh, we were so close.
I mean, you'd have the best bullpen, and that would be having the best bullpen in baseball. The best. And when you look at teams, and I can only go back in time. I'm sorry, I don't know right now, but the 2001 Seattle Mariners, they had 7 great relief pitchers.
Wow.
So
one of
the reasons that they were able to win 116 games or whatever is because every time they gave the ball to a relief pitcher, they were giving it to a setup guy until they got to Suzuki. Do you remember the Japanese closer that they had? They had a closer, and then they had 7 setup guys. Now, you don't need that. But if you're going to win like 110 or more games, you feel like, gosh, our bullpen has 7 setup guys and 1 closer.
More surprising thing from the weekend that the Angels won 25-1, or that they outscored the Colorado Rockies 32-12 and still lost the series.
Ooh.
That is the most Angels stat I've ever seen.
And weren't they up to 24-25 by like the 4th inning? Or the 5th inning?
23-0.
Yeah, it was ridiculous how quickly it was that lopsided.
Jesse Hawley called me up and left me a message, and I have not returned his call yet, but he had, I think, a really good question for a lot of people that always wonder this with Trout and Shohei. How come they're not the best team when you have stuff like that, especially in basketball? If you have the best two players in basketball, you're a dynasty.
If you're the best quarterback in football, you're
right. Yeah. And I would try to compare it this way to football. And I don't know if this is the best comparison, but this would be the best comparison. If I have Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase on the same team, I have probably the two best wide receivers in the league, arguably the two best wide receivers. But if my offensive line is horrible and I have named the bad quarterback in the NFL.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. Stop it. That was such low-hanging fruit.
Whoever you consider.
Don't ask Bobby.
Whoever you consider.
Taylor Heineke.
You have Taylor Heineke as your quarterback and a bad offensive line. It doesn't matter I have the two best wide receivers. Yeah. They can get open. Either one, my quarterback's getting sacked because he doesn't have enough time to get the ball to him, or when they do get open, he's inconsistent in getting him the ball. Those two guys only bat 8 times a game. That means there's approximately 30 more at bats other guys have to take. They can't affect those 30 other bats, but that's the tough thing about looking at baseball is it's such an individual sport. One guy or even two guys. Yeah. When I was playing, CeCe and Cliff Lee were in the same rotation and they had to trade them both because they're like, it doesn't matter. We have CeCe and Cliff Lee and they're both Cy Young winners right now. At the same time, they're both winning Cy Youngs. Like, we have to trade them because we don't have a lineup. We don't have a bullpen. Our other 3 starters aren't that great. So let's trade these 2 guys and try to redo this team.
That's wild because wasn't CeCe, that was like 08. Then they make the playoffs like 07.
Yeah.
And they still had to do that. Yeah. But they also didn't want to pay him, I'm sure, either.
Bob Nightingale said at the end of last week that I guess a lot of White Sox players are starting to intimate like, hey, if y'all are selling, put me in the packages.
Oh, great.
And that guys on the White Sox are starting. They haven't asked specifically to get out, but if there's going to be deals, let me out. What package do you think it would take from Rangers minor leaguers to get Cease and Kelly? Would that have to be lighter white Acuna or even more?
And more. But a little bit more. Not crazy. I think you try to leave Evan Carter out of the deal because you believe that's your starting, I think, next year left fielder. I think Leote's doing enough now that you start going,
he's been fantastic.
Defensively, he's really good in center field. You can move. Evan Carter's very good defensively. You can have kind of a center fielder over in left field. So you try to leave him out of the deal because you're not getting, I like that package, but I don't think you're getting over the top. We know, like, I'll include Evan Carter if I'm getting Shohei Ohtani and Shohei Ohtani is willing to sign a major extension with me. I'll include Evan Carter in that deal.
I'll trade my top 4 prospects.
Right. But I think that you look at 4 of your top 10 prospects and then maybe 2 of your kind of 15 through 25 range, and you give them 6 guys. You give them quantity.
Wow. Yeah.
And you say, all right. And you probably want in that one, you'd probably rather have Kendall Graveman than Joe Kelly. As much as Joe Kelly's really good too, I'd say I want Kendall Graveman because I think he can close for me. You can have a Will Smith, Kendall Graveman combo closing role where however the 8th inning sets up, you have all righties coming up in the 8th inning. All right, Graveman has the right that inning. And then if it's a lefty situation, you're like, Will Smith has the 8th. Those are my 2 guys controlling the 8th and 9th, and now Spores moves back to kind of 7th, 8th inning role.
All right, and you're picky though on who you trade lighter for.
Yes, I'm not trading him for. We brought this up in the break. I'm not trading him for Aroldis Chapman.
Right. I don't want to trade him for a reliever.
But I do think, my opinion is, I do think you have to strongly consider trading Jack Leiter now. And what I mean by this is, I'll give an example. I was playing with Gavin Floyd, who most people don't probably know, but he was the 4th overall pick in a draft. He was right ahead of Mark Teixeira or right behind Mark Teixeira, same draft. And that was the Phillies' superstar starting pitcher coming up. I was with him in AAA, and he started struggling. It wasn't connecting. There were good games. There were bad games. It was not like, we know Gavin Floyd is going to be a dominant, good pitcher in the major leagues, but he's trending towards, I think he can pitch in the major leagues. And so when they got to status of we're going to win it all, right? The Phillies were in the World Series, and I can't remember what they got for Gavin Floyd. But they made the decision, can Gavin Floyd help us win the World Series in these next few years with Jimmy Rollins and Chase Utley and Ryan Howard? And the answer was, we're not sure. So why don't we move him for a good pieces or whatever, that can really help us win now, because we've established we're a win now organization, and we're not sure if Gavin Floyd can help us. And I think that's where you're at with Jack Leiter. Is it doesn't mean he's not going to be a major leaguer, but I think you start leaning towards, if we can get a Dylan Cease, if we can get a piece that we know that can help for the next 2 to 3 years, I think you have to strongly consider moving Jack Leiter.
He got traded along with Gio Gonzalez, remember him, to the White Sox for Freddie Garcia in 2006.
Okay.
That was the deal. What do we have coming up with the show?
Guys, right out of the gate, last week I wanted to trade all of our bullpen pitchers because we were so good at bullpen. I wanted more stuff, but now I've changed my mind, so we'll talk about the bullpen regression just a little bit. And at noon today, assuming Kyrie returns to the Mavs, how will the second act of this partnership go?
Very good. All right. Have a good show, boys.
Is that your prediction that it will go very good, or you like that segment idea?
I do like the segment idea, and I want Kyrie.
Okay.
I think Kyrie's fine.
Well, you should listen to Tim Legler's take at noon.
Yeah. Gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with Kyrie at all.
All right.
I mean, he played well. Him and Luke on the floor, Bobby has some numbers that say they were pretty decent together. It was everybody else.
Yeah, offensively, they were pretty efficient.
Yeah, offensively. Defensively, whatever. All right, KMC Mashpee's next.
The more you listen, the harder we. Bullpen Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I want it noted on the run sheet that I do want to talk about the Rangers and the battle of the Cy Young candidates yesterday and the bullpen. However, new information has come to light in the last 5 minutes.
This is huge.
Not the least of which is RJ's child, as of 2 minutes ago, is in direct competition with Mike Bassick's child on the baseball field.
Do we have video? Are we going to be able to stream this? Is it a
I
live
don't
stream?
know, but
Carter?
their game's supposed to start at 10. My dad's there right now. This is my life right now. This is why working. I don't know how two parents do it at the same time. But
mark
that. Is my son's playing right now at 10 a.m. in Frisco. We found out that Choppy's the opponent. Now, our team hasn't won a game in the month of June, so I'm not expecting our team to win. So, and probably we are a way lower seed as we went 0-3 in the seeding bracket. So that means that probably Choppy's team went 3-0. So I'm expecting Luka's team to win over Cal's team. That's my son. But they play at 10 a.m. Winner plays at 4 p.m. Loser plays at 8 p.m. Right now, my other son is taking driver's ed. Then after driver's ed, he's taking a Spanish test to see if he can kind of get his Spanish credits taken care of. So that's up to Bishop Dunn. So Bishop Dunn's like, yeah, your junior high Spanish will count for your high school. So we're going to see if they really taught him real Spanish or not, that he could pass those classes. But then after that, then I got to go back to the DPS place.
Hold on. I wanted to stay focused on your kids playing. If your kid wins.
This is my life, though.
Are you going to say in your face, that's the first game we've won all month?
Oh, yeah. It would be a major upset. This would be like the United States beating Russia in hockey.
Okay.
Who do you think is
in 1980
taking this more like their kids' baseball more serious? You or Chop? Because doesn't Chop come in with like questions for Mike? He's like,
I think we both take it very seriously. He goes to my dad for lessons. Luka is his son's name, and I mean, we take it pretty seriously. At this point, I've said this before, this is the crazy part about baseball, which makes it really tough. Starting now, they're going into 8th grade. For them to finish up, to play 8th grade through 12th grade, it'll cost approximately $30,000 for them to play baseball. Oh, man. That's how much it costs to play baseball if you're playing select baseball and you're traveling, and the equipment and everything that it costs and possible lessons. It's about a $30,000 commitment. So you do have to be pretty serious about baseball if you want to do it through high school.
Man, are we getting pitching matchup? Is it pitching, hitting?
That would be awesome.
Okay.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Just team versus team, because that would be awesome. Pitching matchup would be awesome today.
So I do know that Cal's going to pitch today.
Okay.
I just don't know if it's part of the 10 a.m. game or part of, I'm assuming, the 8 p.m. game. I'm sure Choppy's assuming that they'll be playing at 4 p.m. So
that means Choppy assumes he's going to win.
Double
and Mike
elimination.
He's going to lose.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of losing, let's go to cut number 3
throughout the show.
I am invested on that.
I'll text my dad. Might have to call him. He's 70 years old.
We might need to get him on the call on the phone and actually have him like corresponding in.
Oh, I like this idea.
Former Texas Ranger Mike Bassick
Senior. Just to know, my dad is brutal. He tells the truth. Parents
we
hate
got him
it.
on the show.
Yeah.
Even parents that are former major league players that are maybe even like really famous Rangers get upset with my dad because he's way too honest about the evaluation of kids.
I think I was talking with your mom one day about the lineage of Bassick men and honesty, and it sounds like it's trickled down throughout the generation.
People love butt kissers.
They do. All right, let's go to cut number 3. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And the pitch, and that ball is hit hard into left field. Durant going back to his left, can't get it. It's by him, and it goes all the way to the wall. Volpe is in to score. Cabrera coming around third. He scores easily. It's a 2-run double for Harrison Bader to give the Yankees their first lead today at 4-3.
I thought yesterday was disappointing across the board, not just in terms of the result, but this was 2 of your top 5 Cy Young candidates going head-to-head with the winner of the series at stake. Might not be the highest stakes in the world. And both were, I mean, Eovaldi was better, but it didn't turn into this, it's 1-0 in the 7th or 8th, or they were both out before that. And then obviously the Rangers had the lead. They lost it via the bullpen. It just felt like a disappointing day across the board.
Yeah, and when you score early on Garrett Cole and you knock him out in the 5th inning, you feel really good about that situation. But the Rangers left too many guys on base. I want to say they were 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position, but this is off the top of my head going off of after the game was over.
They left 10 on. I know
left 10 on, and I think
they were 3 for 10.
3 for 10. Okay, they might have been 1 for 9 the night before.
Or down the stretch, they might have been poor because obviously they scored those runs all in the first 4 or 5.
That being said, that's going to happen. The easiest thing to talk about when you're a former player is here's what we talk about. And there's a lot of stats that go into a whole bunch of crap. How good are you with 2 outs? How good are you at pitching with 2 outs? Because people are going to get on base. There's going to be people on base. Not every inning, but how good are you with a runner on second and 2 outs, a runner on first and third and 2 outs? Can you get that third out without them scoring? That's what makes you a great pitcher. 2
Is it
outs.
the same on the flip side with hitters?
Side,
okay.
2 outs, first and second. 2 outs, first and third. 2 outs, runner on 2 out hitting. 2 out pitching and 2 out hitting are championship teams. The teams that do that the best win the championships. It's really tough to ask a team. I know the Angels, I guess, did it the other day. Hey, just keep scoring without them getting you out. People are going to get out. Probably in an inning, you have 4 batters come up. Well, maybe 2 of them get on, but they probably didn't hit double home run or single home run. You're going to have to figure out, one of them walked, one of them got a base hit. Can we knock these guys in with 2 outs? And the Rangers right now are struggling a little bit with that situation. And late in games, there are guys that are struggling to get the 3 outs that you need. Like we talked about the Jonah Heim blocking the plate. Yes, that was a horrible BS call. But what happened in that inning? Grant Anderson came in with a 2-run lead with 6 outs to go to win. And the Rangers couldn't get 3 outs to give the ball to Will Smith. So that's the tough thing right now is the Rangers at times and still have a great lead in their division and are dealing with it and still winning the division by 5.5 games. But they are struggling right now, certain pitchers with 2 outs to get out of situations and for hitters to really be clutch in those 2-out situations.
Is third down the NFL version of that, Kevin?
Can
you get out of the game on third down and can you get to the next down?
I think that is a very astute observation right there. The thing that is, I guess, based on what y'all are saying, the thing that's encouraging and I guess like a little bit disappointing all in one is you pointed out, they still have a 5.5 game lead. Before Saturday's game, they had reached a season-high 6.5 game lead. So on the one hand, it's super impressive that while you have not been in the midst of your best stretch of baseball, you've actually been able to not only keep but expand your lead. And on the other hand, it's disappointing because if this team had been playing like it had been, maybe it's 7.5, 8.5, like not to get too greedy.
You'd
but
be
maybe,
Tampa.
Yeah, yes.
And they're not. After that Tampa series, Tampa did.
They're down to 4.5 right now.
Yeah, surprisingly, they did lose a series to Oakland, which seems impossible.
The Rangers are 28.5 over Oakland right now, so I think we're still doing okay.
Is that Tampa keeps winning at the consistent level, right? The Rangers, once they got to 40 and 60, because 40 and 20 through 60 games, you're like, oh my gosh, they're 20 games over after 60 games. Well, now you look and they're just struggling and they're playing right around that 500 mark. Now, if they do that the rest of the year, they're still going to make the playoffs.
Sure.
But would you feel great about them going into the playoffs if, let's just say, they end up being 90 and 72 or 91 and 71 and they were 20 games over, 60 games in, and they end the season
Probably
20 games
not,
over?
right?
You'd be like, gosh, after that great start, you just played 500 your last 100 games. So that's the one thing is great start. But I think for us to feel great at the finish, and the finish is a long way away, that you really want to be 30 games over 500 so you can look at, hey, you played well throughout the whole season. You didn't play just 500 ball after the first 60 games of the year.
And we talked about that 96 and 66, which would be tied for the best record in club history, still feels very achievable.
Yes.
It's what I walk away with from some of these games is I get more frustrated than I might in a normal loss because you look at these games and be like, you could have won. Like the 1-0 game, you can take that for whatever you want. But like yesterday, you could have won that game. You go to the end of the Braves series, you could have won that game. And that's what I've been keying on.
White Sox game.
Yes, you could have won those games, and that's, I think, what's frustrating is this team is really, really good. They still have the second biggest lead in their division in all of baseball, but it's easy to watch some of these games and be like, we could be like 50 and 27. Right?
And Corey, I do think that Chris Young's going to improve this team. I can't imagine we get to July 31st and this is the Texas Rangers team. I think they'll have at least one new reliever, if not two, from other teams that you traded for, not that somebody got released and you picked up. And then I think I'll give it a 40% possibility that you actually have another starter in your rotation.
I agree with those things and the improvement future, and I'm trying to figure out it's a weird place. Bochy's right now moment, and that's how he treats it. He is very like, how do we solve today? Hitters. That's the hitting coach. That's one of his mantras is how do we attack today? And Mike, one of the things we're not having is we have to have a team meeting. Have you heard anybody even mention anything close to that yet?
No, I don't think there's been a moment yet that you needed one.
We talk about maybe a manager has one moment like that through a season, and I don't think Bochy may not need it until like playoff time.
Early in the year, do you remember they had really, a 3-game stretch of pretty crappy defense, even though they weren't playing bad, and I think he kind of addressed that immediately, and I don't know if it was a big team meeting. But
no, we asked him, and he said he said something. He was like, yeah, I said something to the guys, but I just wanted them to know it's not going to always be like this. Yeah. And that things, we keep putting our work in, things will get better. And so, like, that's where I started thinking, Kevin, with you want to beat the Yankees. You want to win a series in New York. You want to do that. But there's nothing that yet, and I don't know where the Rangers might have this moment where he has to snap. And, and he's like, what is happening with this team? Because they're doing just good enough. But I guess the question is when August comes around, when they get through these things. Because we did ask him, I said, when you start saying there's not a lot of baseball left, and you said September, and Bochy said late August, and that's kind of that time where I guess I'm waiting to get to. But man, a lot of teams, aside from the Braves, are like they're playing 500 ball right now. A lot of teams are playing like this.
Something just to keep an eye on, and I'm not trying to make anybody nervous. It was discussed, and so I was watching it yesterday. There was a discussion where Nathan Eovaldi, his last start, so Tuesday, his average with the fastball was 93.8, which was down almost 2 miles an hour from April and May, right? So he said it was a mechanical thing, and they changed it back, and it was good to go. Yesterday, it was 94.4, which is what it was in the second half of last season when it dropped. And so just keep an eye out on that because it's a 1.3 mile per hour drop on his average fastball, which you might be like, 94, 95, like that's pretty fast. But I'm sure you can look at it as a pitcher and be like, 1.3 drop over what it was the first two seasons, or the first 2 months. I'm curious at all if maybe this is a dead arm period in baseball where you start going through fatigue, whether there's minor injuries, and I don't think there is with Eovaldi, or you're just going through a little bit of fatigue. Where if I'm looking at the American League, he leads the American League with 105 and a third innings. And him and Garrett Cole, who has 103 and 2/3, those are the only two guys at 100 innings in the American League. So they have pitched the most innings, and it looks like by quite a bit of a margin, as there's a few guys that are in the mid-90s. Is it All-Star break that gets you over the hump of fatigue, or just naturally you get over it?
It can be. Now, the one thing is Eovaldi and Garrett Cole will probably throw an inning in the All-Star game. But, you go through this. I don't know how to explain it, except you'll go through like, I just don't feel like it's coming out of my hand fast enough or at the same speed and then the same movement. And then just randomly a day later or a week later, it feels right again.
Yeah. this popped up a few minutes ago, Kevin. I wanted to add this real quick. The John Morosi tweeted the Pirates are likely to be deadline sellers. Andrew McCutchen enjoying one of his best offseason or offensive years since 2015. Never played in a World Series. And then he followed that with the Rangers are one team to watch with McCutchen, obviously the World Series, and then Bruce Bochy, him in San Francisco. And then he confirmed the Rangers have broached the possibility of acquiring Andrew McCutchen, but the Pirates are not prepared to move yet. The deal will have particular interest to Texas if at least one pitcher is part of the deal as well.
They have a good closer.
So that would be a very interesting kind of.
So you're looking for a combo package.
We'll keep it not. And Kevin, that can be something. I know you're talking about over the hump with Evaldi. But that could be something that kind of gets you over another hump mid-season where you add a little juice to the team.
Y'all brought up runners in scoring position. So if you take in any number of these games, somebody who would have got a clutch hit from a team that's been phenomenal at clutch hitting all season, you add another win or two. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are you still stoked on the Mavs draft night? Plus, we can begin our countdown to free agency. All of it next right here on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You've had a few days to digest. Are you still stoked on the Mavs draft night? We can start looking ahead to free agency, which opens at 6 p.m., I believe, on Friday. I was looking across a couple spots, and we talked about Bleacher Report on Friday. The Ringer also listed the Mavericks as one of the winners of the draft. So I'm curious if people have gone out and watched some of these players, if they've looked more at the specific deals, because the NBA doesn't make it easy on you when they're like, well, you didn't get Derek Lively, but you took this guy and then you traded the rights to that. And you're like, hold on, what? Are you guys still stoked about the Mavs draft? I am, but partially because I'm a little bit higher on Derek Lively than you are, Mike. But where are you guys at with this?
I can't get away on Twitter. I can't get away from any Wembanyama stuff. It's it's getting shoved down my throat at this point.
Do you want a couple of fun notes? And this is why Wemby could instantly become one of your favorite players, Mike.
He's on the Spurs.
Well, guess what? He still might, because of how much the NBA has burned you out. Guess what Wemby said his goal is for the first season? To play all 82 games.
All right. With the Spurs, who were the ones that screwed over the NBA by starting this. Right?
So you think there's no chance?
This is ground zero of load management.
Yeah.
I'm excited about it, but my interest has definitely turned forward.
Okay.
Okay, now that you made the move, what are you going to do next with it? So as, the player, as I kind of watched what they were doing over the weekend, I watched the players a little more. I was like, okay, I can see some of this fit, but I do see some things that might change with the way that the Mavericks play their game next year. It may not change as much as you'd like, but I will say, hearing Nico tell us on Friday when he was on with us, hey, Lively's going to be on the court pretty immediately, because of his athleticism. That got me excited for the future prospect of watching him with the Mavericks. I am interested now, though, in the Summer League. I want to see some more Summer League stuff to see how they start working this thing.
I'll tell you that I'm getting more optimistic, and it's just kind of being a fan of a team, right? Now, it doesn't mean that I think Derek Lively is going to immediately come in and be great. I'll tell you a guy who I wasn't crazy about in the 2022 draft, but I thought he was drafted appropriately where his pick was. Walker Kessler of the Utah Jazz. Last year, Walker Kessler, now, I mean, this would be unbelievable. Just think if Derek Lively was able to accomplish this. Played in 74 games, started 40, right? So he didn't start immediately this season. He averaged 9 points, 8.5 rebounds, and 2.3 block shots a game in 23 minutes.
Okay.
72% from the field, because Walker Kessler's only a dunker.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, he came into the league like, I can do one thing. I can pretty much rebound it, block it, offensively, defensively, and I can dunk a basketball. And he got enough around the basket looks because of his height, because of his leaping ability at 7'1", 245. Very similar. I believe that he's 15 pounds heavier than Derek Lively. Off the top of my head, I want to say he's 230, Derek Lively. But if Derek Lively can put on 5 to 10 pounds here between June and October, which I think that's doable at his age and his body structure in the weight room and working with a professional team, then maybe he could have a Walker Kessler impact on the Dallas Mavericks. And that would be awesome if you got the next Walker Kessler, especially at his age, rookie year, because I think the Utah Jazz are probably like, yeah, we probably think this kid's going to improve in Walker Kessler, even though he had a good rookie year. And I think that if Derek Lively can come in and be Walker Kessler-like, that would be huge for the Dallas Mavericks.
So you'd asked a question on Twitter. I can't remember, it might have been Friday morning, maybe Thursday night. So I decided to do my best version of research to try to see, hey, I'm curious about this as well. This essentially the question is, I'm paraphrase, is how many players average 5 rebounds in college and went on. Okay. So I did some
as a
searching.
question. I was not trying to be. Some people took it as derogatory. I'm like, no. I think it's good to be like, hey, do guys really improve their rebound?
So I decided to kind of track this down, and here are the 3 best examples I came up with. But even then, I had to cheat the numbers just a little bit. If it helps you feel any better, people will focus on the improvement of Derek Lively because remember, before the season even started, he was dealing with an injury. Is final 16 games for Derek Lively at Duke. 6.6 points per game, 7.4 rebounds per game, and 3.1 blocks per game. If you're looking for that semblance of improvement. But the 3 people I found were DeAndre Jordan, Steven Adams, and Domantas Sabonis. All right, awesome. So these are all excellent rebounders. DeAndre Jordan, 6 rebounds per game at Texas A&M. Steven Adams, 6.3 rebounds per game. And for Domantas Sabonis, 7.1 rebounds per game his freshman year. Now, clearly, with Sabonis, he stayed another year and was awesome his second year, I believe, at Gonzaga on the boards. But I wanted to use those 3 because those are all 3 that have become really good rebounders in the NBA. And your first year in college, you're looking at 6 for Jordan, 6.3 for Adams, and 7.1 for Sabonis. So you can see where you can be in that vicinity and still go on and become a good rebound.
Walker Kessler's first year in college basketball was at North Carolina. He averaged 3.2 rebounds in 8 minutes. So he wasn't really playing much at North Carolina. So he transfers to Auburn and got 8.1 rebounds his second year. So who's to say if Derek Lively would have stayed at Duke another year, would he have gone from 5 rebounds to 8 rebounds? You would really hope so if you were a Duke fan.
I think that
and he was coming back. So I just know that I saw Chuck Cooperstein put this out too, is that most scouts will tell you in the NBA, very little correlates from watching a kid play college to the NBA that you know. You can hope and you're projecting, but they say the one thing that you really get a good idea on what transfers is rebounding. If you are somewhat of a good rebounder, it seems to translate into being a good rebounder at the pro level. If you are a below average rebounder, it seems to correlate into the NBA that you become a below average rebounder for whatever position, usually a bigger guy.
Yeah.
And now he was a freshman. That's the tough thing is sometimes you get a guy that you're like, it's going to correlate, like a small guy like Paul Millsap or a smaller guy like Charles Barkley a long time ago. Hey, I get it, he's 6'4", Charles Barkley, but he's ripping down 12 rebounds a game at Auburn, and then he starts ripping down 12-plus rebounds a game in the NBA. Same thing with Paul Millsap. Smaller guy, ripped down rebounds at Louisiana Tech, ripped down rebounds in the NBA, even though he wasn't a big guy. Just it kind of somewhat correlates. So, look, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful on this. I am excited about their draft. I just think that these 2 rookies are going to play roles on the Dallas Mavericks. But I think, and you guys can say, oh, no, I think it'll be a bigger role. I want them to play kind of 8th, 9th man roles on this team. If we start saying, hey, I think Derek Lively's going to be our 5th best player, and you rely on him being your 5th best player, or Omax being your 7th best player, and you rely on that, I think you could be in big trouble and go, gosh, we shouldn't have relied so much on rookies.
And that's where it fits into what Corey was saying in terms of looking ahead is, I hate to be the guy who's like, let's wait and see. But it does, at least on Lively, more than Omax, I think, depend on what your next steps are. If there are still doings transpiring and in the works to try and get, Ayton, or if the Capella ship has sailed, or whatever the case might be, that will impact my thoughts about how much Lively plays. Like, ideally, I'm thinking, put him in 15 minutes a game and let's see how that goes. Mm-hmm. But that will partially depend on the next steps that you brought up.
Yeah, it's kind of going back to Chris Young getting Jacob deGrom, and we're like, well, that's cool. So, but is that enough? Right. We were doing that part of it. You got to add more to this thing, and what's that ultimately going to look like? Because Lively is not ready for it yet. But this is interesting because Nico's team building opportunity here. This is his chance to make this team, to build this thing, and have something that he can work with for a while, grow and develop Lively into something that gets to compete against Wemby later down the road. That's something we might be able to look forward to in the future. I am also interested, obviously, in, not for right now, but the development of strength for Lively over this first season. How much do you see that? And Mike, when you watch him when his rebounding, I was curious about this. Is it positioning that gives him the best opportunity to be a really good rebounder?
He's getting him off of height.
Yeah.
Okay.
And wings and his wingspan.
Okay. Right.
Right.
He's not.
So he needs to work that strength and learn how to be a.
If
great
he was
guy.
a rip down board guy, if he was like, when that ball's on the rim, I'm just going to rip it away from everybody, he probably would have got 10 to 11 rebounds
Totally
a game.
fair.
And he can get better at it. I mean, Walker Kessler, example of a rookie last year who had an impact. But I do think this, when you watched him against Purdue, they had a bigger, stronger guy, and he did not like that at all. So was
that against Ely?
Yeah, so I do think that when he has to play, and he's going to have to learn, it's going to take time, against Jokic, against Embiid, against some bigger, stronger guys, it's not going to be fun for him. And he's probably, through that failure that he will probably have, he's going to be like, all right, I need to try to stack on 10 pounds this offseason, or however many pounds I can stack on after my rookie year. Because there are going to be guys where, hey, I got to use my quickness, keep my quickness while adding some weight.
And if you want to swoop back around to cut number 9 here, this was from the Hoop Collective podcast, is we had heard rumblings that the Mavs didn't want to trade Josh Green or Jaden Hardy. And here's Tim McMahon to back that up.
There's a lot of stuff out there about, for example, the Mavericks having discussions with the Hawks, which they absolutely did. Breaking news, the Hawks are trying to dump John Collins. Guess what? They were trying to dump him before they gave him this huge extension. They've been trying to dump him since the ink was dry. The Mavericks asked for Clint Capella. My understanding is the Hawks asked for the Mavericks to throw in Josh Green or Jaden Hardy, that's a no-go. Those are young players that the Mavericks really like. So instead of doing something like that, they drafted a guy who they believe can become a Capella type of player.
And I don't think that prohibits a Capella discussion from still happening to ease to your concern, the transition process for somebody like Lively. But I do appreciate that we had that audio, and then Tim McMahon's like, yeah, what you heard, that definitely happened.
Yeah, and I know we got to go to baseball nuggets here, but it really will be interesting to see what the Mavs do in, let's just say, the next 10 days.
Yep.
10 days from now, the NBA's over. People have to understand that. Friday starts free agency. That's in 5 days. 5 days after free agency, you get to July 5th, and it's pretty much over. If you didn't get Ayton or didn't get Capella or didn't get Bruce Brown or who, you didn't get them.
I have to tell you, your question that we asked on Friday, how will you feel about the team in 24 hours, or last Thursday, 24 hours and a week from tomorrow?
I'm more excited.
I am. I thought they did better during the draft than I would have anticipated, and now I'm hopeful that this process goes well.
It does kind of feel like Nico has a little vision. Now, will that vision turn into something?
Yeah.
We don't know.
They better make the playoffs or his vision dies after this year's over.
I can definitely see that. Coming up next, you heard what Mike said. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, I looked into the Pittsburgh Pirates, and I see a couple guys I'll snag along with Andrew McCutchen next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road but those who haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for some of that baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, to start the show, we talked about the weekend series with the Yankees and everything that kind of went wrong on Saturday and Sunday to not give you wins. So we've gone over that. So if you're listening to Nuggets right now, we move forward. And we move forward with Corey Majors, who at the end of that segment brought up a tweet from John Morosi. Am I correct?
John Morosi had a kind of a series of tweets, actually, where he said, hey, this guy's going to become available with the Pirates, and it was talking about McCutchen. And then he followed that up with the Rangers are a team to keep an eye on. And then he followed up with a confirming the Rangers have broached the possibility of acquiring McCutchen. The deal would have particular interest to Texas if at least one pitcher is part of the deal.
Okay, the one pitcher is very interesting here. There are two pitchers I bet the Rangers want from the Pittsburgh Pirates. One, I will start off with Mitch Keller. Who's Mitch Keller? He is a starting pitcher, right-hander, by the way, who has 99 innings pitched this year. He has 113 strikeouts and 26 walks.
And so that's got to put him among the innings pitched leaders, too, since we were talking about
in the American League, only two pitchers have thrown over 100 innings. So I didn't look up National League stats.
But still, he's got to be in the mix.
He has a 3.45 ERA this year. He is 27 years old. He is a guy that will not be a free agent for a while. And when I mean for a while, I'll get the specifics right here as I go down to his baseball reference page. 2026 will be his earliest free agency. So if you're looking for a
2.5 years,
a guy that can replace Jacob deGrom for the next few years, you're looking at Mitch Keller. And so this is a guy that you would have for this year and 2 more years after. Now, the other guy is Bednar, who is their closer, David Bednar. He has 4 years left, so this year plus 3, and he has a 1.5 ERA, has 15 saves, 30 innings pitched, 3 walks, 34 strikeouts.
And Mike, his typical, he's a 2.23, 2.61, right now 1.50, and he's about 77. It's about 70 strikeouts a year from that spot.
So about a strikeout per inning in his career, an ERA that's in his 2s. He's having a great year this year. He's 28 years old and has this plus 3 left. So, hey, this starts making a lot of sense for the Rangers. Pittsburgh's 1-9 in their last 10 games. They're well under 500. They're in a pretty crappy division in the NL Central. But if they start looking at it realistically, they didn't think they were going to contend this year before the season started. They got off to a good start and have been playing worse and worse and worse as the season has progressed. So if you're looking at Andrew McCutchen going, what do we need Andrew McCutchen for? You don't really need him that much. When you look at it, he would be your DH, probably left fielder splitting time there. Great team leader, great team guy.
What if, all right, let me ask you this
question.
But
he's not the major piece the Rangers are looking for from Pittsburgh.
Well, you have a left fielder right now in Ezekiel Duran.
Great offensive player. Who you do have to replace in the 7th, 8th inning when you're winning to try to have better defense.
And sometimes you have to give a little to get a little, and maybe you do get Andrew McCutchen back to replace Duran if he's part of a trade. I mean, would that be
I don't think the Rangers are looking to trade Duran, because when you're in a championship situation, which the Rangers are in, which is awesome,
you want to keep adding.
You try to not take pieces off of your major league team. You're trying to take pieces out of your farm system. But if all of a sudden you got Mitch Keller as one of your frontline starting pitchers for the next 3 years, which you're going to need. I don't know if I'm going to get into this with the doctor from St. Louis, sports orthopedic surgeon, who's going to talk about the likelihood of DeGrom actually coming back and actually being good is not high percentages. If I don't get to it here, I'll get to it in Mike Likes It. But if you can get Mitch Keller, if you can get David Bernard in a trade, and you add Andrew McCutchen, if I'm getting all of that, a starting pitcher for the next 3 years, my closer for the next 4 years, and then a veteran piece who's going to have a leadership role and probably not be worried about a big situation. In a big situation, I'm going to be like, hey, Andrew McCutchen's not going to fail because the situation's too big. He's just going to fail because the pitcher makes good pitches and gets them out. And he's not the same player that he was when he was an MVP. But if I get all of that and I have to include Ezekiel Duran to get it done, I do it.
Okay.
Because what's more important? Ezekiel Duran, who is never going to play second base for the Rangers, never going to play shortstop for the Rangers, never going to play third base for the Rangers. When you look at those guys are locked in.
He's
for
an
the
everyday
next 6 years.
hitter right now in your left field spot.
Left field next year's probably Evan Carter. Evan Carter has come back to Frisco after being hurt, and he is on fire again. And Evan Carter next year will probably be an everyday outfielder for you. Where does that leave Ezekiel Duran in your future with the Texas Rangers? I'm not trying to push Ezekiel Duran out the door, but if a team says we need Ezekiel Duran for you to get a starting pitcher for the next 3 years, who would be your number 2 or 3 starting pitcher, we need to get a closer who's going to be your closer for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
You got to start thinking about, all right, how much more important is getting those 2 pieces than Ezekiel Duran? And I'm not saying I don't know what Pittsburgh wants, but if you have to give Jack Leiter and Ezekiel Duran and a few other pieces to complete this trade, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I'm doing it in a heartbeat.
All right.
I think I've just made myself more of a contender. Yes, I've taken Ezekiel Duran out of my lineup. I don't like it, but I've even thrown back Andrew McCutchen to fill in that role in that situation. So, I think a lot of people say, I don't want to include Ezekiel Duran. I don't want to.
Yes.
But if I'm going to get a starting pitcher who has 100 innings pitched, 113 strikeouts, and 26 walks with a 3.45 ERA, and I'm going to get a closer for the next 4 years.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah, that sounds pretty darn good.
From the 940, I'd rather trade Josh Smith or Evan Carter.
Oh.
Evan Carter gets scary if you just don't care about prospects.
Yeah.
Because he's a top 10 prospect in all of baseball. Nobody in baseball, just so people understand this, nobody in baseball thinks over the next 8 to 10 years, Ezekiel Duran will be better than Evan Carter. All 30 teams, all 1,000 scouts, all 30 general managers, they all believe right now, if you say from 2024 to 2033, who will be a better player in the major leagues, Evan Carter or Ezekiel Duran, you will get 100% answer of, I get what Ezekiel Duran is doing. I would rather have Evan Carter over the next 10 years.
Right now on the updated top 100 prospects, Evan Carter's 8, Ellie De La Cruz is 2. So like that kind of puts you in perspective.
Wow.
Of, if you just see been watching what Ellie De La Cruz is doing. By the way, Jordan Lawler's 7. So don't worry.
Yeah, and Josh Smith is tough. Josh Smith is probably not, he can be traded and teams can look at him as a valuable piece, but not so valuable. Like, we need Josh Smith or this deal doesn't work.
Yeah.
He would be like, and the 4th guy in this trade is we want Josh Smith, but the first 3 guys will be people like Ezekiel Duran. People will really want Evan Carter, but I don't think the Rangers are trading Evan Carter unless the name is Shohei Ohtani. I will say, if the Rangers are getting Shohei
Are you trying to
Ohtani,
start that up again?
I think that Evan Carter would be part of that deal and only that deal. That's about the only player in Major League Baseball that I think the Rangers start throwing Evan Carter as a maybe around. If you want to give us Shohei Ohtani for Evan Carter and we throw in another piece or two, but nothing super special, done. So that's where Evan Carter is on your tradable players list. I'm scared to do this. Do you think I have enough time, or should I just wait till Mike likes it?
Yeah, you might want to wait until Mike likes it.
It's too long of a time. All right, so Detroit comes into town. Detroit, I say this as an interesting team. They got off to a horrible start. They're playing okay.
What did you think then of Choppy and Bobby saying you need to take 3 or 4? Like, I know there's not an or else on the other end of that, but what do you think about that?
That overall, as a fan and as a like let's say you're Josh, or let's say you're Chris Young, yeah, I look at this and I look at I look at Detroit and I go, they're 10 games under 500. You're 17 games over 500. We're better than they are. We should win the majority of these games. Does it always play out that way? Obviously, Evaldi will not pitch in this series. So your best pitcher is not pitching in this series. That being said, Detroit's not a very good team. You are a good team. You're 24-13 at home. Detroit's 15-22 on the road. You just start looking at a whole bunch of basic things and you go, the Rangers should win this series. But if you split the series, will I be disappointed? Yes. Is it the end of the world? No. You're like, all right, we won 2 out of the 4 games. Let's move on to the next series, which I think's who's the next series?
Did you? Let me double check on that.
It's Houston, because it's sold out. Because the series is sold out. Yeah.
Did you see Kylie McDaniel's mock draft?
No.
Number 1, currently Paul Skeens.
Off the board.
I wonder if he's going to pitch tonight, by the way.
I bet he does.
Who's number 2?
Not to start. Dylan Cruz.
Dang it. I'm very excited about tonight's game.
However,
to see
do
how
you want
that
the
goes.
kid from Florida who hits the ball a mile?
I will tell you this. That's Walker. That's Wyatt Langford. And that's going off the board 3rd. But just to show you that mock drafts can be flawed, Kylie McDaniel has Max Clark from Indiana going 4th and Walker Jenkins going 5th. I am inclined to believe that the Rangers would take Walker Jenkins over Max Clark if the draft fell that way.
I think in a weird way, as much as we've watched Paul Skeens and fall in love with him because of College World Series, if it fell that Walker Jenkins from high school, from North Carolina area, I believe, or is he Indiana?
Yes. No, he's from
North Carolina. The other kid, Max Clark's from Indiana area.
Correct.
That would be a dream scenario for the Texas Rangers, I think. I think that if Jenkins is there at number 4, that would be a dream scenario for the Rangers.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, MLB All-Star starter final voting will be open. How many of these 5 Rangers will win and why? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The more you listen, Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You want to get in on the conversation, those good Twolos are YouTubers, and if you want to text in, 877-881-1053. Voting is now open as of this minute.
How do I vote?
You can go to TexasRangers.com, and they have a handy-dandy voting guide for you, or you can just click on the link. Now,
we do have an update.
Choppy's baseball update, yes.
Choppy's kid is beating my kid 3-1 right now. Now, they're obviously not playing like each other in a one-on-one battle, but Choppy's team is up 3-1 as Choppy's probably getting to the park right now. Neither one are pitching. Luka, his son, is catching. My dad's like, man, he's a good catcher, and he's huge. So that's my dad's scouting report on Luka.
Okay, I'm still hoping that you guys can pull it out.
We're probably not.
Oh my gosh, Mike! I was trying to.
It's gonna be fine, man. It's gonna be okay.
Trying to root for you.
I root for it. It doesn't seem.
Sometimes you just know.
Okay.
You know.
That is true. If you go to TexasRangers.com or MLB.com, you can vote right now. They just opened it up. So what I wanted to do is run through. There are 5 positions for the Texas Rangers to still have a shot at being a starter. How the voting works now is it's down to 2 per position, or in the outfield, it's down to the final 6 for each league to pick the starters. The Texas Rangers have not had a starting All-Star since 2012. You have 5 possibilities still remaining. You can vote 1 time per day until Thursday, and the starters will be announced.
Take that, Toronto.
Thursday evening.
Man, they stuffed the ballot box.
And they were voting 5 times a day and everything. And so I wanted to run down the 5 candidates and get y'all's honest opinion about who maybe will win and perhaps who should win from the Rangers, if you think there are any viable options there.
Jankowski.
Okay, unfortunately,
I would
say
did
not make the top, the final 5.
Should win for sure is Simeon. He's the only one that I have he should win.
Okay.
Like, he's by far better than Whit Merrifield, and it's not even close. So that's the only one that I'm like 100%, no doubt, no brainer. The other 4 become very tough. As in, I think there's arguments for our guy, and there is arguments for the guy they're going against.
Okay, so do you agree, Corey, to start with Marcus Semien? He should be one of the winners.
I do agree. I am kind of concerned about this little cold spell because his name was in national headlines a lot early, and now I wonder if that kind of dipped a little bit. But I agree with Mike. Whit Merrifield's not even close to this dude.
All right, let's go to shortstop. At shortstop, your options are Bo Bichette or Corey Seager.
I think it's tough here. Corey Seager is better when you look at a lot of averages. But when you look at accumulation, Bo Bichette has a little bit more because he didn't get hurt.
Yep.
So that's going to be tough. I can see arguments on both sides. Is Corey Seager having a better year? Yes. Did Corey Seager miss 5 weeks because of injury? So Bo Bichette has accumulated kind of more runs, more RBIs situation. Yes. Not a lot because Corey Seager's crushed RBIs in the month of June.
And ESPN is using a stat called AX. It's kind of a variation of WAR, because I need you to have 3 letters to define these stats.
Yeah.
And so for AX, they have Bo Bichette at 132 and Corey Seager at 129. So clearly not like a big gap between them. There was a massive gap in voting where Bo Bichette outpaced Seager by about 800,000 votes in the first round.
So this is a situation where the entire country of Canada is voting for Bo Bichette.
It feels like
we need the Dodgers and Rangers fans to vote for Seager.
I do think the Dodger fans are going to help here. And the reason Bo Bichette crushed, one, Toronto stuffed the ballot box because they're all over the board, and they obviously are not one of the best teams in the American League with all the best players. But when voting started for the All-Star, Corey Seager wasn't playing.
Yeah.
So when you were looking at it, even if you weren't a Blue Jays fan, you were looking at it going, I'm not voting for Corey Seager. He's not even playing.
This would be if he gets it, his first All-Star start of his career. And so like that's something that you're really like, you really want this to happen. How awesome would that be to have the duo up the middle as Texas Rangers?
I would be amazing. I'm going to say, my guess is he doesn't win.
Yeah.
I still think he will be an All-Star, probably.
But doesn't get the start.
And that's where it becomes a little tricky.
It does help out that Wander got suspended by his own team.
Yes, it does. Now, this is a little tricky. Just because you lose doesn't mean you automatically make it as a reserve. Like, you need to win to guarantee your spot. All right, so we think Simeon, yes.
100%.
Seager, I'm going to lean towards he does not win his starting bid. Do you think that is fair?
Man, I do think it's like 50-50. I think that one is really tough.
Okay.
So you want me to pick?
You got to pick.
I'll lean to yes.
Oh, I like it. I'm going to lean towards yes on this one. Third base, Josh Young against Matt Chapman. Now, this was one of the most competitive of the first round. Is Josh Young got 25,000 more votes than Matt Chapman. Is they're close statistically? I think Young's going to get this done.
This is tough, and this is why I think Seager isn't there. You can't have all three or the guys across the infield starting there. So
man, that would be amazing.
I think
I do think there is a chance here.
Yeah, I think it's close. I don't think Seager. So this is mine. Simeon gets his nod. Seager does not. Young gets it over Chapman here.
Okay. Do you like the odds of Young over Seager then, Mike? Because I do, and it sounds like Corey does.
I don't.
Okay.
But I do think Young deserves it. I just think overall, I know that Seager has, the reason I lean towards Seager is he has the LA vote. He's been in a lot of playoff games in his career. Mm-hmm. So everybody around the world or everybody around the country that's voting knows who Corey Seager is based off of his Dodger career.
A lot of people don't know
How
Young
many
yet.
people know who Josh Young is right now? And that's my worry is I think Matt Chapman is a more known name. So as I'm voting right now, I'm voting all of the Rangers.
Yeah, and that's what I really like, Mike, if I can start to jump in there. 817 just voted. 469 just voted. All Rangers from the 682. For some reason, it would only let me vote for our Rangers once. Keep in mind, remember I told you they shifted it now. You can only vote once a day. In the prior round, you could vote 5 times a day. Catcher. Adley Rutschman versus Jonah Heim. Now,
this is tough.
And to your point, Mike, if we're talking about names, in the prospecting game, Adley Rutschman is a huge name.
Number one.
Yeah,
Whenever you're a number one, which first round, first overall pick, and the Orioles have done great. Here's the other thing, too. If you're not a Ranger fan, you probably voted for one of the 3. You probably voted for Simeon. I bet you did. And then Young or Seager, you might have voted for one other. When you get to catcher, are you going to go, gosh, I don't want to vote all Rangers.
Right.
Because I'm over on the other side, and I'm like, I'm not voting all Dodgers. The Dodgers have Mookie Betts and Will Smith and Freddie Freeman. And like, okay, well, good. I'm going to vote for Will Smith. I'm going to vote for Mookie Betts. I'm not going to vote for all Dodgers. So I do think that Jonah Heim is not going to be the starting catcher for the American League. And when you look at 55 RBIs to 32 RBIs, that's a major
advantage
difference.
for Heim. Heim also has the advantage in Axe, which we were talking about as the WAR alternative over Rutschman, who's second. So at least it feels like you got the right 2 candidates.
I think it's great as I'm
I don't
voting.
think he's going to get it.
As I'm voting right now, you look at Jonah Heim, 283, 11 homers, 55 RBIs, 814 OPS. Those are the 4 stats they give you to vote on, unless you want to go more in depth, which I don't think most people will. And Adley Rutschman's 265, 10 home runs, 32 RBIs, 791 OPS. He's 0 for 4.
So Jonah Heim should have the advantage.
Jonah Heim wins every statistical category that they give you on voting when you're just hitting the vote button.
I say, unfortunately, as much as I want him to make it, I say Heim does not get the start.
All right, Kevin, I have Simeon, Young, and Seager I voted for, and Jonah Heim. So I voted for all of those.
You definitely should.
I think Heim gets in too.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love it.
I think Heim gets in too.
So you have all 4 so far, maybe?
No, I don't have Seager.
Seager, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I understand. Like, it's going to be a 50-50.
I didn't want to show Corey favoritism, you know?
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a good point. And then when it comes down to outfield, Now, this one is a little tricky because I do not believe Adolis is going to get voted in. However, with Aaron Judge dealing with an injury, you might have a possibility for him to start Adolis, that is, despite not finishing top 3 in the voting.
So what's going to happen is they're going to need replacements. Aaron Judge is going to win a vote here.
Yes.
And then they're going to have to replace him on the All-Star team.
Kevin, I like my outfield. I have Adolis, Arozarena, and Alvarez. So those are the 3 that I chose for the outfield.
And Mike Trout's
spots.
probably going to get a lot of votes. I can't imagine Mike Trout not winning a vote here. He's not having a bad year. He's just not having probably top 3 in the American League year, but he's going to win it.
And it's just like Alvarez still hurt.
Yes, and he'll have to be replaced if he wins too. It'll be interesting because honestly, if you're going by stats, Aaron Judge and Yordan Alvarez should be locks.
Yeah.
Locked up. So that leaves one spot available. And I would, if I'm not being biased here, I'd give it to Randy Arozarena. I mean, Tampa has the best record in the American League, and they're not going to have one starter on the team.
Yeah.
That's not right.
Yeah.
So I think that if you're just looking at who are having the best years and who should be the 3, it should be Alvarez, Arozarena, and Aaron Judge. 2 of them are going to have to be replaced.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean it has to be a Adolis.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
You know what I mean?
But probably who's going to win the vote? I bet Aaron Judge, Mike Trout will finish 2nd in voting. And I think Yordan Alvarez will finish 3rd in voting, and then it'll be replaced. Randy Arozarena will be one of the replacements for sure.
Now, Kevin,
how the hell world is Kevin Kiermaier on?
Because you told us that the Blue Jays fans are stuffing the ballot
That's like,
box.
who is the dude that we had at center one year that the Mavericks almost won the center spot? It was a joke, whoever the guy was.
It Wong?
No, it was like 7 years ago. We had some dude who was horrible, but the fans liked him, and he was getting votes from overseas. They're
no
like,
clue.
They faked the vote. Reggie, are you listening to me right now?
Maybe.
All right. Who was the dude about 7 years ago who was a center on the Mavs, terrible, but almost won the All-Star voting because he's from overseas?
So rude.
Zaza Pachulia?
That is it. Yep.
Oh,
Zaza.
yeah.
I do remember
Zaza.
that.
Reggie.
That's harsh. He wasn't.
No, that wasn't that was
totally.
all Carter.
y'all are amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so I see this from the 214, Kevin, and we aren't actively trying to cheat the system like Toronto is. But
You have a hack?
from the 214, if you have more than one email address,
Oh,
you
that's
can
a good
vote
point.
more than once or use your spouse's email address.
Oh, that is a good point.
And then she's going to get the spam mail. So that's the way that you do it. If you have a couple of email addresses, you can get a few extra votes in.
Man.
We aren't actively telling you to do that, but do
It's
it.
ballot harvesting.
Go do it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that Simeon and Young win for starters. And that's it. So those are not to say who deserves, who does not, because I think Heim deserves in there for sure.
And I'm going Simeon Seager.
Okay. And you're going 4?
Yeah, I'm going Heim, I'm going Simeon, and Young.
Okay. But no Adolis?
No.
Yeah.
He
that's
went
who
3.
I voted for, but I just unfortunately
Yeah,
don't think he's
same here. I just voted for all the Rangers, but if you're asking me who do I think,
Did you vote? Are you voting against a Ranger?
No,
Kevin?
no.
Can't you see Mike? Can't you see Kevin being so like?
Yeah.
Look, I
No.
have to vote who I think appropriately
No.
is. I can't let my heart decide.
well, I'll tell you what. I just turned in my. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
Okay, so
I
much
voted
so
for all of them.
I'm even going to vote against Blue Jays players in other races where it does not directly impact the Texas Rangers just because they manipulated the balloting in the first roll of this.
469 or 806. Oh boys, I'm on it. I'm 4 votes in with all my emails.
Oh my gosh. And Corey's right. We didn't say that you should do that, but
no.
hey, look, MLB has decided how the voting process goes.
Yeah.
I cannot determine one way or another.
Well, everybody's out there trying to find a loophole. All right, like
Yeah.
tax loopholes, all sorts of other Supreme Court loopholes, stuff like that.
Man.
We're always trying to find loopholes. This is the one they gave us.
Politics.
You have to fill out a lot of your personal information.
Just
here.
make it up. Nobody will know. They're not asking for social
Just
security
make sure
number.
your email address works. All right. And you can write you live at 123 Fakester Street. I'm sure that you can
Fakester
get
Street. I didn't even think about that.
That was an old Netflix address for me when I was just doing this.
Vote submitted.
All right. Let's do this, Texas Rangers. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, How about we do some Combat Corner? Would you be able to fight one of your good friends? And who will win the Tech Billionaire Showdown? We have betting odds. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
All day.
is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Like Corey said, not that we advocate such things, but other people are giving us ways to hack the MLB vote.
There are other ways?
Potentially manipulate. And the 817, oh man, all my coworkers are going to get some spam today because the email is just coworker's name at mycompany.org. Now, their specific company. And that's interesting because that is kind of how our email system works.
Yes.
And then another person from the 806, here's a voting tip. Don't vote for any other outfielders. Just vote for Adolis Garcia.
You can't do that, I think.
Spot. Woo! Corey, we're going to get this done.
You could vote for just the second baseman and not vote for anything else if that's what you wanted to.
Just vote for those 5 Rangers and nobody else.
I just got a text from Adrian. She asked me
All-Star voting?
She asked me when I turned the water hose on. I put some water in the pool yesterday, and I turned the water hose on around 3 o'clock yesterday, and it's been running since.
Odyssey is going to be furious with you.
Yeah, probably so.
We won the green initiative, and Corey's like, good times are here. He's been drinking out of only styrofoam cups and everything.
Oh, gosh.
You have flooded your backyard, haven't you?
I don't know. I'm going to ask her to send pic. Oh, my gosh. This is bad. This is bad.
Is it?
Well,
the water bill's going to be insane,
Let
bro.
me ask you this. Does she feel any better? Because I told Carter Friday as we were leaving the station to tell his mom that she was sexy.
What? You told his child to say to his mom?
And not only one of his children, the one that is most likely to do it.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And, well, here's the thing is
Why?
the entire time Carter...
To make her feel good.
What? Hold on. No. What mom, if their kid comes up and says, you look sexy, is going to be like, how flattering, and not be like, that was weird?
I don't know. I bet there's plenty of moms that would feel good about that. Their child has just said that they look good.
There's a difference between that and
I
what
know,
you
I
said.
know there is a difference. That's why I told Carter to say sexy.
Yeah, it was really funny to watch Mike try and get Carter to like Mike had his own bit going, and my Carter, not our Carter, he had his own bit going. Like he had his own complete bit going where he's going back at Mike with other stuff. So it was just I don't think he picked up on what you were doing, Mike, but I definitely did.
Is it safe to assume that did not happen, thankfully, then?
He did not say that. We ended up having a different situation.
Do you think Adrian's mad right now?
About the pool?
Yeah.
She just sent me the grinny face emoji, so I don't think she's mad. I think she's just like, oh, just like that.
Yeah,
So.
that's how Noah feels, too. All right. Are you guys in? Would you watch the billionaire cage fight showdown between Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk?
Yes.
I wouldn't care.
At all?
I guess maybe I would if it was promoted enough.
What if I told you the winner got control of both Facebook and Twitter? Now,
what's that supposed to do?
I'm not saying that will change anything. But
It'll just change the flavor of incompetence that happens on one.
It could
end.
maybe keep the same president or change the president in a few years.
Gosh, that is. So maybe you will be super invested.
Let's be honest,
Corey. That's fair. Do you prefer left or right?
Yeah.
Corey, do you care about the Mark Zuckerberg Elon Musk fight? Because Dana White thinks it's definitely going to happen. I am not sold on this at all.
This is very, what was the claymation that we used to watch on MTV?
Celebrity Deathmatch.
It was very Celebrity Deathmatch. That's exactly what it feels like. And that it's an unrealistic idea that it could happen, but it sounds like they've agreed to it. So I will watch it just because both of them you kind of want to see get punched in the face.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know.
Kinda.
What's that?
Kinda?
Yeah, both of them. You kind of
Definitely.
like. I'm not actively walking around saying I need people to get punched in the face, Reggie. That's not because it hurts to get punched sometimes.
Yeah, that's the point.
But you kind of want to see that for these guys. These are kind of those faces you're okay with.
Who do you think is the favorite in this fight? As yes, we have betting odds.
Well, I believe here's the situation. Musk is part robot and Zuckerberg's part alien. So it's a battle between alien and robot, I believe.
In a more real sense, I think Elon Musk is a larger human being, However, doesn't Mark Zuckerberg train at some of these
He does.
arts that are martial?
And so supposedly
He just got like his yellow belt or something.
Elon Musk has also done some training, but I'm more familiar with like currently Mark Zuckerberg does, I think it's jujitsu.
That's the one Avery
Could be judo.
wants to get into.
So because of that, Mark Zuckerberg is a hefty favorite in this fight. He is a minus 500 with a plus 300 for Elon Musk. However,
Can I give you some more information from the Carter News Desk?
Please.
Apparently, Zuckerberg recently ran a sub, 5 minutes, you said? Sub 20-minute 5K.
Wow.
Yeah. So apparently he's been like active?
Now, people are lining up to train both of these fellows. John Jones, who we've had on the show.
Bones Jones?
Yes, John Bones Jones. Maybe the greatest mixed martial artist of all time. And if not, certainly pretty dang high on the list. He said he will train Mark Zuckerberg. Whereas Dominic Cruz, another former UFC champion, said that he will train Elon Musk. But the people have spoken. Who do you think the people want to win this fight? And neither is not an answer, Reggie, before you say that.
You say the people have spoken. Was there like a Twitter poll on this? Where I want to know where your people are coming from here.
Essentially, it was hashtags across social media platforms. Not just Twitter, but also Instagram.
I'm going to go with the Zuck on this one.
Yeah, I think more Democrats are on social media.
Holy crap.
I don't know what's going on there. But
Well, this is a Democrat versus Republican vote.
I mean, you might be right, but it did not break that way because it was not close.
Oh, wow.
36 states are rooting for Elon Musk versus only 14 states that are rooting for Mark Zuckerberg.
Very interesting.
Now, to go along with this, other Combat Corner news. Would you be able to fight one of your really good friends in a cage?
Yeah.
Like, not because you have a beef, but because, like, you're both part of the same league and you're contractually obligated to fight one another.
Absolutely. Like, why wouldn't I be? I'm a fighter. If that's the situation, I'm a fighter.
Who's more likely later in life to run for president of the United States? Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk?
That has nothing to do with the question he just asked, Mike.
Are they really fighting? Like, we're making up a fight, right?
No.
He asked you if you could fight one of your friends.
Yeah.
For sure.
And for the record, Elon Musk challenged him and Zuckerberg said, I accept.
Yeah.
And then
So
Dana White goes, oh, they want to do it. Now, I don't know.
I played professional baseball. Don't you think that we had fights in the clubhouse? Even though some people tell me that everybody just loves everybody no matter what, and nobody ever doesn't get along. So it's great.
What is the age where it becomes weird that you have beyond that age? It's weird if you have a fight with a friend. Like, I get it. You're in 7th grade or whatever, but like, at what point is it 21 that you're like, that's weird that you're.
Oh, I was gonna guess 40.
Yeah, I was gonna say in your past 35, because in your 40s, if like there are younger people looking at you going, what is happening right now? But in your 30s, you're like, he's just drunk, like something like that.
Okay.
In your 20s, it's just like that's just 20-year-old ego right there.
Well, the PFL, which stands for the Professional Fighters League, they suspended 2 of their former champions because they had a fight the other night that looked just fake.
Oh, they were selling?
Yeah, no.
But they weren't selling.
They didn't even sell. They like barely even sparred. If it was a sparring session, you'd be like, well, that was disappointing, let alone an actual fight. So they do a playoff system in PFL, and they would have qualified, and they booted them out of the playoffs because they half-assed it and didn't really fight each other.
It's kind of like when the WCW, the guy took the dive because Hogan wouldn't play along with the deal, and then Hogan got mad at that guy. And
yeah. Yes! You have been watching more wrestling stuff.
Yeah. Was it Shawn Michaels? Shawn Michaels wasn't the one who took the dive. Who was the one that took the dive?
I mean, Shawn Michaels has taken a dive in the past, but Hulk Hogan's done it with Sting.
Oh, that was
and
for
Jeff
Bret the
Jarrett,
Hitman Hart.
Bret the Hitman Hart and Vince
Vince's
McMahon's face. Yes. Yeah. All of those things have happened.
Isn't this PFL's fault for having a point system that, you will create a situation in times where both sides can look at it as it's advantageous for me to not try?
I mean, I could see that, but apparently they're like, hey, we have a code of conduct, and this fight did, wait for it, quote, not meet the standards of which all PFL fighters agree to uphold in competition.
Sure.
Reggie, could you fight a friend?
Could I? Yes. Will I? I mean, I'm very much a de-escalation person because As I'm sure you might imagine, fighting takes a lot of effort.
But you're getting paid to do it. So like absolutely, you get paid to do it. You step in that ring and you do it, man.
Yeah, if I'm paid well enough, sure.
What do you consider,
well enough?
How much would I have to fund you to get you in the cage with somebody here from the station?
Who am I getting in the cage
Well,
with?
that's up to you.
Is it Bobby?
No.
Oh, sure.
I whoop Bobby's keys.
Oh my gosh.
For how much?
Oh, I'm gonna need some money. I'm gonna need a good amount.
$50.
Ain't no way.
$5,000.
I was thinking starting at 5 or 6 figures.
Ooh, 6? I probably can't do 6. We got sponsors.
Man, could we get this thing sponsored quick enough though to get him 5?
I don't think people actually want to see this that bad though.
877-881-1053.
Do you know how many people want to see Bobby get punched?
That's a great. I forgot about that.
I'm sorry. I like Bobby a lot, but I know there are people who want to punch.
Who do you want to see get punched the most on 105.3 The Fan?
It's Bobby. For sure. And I think Bobby knows that. I think Bobby
Who do you think his contenders are? I think I'm a contender.
I can see that. I really could.
I think Sean's a contender.
Sean's definitely a contender.
I think Dawson's a contender. I think those are the four most.
Okay.
I'm including myself in there.
All right. I mean, and that's how you know it's a real story, because he made himself look bad in the process. He's like, no, I'm in there. There was definitely a time where I would have been high on this list. I think I've moved back into the field in terms of hateability.
After you had the baby.
Yeah, I mean, he really great PR move by you, by the way.
Yeah, to have a baby who's right behind me right now.
I think now you're a game manager.
Yeah.
So instead of you have to manage us.
Yeah.
They're like, he has too much to deal with anyway.
Holy cow, there are a lot of votes already. From the 910, and this is about Bobby. I'm an old man. I'll fight him. From the 682, I will definitely throw in on that to see Bobby get his keister kicked. Sean, without a doubt. Yes, Bobby. I got $1,000 on Reggie. From the 817, I would whoop Bobby's ass for free. Broadus, Sean, Bassick. I want to see Mike against Sean. I too want to see Bobby get punched badly. Now I feel bad because I didn't think this would go in the direction of people want to see Bobby get punched, but the people have spoken. You'd raise more money to punch Bobby than you do for Peace-a-thon. We raised $50,000 this last year.
They said what they said, Kevin.
Yeah, I bet that we could get the Bobby Peace-a-thon going here.
I might take out a 5-figure loan to have you whip Bobby. So now there are individuals willing to sponsor. This is their SpaceX,
from the 817, Bobby never got beat up in homeschool, so he's due. So.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, he was a homeschool.
That's why he is the way that he is.
You learn where to pick your fights and where not to at Duncanville High School. Same at Bryan Adams and Garland.
Man, this is shocking. This is overwhelming. I did see 1 or 2 people who voted for me. Oh, for the 469. Nope, still Kevin. I would fight Kevin for cheap, but overwhelmingly, Bobby has dominated this thing.
They said they'll fight Bobby for a large Slurpee.
Oh, from the 817, punch power rankings. Broadus, Bobby, and then Broadus again. Oh,
I like that.
By the way, the battle of the Choppy Bassick, it is 3-2 now going into the 5th inning. Choppy's team is winning.
Oh, your son got a hit, right?
He did get a hit.
Let's go!
I text Choppy. I said, hey, Cal got a hit in your face.
Does he know he's playing against your coworker's son? Does he
Who does he?
Your son.
No clue.
So he has no clue that
Luka's
over there.
Okay. That there's that Chop. I don't think he knows who Choppy is, by his face or anything. He's heard his voice, but he would know. I don't think he has an idea who Choppy looks like.
If you explain the circumstance to it, do you think it would help him play better or worse?
I don't think he'd care.
Okay.
Need to work on that competitiveness. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where people are still voting, and I'm really sorry for Bobby. Which NFL fan base most deserves a Super Bowl title in 2023? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
I'm Jeff.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Listen, I'm not going to be paying attention here. Okay?
Because your son's up to bat? All right, Corey, I'm going to start with you.
I got a question.
Can you say biscuits, dude?
Kevin, there were about 800 people in this studio.
There were.
Yeah, how many cards are you selling today?
What are you doing today?
Jeez.
Shout out to Lily, Tyler, Dan, Julie, my good Chicago-based family. They have other stuff to do.
And your chopped liver wife.
I'm sorry. And Jessica, my beautiful, lovely, intelligent wife.
I thought he was going to say lover.
My younger son, Noah.
How many times do you say Jessica over Jess? I don't feel like I've ever heard you say Jessica.
I've never heard it.
Not a lot.
Yep.
It felt like a formal occasion that called for the usage of her formal name.
In that moment, Mike, he remembered what you said about butt kissers earlier when you said people love butt kissers.
I say what
I
want.
He's like, I got to compliment. I got to over compliment because I forgot her.
Now, in honor of them, because they said, surely the Bears are on this list. What fan base most deserves a Super Bowl title? So this is the debate on NFL.com, and I have 6 different answers. Unfortunately for them, the Bears are not one of the teams. Is there a team that you're like, man, you put these fans through a lot. They deserve a Super Bowl.
Lions.
Because you love the Lions. I got it.
Yeah, I guess that is the case. The team. This is the only teams without one, right? Or no?
No.
Okay.
You can pick the Cowboys if you want.
So my wife's friend, who she just got done visiting, she's a Dolphins fan, and she messaged me something about the Cowboys this weekend, and then I just sent her back the screenshot of the last time they went to the Super Bowl, which is like in the 70s, and I was like, hey, it's been a while for y'all too. So I think the Dolphins
Reno made it once.
Did Cal do it?
Oh,
Did
double!
he? Oh.
He got his double to right field!
Wow.
In your face, Choppy!
Wow.
It's 4-3 Bandits in the 5th inning! 2 for 2! He's a triple and a homer away from the cycle.
Let's go.
Is that okay?
That is factually correct.
That
Kevin.
is factually correct.
triple and double away.
No, triple and homer.
Triple
he has a
and
single
homer.
and double.
All right.
So in case you're just tuning in,
I'm pulling for it now.
we learned about 3 minutes before the start of the show, and I was listening to Mike and RJ's Abbott and Costello bit as like, oh, hey, we play at 10 o'clock. Oh, we play at 10 o'clock. Yeah, we're playing on this field. Hey, that's where we are too. And it took them 8 questions to figure
How
out
long
they
did
were
it take
playing
you?
each other. I was like, oh my God, stop
Was it
this.
for you the
Yes,
first question?
It was the second question when they're like, oh yeah, we're in Frisco too. And I was like, well, your kids are about the same age, playing in the exact same place at the exact same time. There's at least a decent shot they're playing each other. And now Mike's son, and this is Cal, right?
Yeah, he's 13. So this is 13-year-old baseball. Luka, Choppy's son, is catching. They changed pitchers when the Bandits tied it at 3, and I thought, oh my gosh, what if Luka's coming in to pitch versus Cal with the game on the line? But it was a different pitcher. It wasn't Luka pitching.
Game leading double right there to put the Fighting Basics ahead of the Fighting Choppies. Now, Corey, you said Detroit. Detroit,
Miami. Those are my 2 picks there.
Detroit got a vote.
Mm-hmm.
Miami did not.
I get it.
Jacksonville Jaguars. I say no to that.
I don't think they deserve one. They haven't been through enough yet.
This one I definitely agree with, though. The Buffalo Bills. They've been through some things, man.
Look, man.
When are we going to get to my team?
If you're going to throw...
We just said your team, Mike.
The Cowboys?
I appreciate that you said that.
When you throw Ditos on the field,
okay, you
jump
don't
through
deserve
fiery
it
tape. Maybe they do. That stadium's an atrocity, though, so maybe they do deserve it. Kevin, I get it because they lost 4 in a row.
What about the Cincinnati Bengals?
I think we're kind of high on the Bengals right now because they have a quarterback. They went to a Super Bowl, but Kevin, don't forget that is a team that forever was like, why? This is a business and a low-run business. This is the dollar store. This is the Dollar General of businesses.
By the way, great suggestion. We need to get Choppy on the phone. Perhaps we wait, and if their team loses, we get him on the phone.
Yeah, Choppy's calling in
He'll
later.
put some kids on blast.
Yeah.
What about... He will!
He
You
texted
know
me.
he will.
He said double. Cal is fast for a Basic. He's long-legged.
That's an incredible
Does he have
backhanded
Sue
compliment.
speed?
Yeah, Sue ran track at Duncanville. So yeah, she could run. I can't. I'm a foot slapper. My heel hits and then my foot slaps. You hear me when I run.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about.
What about the Jets? Because there's 2 more on this list. What about the Jets?
Nah.
Those are tortured.
They've screwed themselves over so many times.
Tortured people.
I guess the fans deserve it, but
Exactly. This is for the fans.
I don't know. They also like to boo a lot during the draft because they're at the top of the draft a lot of times. They're in a weird spot.
Now I take you to David Carr. Fan bases that most deserve a Super Bowl. He says, "Your Dallas Cowboys."
There we go. There's my team.
Does the Dallas Cowboys fan base deserve a Super Bowl? Because I think a lot of people believe that Cowboys fans are the worst, most obnoxious fans.
How are you obnoxious?
I know, because
we've never
because
been
they'll
obnoxious.
say every year. Well,
We're pleasant.
That doesn't sound
welcoming.
right. Totally.
We'll offer you food.
Yeah, especially if you've gone and tailgated at AT&T. Very lovely people.
Yeah, I think Reggie's right about that. We'll offer you brisket and a Coke.
I think people get tired of every year is our year, and we have 5 Super Bowls. How many do you have? And on and on.
And then when you get that Coke, it's going to say Dr. Pepper, and you're going to be like, why you said Coke?
Because it's a Coke. Like, I had that conversation with my family yesterday about pop versus Coke versus
Do you
soda.
want a Coke? Yeah, what kind?
Yeah.
Huh? What do you
What
just
do
said
mean,
Coke.
what kind? Yeah, do you have a Sprite? Why didn't you ask for a Sprite? I did. I asked for a Coke. Like, come on. We can
Cal
figure
just
this
scored
out.
to make it 5-3.
Oh, my gosh.
E5 on Choppy's team.
Oh, no.
Way to go, kid.
Oh, God.
Okay, well, I stand corrected. Michael also talked some trash about a kid on you, too. All right. Top 10s in the league. Top 10 interior offensive linemen per CBS. Quentin Nelson is second. They have Zach Martin as the best interior lineman, still offensive lineman, still in the National Football League.
You said
think
Zach
that's
Martin?
fair? Zach Martin's ahead of Quentin Nelson and Jason Kelsey.
And this is interesting because we're at a point now where Bobby has been saying that he's like falling off or having not as good of seasons as Zach you expect from Zach Martin. So this is interesting.
I do not watch enough football to grade interior offensive linemen. And when I'm watching, I'm definitely not like, let me rewind and watch these interior linemen 17 plays. That's Broadus's job. I'm watching football for fun.
Now, right now, speaking of fun and perhaps not having fun watching a sport, I'll take you to the hotline. Do we, in fact, have RJ Choppy? And if so, what the hell is happening to your kids' team?
We are falling apart at the seams, boys. Can't field, can't throw, can't hit. I think my son just broke his helmet. He struck out. He is livid. He is like he's mired, I say, in a wicked slump this tournament. First of all, I don't even think he's made contact the entire tournament. Not even a foul ball.
Oh.
He's walked a ton. Oh, it's a terrible. It's his only first slump of the year, and it's about time to have in the World Series. This is awful. Bassick's kid just raked. He runs really well for a Bassick. I'll give him that. Holy cow! Well, he's fast.
He's long and skinny.
He is long. Yes. And
Did he hit it hard? Did Cal hit the ball hard? Was it hard hit ball?
Yeah, it was like a ground ball that went all the way to the fence. Like it was that hard. Like it may not have been ground, like a one hopper. Like landed in the dirt in the infield and made by second and went all the way to the fence.
Hey,
he hit it really hard.
Thank you.
Quick side question for you since we brought this up. Of all the people at the station, who do you think are Tolos, Cholos, and YouTubers most would want to see get punched in the face in a cage fight?
Ooh, man. That's a good question. Bobby.
Yeah.
Yep.
That seems to be one. That's a pretty overwhelming favorite thus far.
Choppy, have you like gone over to Luka and told him, "Hey, that's Bassick's kid over there. I want you to take him out." Have you tried this yet to get ahead in the game?
Well, we were hoping for a play at the plate.
Okay.
Because they're about the same size. Like Luka may be a little bit heavier, but they're about the same height. I was hoping for a play at the plate because the catcher really doesn't have a chance. The guy's running full speed. Catcher's screwed, right? But I was hoping for that play to play a little collision. I wanted to see that because Luka's he's a helmet-on catcher.
How bad of a play was it by your third baseman when I saw E5 on Game Changer with the bases loaded? Was it an easy play?
you know what? I am not the official score. I think ironically my ex-wife is today, and I would have given that a hit. That was a bad hop hit off the shoulder.
Oh, good.
That's surprising that you guys didn't agree on that. All right. Thanks for keeping us updated, Choppy.
Anything can happen in 13U.
Yeah.
It's 5-3 going to the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, anything can happen, man.
Well, I would say good luck, but I'm cheering for Basic's kid.
Oh, no.
See you later, buddy.
Bye.
He sounded really hurt by that.
Hey, Basic's on my show.
He's like, I thought we had a connection.
All right, maybe
I wonder
so.
what's going to happen with Choppy if they do lose. The loser plays at 8 p.m. tonight, and he doesn't live close to Frisco, right? Isn't that a long drive from where he lives?
Yeah. I mean, it's 30 minutes, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Not bad
it's
then.
30, 45 minutes, yeah.
It is a 45-minute drive from our house this morning.
It's kind of tough.
Thanks to my pops for taking them.
So, and that'll be, what is that, like a 9:30 done? 9:30, maybe 10
If
o'clock?
it starts on time.
Yeah.
It'll probably start closer to 8:45.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, I had one more note for you guys in the ranking space on Gridiron. Did you see ESPN ranked the overall offensive weapons? So wide receiver, tight end, and running back for each NFL team.
Oh, I did not see this.
Okay, and I thought this was interesting because depending on which side of the Dak debate you fall on, sometimes people will be like, oh, he's got the best team in the world and he just stinks. Other people are like, he has no weapons. What's he supposed to do? Where do you think in terms of running back, tight end, wide receiver, comboing them all up, where do you think the Cowboys sit in this space in the NFL?
In the NFL, 7 or 8.
I like because I was thinking just inside the top 10, so I will go 10 just to be a little bit more pessimistic because I'm pessimistic.
And this,
I mean, I'm clearly a homer. I'm wearing a Cowboys shirt today.
Ooh, but are you
I'm a homer for
if you're
God
right?
today.
Oh, man, I don't know.
Because the answer is, in fact, 7th on the
yeah.
list. Now, the cool thing about this, or at least it just shows you that they've been up there for a while. 2021, when they did this, the Cowboys were 2nd. Last year, even when people were lamenting about Michael Gallup, which I totally get, they were still 11th, so still in the upper half and close to the top 3rd. And then this year, they are 7th. So it makes a lot of sense with the influx of Brandon Cooks turning over the reins more to Tony Pollard. Cowboys are 7th on the list. They are behind the Vikings, Chargers, Seahawks, Eagles, Bengals, and 49ers, which obviously says a lot about Patrick Mahomes as well, is that they're not at the top of the list, but they're like, whatever. We got Patrick Mahomes. They'll be fine.
You said the Cowboys were behind the Niners there?
Correct. The Niners are first.
So their combination of McCaffrey and Debo and Kittle.
And I think, you got to factor in.
You don't have a quarterback. You're just trying to figure that one out.
Exactly.
And you lost to him twice in the playoffs, so I guess they still got the edge on you.
And then Ayuk is in the mix
he's
too.
Really
and
good.
just think about it. He's like not an afterthought, but he's like later on. So I guess kind of an afterthought right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, assuming Kyrie returns to the Mavs, how will the second act of his partnership with Luka go? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan. Bullpen Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, when we talked with Nico Harrison on Friday, we had a lot of discussion kind of intermixed into the questions about Kyrie, and he said they've made it clear to Kyrie they want to re-sign him, and that's their top priority, and everything along those lines. So I guess my question to go along with that is, how do you think phase 2 of Kyrie and Luka will go? Because I feel like most people would tell you phase 1 did not go particularly well. I know Bobby and RJ were saying this morning that they can show you that offensively there were some things that went really well from that front. But I think a lot of people would say they don't think it went super well.
I think that Bobby's right when it comes to the rest of the team was kind of garbage too in that respect, and that didn't help out. The thing that I'm hopeful for is
game final?
Final, fly out to right field, second and third, 2 outs. They had the tying run at second, and Choppy's team just got upset.
Woo!
I honestly can't believe we won.
Mike was not he didn't have promise for this one. But it is time to celebrate.
Game-winning RBI.
The next game's at 4.
Cal Bassick. 4 o'clock for Bassick's team. It'll be about 173 degrees outside.
His confidence has got to be
insane. And now Choppy's
right
team goes into the losers bracket at 8 p.m.
Hey, as long as we're celebrating, did you see that Owen White got named to the All-Star Futures game for the Texas Rangers?
Well,
Texas Rangers prospect. So, woo!
When's he going to start for us?
Did Evan Carter not get invited? He better have.
He was one of the first 6 players, so they're doing this like in waves. So Owen White was one of the first 6 players.
Like Pat Green.
The full rosters will be revealed at 5:15 today.
And it looks like Cole Winn was selected as player pitcher of the week for June 19th through the 25th in their respect in his league.
Thank goodness.
All right.
With what I'm hopeful for is that they get to implement an off-season plan together. That Jason Kidd, this is really where he has to become a coach now. This is not just, hey, roll the ball out there and you guys do your jobs. I'm hopeful that they roll out there and say, okay, we know what you guys can do individually. Yep. Now let's start working on things that take what y'all do well and accentuate them even more. And then we got to figure out what these other role players can accomplish. But Kevin, so that's what I need them to have a very good camp together.
Okay, now, Mike, before you say anything about this, before we go any further, I'm going to take you to cut 5. This is Tim Legler about what happens now, his opinion about what happens now with the Kyrie Luka fit, and I kind of want to get y'all's reaction to this as well.
Look, if he ends up back in Dallas, I didn't like it at the time they acquired him. I'm not going to like it any better going into next season. I know they didn't get a lot of time together to make a definitive conclusion on it. But they are so bad defensively on the perimeter and offensively, I'm not sure that those parts go together because they don't complement each other. What they do is independent of each other on the court, and that's a difficult way to go. The one thing he addressed in his acquisition was the ability to now have an elite level scorer when Luka's on the bench. That's been a major problem for them, the way they operate their offense. But now you answered that, but that's not the big question. The question is, what about when they're on the floor together on both ends of the floor? It was fairly disastrous a year ago in a limited sample size. It'll probably be even more disastrous once Kyrie Irving gets paid and is there and gets a little bit more comfortable, and we know how quickly he can also become dissatisfied. So I don't know that there's great leadership there, and I certainly don't like the way that they fit together on the court.
So to put it absolutely mildly, he does not care for the repairing of Kyrie and Luka.
And he said the exact word, too, that I said all last year, Mike. The leadership is still, they got to figure that out.
I think this is the toughest thing, as we talked earlier about the draft and then what could happen in free agency in the trade market is what Nico and Cuban and Michael Finley are trying to do is how do we get a team around Kyrie and Luka to work? And I think Legler brings up a great thing here that we forget is first, Kyrie and Luka have to work. And then second, the complementary pieces have to work around them, because if Kyrie and Luka don't work on the court together, then it's just not going to work, because there's no, I don't know. I didn't see Bill Russell play basketball, But if Kyrie and Luka are going to disconnect from one side of the court for 48 minutes, Derek Lively, Kevin Garnett, whoever, they can't solve the issues of perimeter defense not caring to play defense. So there has to be chemistry and connection between those two guys wanting to help out the other guys offensively and defensively. And it's going to be interesting to see because I do think Kyrie is limited defensively. And what I mean by that is he can only guard pretty much one position, kind of two. He can guard the guard position, but there's three guys out there on the court on the other team. Kyrie's not physically capable of guarding. He's just a little guy. Luka is physically capable of guarding more people on an NBA basketball court. You know, it's going to be tougher for him to guard a true center. And what I mean by that is Jokic, Embiid come to mind, bigger guys. And it's going to be really tough for him to guard a Steph Curry or a Kyrie Irving, guys that are just super quick. But most of the wings, if Luka engaged, he can be an average NBA defender. He is not a bad defender because he's just bad.
Yeah.
He's a bad defender because he chooses to be a bad defender. And so one thing Luka's going to have to do, if this is going to mesh between Kyrie and Luka might have to give up some of his offensive responsibilities and some of his offensive numbers to make the team a better defensive team. I don't know if Luka wants to do that. And I think this is where the meshing of these two guys, I don't see, I like this comment. I like Legler talking on it just because I feel the same way. I just don't see these two very good basketball players working out together.
Is that because he does not, I know we have to speculate here, but would you say that's more because he doesn't view that as the best path to victory, or no one's sitting down with him and being like, hey, look, man, if we're going to really win, you have to do this?
I think in a weird way, he just hasn't matured enough to understand the importance of defense on a championship team. I know he won championship with Real Madrid. The young man came over in Luka and was phenomenal and has made 4 out of 5 of the first team All-NBAs that he could possibly make in his career. But I don't think he understands really what it takes to win at an NBA level and the commitment that he has to make on the defensive end, plus the commitment he has to make to his teammates to make them as good as possible, especially for 3 quarters of the game. And then in the fourth quarter, you take it over. He has this almost in a weird way. Do you feel like he has an opposite approach? I'm going to get all of mine in the first 3 quarters. I'm going to get my 30 points. I'm going to get my 7 or 8 assists.
Sometimes it does feel like.
And now y'all should be wide open.
And then in the fourth quarter, he doesn't really affect the game as much. And you're like, man, like just think if his first quarter was the fourth quarter. I know it's very tough to do. Defenses are playing different in the first quarter than the fourth quarter, but it feels like he gets 18 points almost every first quarter. I know that's a higher number, but it's like 12. It's like getting 12 points, and then he averages 32. So you just look at it and go, I feel like you're doing too much early in the game to get yours, where the greatest players of all time always start heating up as the game goes on. Like, yeah, I can get 20 in the first quarter if I want, but does that help my team win? And I think Luka's still trying to figure out at an NBA level, how do I become the best player in the league, the best team that I'm leading? And I think he struggles with that, and I don't think Kyrie helps him much in that aspect.
This is that opportunity for somebody to like lay out the plan, and it needs to be Kid. Honestly, like just think about what Bochy just did for this Rangers club. He walks in and everybody walks out of their first meeting like, I can't wait to run through it. Like, send me the wall. I'll go find it. But he made everything make sense for the guys. And that's what Kid has to do, is he has to get both of those two on the same page so they understand what their job is.
Right.
Like they can't, it felt like last year, Mike, and this goes from a lot of the inbound plays, that their job, they didn't know what their defined roles were. And it helps. It makes it easier when you're like, all right, I know when to go, and I know when to pull back, and I know when to do these things.
And I hope.
Go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to add on to. There's something to be said, and I'm not trying to absolve any of the parties involved here of their due responsibility, but there's something to be said for trying to put this together on the fly.
Yeah.
I think, Mike, you can speak to some of this being a former professional athlete. Doing things in the middle of the season and like game planning in that ways, especially like on a larger scale, is not as easy as we like to think it is. A lot of stuff is done with pre-planning before the season and laying some of the groundwork and foundation. And so obviously there's still work to be done on Luka's part, on Kyrie's part, and on Jason Kidd's part. But the level of difficulty needs to be acknowledged in This guy gets acquired. You lose a lot of the foundation of what Jason Kidd philosophically wants as a defensive team. And it's like, hey, go figure it out. That is a difficult task to accomplish. And I think there's some credit needs to be given to the idea that maybe with an offseason, once everything is coming together, that looks different.
I'm with you. You make a great point. I think in the last 20 years of me following the NBA, the only major trade in a season that worked out immediately and led to a championship was Rasheed Wallace to the Detroit Pistons. That's the only one I can ever remember. Yes, there's trades that help and they're supplemental pieces, but when you're talking about, hey, you're adding arguably the best player on your team or the second best player on your team, to your point, Reggie, it does take time. And that has to be the hope of Mavs fans, is that it's going to look better than, I believe they were 5-11 when they played together last year.
Oh, my God.
So, look, and there was times where it wasn't their fault. At times where it was their fault. You know, Corey brought up the point where they just kept playing patty cake with the basketball instead of shooting it because they were both showing each other how much they wanted to be a teammate, and they didn't know the defined role of who is going to take the ball here and win the game. And at the end, when you look at the best teams, you look at, we know at the end of the game who is going to dominate the basketball. LeBron's going to dominate the basketball on the Lakers. It doesn't mean he's taking the final shot, but he will dictate who takes the final shot. I think last year, for that small amount of time, they weren't really sure who was going to dictate who was going to set this thing up and who should set this thing up. And I think there's a strong debate on who it should be. I don't think it's as defined as Luka's better, so it should be him, because he's scared of contact at the end, because he's scared of the free throw line. And so I already know what Luka's going to do. I mean, don't you feel like 90% of the time in a game-winning situation, he's going to go to the left side and do a step-back three, whether it's a 1-point game or a 2-point game?
That's probably true.
Did we get enough? Do you have a less idea of what Kyrie is going to do then?
I don't. Yeah, and maybe I just haven't watched him enough. I mean,
I think
obviously
he has more
we
in his
know
bag,
that
probably.
he hit the big shot on Curry to win the championship. I feel like if he gets fouled, he has no fear of going to the line and winning. I think there's a true fear in Luka's mind. As much as he complains to the refs, I don't think he wants anything to do with the free throw line with the game on the line, and that affects how aggressive he is in a final second situation.
He just wants them to be in foul trouble so that they're not as aggressive defensively against him and he has more space to work with.
Is there any doubt, because it's all become kind of like, well, it's a guarantee, or is there any doubt in your mind that Kyrie will be back with the Mavericks at this point?
There is a little doubt in my mind that he'll be back, just because I don't know, like, that dude makes decisions on whims sometimes. So that's kind of where but I would say there's a 99.9% chance.
I'm with them. Like, literally everybody you listen to that usually has insight is saying nobody did anything to try to get Kyrie at the draft. Nobody has tried to do anything in this offseason to try to make an offer at Kyrie. Kyrie looks like he's going to have one offer from one team. Nobody trying to sign and trade him. He's going to be a Dallas Maverick. And then Legler brings up the point, which I've played with guys like this that have been problems with other teams. And they are not a problem at all when they come to your team for the first few months. You're like, wow, I can't believe people had an issue with this guy, or he is an awesome teammate, this and that. And then they get comfortable. And then the temper starts to happen. And then the talking starts to happen. And you're like, oh, okay. And so that's what Legler's bringing up. Will that happen again when we get to December, January, and Kyrie's on a new 3-year deal with a team or player option for the 4th year? At $40+ million per year, will he be as good of a teammate / soldier he was for a short amount of time last year, or will he revert to what people consider that is who Kyrie Irving is?
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway with uninterrupted content, including Mike Likes It, plus the Cowboys fan survey results. Is there really optimism galore? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. As we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway, we got some Mike Likes coming up, but I wanted to start with this. Came out this morning, the Dallas Cowboys fan survey results, and I want to give feedback from the Twolos, the YouTubers, and y'all to see if it matches up with what I feel like is kind of an optimistic look at the Cowboys. And I don't mean optimistic in terms of, we all know Cowboys fan that's like, oh, this is our year, blah, 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 blah. I mean more realistically optimistic, if I can say that's a thing.
I don't know what you just said, but we'll figure it out.
What grade would you give the Cowboys for their offseason on the A, B, C, D, F scale? I don't want to get into the whole disastrous GPA.
A 9.
9.5.
9.5.
You're not going to push me over the edge this time.
A minus.
Okay.
Can I go with can I use pluses and minuses here?
You can.
I think
it
you
makes
use
no
decimal
difference.
points.
It makes no difference. It's a flat A, B, C, D, E, or F. Excuse me, D or F. There's no E.
Where's the E?
Why not?
I don't know. I didn't make up the grading system.
That's for effort.
I'd give it an A -9? -0.9. It's
Close.
0.9.
I don't know what the hell that means.
A minus?
Have you never
You
done
can't.
decimals?
I don't know, because if I give it a 9, if I give it an A.0,
Yeah.
it makes it a little bit confusing. I don't want to confuse
This is
it.
the first question, Mike.
All right.
I think.
Hey,
Would
I
you
thought they
prefer
did
that he
good.
did it on the last question?
Probably. Actually, yes, I would.
It would eat into my time, though.
I think they had a good draft. Could they have had an even better draft? Sure. They had a good draft though. But we have a lot to wait on for those draft picks to turn out. I think there's the significant moves they made with their trades bolster this thing though. But nothing truly bad happened this offseason.
23% say A.
All right.
65% say B. I'm a little surprised, but still, that's what?
That's a conservative B.
Yeah.
You know,
that's 88% of your fan base that is like, yeah, A or B.
feeling pretty
for the
confident
offseason.
with this.
How far will the Cowboys go this season?
As far as Dak can
They're
take
going to
them.
definitely play 17 regular season games.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're going to forfeit any of them.
Back.
I'd be inclined to.
Oh
agree.
man, you know what, Mike? That is tough to just confirm. I can't say fact.
Assuming that is not an option.
Okay.
And we start with miss the playoffs as the lowest end.
All right. They didn't say just play 17 games. Miss the playoffs. I will give that a 20% chance.
Okay, what would be your vote?
That they make it to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Oh yeah, remember he said they would.
Remember I
go to
said
the
that.
Super Bowl.
I
I'm
remember.
going to stick with it. I'm going to be the
I
optimistic.
remember.
I'm going to play the other side. I want all the people to hate on me because I picked them to be too good.
That's probably an easier side to be on.
I think it is. I think that's why people do it.
I say they make it to the championship game, not the Super Bowl championship.
NFC championship?
The NFC championship game.
The interesting thing about this is 35% of people said lose in the divisional round.
Because that would be a Cowboys thing to do.
Oh, for
Right?
sure.
Like follow up a couple of seasons in a row where you're looking really well, and then
Of course,
Blah.
we lose in the divisional round.
I just accidentally licked my microphone thing.
Oh, great.
Immediately after Choppy was using. How many people use
Well,
that mic and don't
Oh,
cover it?
But this is
you
mine.
Oh, okay, cool.
This is my
need
cover.
to
I
get
take it
tested.
with me. Yeah, I don't need to get tested.
Are you sure Choppy's germs don't?
I don't know how germs work, dude. So I'm not gonna. I can't tell you whether or
I
not.
want that. 34.7.
What if Jeter licked that mic?
Oh my gosh, you're
Again, not a doctor, so I don't know if it travels through.
call your wife.
What is this?
She has not slept with Derek Jeter. Don't you ever say that again.
I meant to ask about how germs work, not that.
Oh, jeez.
Good Lord,
I mean,
Mike.
we take fun shots at each other, but
That is
saying
not-
my wife sleeps with Derek
That
Jeter is
is
not fair.
Yeah, that
Not-
was out of bounds.
What,
Yeah.
That is not what I meant at all.
But it's what you suggested.
That is definitely is not what I meant to
I don't know. It felt like the
suggest.
implication.
I think when you hear it again, it's going to sound like that's what you said about my sweet, beautiful
Sue.
wife.
Great doctor. She is Noah's doctor. I have an immense amount of respect.
Has she ever
for
met
her.
Jeter? Did she ever?
No, as far as I know,
Oh my God.
unless I'm finding out something now through Kevin I didn't know about.
So the point of this was 30. I don't even know how we got there because the answer was 34.7% said lose in the divisional round. How we got to has Mike's wife met Derek Jeter. I still don't understand.
I remember.
35.3% said lose in the NFC Championship. Now here is where the
Success.
extreme optimism comes in. 53% of Cowboys fans said lose in the NFC Championship, lose in the Super Bowl, or win the Super Bowl. So more than half of the Cowboys fans think we're at least making it to the NFC Championship game.
Hey, I said that, so I feel pretty good about that. I think I think also the weakness of like the NFC North has a lot to do with Aaron Rodgers not kind of looming. It has a lot to do with it. It's just you kind of have to either win that division for sure or hope that you get the right matchup. You know.
Okay.
And I don't know if this is a question, but that's the barrier. That's the barrier for success on the season, right? Is make the NFC Championship game.
Yes, for sure.
But we're also like I think you said this recently. Are you past the Mike McCarthy loses his job if
I am past that. Like I'm saying the fan base. I think the fan base. You can have whatever the hell record you want. Did it end in the NFC Championship game or beyond? And I think people have made up their mind already. That's a success or failure. As far as McCarthy's job security, I think he's fine. I really do.
I do too, as long as they make the playoffs.
Okay.
I do think if somehow they went 9-8 and missed the playoffs, I think that it could be tough for him because he became the offensive coordinator this year.
Okay, that is an interesting
But
point.
if they make the playoffs, I believe he's still the head coach. But you got to win the division. If the optimistic Cowboy fan, you cannot be a wild card team and expect to run through all these road games and make it far.
That leads into the next question. Who will win the NFC East?
If I'm truly going to believe that the Cowboys can make it to the Super Bowl and then lose, I have to believe they're going to win the division. Because if they don't, they're not going to run through at San Francisco, at Philadelphia, at maybe another place. At Tampa was not difficult. You drew a team that was bad. I won't say bad, just average, and you did your job. You took care of business, but you're going to have to play some home playoff games if you want to go far.
Man, I know the Cowboys and Eagles have pretty much the same, like a very similar schedule. Man, I think this is very close, and I'll give the edge to the Cowboys just because.
And that is almost how it played out. So Cowboys fans, 48.2% say Cowboys, 50.5% say the Eagles. The other 1.3% picked up by the Giants.
These are Cowboy fans?
Yes, these are.
Can you imagine if you asked that question in Philadelphia? I would assume the percentage would be 80% Eagles.
I could see that. And and it's weird because Cowboys fans feel overly optimistic and overly pessimistic at the same time.
Right.
It just depends on who you talk to. Now, this feeds into that.
The Eagles do have the Chiefs on their schedule as the Cowboys got lucky and got the Chargers in that group.
Oh, I love that. What's that quarterback ever done? How do you feel about the current state? I couldn't help it, Mike. How do you feel about the current state of the franchise? Headed in the right direction, headed in the wrong direction, or I have no idea, which is a very Cowboys answer to this question.
This is actually, man, I think this is the best direction they've been in a while. And somebody just texted in and said, you guys are still forgetting Jerry has his hands on this. I think his hands on this are on the Cowboys organization as a whole, but the Cowboys organization represents a lot more now than it used to. And now I think he has some other people that are still, they have to do something to acquire the skin on the wall, right? Like McClay and Steven haven't done anything necessarily.
Right.
But they've been building a better team than we've seen in a long time.
The game has changed a lot since I'm going to bring this up, but I do see the Cowboys in an optimistic looking up position because of Micah Parsons. And I'm going to bring up when the New York Giants became great and won the Super Bowl in 86 and 90, right? Those are the 2 years they won it. Phil Simms wasn't a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. He's really good, and he had a great Super Bowl where he went, 27-28 or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that was amazing.
Right? But why did the Giants become a team that could beat the 49ers? They could beat Washington and make it Lawrence Taylor. And so I think that in a way, if Micah Parsons can become as dominant, and he's shown the ability to, as Lawrence Taylor, and the defense can rally around that, and you make the game very Bill Parcells, Phil Simms like for Dak Prescott. I think you can get away with Dak never being a top 5 quarterback in a year, not being the guy, but being Phil Simms good. Phil Simms was just like that borderline Pro Bowler, good quarterback. Yeah, he's a top 10 quarterback, but no, he's not Marino. He's not Elway. He's not Montana. He's not these guys, but he's good enough as long as you have Lawrence Taylor.
69% say the Cowboys are heading in the right direction.
Nice.
Only 9% in the wrong direction, and then 22%. They have no idea. You might not know what football is. Will the Cowboys reach the Super Bowl in the next 5 years? You say yes.
Yeah, I'll go with yes.
I'm going to say no. Like, I hate doing this, but until proven otherwise, my default answer is no.
They have to take advantage of this because this is the worst the NFC's ever been in my lifetime, without a doubt.
In terms of quarterbacks?
Yes,
yeah.
this conference, not just division, and the division's tough right now with Philadelphia. This conference is pathetic right now based off of the history of this conference that I can remember. And so can the Cowboys not take advantage over the next few years? Who's the great superstar quarterback that's about to rise? I don't believe in Brock Purdy being that. I see him being good.
Right.
I don't. All the guys, I think Jalen Hurts is
Caleb
good
Williams
in his own way.
Starting next year with Arizona. I don't know.
Yeah, so I look at this and go, in the history of Jerry Jones firing Jimmy Johnson and moving on, there has never been a weaker time to be in the NFC. You got to take advantage of it one time.
Bryce Young do anything for you? I know it'll take a minute.
I'm not a huge fan of his as in this. I think he's going to be a solid, good quarterback.
Okay.
I don't think he's about to be. I didn't see Patrick Mahomes being Patrick Mahomes either, but Joe Burrow, and I know you just took a shot at Herbert, and I just don't see. I see him being good. I just don't see him like, you better hurry up because Bryce Young's about to take over the NFL. Now I will say this, to your point, if Williams does get drafted, I need to watch him more at USC this upcoming year. He does look like a guy that can totally change a franchise.
You say Super Bowl in the next 5 years?
No, but I think they're competitive all the time. They lack the one thing that I think it takes to get to the quarterback, and unless the defense is all world, they lack that one thing, and that is the quarterback to get to the Super Bowl and win it.
What grade would you give Mike McCarthy thus far as Cowboys head coach? And this kind of speaks to job security, maybe.
B+.
Okay.
Yeah, B+ is good. Win more in the playoffs, you'll move up to an A. So yeah, that's beating that team, beating that one team is a real big factor. You may not face them, but being able to push further is going to be a huge factor.
And this shows the shifting, I guess, maybe opinions of Mike McCarthy. Last year, half of people said C. This year, 27% said a C, and 62% gave him a B.
Okay.
So
was it just A, B, C, D?
Yeah. Unfortunately, don't get the pluses and minuses here. Who's the most overrated player currently on the Cowboys roster?
I don't know. Some 26-year-old said Luka.
On the Cowboys roster, so I'm going to say no to that.
Most overrated?
Overrated player on this Cowboys roster.
What do you think people still think of Tyron Smith?
I think there's reality on it.
You think Cowboy fans realize that he's over the hill?
Yeah, I think so. So I think I'm going to vote with Dak and Diggs because I think some people think that Diggs is overrated.
Who is that? Your order?
I'm going to say Dak.
Okay.
This is tough. I don't know. In a way, could Gilmore, who hasn't even played a game for the Cowboys, be overrated?
My guess finished third, so I didn't get it right.
McCarthy.
Right, who is it?
It is number one is Dak Prescott.
Yeah. I mean,
last year it was Zeke by a mile. This year it's Dak Prescott, Trayvon Diggs, and Michael Gallup. I thought a lot of people would have voted for Michael Gallup, but he's third. Tyron Smith is fourth. DeMarcus Lawrence is fifth in terms of most overrated player. Most underrated player on this team.
Underrated.
This will also reflect some trickiness about how people think people are valued.
Then I'll guess Micah, because I think he's arguably the best defensive player in the NFL.
CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb is not in the top five.
Okay.
DeMarcus Lawrence is number 1. So keep in mind, DeMarcus Lawrence was the 5th most overrated and the most underrated. And then tied for second, Dak Prescott and Tony Pollard, which that actually makes sense to me, is because Dak Prescott is the second most underrated and at the same time most overrated player the Cowboys have. That shows you the difference in perception people have.
So if you hadn't said anything before I answered, I was going to say Malik, I was going to say Hooker. Or Curse. Like, I think those dudes are underrated for what their value is and all that stuff, but that's interesting.
I don't know how much he's going to do, but when we do go to Oxnard in late July, I am going to be interested to see what Pollard looks like. As I just there's some doubt in me of, is he going to look exactly the same in the quickness and the burst, and or are they going to, is it still going to be rehab time? Because he does mean a lot to this year, because in my opinion, I don't think that there's a good backup running back here.
Okay.
And I don't want Zeke to come back. I wouldn't say he would be good if he came back. And I just wonder about putting this workload on Pollard coming off of the injury he's coming off of, if he can handle it.
Since you brought that up, there is a question. Should the Dallas Cowboys re-sign Ezekiel Elliott? The only answers are yes or no.
And there's no.
Nope.
I mean,
there's
I would say
I don't know.
For
what
league minimum,
injury?
yes. For $1,500,000, $1.5 million, 1 year contract. Yep, I'll sign him back, and he can be my backup.
81% said no. They do not want
Because
the
I think-
Cowboys to re-sign Zeke.
Would you sign him back for 1 year, $1.5 million?
Yes.
What
But
would
that's that's it.
$2 million?
Nope.
$3 million.
Nope.
He said.
Well, definitely not that.
He's supposed to go 1.9.
So the most, oh my God, please. The most underrated, I told you, DeMarcus Lawrence first, Prescott and Pollard tied for second. Leighton Vander Esch was third. Donovan Wilson was fourth. Jaron Kearse sixth. And then Terrence Steele is only eighth. I do think Terrence Steele is underrated by this fan base. All right, I got at least just one more for you.
Sure.
Which veteran will make the biggest impact? Which veteran that you just brought on? Newcomer, excuse me. Which veteran newcomer? So Ronald Jones and Chuma Edoga are on there, but it feels like it comes down to Cooks or Gilmore, right?
I think Cooks.
I mean, Gilmore, I think, is going to be a good player across from Diggs. They're going to have a solid defense, but I think that Cooks is going to be the one that you notice the production the most.
Brandon Cooks, 54%. Stephon Gilmore, 45%.
Yeah.
So it's slight edge to Cooks.
Makes a lot of sense.
It's up to you, Mike. It's your time. Do you want one more question or no?
Sure, why not?
Which position concerns you most on this team? Is it running back, since you just brought that up?
I'll lean toward, that one, or I'll say another one, linebacker injuries. I think if Leighton Vander Esch gets hurt, I guess you move Micah back to linebacker and say
More
you're
traditional, yeah.
You're not really rushing the passer anymore. I feel like linebacker, help me out on
That's where you need Jabril Cox to come up.
And Leighton Vander Esch.
Yeah.
That's
and
what I said.
Cox.
Yeah.
Cox were,
I'm not saying I believe it's going to happen.
But that's where I'm like, the depth at linebacker just looks a little ugly to me.
Okay.
For me, it's right tackle.
You could say offensive line as a whole.
Offensive line as a whole.
That is first, 38%. Kicker, second at 32%, and running back third at
not linebacker.
12%. Okay. No, linebacker is fifth on the list. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, so I'm taking this from RJ and Bobby this morning. I found this audio very interesting. It's on an Odyssey podcast.
Okay.
The podcast is called Reggie.
Baseball is boring.
Isn't that the one
Baseball
that
isn't boring.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Reggie,
burn.
you son of a. I think that's what Joe Kelly was promoting at the Super Bowl, right?
Yes.
I think that is right. Yeah.
Yeah. So Joe Kelly, I guess, is part of this podcast at times. Well, they had on Dr. Richard Lehman, and he is a orthopedic surgeon in St. Louis. I'm going to assume he looks at a lot of arms and elbows, and probably especially for the St. Louis Cardinals, and maybe gives second opinions when teams want second opinions on their guy. Well, he wanted to discuss the Tommy John injury in general, and then he does get specific on Jacob deGrom.
The first thing you have to say, about 25% of all Major League Baseball players, 30% are going to end up with a TJ, Tommy John reconstruction. That's a pretty high number. Number two, everybody thinks, hey, if I get Tommy John, I'm going to throw harder, which is a misconception. And number three, and probably to answer your question, the chances of pitching 3 years after your second TJ, after your second Tommy John, is not that great. So, yes, some guys come back and just sail, and then some guys you never hear of again. They just can't make it back, and that number is a higher percentage than you think. So a second Tommy John's not a good thing.
I thought this was really interesting because, like, before I started working here and, like, talking with you guys and everything, I didn't know that there was kind of an expiration for that first Tommy John surgery. And I think I also just was like, well, at least it's fixed and you don't have to worry about it again, and maybe you can throw hard.
Yeah, and I guess that it is getting pushed a little bit, as in, I think it used to be 7 years, and I think it's getting pushed to more like 9 to 10 years after Tommy John, that you kind of, your elbow will still work. And obviously you do make it stronger in a way. What they do is they figure eight a tendon in there over a ligament. And as far as I know, being married to a doctor, a tendon is stronger than a ligament. So they are trying to make it as strong as possible. But I think all doctors will tell you, before you're hurt, that's your strongest you're going to be. Once we cut you open and start doing things, we can't make it better. We can replace it and try to make it as good as it was before there was any injury there. But you were hurt. We're having to reconstruct something. It's not going to be better. Now, you work your butt off in your exercises, in your stretching, in your workouts to make it better. But Reggie, I don't know if there was another cut in there or not, but I do know that he talked a little bit about Jacob deGrom and kind of how hard he throws, and will he throw a similar speed when he does come back, most likely for the 2025 season.
So there is a second cut, and this one talks about the braces that players wear after having Tommy John.
I put synthetic material to augment my Tommy Johns, because I know that these guys are going to try to throw 90, 100 miles an hour, and I want to make the ligament as strong as possible. And I think that has helped, A, the rehab, and B, to limit the number of failures of our reconstructions. We don't really see it as frequently, but still, if you're going to throw 90, I mean, deGrom, and this guy was throwing, 97? Mm-hmm. I mean, the guy was unbelievable. He's untouchable. But again, if you drive your car 200,000 miles as fast as you can, something's going to happen, and that's what's happened. But I think specifically a second Tommy John surgery is not like the first. It's not getting it out of the way. It's now I'm on the ledge. I may be able to come back. I may not be able to come back. And I'm certainly not going to perform as well as I did before I had my second TJ.
I did like his car analogy.
Yeah, so this becomes scary for the Rangers. And we talked earlier about the Rangers trade possibilities with the Pirates. Go ahead.
I got basketball news for you.
Okay.
John Collins has been traded to Utah. And, I don't know if people in general care about him. That. Yeah, we wanted Capella. But that is somebody in John Collins that has been rumored to the Mavericks, I don't know, like 3 different times.
It shows the market's pretty open this week before free agency starts. And I believe Utah has free agent money, so they might be taking on his contract going, hey, we didn't love the free agent market, but we're getting some future picks.
And let me give you the details as reported by Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, and I'll read it verbatim. The Hawks are finalizing a trade to send John Collins to the Jazz for Rudy Gobert and a future second-round pick.
Wait. Say that again?
Oh, sorry, Rudy Gay, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
My brain defaulted to Utah.
I was like, what? Rudy Gay. When the hell did that other trade happen to get him back there?
Okay,
man, that's so...
Rudy Gay, second-round pick for John Collins?
Yeah. That is correct.
Oh, okay.
Nothing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I look, the Mavericks wanted nothing to do with John Collins. I mean, from everything we understood, they were only going to take John Collins if they were getting a lot of assets back.
Because they thought he was Christian Wood, right? In terms of offensively proficient, defensively.
Right. Even though he does light us up every time John Collins plays the Mavericks. If he played like he did against the Mavericks, he would be a top 15 player in the league right now. But that's the one team he dominates, maybe because we might not have the best big man guarding him at all times. Until now.
That's right.
Okay, so back to Jacob deGrom, and
I liked his analogy about the car. That's all I was saying.
And so here's the deal. I talked about this, and I don't know if this is possible or not. And you still have to rehab to try to come back to throw as hard as you can, because I don't think you rehab and go, hey, I'm going to try to not throw hard, because at some point you have to push yourself to know where you can be and where you can't be through your rehab. And that's still 15 months away for Jacob deGrom to see how hard he can push his arm. And that's why I understand how emotional he was, how upset he was when he did his press conference and he said, I want to be back next year. I don't think the Rangers have any intention. You just heard an orthopedic sports surgeon talk about there is no reason, I know he didn't say this, but he's pretty much telling you, there is no reason after a second Tommy John surgery to push the guy back sooner than possible. Yeah. As long as he doesn't pitch next year, you're giving his elbow 20 months of rehab before he has to pitch again in a Major League Baseball game, which is a lot smarter to me than saying, hey, in 14 months or 15 months, we want you pitching in the what Jerry would call the heart of the season, which other people would call the end of the season, to then get ready for a possible playoff run with your team. There's no reason to push Jacob deGrom's arm, but I wonder, through the great analogy that he uses of a sports car and just gassing it every time you get in that car, is, can Jacob deGrom rehab, work his arm well enough to get back to being able to touch 100 miles an hour? I don't know if he can or not, but let's just say 97, 98. Plenty hard in the major leagues to dominate major league hitters if you throw that hard with location and movement. Can he dial it back and be successful his last 3 years of his career, it sounds like, through this doctor, that he would probably have that 3 years left on his contract, that maybe he could pitch some for the Rangers and be somewhat successful, that he throws at 94, 95. And he knows he can touch 98 if he needs it. I saw John Smoltz do this at 40 years old, not after double Tommy John, but guys that are really good, smart pitchers. Now, he's never pitched without totally gassing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So he is going to be 36 years old, and he has never had to pitch throwing the ball 94, 95 miles an hour. So he might be fearful of backing off of his fastball and maybe throwing 92, 93 to start the game. Like, it would be a good idea to talk to Verlander as he's coming back and saying, hey, I want to spend a week with you, and I want to get to know how you pitch. I see it on video. I'm watching you on video. Let's go over your video. I want to know, how do you throw 92, 93 and then get it to 97, 98 later in the game? Or you're throwing 92, 93 and then you pump a 98 in there and then you go back to 92, 93. I want to know, how does it feel in your legs? How does it feel in your hips? How does it feel when it's releasing, that you can command it, you can move it, and then you can gas it up and then pull it back? Because if he can't figure out how to do it, if Jacob deGrom is fearful of pitching at 93 to 95 and only wants to throw the ball 100 every time he touches a baseball, I don't know if it's going to work out. And the Rangers, in a weird way, desperately need it to work out in year 3, 4, and 5
because of impact on the payroll.
Yeah, I do. I think so. So when we're talking about Shohei this offseason, or we're maybe talking about Juan Soto the next offseason, or whoever it might be, the next super stud to come up in free agency, and let's be honest, the Rangers have done a tremendous job of raising our expectations in free agency with Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi and Corey Seager and Marcus Semien and John Gray. Like, they have done a really good job these last 2 years of raising our expectations that we can get guys to come to the Texas Rangers. You do have to pay a lot of money, but you can do it. Could there be a point where Ray Davis is going, man, I want to see why, but I've got $37 million in a guy that's not playing for me, and we're not sure if he is going to play for us again. So that's where you really need deGrom those last 3 years to figure out how to me, my opinion, how can you pitch at 93 to 95 and then every once in a while gas it? But you got to take your foot off of the gas pedal. If you're throwing 60 fastballs in a game or 50 fastballs in a game, 80% of them need to be 95 or lower. And because you can still throw. Now, if he can only throw 95, that becomes tough, right? Because then if I'm asking him to pitch at 90, 91, I don't think he could mentally get to that hump. My opinion, playing Major League Baseball with guys that throw hard when they stop throwing hard. Talk to Oral Hershiser. He was my pitching coach. He threw the ball and could sink the crap out of it, getting to mid-90s with the LA Dodgers. And then over time, injuries. And when he was with the Cleveland Indians when I was there, and he was a great mentor, and then obviously my pitching coach, but when he was with Cleveland later in his career, still very successful pitcher. But he was throwing more at 88 to 90 miles an hour. He figured out how to throw in the what we call the hitting speed.
Yep.
The hitting speed might be a little bit faster now, but back then you're like, man, you don't want to throw around 90. That's what the hitters love. You want to be well above that, or at times well below that. And so it's going to be interesting based off of this, and fearful. I'm fearful as a Texas Ranger fan of what we could possibly see Jacob deGrom come back a couple years from now and what he's going to be like.
It's really good content. I didn't like it because it makes me sad about the future of Jacob deGrom. But interesting, very interesting nonetheless.
You feel good, though, still that the future of the Rangers looks pretty bright at the moment?
I do.
Okay.
Mike brings up a really great point about repercussions on the salary, on your salary and everything like that going forward. If this truly is not a usable asset in years 3, 4, or 5, or barely usable.
I think, Kevin, and I know we got to go here, I think this is one of those moments, though, where that money spent, I know it's a lot of money, but that started the we're serious for the fans again. And that's why the fans are showing up in droves
I definitely
again.
think you're right about that. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I think I have a golfing story that's going to make you happy next on The Fan.
The Rangers open an 8-game homestand.
make that very clear. We have sold their house. They are
rude.
but
Where
they
are they gonna live?
said that with my mom.
Oh, okay.
They live with my mom. She has a place for them. She kind of put it all together. She's in the process of like going through their entire home and giving the grandkids stuff and so forth. And so she's like, come over here and get certain things. Well, I know my grandfather, like he has a walker. He can't walk very well. I know he's not using his golf clubs. And he was like, yeah, you can have those. So I grabbed the golf clubs. Now we have enough golf clubs that I can take the boys. Me and the boys can go play around together. So 877-881-1053. What course? Next week I'm going to set up 2 golf outings with the boys, with Avery and Carter. What golf course should I take them to that's easy, that won't be a lot of stress?
Dallas National?
No, hold on. I feel like you're setting me up for failure here, Mike.
Is that an expensive one?
Yeah, Roger, Tony Romo.
Okay, yeah. Mike, I don't think you were being.
I think George Bush is a member there.
Okay, so maybe not.
Yeah, but you get a caddy and everything.
Okay, 877-881-1053. Preferably. Listen, I love Keaton. Keaton is one of my favorite golf courses around here. It's easy.
I'm Batman.
No, not Michael Keaton. It's right over there off of 30. In the Samuel area.
If you go try to get a driver's license and you said Mike Keaton, they'd be like, "There's no way that's the same person." Totally different name.
But if there's something up north in in the Plano, Frisco, Allen area that y'all think might not be like super crowded because these boys just need to get out there and swing the clubs. Maybe I even just Carter loves Top Golf, so he's like, I want to go play. So I need to get him out there because I need him to do some stuff instead of him thinking about Mike telling him to, tell my wife that she's sexy. That's his mom, Mike. That is his mom.
You don't think your wife would appreciate that?
I don't know how. I think she would say, well, she would probably change the word. She would say, I appreciate that you think that you say that to me.
But that's why it's different, right?
But then she would tell him, but the better word for that is, Mom, you look pretty, or something like that, instead of you look sexy.
I hope he's like Mike right there and goes, I said what I said.
And
or Reggie.
And then when he just has this Oedipus Rex complex for the rest of his life.
What? And then he says, inside the NBA, you know what I'm talking about, Dad?
Did he not want to hook up with his mom?
What if Carter said
that was exactly what was happening with Oedipus.
Okay.
Corey didn't even hear what I said.
No,
it's best that you did not.
Hey, so Mike, there are lots of courses coming in on the fan text. I'll get to those in just a second because a lot of people are texting in. You let me know which one you think is the best out of what the Tolos are saying.
I'm not going to know Plano, Allen, Frisco well.
Okay, gotcha. But I did see this, and I think it's kind of fun. At Happy Gilmore _44. Posted, I am very excited to announce that I have committed to continue my academic and golf career at Ball State University.
Well, okay, that's great. What is their real name?
His real name is Happy Gilmore.
That's his real name?
His real name is Happy Gilmore.
It say that on his birth certificate.
I don't know. I don't have his birth certificate, dude. I just know that's what his...
Don't you even start.
What do you mean? What do you think is going to happen?
You know exactly what I mean.
Hold on. What's going to happen?
We're not asking for anybody's birth certificate or anything like that.
I mean, that would just be a way to verify his name.
You're jerk.
Should I ask for his passport?
Yes.
Okay.
I accept.
I mean, I think Reggie is right. Like, that is the only way to verify. Unless somebody's like, no, here's his driver's license. His driver's license, that's your name right there.
Yeah, I accept.
So Happy Gilmore is going to Ball State University to play golf. Adam Sandler then tweeted to Happy Gilmore.
That makes sense.
Go get him, Happy. Pulling for you, obviously, because he's trying to make Happy Gilmore too. And then Kevin, as if announcing his commitment to Ball State that morning wasn't enough, he was tied for second out of 86 and punched his ticket to the U.S. Junior Amateur in Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. And I do want to see that. My second question, or I guess my first question after that statement is, do you box that kid in to potentially be a golfer or hockey player with that name?
See, okay, that was where I was going with this. Does your name? We've been watching the Big Door Prize, where you get a card and it gives you your life's potential. All right, Mike. So let's say, Mike, you spent your whole life loving baseball and you were going to be a baseball player. And then you got this card and it said Woodsman. Now, like, do you change your whole life based on the fact that this card told you that you were a woodsman? And that's all you get is a card that tells you that, all right?
Like I cut wood?
Good luck. You get to figure that out.
It just says woods.
You get a noun on a card.
I have to live in the woods?
No, you don't have to do any of these things.
You can not do anything. You can just go pursue baseball still if you want.
They're just saying that's your
nickname?
Your life's potential.
That's your life's potential. You could become, you could move into a different industry.
Would that mean Mike is a lumberjack?
We don't know.
Among other potential
Again,
professions.
it is a noun printed on a card. You get to decide how you approach that from there. So that's the basis of the show. It's a great show if you haven't seen it. I talk about it with Kevin almost every morning when we walk in. It's a great show. But that's the premise behind it is you get this card. So Happy Gilmore is born and named Happy Gilmore.
Apparently, according to the 806 on the text line, his name is Landon Gilmore, but his nickname is Happy.
All right. Yeah. Well, never
I'm not
mind.
rooting for him anymore.
Yeah. Now that ruins the whole story.
I am intrigued about where people want to play golf, but I'm not rooting for that kid.
Because Mike Bassick was named Mike Bassick. His dad was a pitcher in baseball. So his name is Mike Bassick. He has to be a pitcher in baseball. If your name's Happy Gilmore, you have to be a golfer. These are the things, right?
Mike,
Michael Jordan's son has to be the next great one.
Yeah, and team up with Scottie Pippen.
Yeah.
If you would have had...
Why is Reggie looking at me?
He's already laughing. What?
Because Reggie's looking at me.
Staring through him right
Mike,
now.
would it have hurt your feelings if you were the oldest son born and your name was like Steven, and then another son was born and he got named Mike Bassick Jr.? Would that hurt your feelings?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's a hypothetical. It's tough to try to go back to, I don't know, 5 years old, and I have two younger sisters, to be like, if one of them was a boy and somehow my name wasn't Mike.
Yeah.
Or as the DMV is going to say, well, there's no such thing as shortening Michael to Mike. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Or Susan to Sue. Like, how in the world? How did you get from Susan to Sue? But I don't think I would.
Okay.
I mean, I intentionally, our two boys aren't Michael or Mike just because it got to be, it's a little bit different now because everybody has their own phone. But back in the olden days, like the 90s, when somebody would call the house, or I would have to say, they'd say, is Mike there? And by the time I, hit maturity, we'd have to say big or little. So I was little Mike, big Mike. So if we weren't sure who was calling, it was always weird. Some people would call in and be like, yeah, this is Danny Darwin. I'm like, the Danny Darwin who is the pitcher in the major leagues? It's like, yeah. And I was like, Dad, like, I'd be like, Doyle Alexander's on the phone for you. Like, I know these people. Like, you got traded for John Smoltz, man. So
he's like, I know.
How'd that make you feel?
Yeah.
How we never call Mike Lil Mike?
This one?
Good question.
Yes.
Yeah,
Lil Mike?
That's a good nickname.
Big or little. That's how we had to use the phone. Big or little.
Now, I did have a situation over the weekend as I was rolling around, and I heard Matt Hicks, and he was talking about Corey Seager, and he kept saying Corey instead of Seager, and he was just saying Corey over and over and over. And Mike, I started to get the same feeling you got when people were saying Mike regarding Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, it drives me insane.
And now I'm at a point where I'm like, well, I was here first. I do need to claim this too now.
I'm listening half the time.
Uh-huh.
And so when we get into football conversations and I'm not listening, and then whoever we have on says Mike, and then I'm like, wait, did they just address me with a question? I need to listen right now. And then they're like talking about the head coach. And I'm like, look.
So your actual thought is that somebody from the media or whatever is asking you about the left guard position as opposed to Mike McCarthy?
I don't know.
Is that what you're saying, Mike?
I have no clue what they're talking about. You just made a specific thing about they're talking about the left guard. Remember, I'm not listening. Okay? So then they will say, while you guys are interviewing them or we're talking to them,
and they'll say, well, Mike,
or it's crosstalk or whatever. They're like, Mike. And then I'm like, wait, what did I do? What are we talking about? And so I have to try to figure out where we're at in the conversation. And then where I find out we're in the conversation is they're not even talking about me. And they made me connect to a conversation that I wasn't planning to be a part of anyways.
Relatable.
Now I have to try to be a part of it, but then I realize I engaged for no reason and I can now disengage.
Wasted
Stop saying
engagement.
Mike.
That's
yeah.
right.
Sam McCarthy.
So the thought has, just I want to clarify this for Reggie too. So the thought has never crossed your mind that maybe you should have just been listening the whole time? That's not a viable option?
You can only listen so many times. I'm kind of like when they talked about Elvis.
What do you mean?
There is a finite amount of listening,
Yeah.
Kevin.
And 4 hours is too much for me. That has been figured out
What
inside
does
my
that
brain.
say to our audience?
I love you guys. You're great. They're better listeners. They're great listeners.
You think that about all facets of life?
Teammates. They're
That
great
4
teammates.
hours is too long to listen to your wife, to your kids,
For
to
sure.
the show. Oh my God.
Who do you want to listen to for 4 hours?
Me.
Like,
I want to listen to this show for 4
Maybe a
hours.
wrestling podcast. That's
I mean, like, I would love to listen to this show for 3 hours. Like,
But you're on this show. I don't want you just sitting back and just being like thumbs up every time I throw a point to you. You're like, you guys are doing great.
I remember there was a
No.
conversation about Elvis Andrus when Elvis was struggling defensively at shortstop. And they said, Elvis, we don't need you to concentrate for all 3 hours or every moment you're out in the field. What we want you to do is engage when the pitch is being made. And then when the pitch is over, walk around, whatever.
into the
Look into
stands.
the stands. You have like 10 seconds to kind of disengage. But then we need you to re-engage when the pitch is being made. So if I feel like the conversation is about the Cowboys and the left guard situation, which I don't care too much about at that time, I'm like, I'm disengaged. When they want to
Okay.
re-engage me, I'm waiting for my name to re-engage me.
Wait, are we still
not-
talking about this?
Hold on.
Hold on. You know, everybody needs to hold on. After listening to Mike and this, I'm perfectly fine with them calling Corey Seager Corey. That's I just want to make this clear
Okay.
real quick. That's where
Thank
that all
you for that.
started.
But also, Mike, I just think you said something that is inaccurate. It's
Okay.
not just your name. There are other keywords.
All right.
So I'm going to take a fan text, and this is how it plays out in my head. From the 940. That's why you end up on Masterpiece of the Week a lot. Because I can see a football segment where a quarterback threw it 55 times and Corey's like, his arm probably felt like Jell-O. Then Mike's head pops up and he goes, did you say Jell-O?
Right.
Was your favorite the green Jell-O? Did you like red? Did you eat it with fruit inside? That's how that
I
happens.
feel like whipped cream on Jell-O.
See?
Just happened.
Is
I'm in.
like it's a lot better with whipped cream.
I don't know what
Ice
it
cream,
is.
you're like, ice cream and Jell-O, it's fine,
Wait,
but
he
it's
would do
not
that?
as good as whipped cream and Jell-O.
Yeah, there's something different about the texture of it all. Like it
I'm
all
not
changes.
I like ice cream more than whipped cream, but I do like whipped cream on Jell-O more, and it's red Jell-O that I like the best.
Wait, did we find out that Mike's brain just works with keywords? You just get a keyword and then he's like,
Oh,
whatever I
so
have
for
on that
sure.
keyword is what is coming out of my mouth right now.
Yeah, and I'd like to maybe tomorrow we could do this. Let's put together a list of keywords because I've already come up with Luka, Kyrie, kid.
Well, you can't tell them those ahead of
Like
time.
those are 3 that I already have, but what other keywords does make Mike go from looking at cards on eBay to looking up and going, what?
Oh, I thought you were doing a different segment. I thought you were doing a segment where we just have keywords and we have the input of throw them at Mike and see what comes out.
Well, right now, I'm looking more at Mitch Keller of the Pittsburgh Pirates as a future starting pitcher of the Texas Rangers, along with, I haven't looked up Andrew McCutchen. I know Kutch's game. It's old. But he can still play like in a reserved role.
From the 817, y'all show was the thing I missed most while I was in rehab.
Hold on. They don't
That's
let you
nice.
listen to us in rehab?
I don't know.
What
about-
type of rehab? Physical rehab or like
Yeah, there's a lot of rehab.
That's a great question.
sex rehab?
That what? That was
Didn't
a
Tiger go to
great
that?
question. Yeah.
What is sex rehab like?
We're the KNC Masterpiece. My God. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I thought
Coming
that
up
was a fair
next.
question.
That is not my next segment. Is this the order the
Why did you put it
Cowboys
there?
should be looking
It doesn't go there.
to get their contract extensions done?
You need rehab.
877-881-1053. And whatever Spittle talks to us about in the break. All of that next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Star and
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Cole comes home. Tavares lines one to left field, a base hit. That one rolls towards the corner. McKinney slides to cut it off. Leote digging for second. The throw is there on a hop. The tag not in time as Leote slides to the outfield side of the base and avoids the tag attempted by Torres.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, Rangers fall to the Yankees 5-3. They start a new series with Detroit tonight. 8 straight home games with the Detroit series rolling into the Houston series, the last home games of the first half of the season for the Rangers. You can hear them all right here on 105.3 The Fan. I actually wanted to shift back, though, to football, and I was curious because this was part of the athletic survey as well, and I've seen a couple of different stories about it. If the group is Trayvon Diggs, Dak, CeeDee Lamb, Pollard, and Steele, how do you want to handle contract extensions? Like, are there people that you're like, hey, because my answer is going to be you need to get Dak done first so you can figure out how your money's going to look for years and years and years. But how do y'all feel about this? And then to add on with Pollard, I do not want to give him a contract extension.
Yeah, I 100% agree. You got to do Dak first, and then from there you move forward. And I think this should be Tony Pollard's pretty much last year as a Dallas Cowboy. Hate saying it, good guy, but that's the way you have to treat that position.
Yes. Yeah, draft there. And, I mean, Dak did say that Deuce is going to help them immediately. So I'm interested to see what his plan is for that.
If we could stop on that for just 1 second, does that feel like it would be a different semblance of an offense at all? Because the Cowboys in the past don't seem like they've done super well with optimizing specific players' talents. And so if they use Deuce Vaughn straight away, I'm hopeful that will be a really positive thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that will have a lot to do with McCarthy's approach to what he wants to accomplish.
Sure.
You know, like this is. I'm not saying that this offense is going to be completely different this year. Like it's not. I don't think it's going to be. Honestly, if you're looking for revolutionizing offense, I don't think that's McCarthy.
Right.
I think it's going to be like, look, we have some things that we want to, some practices we want to use, and we're going to go about it this way. But we got to balance out what our defense is really good at, and that's what his approach is going to be: is protecting the defense more than anything else. So yeah, I think that could be a thing. Kevin.
Oh, no. I don't know what's happening.
I think Dak is a good quarterback.
Okay.
And I understand, like, we are living in this. We had this discussion the other day.
Sure.
We are living in this place where it's just economical to extend Dak and do all these things. Is it the best interest of your team?
Okay. If you decide, and this is the issue that the Cowboys ran into to begin with, right? Is you have to decide right now, like in this moment, do you want Dak to be here 2 more years or 5 to 7 more years? All right? Because you can bail, but you have to have the financial resolve right now to know in 2 years, you're bailing and you're still going to take a hit. Or even if you make a trade after this year, you're still going to take a hefty hit. And I don't think the Cowboys have the stomach for that.
Tony Romo's body was deteriorating before our eyes. It was easy to see. His body couldn't handle it. And they were still going to roll with him until he died. And they got lucky. And they got Dak Prescott in the 4th round the year that Tony Romo's body died. Like, it was the luckiest thing you could ever have happen for an organization that was not trying to replace a guy that you knew needed to be replaced very soon. His body was failing him. His back was jacked up, and luckily, upon all luck, they had Dak sitting there waiting, and nobody knew, even the Dallas Cowboys, that he could be that good that quick and then stay good. He's a good quarterback. I think they're going to go with Dak until he's physically incapable of playing the position. He will never, and I mean never, get replaced because they don't think he's a top 5 or 8 quarterback. They're just going to roll with him until his body can't do it anymore.
And I go back to the question I asked. Is that what's best for the team?
I don't think it is.
Okay.
And so I think it's
mostly because Dak hasn't gone beyond. His ceiling is what it is.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he can break through that ceiling to the next level. Mike, I understand what you're saying about Jerry and Steven and their approach to things. And that's why I'm asking that part of the question is economically, it's the situation that's easiest to pursue.
And you're right. And here is the part of the conversation. And I'm not trying to say, because somebody goes, were there real conversations about giving Dak more money? Because it's simple economics, right? Because you know what the Cowboys keep doing on this? We're going into year 3 of the 4-year, $160 million contract for Dak Prescott, right? Because of the way the Cowboys do business, do you know how many of those years have really hit? Zero. You are going into year 3 of a 4-year deal. 0 of those years have hit. Because your cap hits have been 17, 19, and this year it's going to be about $27 million. And if you're wondering, where does the rest of that money go? His cap hit for 2024 is $59 million. And after that, you have another $36 million in dead money once his contract is over.
So it is similar to taking your credit card debt and then putting it on a 0% interest thing and then just saying, I'll pay that off later. You have to pay it at some point.
And it's time to pay, and they still haven't found a new credit card with 0%.
Yeah.
For people who are like, all you got to do is build a better roster around him. I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with that. But with what? If it's just draft picks, we've done very well at that. If it's other monetary resources, I do not believe the Cowboys have done well at that. And so that's why you're probably right. I don't think the Cowboys have the stomach for that, and I think they want to sign Dak and then figure out the rest.
Yeah, and that's where I think in the way I would probably do it, and I'm not a capologist. I would hire you as my cap guy. But the way that I would want to do it is I would probably say, I appreciate your service, Diggs. I can't pay you. I have to pay off this Dak debt first.
Sure.
And then I have to redo my team. That's the way that I would probably approach this.
I have no doubt that you just won the heart of Eric Chiafalo at the very least.
I don't want to get rid of him.
know.
It's not because I think he's garbage. It's just I got to figure out how to get out from under this bad debt I have with Dak.
On the Cowboys fan survey, it plays out like this. 50% of people say CeeDee Lamb. And then 20% Trayvon Diggs, 19.5% Dak Prescott. The one I'm a little surprised about is Terrence Steele's only 6% and Tony Pollard's 4%. I do not think people appropriately appreciate what Terrence Steele has become or what he meant to this team last year. I get it. He's coming off an injury too, though, so that could be part of it.
Their backup plan for him, I mean, your backup right tackle is they don't have a true, they were like, we'll throw Jason Peters out there.
Right.
We'll throw Tyron Smith out there, and it'll just work. And it didn't, it was okay, but it wasn't, what it was with Terrence Steele. I do want to know, is that combo block just super effective, or is he even better at right tackle? Like he was growing into the spot. How much better can he get back to? But I understand what you're saying there, man. Like he's from what he started as to what he is now, leaps and bounds different.
Which player's departure do you think is the toughest to replace? Is it Zeke, Schultz, or Connor McGovern?
I guess Connor McGovern.
That's where I'm going to.
Yeah, because we're not 100% sure how this offensive line is going to look / guard tackle. Obviously, we know one of them, Zach Martin, but yeah. So I'll go there because I think all three of us weren't like the biggest fan of Schultz. I think he's very replaceable. Solid player. Solid, good player. I think there's a whole bunch of people that could have done what he did in the NFL, and maybe I'm wrong about that. And Zeke's time has passed. I mean, hey.
Agreed.
He loved partying. And that's why you pay the piper at some point. And at 27 years old, his body's done.
But McGovern was kind of a fullback a lot of times, right? Like that was,
sure.
So do you? I guess I'm kind of like I guess Schultz, but I think they replaced Schultz.
Schultz got the most votes, 43.5%. Zeke only 20.5%, and Connor McGovern 32%. Now we've been talking about Dak a lot, so here are the categories. Dak is a what in the NFL? And remember, this was Cowboys fans.
He's a quarterback in the NFL.
Top 5.
Okay.
Between 6 and 10, between 11 and 15, 16-20, or not in the top 20. Which I think is an insane opinion, by the way, if you say he's not in the top 20.
It's weird because anywhere from 7 to 11 is kind of that range.
Okay, so you got to pick.
Yeah, so I'm in this weird spot. So I'll say 6 to 10.
Okay. Mike?
Agreed.
Okay. That is the leading vote getter. I know you were definitely in on that. 63.5% said Dak was between 6 and 10 in the NFL. 28.7% said between 11 and 15. So hopefully that just kind of shows right there. 92% of Cowboys fans say he's between 6 and 15 in the NFL. Will Dak Prescott be the Cowboys starting quarterback in 3 years? Now, we were just talking about this. I say yes. Mike says yes. You say?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Oh, I'm looking at Pro Football Focus.
Unless a catastrophic injury.
Yeah.
I think you can mark him down for the next 5 years. Maybe 5 years from now, his body starts deteriorating and he can't do it anymore.
Pro Football Focus has Dak at 10.
Okay.
Behind Kirk Cousins and
completely
Trevor Lawrence and Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson and Aaron Rodgers, Herbert. Like that group is good. I mean, that's an effective group right there.
78% said yes, he'll still be the starting quarterback in 3 years or more. Now, this one is really interesting. This might be the last one I got for you guys. If the entire offensive line group is healthy, who should start at left tackle, Smith or Smith? And please distinguish which Smith you
T. Smith.
I'm going to need a further.
T.Y.
No,
Smith.
I'm going to need one more at least.
Yeah, well,
last letter N.
This year alone. All right, I'm thinking about this year specifically. I'm not thinking about the future.
Sure.
Okay, because if I'm thinking about the future, I want Tyler Smith to go ahead and start there. But if Tyron Smith is going to be healthy, I want him at left tackle, and I want Tyler right next to him at left guard. I feel like I have a strong left side if I have that group going.
75% of Cowboys fans said Tyron Smith should be the starter at left tackle. Only 25% said Tyler Smith should be the starting left tackle if both are healthy.
It's a good question, but I don't think you have to worry about it. It'd be like, hey, who do you want to play at off guard this year, Rolando Blackman or Josh Green? And you're like, one of them's 50 years old and doesn't play anymore. And I feel like for Tyron Smith, like he's going to get hurt and you're not going to have to really worry about it.
Are you trying to say that Rolando Blackman couldn't go out there and do that thing though? Like you hear him, that energy's insane.
It is, but he
this
can't
next year,
play in the NBA.
Rolando Blackman or Dwight Powell at $12 million per year. Rolando Blackman gets the veteran minimum.
Dwight Powell.
Oh my gosh!
Is way better than Rolando Blackman right now.
And
but I don't know if you gave Rolando Blackman 15 minutes in NBA playoff games, would he get more than 3 points and 2 rebounds?
I think he might. And by the way, since it is the Cowboys fan poll, it probably won't surprise you which of the Metroplex teams is closest to winning a championship. 45% said Cowboys, 29% Stars, 23% Rangers, and only 3% said the Mavericks were the next to win a championship from this Metroplex. And if before anybody asked, none of them was not an answer option given.
Last question.
What?
Okay. I have no idea what this question is.
Now that the Houston Rockets might be engaged or involved with Dwight Powell, how much money will Mark Cuban overpay Dwight Powell to make sure he never leaves Dallas?
Are you going to party if Dwight Powell is just gone?
I think it would help. I think it would help out in a way that you can't play him. I think if he's here, he plays.
Who's pitching for LSU tonight? That's what I want to know. Last question. Who's pitching?
I thought we already did the last question.
Last question.
Oh my God.
What is it?
What time is crosstalk at?
It's coming up next.
Wait.
Let's chit chat.
Take your time.
With
I forgot
those
to pull my
fellas
commercial.
Last
from
question.
The G-Bag Nation. I'm going to say one. Well, I probably shouldn't answer that. Really soon. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Last question.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, and it's time for our chit-chat with those fine fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Heggy, we are rolling.
All right.
Doing much better than Choppy's kid, you know what I'm saying?
Wow. So they figured out about 3 minutes before our show started, so after our crosstalk with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, that their two kids' teams were playing against one another, and Basic's kids' team was losing 3-1, and y'all won 5-3. Is that correct?
5-3. My son came up Cal 3-3, runner on third, one out. They probably brought in their stud reliever, throwing about 89 miles an hour.
Rodriguez came in, pitcher for them.
My kid hit a rocket to right field for a double.
Get at him.
Boy, I hear so many parents say how hard kids throw, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go bring out my father's real gun, and then you guys can stop saying how hard these kids are throwing when they're not throwing that hard.
Real radar gun. Real radar gun. Real radar gun. I really want to make that clarification.
I'm so in on this. Yeah. You should tally. This is what you should do. You go out there, you're like, hey, all of them give you their projection of how hard their kid throws. Line them up, and then we'll see on the radar gun.
Take bets.
And just their facial expression, just they get the self-realization of,
what Mike needs to do is sit there, and every time there's a pitch, just yell out the number.
Yeah.
76.
69.
Oh, my God.
What are you doing?
What?
Is that what happened to Evaldi? Put a real radar gun on him?
No, I do think he's probably going through a little bit of fatigue.
Right here.
Fatigue.
He has the most innings pitched in Major League Baseball this year. So I still, his velocity's good enough.
He had
but
one of his last three, right? Is that the problem?
Yeah, and the velocity dipped. Even if it went up a little bit yesterday, it's still down.
He should have gotten the win yesterday.
I do think there's a little bit of reality setting in, though. Like, I mean, nothing against Evaldi. He's very good, but he's not Garrett Cole. Like, there's a reason Garrett Cole got $35 million in free agency and Evaldi got
Made
18.
him throw a lot of pitches yesterday, didn't
Yeah, they did.
Early,
And usually if you do that, if you knock a stud out like that in the fifth inning, you really want to win that game because it's tough. Last time Garrett Cole pitched against us, totally dominated us, shut us out, and then you get them out after 4 2/3. You want to hold on to that one, but they didn't.
What is brought us your nervousness / excitement level for tonight? Winner take all, Game 3 of the College World Series final.
I'm just hoping we'll have all hands on deck. I think it's going to try and piece this, this pitching staff together with Hurd and Skeens and and just hope for the best. If you can, the one thing that was just so disappointing is the night before that Floyd had done such a great job of limiting the Florida's bats. Or they had some guys that they were the second. I think they were the second best team in college baseball with home runs, and he did a great job with the 17 strikeouts, and LSU left a ton of runners on base. Yesterday was just an absolute disaster. So you really don't know. The only hope you have is that all of a sudden your stars kind of pick it up with the sticks, and then you could piece enough together with innings to kind of make this thing, where you can have a chance to win it at the end.
We had on Mitch Moreland last week, and TCU was still in the tournament, and he was like, no, I'm rooting for all the SEC teams. He went to Mississippi State, and I was wondering, SEC people seem to root for their...
I don't.
Okay.
I heard him say that, and I was kind of like thinking, I've never done that. And that's just me. I mean,
like you want LSU to win, and then number 2, the SEC, other schools to lose.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, hey, we're going to get the money regardless. Heggy's school's going to get money. My school's going to get money. We're all going to get money here. So those are the kinds of things that are okay. But as far as cheering for Florida or Ole Miss or Alabama, no, that ain't happening today.
Now, on the other side of the table here, Dawson, what is your concern level with the quote-unquote real interest Damian Lillard has in going to the Heat?
No, I understand it. I think Blazers made their decision on draft night.
Taking Scoot, yeah.
And I think it's probably the right thing for a team to do because the return for star players is as low as I've ever seen it in my life. So I think for them, they didn't see that it was a trade market that was to their liking, and we'll see how this goes. So it's going to be tough to get value, but they like the idea of Scoot Henderson for the future, and I can't blame them for that, So it's never easy. I just hope they did better than when they got Otis Thorpe and Mario Ellie for Clyde Drexler,
Oh, yeah, that does sound kind of painful.
Did they get draft picks?
I don't think so.
I didn't mean for this to be a reflection on Bobby, but it really quickly turned into that earlier today. We were talking about who would win the Mark Zuckerberg-Elon Musk fight, which merged into how much to get Reggie in the cage. And then he said, depends on who. Bobby's name came up, and then overwhelmingly people said that they would want to punch Bobby in the face. He took a
32.5% of the vote went to Bobby. Sean got 23.7%. Mike got 16%, and Broadus got 10%.
Because he went through the fan text
disappointed
for a 10-minute span and took all of those votes and compiled it.
He must have his Adderall back. I love that he did this. We're gonna have to break this down. We're gonna have to break down this scoreboard here. This is 10 minutes worth of fan text saying who they'd most like. The Tolo wants to punch this person.
Bobby first at 32.5, Sean second at 24, Mike third at 16, and Broadus fourth at 10%.
Do you feel like the audience would change a little bit if we re-polled at like 2 o'clock or something?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
When we bring this up, the Asalytics or whatever we're calling
we
it,
probably need to get
we
need to get it like on the website or some sort of social media poll. I don't know how you do this these days, but we need a poll that has like 10 of them that we can all promote, throughout different times of the day.
Troy also got 1.2% of the vote.
Oh, man.
That was
Troy
Broadus.
Hughes.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Him and Fisher both. I tied them both is what I did. Yeah.
You split your vote up between those guys?
Yeah, I did. I tried to do the right thing.
Oh, man. So just out of curiosity, because I thought I could get Reggie for cheaper. I was hoping I'd throw him like $5,000. Maybe we could get him in the cage. What would it take for you to get in the cage and fight, let's just say, another fan host?
What's the dollar figure?
Yeah, I feel like I could buy Chiafalo for the cheapest now. I'll give you some leftover food and $1,000. Like, I feel like we can get this done.
Wow,
as long as that food is salted, Hagee.
Okay.
Because Kevin doesn't like to salt his food.
I think 10 grand is fair, right? I mean,
It's a good number.
10 grand?
10
Pay
Givos?
that man his money.
Okay.
I was
To fight one of us, 10 grand?
25,000 I'm in.
Who do you want to fight?
Oh, a fan host, or who do you want to fight?
Fan host. Let's.
You just have to pick out.
Dude,
Make
you
a good
fight
fight.
me, knock me out, and like you'd get your money. You'd be
You
fine.
kick his ass, Brian.
What if it's the Royal Rumble thing where he just has to keep taking on opponents until he's knocked out?
Oh, lumberjack match.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You keep coming over the rope.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
It's
Yeah,
100 grand, but you have to keep fighting fan hosts until you drop.
$5,000 per victory.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's a better system.
Yeah, I think so.
So you could end up with nothing, or you could end up with
If
everything.
he doesn't knock the guy out in time, does another one come in?
Yeah,
the
every
way
2
that
minutes
Royal
we'll send
Rumble.
somebody down.
So then it's 2-on-1, 3-on-1, 4-on-1.
Yeah, a fresh opponent after a time limit.
We've merged a lot of different events.
I
like this though.
I like
Is it cage?
Ladders,
Yes.
chairs, tables,
Yeah.
Knives.
Perfect. We can maybe
guns.
not.
We have guns or
Brass knuckles.
Well, I want to
guns
get a
out.
sponsor, so maybe not those last
Yeah.
couple.
A knife sponsor.
Did you know the chain link
Like
fence
KitchenAid.
wasn't supposed to break when Mankind took on The Undertaker?
Yeah.
That's true. But
It
he
wasn't
just dropped
planned.
him through
was
the
the-
top of the
Well, you gonna
cell.
tell us more about it, Heggie, or just
Yeah.
gotta
I
let
want
that
to make
go?
sure you guys are on time,
Okay.
not because I told a wrestling story.
watch-
and
I
that's why
watch-
you came back
I watch
late.
You
YouTube
know all the
wrestling
facts.
stuff
Gosh.
now.
I felt like I was just kind of hanging there waiting for you to tell me a story.
Was it the only
It's
real
like
thing that
Mankind.
happened that night?
Okay, you know what? Let's talk about it for 10 more minutes. Y'all segment will start it. We're gonna have another expressway right now.
Overtime.
Let's go.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Well, I'm hoping Chris Young joins us at 4:20 for the Cy Young show, but I don't know. Maybe we annoyed him with a bad question last week. I had a couple that were regrettable. Maybe he's busy, or maybe he's bored. Maybe we bored him. But he's been joining us every Monday at 4:20. I just haven't heard from John Blake yet that he's confirmed for today. So maybe we're lucky to have CY at 4:20. I'll give you an update as soon as we got it. But other than that, pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Yes. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
Say Jello, Kevin.
Jello.
Be a part of the show. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation, and welcome in on a very toasty Monday here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Gavin Dawson, general at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cove over there at Master Control here at 75 and 50. Chuck Chiafala, of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of sports stuff going on, guys. And we're less than a month from training camp now, too. So here we come.
Wow, I saw something today. 73 days until we football for real.
Yep.
73 days until we kick off in, Kansas City?
One Tyler Smith away.
Where Pat Mahomes takes on Broaddus' Detroit Lions, who he has going to the conference title game.
That's a Super Bowl preview, right?
Yeah, Super Bowl preview right there.
What a coward. 73 days away from a Super Bowl preview, man. Are you kidding me? It's amazing.
I'm buying into that Man Campbell bit.
We're 4 days away from NBA free agency opening up. Who knows what is next for the Mavs? Off-season of twists and turns. We're just a few hours away here, 4.5 away from Rangers baseball resuming as they're back home to host the Tigers, and that pregame is coming up at 6:30. We'll have more Rangers content throughout the day. Still standing by for word on CY there. Chris Young, it's a travel day. Everybody's coming back. Maybe get in the office here, and I'm sure we'll hear before too long.
He might be at the College World Series.
That could be possible.
He might be hanging out there.
Jello shots and
be hanging
all the
out
fun.
With the LSU. By the way, they put that. You check the scoreboard.
Yeah, they broke the StatCast, I think, for the Jello shots.
They put that thing out of reach.
I want to go.
Well, they put them out of business too in terms of they ran out of Jello shots. They had to scramble. They had to throw a Saturday Hail Mary.
Yeah.
They had to gather the reinforcements. The locals in Omaha were cranking away Jello shots because the damn Bayou Bengals showed up to town.
I want to go talk with that Tommy guy. I don't know
Tommy Tanks?
What round is appropriate for him, but I'm sensing like some big Napoli energy coming from this guy. I just want to put that on my baseball team.
Love that.
We've got some Husky players.
Yeah,
we got some.
That's peak performance, Broaddus. Yeah,
we get some big Husky, guys that just love playing baseball. They really, it's all about that's the whole thing. And by the way, man, my guy, my manager there, Coach Johnson, he was after the game against Wake Forest. He's already encouraging people in the portal. Hey, you saw LSU baseball. Hey, you saw LSU baseball.
Especially all you beefcakes. If you're built like a brick bleep house with a gut, get over here.
Work for
belly
Mulkey.
ball. Belly ball.
It did work for Mulkey. I thought the best thing about yesterday, though, was them cooking the whole gator. And they kept showing it.
That was fantastic.
They're lifting up the grill. It's like, oh, my gosh, there's an entire gator in there.
Well, it just didn't work out so well for LSU. LSU's the one got cooked yesterday.
But they got the third deciding game tonight, right?
They do.
Yeah.
They do. And hopefully LSU has all hands on deck as far as the pitching. They're going to try and piece this thing together. And, maybe if they can get it to where they can get a lead at the end, that we'll see, Paul Skeens come in there and finish that
Throw
thing
a couple
off.
innings.
Yeah, finish that thing off for LSU. So, but Florida came back. Big answer for them yesterday.
Well, coming up at 3:20, we'll continue the conversation. Who would you most like to punch in the face here at the station or on the show? Earlier, Bobby Belt won the morning with the morning show going on at 32%. And I understand that. I love Bobby, but he's like arrogantly obnoxious with some of his takes. And he will respond to you with contempt. Like you must have a below mediocre intelligence to have your thoughts. So I could understand why a lot of Tolos would want to punch him in the face, but it would be interesting to get more of a G-Bag centric one. With us on the air coming up at 3:20, see how you guys would react to that kind of question with us on the air. Broaddus 1,000% says the 972 right now.
Love it.
817. Gavin is at the top for me. Okay.
What an honor, by the way.
Yeah. That's something you want. I
just
feel
keep
like,
listening. You can take all the swings you want. Just keep listening. That's all I ask.
682, it's a difficult decision to make because some of the people on the station annoy me, it's not in the sense that I want to punch them, except for Broaddus. LOL.
That was me. I actually just sent that in.
Oh, did you just send that one in? No, I'm all about it. If it makes you feel better that you want to punch, but again, I encourage you, while you want to punch me, keep listening. That's important to me.
Yeah.
If
you'll listen and punch.
Yeah, if I make you mad or upset or you don't like my takes and all that, just keep listening. because I'll piss you off even more.
There you
go.
go.
That's the kind of thing I like.
Yeah, keep dirty talking these
you're
guys.
encouraging me to do like really good radio by wanting to punch.
Bobby's so easy though because he's such a troll. I mean, he had me wanting to punch him in the face last week.
That's true.
Yeah.
All because of Emmett and those.
He knew what he was doing.
Those all-time running back rankings.
Don't talk Emmett to me.
I think I want to punch him almost every time I see him, to be honest, especially when he turns the volume up to like 12.
The way he drives, I want to punch him that way he drives.
He's a little wild.
It's funny, but he does a nice job because there's a section of the audience that just hears him as the 214 hears him, which isn't Bobby Belt the guy who always says "I love you" at the end of every time he calls in? That guy seems like a nice guy.
Yeah.
So he's got that nice little thing there where he gets to swoop in and take some of the audience and shield them from the actual punchable nature that he is.
I mean, make no mistake, Bobby Belt is a salt of the earth kind of guy. I love him.
He's amazing.
He's freaking awesome.
He's one of my besties.
He's nice. He's smart. He's super good at radio. He's creative. There's a lot of great things about him. But even those kind of people can get under your skin.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm sure you're well aware of, you had 3 brothers.
Yes.
Sometimes brothers fight.
No question.
I thought one time your brother was you.
You really did.
I freaked out.
I thought I was playing hooky on the Cowboy pregame show.
I was like,
is that Eric over there? I thought he was sick.
I go, Eric has got some balls to show up here and tell us he was sick, and he's going to this football game.
That would have been pretty awesome.
I feel better, guys.
Yeah.
Here I am. No, it was his doppelganger, his brother, right?
It was.
Anthony. Yeah, brother
Same guy.
Up.
Yeah.
Okay, Rangers did play him pretty tough both days, but couldn't get the big hit, and they dropped 2 of 3 in New York to the Yankees. It's understandable. That's the way baseball go, as a wise man once said. And they're hosting the Tigers. It's going to be Heaney against Boyd. One of the issues going into the week, John Morosi says the Rangers are a team to watch with Andrew McCutchen, who played for Bochy in San Francisco. I was reading on Twitter before. It said the only reason McCutchen's still playing is he just wants to play in Pittsburgh. He doesn't want to go anywhere else.
Yeah,
so there's a lot of things to negotiate here.
We talked about that with him. Well, not with him, but I was
like Tyron Smith.
Yeah, exactly. It was just one of those things where when he got back. I mean, this guy's got like legendary status.
Mm-hmm.
And teams he's played on have been really, really poor. I mean, he was an MVP, but when you start talking about Pittsburgh greats, the Willie Stargels and Dave Parkers and, Bruce Keeson, all these guys that used to play way back in the day.
What was that last name?
Keeson.
Okay.
Bruce Keeson. And so, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he's like a legendary guy there. I mean, for teams that played, so.
He's going to take his baseballs and go home? Is that what it is? If you trade me, I quit?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he might retire. He's one of those guys.
He's 36 years old. Yeah, I think he's
might
definitely
retire.
at the end.
But he had a milestone the other day. I think in a game.
It was like the 2000 hits club.
Yeah, and and the whole they just love him in Pittsburgh. I don't think he wants to go anywhere.
Okay, another issue we'll ask CY about it coming up at 4:20 if he does join us. Nathan Eovaldi, velocity declined. It was up a little bit over the weekend. Says he still feels pretty good. They're monitoring it. It is phase 2 of All-Star voting today through Thursday. So you go on in there and vote for Simeon, Seager, Heim, Garcia, or Young. If you could only vote for one of those 5, which one are you putting in a vote for, Wolchuk?
I think Simeon's the most deserving, but I'd vote for Josh Young. I think that'd be so cool to get him as a rookie starter at third base.
And of deserving when it comes to his position, he is. But
so is Simeon.
No, for sure. But just to add on to your point of taking Josh Young, there's all the cool nature of it. He's the rookie, all these different things. But then also, it's not even like, just because he's our guy. It's like when you put the numbers up, you remove the names. It's like Young is pretty much better in all of them.
I mean, he was the leading vote getter in the first part of the phase of this whole deal. So, yeah, I think that'd be amazing. I mean, we got a chance to, I think, at least get 3 starters.
It's unbelievable the run that Seager is on, and even though he missed a month, to be up there with the other league leaders. To me, I like that storyline of him missing time and still being so dang productive. And it just feels like right now he's a dominant player. No disrespect to anybody else. They have some really good players going, but Seager's the full blown superstar.
Every time he comes to the plate, you feel like that he is going to find a way to hit it in the gap, or he's going to sneak it past somebody in the infield. But I think the one that would be for me, I'd like to see Jonah Heim, because I remember the Jonah Heim trade, was for Elvis. He was part of the throw-in for the Elvis. And, and I remember my buddies in the league saying, listen, just focus on the hind part of this trade. Don't focus on, because it was that guy. It was Chris Davis, right? Was it that the Rangers got? That was the home run hitter
from the A's.
From the A's, right? Am I right about that? Chris, I think it was Chris.
Chris
Davis.
with the K. Davis.
Yeah, Chris with the K.
The non-actor Chris with the K. Davis.
Don't focus on him. Focus on the hind part of the trade.
Right.
And sure enough, that's worked out for the best for the Rangers.
And he might be the most underrated of the group as well. Like, people don't talk about Jonah enough.
Yeah, for sure, because Adley Rutschman is the guy, and he's the first overall pick, big name dude. But when you put them together, Jonah's
having a better year.
Jonah's having a better year for sure. But it's also the All-Star game, and Adley Rutschman is a giant baseball name.
NBA news: the Hawks trading John Collins to the Jazz for Rudy Gay. The trade creates a $25.3 million trade exception for the Hawks. And they get a second-round pick from Utah as well. That's pretty incredible how far he fell as far as his value. John Collins, after being part of a team that went to the East Finals, now essentially traded for Rudy Gay. That's unbelievable, because Rudy Gay has been an expired star for about 5 years already. But not a lot of belief in John Collins reviving his career, apparently. And he will move on and try to do so now with the Utah Jazz.
Man, I'm so glad the Mavericks avoided John Collins. Like, come on, dude. That guy would not have been a winning player for you. And he would have been a more expensive version of Christian Wood, maybe slightly better from just like a defensive IQ standpoint, slightly. But gosh, I'm so glad they avoided that whole situation.
They clearly said they weren't interested in him. And I know a lot of Mavs Twitter right now is upset, like, oh, the Mavs blew it. Why? They didn't want him. They didn't want to run it back. They didn't want to have a similar situation, exactly what Eric was saying with Christian Wood. I think he's a better offensive player. But, yeah, I get it. They're trying to transition this thing from the way they're looking at the bigs, and I think they'd be going back to the mistakes that they'd made if they had done it. Even though it was for very little, it was clear the guy they wanted was Clint Capella, and maybe that can still happen.
All righty, G-Bag Nation, coming up at 5:30 tonight inside the Expressway, we're going to take a look at the results of the Cowboys fan survey. We talked about a lot of these questions when it was posted last week by John Machota. How about this as a teaser, number 20? Will Dak Prescott still be the Cowboys starting quarterback 3 years from now? 78% voting yes, 22% voting no. I guess as long as he is able to stay healthy, I can't see it going any other way. It would just be too risky, and I can't see them finishing so bad that a generational type quarterback is staring them in the face that they would draft and decide to move on from. Well, I don't know. What do you guys see?
If they replace Dak Prescott, it might be for a veteran guy. That now we're starting to see teams move on from their quarterbacks. We saw it in Vegas. We've seen it with the Rams. Everybody's moving on from quarterbacks. That 20 years ago, you kept your guy, and you had to hope that it worked out. Nobody's moving. But now that if something comes along that makes it worthwhile, that bridge to get to the next spot, that's the only way I think Dak Prescott would be out of here.
I thought he was safe above the Garoppolo Derek Carr tier. You don't see him as safe above that as far as...
Oh, he's above that, but what's going to happen is if he plays poorly, Dallas is not going to address it in the draft unless they do it second, third, fourth round. They're going to address it with a veteran quarterback. That's what I think they would do.
Okay, that is... And I suppose in order to get there, the interceptions would have to...
Well, yeah, they're going to have to figure out that he can't play. That the coaches get fired... When things start to happen, if Mike McCarthy and that crew get fired this year, now is who's the head coach? Dan Quinn is new. You got probably be a whole new offensive staff and all that. Here goes the reevaluation again. Maybe it's 2 more years now from that you would say, okay, well, he's not getting it done or he's getting it done. I still think he's going to be the quarterback here in 3 years myself.
Okay, all righty. And you guys too?
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere, and that's honestly a little bit scary to think about, like maybe how the Cowboys would handle that. One, their evaluation of quarterbacks has not proven to be very good. But I do think whenever it's time to move on from Dak, I hope that it's not just tread the tires with veterans and we stay in the middle of the pack. I think the best way to go about this, and it's the last time they were able to get Super Bowls, you finally address this thing and get a top pick in the draft. And you don't even have to be picking there. Make an aggressive move up, like we've seen the Eagles, the Niners, whoever it is.
You think they're going to
go draft that guy?
Be like a 7-11 team and then figure it out?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's to me, that's the only way to really finally get a legit franchise quarterback. I don't think you keep treading water like they did between Troy Aikman and Tony Romo and with Vinny Testaverde and Drew Bledsoe. That's going to be a crapshoot.
Okay, I believe we're going to get to some analytics on the most punchable face here and how it was broken down with Eric Chiafalo in just a couple of minutes. But I look up at the clock, and I do need time for at least about 60 seconds on soccer. USA tied their opening game Saturday 1-1 against Jamaica in the CONCACAF Gold Cup. Not that impressive. They'll play Wednesday and then Sunday. Great game for Jaime Lozano as coach of Mexico Soccer, 4-0 against Honduras last night. Action can be found on Fox Sports 1 if you're looking for something to watch. And Real Madrid remains cautious over the possibility of signing Kylian Mbappe, but the club are also hopeful that a deal could be done to land the PSG forward this summer. Okay, there's a little bit of a snapshot of a look at the world of soccer. Jesus Ferreira in action, by the way, in this CONCACAF Gold Cup a little bit more than he has been. Okay, what are we doing? Analytics or Asalytics coming up next, Chief? Where you want to take us?
Yeah, inside the numbers, what the numbers are saying about who is the most punchable here at the station. Plus, I believe we have just added a new bet payoff to the bet payoff board.
Ooh.
The big board has been updated. I'll tell the fellas next.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from
right, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7.5 minutes. Segment is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief.
469, my gosh, I would love to punch Wolchuk in his damn face along with his man wife, Eric.
Let's go.
682, Wolchuk was a jerk to me on Twitter once. I want to punch him and then give him a big, giant hug afterwards and maybe spank him on his bottom.
This is good. I want more of these texts. I felt like we need to be more disliked there.
I know. Yeah. The early return for the most punchable here at the station, the person you'd most like to punch after KNC kicked around the conversation, and then it seemed like Bobby got crushed on it, and so he went into the text, and from a 10-minute time span during the segment, he just calculated all the text that came in, and he put some percentages behind it. And Bobby, of course, is the gold medalist. 32.5% of the texts came in saying they'd most like to punch Bobby Belt. Sean Sharif is the silver medal with 23.7%. And congratulations, Mike Bassick. He is on the podium. Bronze medal, 16.2% of the vote.
Damn.
Then we get two G-baggers. Broadus, 10%.
That's disappointing.
And then it's the general, Gavin Dawson, 7.5%.
Respectable.
On the punch-o-meter.
So 17% of the people that listen to our show want to punch us.
17.5, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 17.5.
That's right.
I say we're doing pretty good radio then.
I'm not sure that's how those stats work exactly,
Yeah.
what those might reveal,
Yeah.
but I'll take that as a compliment. You know,
Yeah.
that's it's a pretty good name recall 7 or 8 hours before our show is even underway, Brian.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I think I would win way more than you, though. I think you're way more likable.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think so. I really don't. I think I say things that really piss people off to the point where if they saw me in real life,
yeah,
they're like nice to you. Like today, I was out walking, and a gentleman, and if you're out there, sir, one of his, he was working for an electrical company. I was walking in my neighborhood, and he goes, Broadus. He offered me a bottle of water. He goes, hey, thank you, like that. And you're kind of wondering, every time I meet somebody, I wonder, are they really just being nice to you because they're right there in your face? Or do they really want to punch you like this survey says?
Well, I think you're paranoid about your likability. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, let's bring you guys in. He's paranoid about his likability, right?
You definitely are.
Yeah,
you definitely are. I think the guy that's showing up to you and offering you a bottle of water is a guy that really, really likes you and would love to talk football with you
I think
from now until forever.
No. I think there are people out there that are nice to you when they see you because they're like, wow, okay, this is a guy I listen to. But then in real life, they really don't. They don't have the balls to say something to you. Face.
I think you were traumatized by one of those incidents.
No.
And now you're projecting that onto other people. People love you, Brian.
Yeah, more of the time, I think people are.
I just wonder. I wonder how many people walk up to you, like when we're on remotes and stuff, and really are like nice.
They have an anonymous Twitter account. And they're just killing you on the side.
Like,
bam,
yeah,
bam.
like,
Sure.
like I went on a couple of different.
You do a good
Yeah, I think a lot are scared to even just come up and say hello a lot of the time. I know growing up, I used to be one of those people. It's like, I don't want to bother them. So if somebody's actually going to make the effort to come up and say hello, I think they actually do like you.
682 or the 903 says the nosebleed guys will always have they will always be a face tag team in my books, but I'd punch the bleep out of Dawson.
There you go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Dawson should be 100% bleep that bleep face, says the 817. Little Billy Ripken callback.
Bleep that bleep face.
Remember the Billy Ripken call?
I knew it's the bat on the knob.
201 just said I listen every day, but I'd beat all your asses.
There you go.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that. See,
I'm sure many of you are capable of doing that.
I'm not trying.
I just always wonder that about people because I think there's people that, like, I was on 2 podcasts, that whole thing talking about Dak. I went on a couple different podcasts, just kind of explaining my side of it, more so than what was on Twitter. And I think people are like, oh, okay, fine. But leading up to that, it was one of those things where I'm like, these people, I felt like if they talked to me face to face, they would think, oh, okay. But there was people just immediately like, you're wrong, you're this, that, and the other. And I feel like they would punch in the face or want to punch in the face. I think people are scared to, people are scared to walk up to you and tell you that they don't like you,
For sure.
I would tell Mickey Spagnola to his face, I don't like him.
Yeah,
and he would say the same thing to me. But you know what? I respect Mickey. I really do. I respect what he does. But I mean, we don't like each other. So I always feel like you need Troy Hughes, same way. You mentioned Troy earlier.
Yeah, he actually made an appearance on the analytics.
Troy Hughes and I didn't get along very well at all.
On the punch-o-meter.
Yeah.
After Dawson, it was Corey at 3.7%. Shout out to the KNC Masterpiece. Then it was Gaylord Choppy himself with 2.5%, tied with Kevin Hagelin, 2.5%. I assume that's Kevin Hagelin. Maybe it's Kevin Gray. It just says Kevin.
That was my vote.
And then finally, it is Troy with 1.2%.
You want to punch Kevin Gray, don't you?
I'd punch Kevin Gray after he made that comment about my uncle played, so it means more to me. I've wanted to hit him in the face ever since.
I'll tell you what, he was on CBS Radio yesterday.
He does a great job.
I was listening.
Yeah, but he can't out-fan
but I'd
Walchuk.
still hit him in the face.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Just
Don't
based
you
off
dare
that
try
one time. People don't forget,
Yeah,
man.
not going to
Don't
out-friend
bleep
my
yourself,
guy.
KG. Don't out-fan me. Don't tell me how to fan.
You put your fanhood on the table. Walchuk puts his fanhood on the table. Walchuk's always wins.
Man, some of these texts are fantastic right now coming in here.
A lot of good hate. A lot of good hate and love hate more than anything.
Oh, Trey,
which is great.
Tolo Trey just bypassing everyone. We met him at Boomer Jack's. Really great, Tolo. He's like, I wouldn't punch any of you guys in the face. And I thought you'd all be bleep holes, but you were really nice when I met you.
Oh, that's wonderful.
682, what drives me crazy about Broadus is he says, that's what I'm saying after everything, even though it's clearly not what he was saying. LOL. I didn't notice that.
But do I really do that?
Yeah, I
a
don't,
lot?
No, I don't think so.
Stop
I
messing
think he's
around.
exaggerating.
No, it's 100% accurate.
Guys, we have 6-week-old.
I don't even think about it. I just say stuff.
We all say
a lot of us do have
stuff.
crutches. Yeah.
We have a roughly 6-week-old
But wait, question.
jambalaya in the
Would
fridge
that guy
here.
or gal say that to my face?
No, see, it's the interrupting for me. That's what kills me.
Yeah, no,
we're
he
in the
wouldn't-
middle of a damn conversation. Now we got to get interrupted for the 6th time already.
He won't say that to your face, Broadus.
There's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way
No
that
way.
people would say that to your face.
No,
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay.
No, they'll text that to you.
Thanks
They
for
won't
interrupting me
they
there.
won't FaceTime that to you.
That might be a fun segment next time we're on remote. Say it to our face, and
Yeah.
you got to take the stuff that you've texted in.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
back into your history and say it to
Grow
our
a
face.
pair.
That would be legendary, dude.
Say it to our face.
We'll get more details on it later, but we have a
Then I might
6-week-old
punch you.
jambalaya. I don't know whose it was, but it has been in our fridge here at the station for at least 6 weeks.
I wanted to get rid of that last week.
I've added it to the bet payoff, so that'll remain in the fridge, and somebody can eat out of that.
No, there's no way. There's no way
You wouldn't do it?
No way. Absolutely no way. I've seen that. No. And I thought about it last week. You know what a clean freak I am.
Yeah.
And like I was real close, but if I dump it down the disposal, it'll probably clog it. Ooh. And I thought that would be worse. We got to get rid of that. That is not going to be consumed by anybody. I'm sorry.
Before we do anything, it's time for the G bag of the day. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup.
Tried to throw that at me, huh? All right.
Yeah, Brian's like, hell no. That's not happening.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens. I'm not reaching in that refrigerator because I feel like that jambalaya will reach back and grab me and snatch me in there.
Yeah.
And I'm battling with myself right now. Hope you enjoyed your weekend, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your weekend.
Yeah.
Our winner is Mr. Glenn Beck.
Oh, wait.
He's a wild boy.
This one on Friday.
You got to hear this, Brian.
Did you miss this one?
I don't know where his mind was in this moment, but this is him trying to sign off.
Call Goldline. They're waiting for your call now at 866-GOLD-LINE. 866-GOLD-LINE. My N-word. That didn't really... Back in a minute.
Yeah.
That didn't really.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Yeah,
What are we doing?
Didn't really land.
It's like the Southwest Airlines want to get away.
What are we doing?
Just the realization.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Even he doesn't know. Like,
Yeah.
I can't answer it. He can't answer
It's
it.
the way he leaned into it, too. My N-word.
That
Gold
didn't really.
line. My N-word.
That's going to be on the mixtape. Somebody's going to take that and put that on the mixtape at some point. Yeah, it's going to be on there.
You guys voted for that, huh?
It won on a Twitter vote off.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
one was
the
a
people
four-way
didn't
tie.
take
The people picked
responsibility.
that one.
The people
Yeah,
picked
the
that
people
one.
picked that one.
All right.
Yeah.
We see you out there, people.
Today's G Bag of the Day is brought to you by our travel agent and Tolo, Mr. William Campbell over there at Travel Mission. Book your next getaway with him at williamcampbell.org. Yeah. Getaway.
Glenn Beck, first one to book.
Let's see here. Here's what we got on deck for you boys today. All right. We got a fan that got picked up by a hot mic after a bad strike call over there at Oracle Park in San Francisco.
Crowds have been good here on this homestand.
Bleachers are packed. Arcade is packed. And the 2-up or the 2-1. I don't think we're fan behind. Well, I kind of agree with him. Yeah, I can't argue with him.
Yeah, I kind of agree with him there.
I can't argue with him.
It's hilarious.
Man, there were so many calls watching the Rangers this weekend that were out of line. It's like, you got to be kidding me, bro. High and inside, both. Pick one.
Oh, the strike zone's going to change in the final 3 innings of the game. No big deal.
Thing was 4 inches off the top of the plate. That couple of those low strikes. God dang.
Hope you guys got your prayers in yesterday. Went to see the Lord, at least visited his house or watched it on TV or something.
Prayed for the team here today.
All right, good for you, man. Yeah, I watched my Reverend Ike Sunday morning. You know, I got my hand. Let's see about this. I feel like this pastor was taking shots at this lady low key. He was praying for her, but this is just too much, though.
A part of your life. You've been called ugly. You've been called a bitch before. I command the spirit of bitch to come out. I command the spirit of bitch to come out. Everyone that called you a bitch. Everyone that called you a...
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was taking shots. Put your hands up, lady. Let me pray for you.
That felt personal.
Yeah, I feel it was super personal.
Hey, whoever doesn't put enough money in that hat, you're next.
Yeah.
That's right. We'll call you up here, let you know what Jesus has to say.
You fellas know who the UAB head coach is. UAB University.
Trent Dilfer.
There we go.
Dilf Daddy. Dilfer's dying.
Yeah. Trent Dilfer was on a show called Rick and Bubba down there in Alabama.
Yeah.
And he has a warning for Power 5 coaches trying to knock his kids. Knock his kids mean basically take his kids.
Okay, thank you.
All right, yeah, listen to him.
By the way, come try to get my guys.
Right.
Like, I dare you, Power 5s. I got a pretty big platform that I can step on.
Yeah.
And if I find you in my kids' DMs, and if I find you talking to high school coaches about my kids, if you're in my roster, I'm going to call your ass out. I'm going to say it by name to the biggest voices in television today, and it's going to make Game Day, and it's going to make Sports Center. It's going to make, because by the way, those guys running Sports Center are still my friends.
That's right. I still got their
So
sale.
go ahead. I dare you to jump into my roster. And I told the American coach the same thing. I said, why don't you guys have the you-know-whats to stand up and say, get out of my roster?
Right.
I said, here's why, because you want their job.
Oh,
you said it. I want this job.
That's right.
I don't want no power. I want this job. I want to live in Birmingham. I want to live downtown. I want to go see my grandson in Nashville. I don't want that other job. So I don't care if you blackball me.
Right.
I want this job. I want the city of Birmingham to say, no, that's our city. That's our coach. Right. And so go ahead. I'm not scared of whoever, the grand poopah of poopahs, to blackball me. Right? Like, get out of my roster. These are my guys. I love these guys. Stay the hell out of it.
Hilarious.
That is amazing.
Get him, Trent. I don't think those
Wait till that Vanderbilt job opens up.
He's gonna take it.
I'm talking about Nashville.
I don't think they'd care if he did that.
Birmingham.
Yeah, that's where I want to be. I can just feel it in my blood. Get the hell out of here, bro.
Live here forever.
Stop it, bro. Let's see. I got one more for you. Well, I have a few more, but I'm going to get this last one off. Buck Martinez, play-by-play voice of the Blue Jays.
Yes.
What did he say here, bro?
Gavin's had a little bit more opportunities lately to get into the lineup, and he's made the most of it. First of all, he started pitch hitting and he started adding some sacks. This is in his wheelhouse. Anything down inner half, that's right in his happy zone.
Right now, he had.
We started pitch hitting and he started adding some sacks.
What?
As soon as he became a pinch hitter, his opportunities started to really open up for him.
Sexy time.
His reputation became much stronger.
Did you say sacks?
Maybe they're in a recreational state. Maybe
Yeah.
he's having some sacks of cannabis.
Sacks.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Sacks of can. Okay.
Yeah.
Started having
Okay,
some
that's a good
sacks.
one.
Much more relaxed out there. Man, Buck Martinez is freaking hammered. He got after it like in the 7th inning stretch, and he went extra innings. Buck Martinez has been drinking for about 4 hours by the time he's doing this hit.
Yeah, dude. He was in his bag.
Freaking what you drinking and
Where's
what you
that
thinking.
intern at with my bear?
Gavin's had
It's like Andy Cohen on New Year's Eve.
What's up with the Blue Jays broadcast? Does it sound like that all the time? We've done this before with Buck Martinez, and it sounded like the Blue Jays broadcast is just kind of
Yeah.
Like it's like cannons and strings.
They believe in their
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
This is out of the 60s.
It's like seriously, we've done it before, and it sounded like the same way. Is they're just awful at it?
I think they're really good to the point they get to drink the whole time.
Oh, okay.
And
Just the
sometimes
sound.
it leads to really regrettable drops. Hilarious moments.
Started his pitch hitting and he started having some sacks.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
What was he saying, bro?
I thought you wanted to abstain to have your best athletic performance.
doing?
Little afternoon delight.
Yeah, your little legs get weak.
We'll
Believe
ask
me.
Sands at 6:20. At what stage in your play-by-play career do you get to start drinking on the job?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because that looks like those guys are having all the fun. It is time to vote here in the G-Bag of the day. Is it Buck Martinez? Is it Trent Dilfer? Is it the pastor taking shots? Is it the fan at Oracle Park with well-founded criticisms for these umps? They're just out here flexing on us now. Oh, you want robots? Watch this. Steve-Rag!
It was an awful strike call, too.
Yeah.
It was really bad.
Or is it Glenn Beck sign off? I'm voting Buck Martinez, Chief. How about you?
Give me Dilfer's dimes.
Alrighty. Lakers?
Pastor praying for the lady.
We're still tied at 1, Chuck.
Oh, man, I think I'm going to go Buck.
We're 2-1, Brian.
Y'all scared that Glenn Beck, huh?
I'm voting for Glenn Beck.
By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Buck Martinez of the Blue Jays play-by-play team. Okay, C.Y.'s been confirmed. Chris Young is coming up at 4:20 today. We'll get his thoughts on these matters. But Krusty's Corner's next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Guys, we're going to do a little Cowboys fill in the blank. We'll do that next.
Okay, I'll tell you how to fill in the blank. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. You want to call the Frankels.
This Rangers lineup on the Fan is unhittable. GM Chris Young, Mondays at 4:20. A double dose of manager Bruce Bochy, Tuesdays at 12:20 and before each game. A top Rangers player joins G-Bag Nation Tuesday afternoons at 3:20. Our Straight Up Texas podcast featuring first baseman Nathaniel Lowe with Jared Sandler on the Odyssey app and everywhere podcasts are found. Pull back the curtain opinions with former Rangers pitchers Mike Bassick and Derek Holland on the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, we are your proud home of the Rangers with post-game shows after every game. Let's enjoy this Rangers ride together right here on the Fan.
This segmentation of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of interesting stuff going on. It's time now for Broadus and Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties. Broadus.
Thank you very much. We got to figure out that day, too. We think about Wednesday for my bet payoff.
Yeah, what are you
last
doing?
Week.
The sack toss?
Sack toss, yeah. So we're
going to weight those sacks down?
Everybody just gets a shot at it.
We get multiple shots.
No, you get 3.
Yeah,
I'm going 6.
Three
shots.
You get 3, and we're going to do like one an hour kind of a thing. Each guy come in, get an opportunity to get my bet payoff there.
Okay.
So I was really disappointed that you liked the banana the other day.
I know, dude.
That's very.
You're not going to like this sack tossing. I guarantee you.
No, I'm not,
right?
but it's part of the bet payoff. I shouldn't have been an idiot. I'm still living with that right now. But
it's going to be more of a hammer toss when I come in.
Still living with that right now. Brian's been waking up in the middle of the night
thinking about the Matrix.
I was thinking about it on the fishing boat. It's like casting.
What's sticking with you the most? Is it the miss on the Matrix or is it misspeaking on cornerback?
Either one. Just take a pick.
Either one.
Every time I'm out there in that lake, I think about just being out there full time when I say stuff like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, here we go. I'm going to play a little cowboy fill in the blank with you guys. It could be a name. It could be just give me your idea name. It could be a comment, whatever you want to do.
Fill in the blanks were always so sketchy, like in school. Because it's like, man, I really don't know. I'm just winging it here. And can I get partial credit for this?
Yeah.
Like multiple choice is just like so much more. Like you're put at ease when you find out the test is multiple choice. When it's fill in the blank, you're like, damn, I really got to think about something.
You got to think about this a little bit. I'm going to try and make you think a little bit. And you can give me any answer you want.
It's always tempting to fill in the blank with something dirty,
Think so?
Yeah,
yeah.
I got 4 questions. You want to try and do all 4 questions that way?
All dirty questions?
All dirty questions? I'd be interested to see if you can pull that off.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Do your best. All right, here we go. We won't start with you, though. We'll give you time.
Thank you.
Come on.
Chief.
Yeah.
If the Cowboys are going to have success on offense, blank must be the reason why. If the Cowboys are going to have success on offense, blank must be the reason why.
This new offense is going to have to set up its players for success the same way Dan Quinn's defense does. And they're going to have to get something out of a weapon not named Lamb and Cooks. Does that work?
That works. You want to expand on that? Any other ideas?
Well,
on
who are you going with?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like
wait.
This needs
fill in the blank has to be a person.
To be the reason why.
You could put a person in there or a comment,
or just success.
This is why fill in the blanks can be challenging. This is when I go up to the teacher and now I'm having a dispute with the teacher because she's telling me that my fill in the blank answer, which was a couple of sentences, is not going to be good enough for her.
It is good enough.
When she didn't leave categories of what I should put.
Your point was good. I just thought maybe you'd expand on it. Maybe you have an idea of why.
Well, I mean, I think that I don't know that you've had a play caller in maybe the entirety of Dak's career that's been really dynamite like Dan Quinn is defensively at putting guys in positions to succeed.
So Mike McCarthy would be your answer, maybe.
Oh,
I don't understand what Walchuk's doing. Is Walchuk?
Shut up,
I think Walchuk's playing a different game.
He's fine. You don't have to name a name. You can give a comment, a name. You can do whatever you want.
No, I mean, I'm listening to your answer.
He's making a good point, and I was asking him.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm not trying to say he's not making a good point. I'm just trying
feels
to
like you're saying I'm not making a good point,
I kind of feel
understand
the professor
answer.
feels the same way.
Oh,
we have an ornery student up here.
Yeah. It's not. You can give an answer name.
I don't know why this has gone this way at all, but I think Mike McCarthy then would slide into that, right? Because if we feel confident about Dan Quinn being able to mask deficiencies within the defense.
But there's also
Mike
a little
McCarthy
bit of confusion of how much is McCarthy and how much is Schottenheimer here. So I'm just saying,
as
whoever
of right
it is
now
that's
today,
doing
whoever's calling the plays, if it's McCarthy or Schottenheimer, but right now we think it's Mike McCarthy.
Okay.
So Walchuk wants to play the game where he's just giving you a name to fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Here's the sentence, here's the blank, and then put somebody's name there.
Usually fill in the blank. I think that's how it works.
I think, to me...
Is that how it works, teacher?
This is not 420 segment. This is
He
my
didn't
segment.
say give me a name.
I said he could have a comment or a name. Just make a comment or a name.
That's
fill in
fine.
the blank. Why?
But fill in the blanks are usually 3 sentences long. If anybody's ever taken a test before, that's all I'm saying.
Oh.
You're saying they are 3 sentences
and we
long?
didn't need to stop down the whole segment on this, guys.
You
I don't know
stopped it
why this is a
down.
big
You're the
deal.
one.
I was simply asking. It sounded like
stopped
you were
it down.
explaining Mike McCarthy, which the 856 agrees. I just asked a question.
I'm glad you cherry picked the 856 to agree with you. Let's go ahead and get Walchuk's answer. Walchuk,
I went with McCarthy.
Okay, there you go. Which is a more well thought out response to what I gave you, where he just belched out a McCarthy and said, "Dial it up over to Dawson so we can get the next one."
I'm really apprehensive because it's clear Wolchuk has chosen violence today.
I was about to say.
I think I just work with sensitive bees over here.
And
then Eric doesn't understand how to fill in the blank works.
If you think I'm sensitive, I think that's one of the single worst analysis in the history of analysis being given in the English language.
See, I gave the option of either using a name or just making a little comment about it.
Well, I loved your comment.
Yeah.
Well, I loved yours.
I'll go with Dak Prescott.
Yeah, there you go.
I thought you were going to make something dirty out of this.
I was trying, but it was too difficult.
Too difficult?
Yeah.
All right. So I like the answer. So good job, Jack.
Well, you're very agreeable.
I appreciate you lying.
Yeah, I don't. I'm lying to you. I didn't like
you gave a great answer, Eric.
Yeah.
Thank you. So did you.
All right. Zach, how about this? How about this one? Other than Micah Parsons, there's where you could probably name a name.
Okay.
Other than Micah Parsons,
I'm back.
blank is the most important defensive player.
Ooh, I love this question. Other than
Don't
Micah,
lie.
Marcus Lawrence.
You think it's Tank? I think I'm going to go with Leighton Vander Esch. Because we saw the decline in the defense last year when he left the field, and I do like Damone Clark, but I think there's still a lot of uncertainty behind Leighton Vander Esch with the linebackers. So that's being hopeful, but LVE has got to be as good as he was last year.
How about you there, Chief?
And to put it on one person, I think Vander Esch is actually a really good response.
Hell yeah.
For the sake of being different, you could go so many different ways here, but I'll say Sam Williams because I think he's the guy that is closest to Micah, that is just such a next level freak show athlete and can really be like a game changer and breaker for a defense. And you saw glimpses of it in small volume last year, and with a bigger role, I think he can tear up defenses a shade under what Mike is able to do. And if you have two of those guys, watch out.
I think that you have to worry about what teams are going to do scheme-wise against Micah. You better figure out something on the other side. You better have somebody step up, and it has to be Sam Williams.
Yeah.
I'm surprised nobody said Diggs or any of the corners.
Yeah, it's the premium positions. You know, I think I would take both Micah and Tank, and I would get all the way through Gilmore and Diggs, and maybe even Deron Bland before I considered any other position. You know, and the money they get reflects their importance
for sure. I think Gilmore's a really, really good one.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, how about this one, Gavin?
Yeah, bring it.
Blank is the one player we're not talking about nearly enough.
I think I'll go Tony Pollard. I just think it's massively important because he is a superstar. I think he deserves to be mentioned along with the other great runners in this game with McCaffrey and Saquon Barkley and some of the young guys. But he got hurt. So now he's got to prove it, and he's got to stay healthy. And if he doesn't, I don't like the guys behind him nearly as much as you guys do.
What about you, Eric?
Does it have to be offense? I'm sorry. Is it just any name?
Any name you want. Blank is the one player we're not talking about nearly enough.
I think we're talking a decent amount about him, but just overall, it's Israel Mukuamu for me. I think he is a legitimate chess piece for Dan Quinn, and you got to see some of it last year. Again, much like Sam Williams, a little bit limited. I think his role expands, and Dan Quinn's going to have a field day with him. He does so much for a defense.
How about you there, Wooly Boy?
Man, I think Terrence Steele. I think Terrence Steele is still super underrated, and I think he needs to be the starter at right tackle. And if he's not, we've got a big problem. And I think it shifts the entirety of the rest of the offensive line.
All right, how about this one? Let's go back to you, Zach, on this one. How about the one player we're talking about way too much? Blank is the one player we're talking about way too much.
Oh, Tyron Smith. Because Tyron's not going to be healthy. He hasn't done it for, 5-6 years? And I think that they're putting way too much hope into Tyron.
It's the first smart thing Wolchuk said all segment. I agree with him.
That's probably the most correct answer. Otherwise, it's probably just the left guard position in general.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't figure that out, if that's going to be the demise of your team, then you were never a good team to begin with. If you can't figure out your left guard spot, then that's on you.
I kind of feel like we're talking way too much about Tony Pollard.
You think because he'll just be fine?
I think
There's
he'll
no
be
need
fine.
to worry.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. But all right, thank you guys. Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Krusty's Corner every afternoon about 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. It's usually immediately followed by Zach Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. Where are you taking us today, Wooly Bully?
We got Antonio Brown talking about why he decided to just freak out and run off the field against the Jets, and has Bill Belichick coached the best 3 players at these positions next.
The latest from the Star. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic little afternoon. Staying cool out there, staying hydrated. Boy, it's a challenge, isn't it? When it gets this hot.
You guys haven't lied about that hydration thing, by the way.
It's very important. Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you guys are doing. You got a good game on that. I like that.
Yeah, keep that water flowing, man. And I tell you what I've noticed different this summer. You just have one good session where you're out there for a couple of hours and sweating, getting after it, working in the yard or whatever you're doing. It totally resets to zero. You got to go put that work back in at night and the following morning to return to some level of hydration. Boy, it'll take it out of you quickly.
It will.
It's like your laundry just came out of the washing machine in about 90 minutes when the humidity's this bad. What's crazy is it's felt like it's been much hotter over the years, but this heat's been different there for the last week, and it continues. Here's Wolchuk, though, with your NFL news of the day.
All right, Antonio Brown was talking with Tyreek Hill, and he'll explain his Jets situation where he freaks out on the field and leaves and strips down naked, just about. But this is even worse. You know about his Arena Football League team.
Yeah.
And we found out that he wasn't paying players. Well, to make matters worse, they end up basically kicking him out of the league. He's no longer going to be able to own it. It's done. And he did pay the players. But according to a report from the Albany Times Union, Brown initially paid players and coaches only to later reverse the payments. You have players and coaches on that team, like Coach Mo Leggett, said team members were paid last Thursday and Friday for the Orlando game. But a member of their group chat on Wednesday night posted a screenshot of the bank account reversal. When Leggett checked his account the next morning, his paycheck had also been deducted.
Wow. He's playing dirty. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know that you could, once the money's in, I didn't know that you could just pull it out.
And yank it out?
Yeah, I didn't know that you could walk that back.
Man, I feel horrible for the players, but the league shouldn't have allowed him in as a partner. The league needs to do a better job.
And now he's been kicked out, so they
Yeah.
realized, my gosh, we've made a big mistake here with Antonio Brown. But
those guys played for free for a couple weeks or something.
Goodness gracious, it seems like the whole season. I feel bad for those guys. I'm not getting into motto of the story: don't get into business with Antonio Brown.
Doesn't sound like it.
Don't think he's in his right mind. And you can listen to him here as he was talking with Tyreek Hill on Tyreek Hill's podcast. What led to the sideline issue against the Jets when you remember the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
We about to play the Jets, and this week I'm really hurt. So I'm taking pictures to the coach, Coach, man, are we gonna win the Super Bowl, man? I think I need to just take these last 2 weeks, at least recover up so I could give you my best when we to the time that mean the most. So we here to win the Super Bowl. So the coach hey man, we ain't resting. So Tom called me yo, this week, man, the Jets, man, they sweet, man. I'm gonna hit you with 10 to 12. So he done gassed me up. So me, that's all I need to hear. Yo, you gonna throw me the ball? This me saying I got a new crib.
No me.
You know what I'm saying? It's you know what I'm saying? He done geek me up. So I'm yo, I'm already really up. So I'm but as a player, if you up and your team around you supporting you, you might suck it up for the team.
Oh, yeah, you gonna suck it up for the
game. So it's yo, Tom Brady done hit me up yo, this a big week. So I'm okay. I know my up, but it's yo, if you gonna me like that, why not? You know what I'm saying? So I done dressed up, suited up. I done got there. And I already know they been faking me the whole time I was suspended. I just went for 100 yards and they guys was hurt. So I know they just trying to make it seem man, they just keep them going for what we could get out of them. So I already know they treated me
that's the plan.
Of course, they treated me like I'm a little dog. So it's so these guys actually charging me to work with me. And it's the team actually paid this guy to work with the players. So I'm paying him on top of the payment from this, and he's not even going out his way. Then before the game, Tom, my guy, one of the mutual friends of me and Tom, yo, go see him before the game, man. He's gonna work with you. You know how you was before the game, bro. You ain't really trying to even give nobody your energy.
I ain't trying to do nothing.
Imagine. So now I'm going to work with him. He's just hugging me like he can't.
Yeah.
This guy on my body with bad energy, he don't want to help me. What the f you hugging me for, bro?
Bro, I got a game to play, man.
These guys not even caring. So now I come playing the game, I'm hurt, I'm in my zone, I'm super hurt. And it's like, yo, I might hurt myself more. And they not really trying to put me in a good position. Like, I'm not out here to hurt myself. I'm out here to help you guys win. I mean, getting the ball, help you move the chains, get in the zone. So right now, we at a different time right now. You guys not trying to see none of that. You guys is mixing me with, like, he don't want to work with me. I'm paying him. You don't want to throw me the ball, and you making me like I'm crazy. So it's like, I'm crazy? All you motherfuckers. I'm out of here.
Peace. Next thing you know, jersey's off. Shoulder pads are off. I'm out of here. And he can say he's doing that for the team, though. It's like he's not getting the ball. He's not getting his stats. He's not getting his.
Shut the hell up!
I'm out of here.
Shout out to Brady for knowing how to needle someone into getting off the training table and onto the turf. I'm feeding you today, bro.
Hey, the Jets are bad. You're getting it today, baby,
dude. AB, it's you and me today.
Yeah.
It's you and me against the world today, AB. I need you, bro. That's gonna get him off the table. That's gonna get him pumping a little bit of that Toradol on that ankle.
Said the Bucs treated him like a dog.
That actually sounded like more lucid and together than a lot of his audio over the last couple of years. I was expecting much worse. So best of luck to Antonio Brown. I wish that something could happen, but I don't think it's going to get better. I think when situations like this start to deteriorate, unfortunately, they don't get better. It's just time in between incidences.
Yeah. Brady probably went his entire 20-year career of doing that move on somebody who he needed on a football Sunday to get off the training table, but no one had the same type of makeup as Antonio Brown to say, "Oh wait, we're here now, and you're not holding up your word, Tom. I'm gonna make a scene. I'm gonna make a stink, and we're all gonna look stupid here." It's the first time Brady went 20 years without having to deal with that unique of a personality, and then all of a sudden it bit him in the rear end when he was 42 years old.
Was that the root of the disagreement between Jay Ratliff and Jerry Jones 10 years ago? When Jerry tried to get him to play in a game, Jay was hurt, didn't want to play.
You know what? That's one of those ones when I didn't know you were going to go that route. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, that's how I remember it. Yeah.
I don't remember because, like I said, it was one of I know the thing you were talking about, but I don't remember exactly what was said. And Jay was a guy that Jay didn't take any crap from anybody.
No, but he
really didn't.
He was out early in the season, and I remember Jerry talking on the radio like he expected him to play, not playing, and then Jay got his release to the Bears and was playing the next week.
Next week, yeah. That part of it was true.
But I know it's very sensitive for some players. Like, don't come and talk to me. I'm doing everything in my power. And a lot of them end up feeling like the team is starting to take advantage. If you've been around any more than 3, 4, 5 years, you've seen what life's like in the NFL. That becomes a reality.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
They're trying to abuse your bodies to win games. And, that's a sensitive thing that I think every player has to approach himself. How much of my long-term health do I want to put at risk here?
Absolutely. Now, we played that audio from Primetime with Alex Stein, Jake Biquette, who is the former Patriots defensive lineman last week, and he was telling the story about Gronk, who would go out until the early hours of the morning. He gets dropped off at the team facility, and then he'd pass out on the training tables. 2 Patriot teammates have since come out and said that's BS.
Well, don't forget the detail of after passing out on the training tables, the trainer's coming in the morning, putting an IV in his elbow, and then he wakes up like Wolverine and he goes and dominates on the practice field.
Julian Edelman, quote, tweeted the story, said, "This is BS. Everyone wants to paint Gronk as a party animal, when in reality he was one of the most dedicated teammates I had." Patrick Chung, also former Patriot safety for a long time, added on to Julian Edelman's tweet, said exactly, "People just want their time of fame, willing to do anything to get it." I still loved the story, but 2 guys that would probably be in the know just kind of saying, that's cap.
Well, maybe it's all true. They just didn't appreciate the tone of it, making Gronk look like a party animal. I felt like you were talking about Gronk with reverence.
Yeah.
Where here is a man that could party his balls off, get dropped off at the practice facility, and still be the best player after a 2-hour nap.
Yeah, like he's got the wherewithal to still be a football guy and understand it's championship or bust in New England, and he's making sure you ain't going to find me oversleeping in my alarm in my bed. You'll catch me at the training table, and then I'll see you on the field.
That's one kind of discipline.
Gronk's made himself look like the party animal. Nobody has to do that for him. That's kind
the
of
reputation
Gronk's
he has.
thing. Yes,
it precedes him.
Apparently, they're kind of saying this is false.
I mean, listen, if you're going to do a false story, I think the guy checked all the boxes, man. Like that's going to get you going viral. That's going to get us talking about you. I think the average person reads that and has more admiration for Gronk
than, disdain. So I think he did it right, other than maybe while he's dominating in the practice field, Gronk is drinking out of a tequila bottle while the rest of us are drinking Gatorade. Maybe that's the only other thing.
Yeah. Well, the fact that Gronk hasn't come out and refuted the story, has he?
No, Gronk hasn't said anything.
I think it's good for
biz,
man.
I think that he had a couple of teammates here kind of stepping up and trying to maybe make Gronk's image a little bit different. But if I'm Gronk, I kind of refute.
Call him up and say, no, guys, keep that story out there.
Yeah,
I don't think Gronk has an image problem. I think everybody wants to go out and be Gronk's best buddy.
Sometimes athletes ruin the fun by trying to have their teammates' backs.
That's exactly right.
Well, we're still going to maybe buy that story a little bit, even if they want to say it's fake. All right.
The fact that he hasn't refuted it, I think, is interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy in the middle of his playing career was on like a Gronk sex cruise asking the camera, where are the drugs? Right before he said, who wants to get wild tonight? Like this guy during his career was just a walking light beer can.
No doubt.
And I loved it.
Bill Belichick, all right, former Gronk's coach, of course. He was on the 33rd team with Mike Tannenbaum. And he made the comment that he's coached the 3 best players at each position, like offense, defense, special teams. Do we think this is accurate? Here's Belichick telling his side of the story.
I feel like coach the best offensive player, best player in football in Tom, the best defensive player in football in LT, and the best special teams player in football in Matt Slater. And, when you have the opportunity to coach players they're great in areas, and that, of course, includes the specialists, guys like Anna Vinatieri and Gostkowski. And you don't want to take anything away from them either. But, great punters like Landetta and Jennings and so forth. But the special teams coverage guys, and we've had a lot of them back in the Giants, with Renee Thompson and great returners like Meggett and Edelman and Troy Brown and all that. But as a core special teams player, Slater really is, I'd say been the best of all time. And I hope he gets recognized for that. But if you're a coach and you can coach Taylor, Brady, and Slater, that's 3 pretty good players.
It's tough to argue. He might have. I mean, it depends. Matthew Slater might be the most debatable, unless you want to say that there's another player that's better than Lawrence Taylor.
I thought he was going to say Adam Vinatieri.
Sure.
I thought he
was going to say Larry Izzo.
Larry Izzo,
who I believe he once gave a game ball for literally crapping himself on the sidelines during the game and still playing. And then Belichick handed him a game ball in the locker room and said, "Thank you for all your efforts. You literally left it all on the field today, Larry. This ball's for you." I'm dead ball serious about that story. I hope you guys are familiar with it.
No, I'm not.
We'll bring it back, Throwback Thursday Restroom Revelations style.
Okay.
How about that?
Sounds like a gem.
It really
Can't
is,
wait.
dude. Yeah. The fact that he is pivoting from Larry Izzo to give love to Matthew Slater. And listen, who am I to argue with Bill Belichick? He knows better than anybody. What do I know about special teams? If he's going to tell me Matthew Slater's that guy, then Matthew Slater's that guy.
Yeah.
But I think Devin Hester's really that guy.
Did you detect a little bit of a humble brag? Like, oh, yeah.
I've coached the best.
They weren't the best until I got my hands.
They're mine.
Yeah, probably not a coincidence here.
I think there is a little bit of a humble brag there for sure. He's feeling himself a little bit.
I'll tell you what,
rightly
he's
so.
eating humble pie for the last couple of years.
What he did with Lawrence Taylor was amazing. Though.
Sure was. Absolutely
Seriously.
was.
I mean, he that they always say things that change the game. That dude changed the game. He really did. I mean, offensive tackles all of a sudden were, having to deal with that guy, that wasn't good.
Unfair that is.
Keeping your hands inside, and all of a sudden it's like, you can't extend on guys and stuff. I mean,
absolute freak show.
Yeah.
Okay, we go to the JAKIB Sports Take podcast, and Brandon Graham was on there. This is an Eagles show.
I appreciate you giving credit to that one, but dear God, that's a mouthful.
Yeah,
what did you just say?
What was that podcast?
JAKIB.
JAKIB podcast.
The Jacob Sports Podcast.
Okay.
It is.
All right.
I don't know if that's really how they go with it, Jakob. But he kind of took some shots at Patrick Mahomes.
That's a trendy thing to do.
So Patrick Mahomes, of course, had the ankle injury he was dealing with in the Super Bowl. Brandon Graham said, quote, Patrick went in there on the sideline and he's looking like he's hurt. Get him. We got to go get him. And he came out. You can tell how tough he is, but that boy acted good. He sure put that face up like he was hurting. He thinks he might have been milking that ankle injury a little bit in the Super Bowl.
Sure, maybe. And then he won the Super Bowl. I don't know. He's just not the guy that I want to be.
I think he just lit you up in the second half and you just deal with it.
Is that the
it
bear
is
to
what
poke
it is,
right now?
That's the Steve Young critique. that you're out there exaggerating the injury. Maybe a Micah Parsons critique I've heard that maybe he could be a little bit of an exaggerator. Yeah,
a little
it is
dramatica. That's what I call my daughters.
Makes you look tough.
I mean, how impressive is it to be able to pull off an acting performance for the ages while also dropping dimes in this scenario for Pat Mahomes, or being a Micah Parsons who's having to pull off some level of thespian acting in real time while he's dominating opposing offenses?
My gosh, in between.
Honestly,
plays.
that just adds to the resume for me.
Gosh, this
like the
ankle's
skill
good.
set, it's not fair how much talent's in those bodies.
Oh, this ankle's killing me right now, guys.
It's not often you find great athletes with that kind of range.
No.
To also be a thespian.
Really just Jim Brown.
Dear God, it's amazing. It's my GOAT.
I would say yes. That is the stage of life that this particular GOAT is in, where the people start finding ridiculous things to criticize you about.
Gosh, he was faking that ankle injury in the Super Bowl.
I think he's kind of overrated.
Yeah, not even that good.
The player who represents the Mavs' best chance for the team to be significantly better come October. Let's talk a little Mavs basketball with you. It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
What's better than a great, cheap burger deal? An amazing burger while watching our baseball team take.
for shoppers starting at $15.50 an hour, plus great benefits and competitive pay for more roles. Visit careers.heb.com. Here, everything's better.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Kyrie has changed his number from 2 to 11. Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to number 10. Derek Lively is going to be wearing number 2. Those are amongst the news stories coming out of the Mavs press conference. The rookies have arrived. Okay, segment is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, a little Mavs stuff here. Omax Prosper on his mindset. I will want it more than whoever is on the other side. You can count on that. Talking a lot of defense stuff. Callie Kaplan, Morning News, was tweeting a lot of this. Nico Harrison on how the 2 new rookies fit the plan to re-sign Kyrie. I think they complement it perfectly. Jason Kidd on Michael Finley comparing Lively to Tyson Chandler. Tyson's going to be mad, but he probably shoots the ball a little bit better than Tyson. Yeah, hopefully. And then Jason Kidd, we have a pretty cool core, and we feel confident we can compete with athletic teams when you watch the layup lines. It won't be just layups anymore. So a continuation of what we heard last week about the Mavs and the approach of their new players. It's very clear they're wanting to go defense, and now we get to start the process of heading off towards Summer League and get early returns on whether they've executed that plan or not. I'd love some truckwreck.com fan text feedback on this question for you. The best opportunity for the Mavericks to be significantly better than what we just saw. Is it one of these draft picks? Is it something you're hoping to see in free agency? I don't know if they're going to be able to add much better players. I like the idea that Jaden Hardy, and he went viral over the weekend because Ryan Russillo, as part of draft coverage, was critical of Jaden Hardy, and MFFL's really sprang to his defense and shared a lot of the stats of what Hardy put together last year. While this team was tanking, Hardy was going out and putting together one hell of a resume. There's a Twitter account run by an MFFL at Newly Alex. Describes himself as a bipolar Mavs fan, and he compiled some very interesting stats in the last quarter season, basically. He had 23.5 minutes per game, averaged 15.5 points, three rebounds, and close to 3 assists. Shot 46% on corner threes, 38.6 on pull-up threes, 41% on catch-and-shoot threes. 82% of his field goals at the rim were unassisted. And this was part of, him earning a significant role in the rotation after pretty much being unseen for the first half of the year or so. So that's my guy right there. I think Hardy has the ability to either make the next step himself as a scorer and help this team, or become a fantastic trade asset that's going to set this team up to be a great player. Little unfortunate he's a smaller perimeter guy and not a big, but that's your opportunity that he spends this summer getting so much better that when he arrives, he's ready to take his game to a whole nother level than even what we saw.
They got to play faster. With Kyrie now, they've got to figure out ways to not just be so plodding on offense. You know, with the pace, and they're one of the worst teams in the league in the NBA. I think they're the second to the worst when it comes to pace. Mm-hmm. And they're a different team when they let Hardy and those guys get moving. And you can take advantage of Kyrie that way. But Luka, maybe the newfound conditioning could help. That he could play, but just bringing the ball up the floor and and running it deep into a shot clock, and then having somebody heave a three and hope for the best, and nobody grabbing a rebound. They've got to be better in transition. They've got to be better in just getting up the floor. That's the one thing I would like to see him do.
I think you will. I think you're right about Luka and the conditioning. I think that's a big reason why. I think that was something that they talked about and an emphasis that they put into this offseason. I told you about the pace 22 stat last week that Bobby Carella always points to, and how effective their offensive numbers are when they're able to get it past half court with 22 seconds or more on the shot clock. I think that this is something that you see Luka do in international ball. You haven't seen him do it as much with the Mavericks. And in the postseason, you do see it go more half court, which fits into Luka's style. But I agree with you 100%. They've got to get out there and up the pace with their offense, and I think they will. You saw Kyrie try to start doing it as well when he was traded for.
So, yeah, a schematic adjustment to play faster. I think you need the teammates that can do that. I think this comes back to skill because, I mean, the ability to play fast is recognition and skill set. You know, I know where I'm getting it before I catch the ball. And I think Kyrie can help facilitate a lot of that because he plays faster. But I was approaching it more like from a talent perspective. Who's going to be better?
Yeah,
that will allow them to play a more dynamic style.
We'll see how the draft picks, how they work out. You talk to people about Lively over there, they'll tell you that they feel like that he could be a guy that they can immediately put into the rotation and they would be comfortable with that.
Yeah,
they're not going to fix this thing in one swoop. They can't. They don't have the assets. They don't, the draft was what they did. They moved it around the best they could. But this thing is going to be, you're probably looking at another 500 team. If I had to guess.
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, they can't fix everything that they have problems with.
For sure.
They just don't have the assets to do it. As everybody else is talking about moving around and they're able to trade massive amounts of players or capital, whatever they have to do to fix their team. Dallas is kind of like hamstrung to they made the move for Kyrie and then they have a draft. So to me, it's going to be like they're probably going to be about a 500 team.
That is a strong take, about 500 going into free agency. They could shock us and drastically change what this roster looks like. But what would your guys' prediction be like right now?
Yeah, I mean, because one of the things you're doing is you're banking on a Hardy stepping up and taking a step in his game. Same with Josh Green. Like those are the things you do have to bank on a little bit because, like you mentioned, Broadus, you're not able to add much more in the way of talent from an outside perspective. Hopefully, you can add a starting big who is like a stopgap big kind of guy before Derek Lively can really take over, but that's probably not going to be something that happens this year. So what type of big can you get? Can you get another wing defender? Could you go get a Bruce Brown right now for the mid-level? I don't know. I'm interested in the way this market unfolds because it's been such a player's market in free agency for years where average guys getting well above average money, and I think things are going to reset a little bit. Could you get a Bruce Brown or a Grant Williams for the mid-level exception? I think that helps you, but you do need the growth from within, and hopefully as the season goes on, your rookies, and it's probably too much to ask, but them having a quicker learning curve.
Yeah.
And then you always get to the trade deadline. That's the other part is like you have the summer of adding things, then you get into the season, and then the trade deadline, there's always a ton of movement there that can change the course of a season one way or another as well. But I think as it stands right now, honestly, you're probably right. Or somewhere in the 500 neighborhood is where it stands today with moves to be made.
They took one pick, turned it into 3 players in the draft. I don't think any of us thought that. I'm much more bullish and optimistic on what this team can do when free agency starts. I don't think anything's out of the realm of possibility. And listening to Chuck Cooperstein yesterday with CA and Peyton, they're all in on Bruce Brown. That's what it sounds like. I think they're absolutely going to try.
Do
and
they have any
him.
more than their mid-level exception?
That's what they're going to. That's what they're going to use, and it sounds like that's what the market's going to be for Bruce Brown.
Well, I know they were interested in him last year.
Yeah, I think this is a team that's
they chose
back.
McGee over him.
Yeah, which was shockingly dumb. But I think this is a team that's back in the playoffs. I don't think you have Luka and Kyrie, 2 of the best players in the world, and you're not a playoff team.
I think they're around 47 wins. I think that's what maybe I would bet on that. Maybe the over/under should be around 44.5. Or I think things got so bad last year and they had multiple injuries, but they need wings. Depending on Bullock and Josh Green, can Josh Green be significantly better next year? I don't know. I don't think so.
He played a lot better. He played a lot better than I think we even envisioned him as when
early in the season.
Yeah, it's to the point where when it came up to him or Hardy in trade, you had to think about it a little bit. Yeah. Like, were you willing to get rid of Green or Hardy? And you're like, I'd rather keep Hardy, but man, Green. It used to be like maybe 2 years ago you would have said, "Nah, ship Green. What the heck? Let's go."
Well, I hope Hardy takes the next big step. It's exciting. He's in the same spot Roddy B was. And this was 12 or 13 years ago where he had a stretch in the second half of the year where it looked like at times he was unguardable and he was scoring. and he shot over 40% from three, and you're like, oh my goodness, we have this next great scorer. And then years 2 and 3, Roddy suddenly deteriorated to like a 29 or 30% three-point shooter. You're like, what happened to our Roddy B plans? And that's the track that Hardy is on. It would be insane if both of them fall off so massively. But a lot of times with rookies or young players, an NBA team in a no-win situation, she's like, sure, go play 25 minutes, and the guy can score, and there's no pressure on him. But like trying to follow that up in year 2 and year 3 can be a little bit of a challenge.
At least Jaden Hardy is a guy that was like one of the top prospects, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember about Roddy what his situation was. I don't remember.
He was
it
the
being
guy
like
that paralyzed the front office that they could never do anything to move him.
Yeah,
they got to the point.
Cuban called him untradeable.
Well,
at
yeah,
one point.
Roddy, Profar, that we've had a history of sports non-tradable guys that were misevaluated poorly by their front offices.
And I like Hardy. I just want to see everything, not just scoring. Like scoring's great, and it's the hardest thing to do in basketball. I need assists and rebounds,
right?
And your scoring happening in a team offensive scheme.
Refine your game.
And you've seen like I don't think they envision him as a ball handler point guard guy. He's like the replacement for THJ when they can finally get him out of here. Ooh. He's a spot up shooter. He's a guy that can attack and go get his own. I don't know that he's setting things up for others. So you still have that need for that third ball handler to an extent.
Kind of like Jason Terry.
And that's part of the reason why a Bruce Brown would work so nicely, because he gives you the wing defender guy who could also double as being your third ball handler. He has that kind of skill set.
Let me ask you guys this. I mean, you're really selling this Brown. You're really selling.
Well, hearing that Cooperstein is saying the Mavs are all in on him, I'm really excited about it.
Are we talking about now there's competition for this guy, or is this just the Mavs are the only?
It could be a lot of competition.
There's plenty.
There's going to be a lot of competition for him.
I don't know how likely it is the Mavs actually get him, but just talking shop.
That's their guy. It sounds like it's one of their top targets.
Well, I'd rather have him over Grant Williams.
Yeah.
Who's a guy that everybody keeps talking about as well. Different skill sets for sure, but I think Bruce Brown's just a better player.
For sure. Yeah, he looked damn good on those champion Nuggets. It's time now for Best of the Weekend, Chief. Where are we heading?
Yeah, we got a lot to get to here, but while the industry zigs, this fast food chain is zagging in a way that might have the chicken sandwich evolution changed forever. Very excited. That's next.
Get your sports watching on tonight at the Eagles Nest. You don't feel like cooking? No problem. They got the delicious, great cheap burger deal.
315 West Polo Road. Hang with Sean and RJ, our local finest. Plus, grab free breakfast and energy drink and a one-of-a-kind Tolo Sean and RJ Firehouse souvenir. Our DFW Firehouse Tour is proudly presented by Central Roofing and Restoration and by C4 Energy. We're celebrating our local heroes this summer with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Yes, sir. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We do have Derek Lively expected to call us here in the next 5 to 10 minutes, the Mavericks first-round pick. Coming up at 4 o'clock. We got some Cowboys content. Then at 4:20, CY is going to call us. So we got so much sports going on. Here's Eric Chiafalo with the best of the weekend.
Speaking of sports, the chicken sandwich wars have gone to extreme heights, boys and girls. Welcome in Panda Express.
Oh, yes.
Those are probably not the two words you were expecting, was it? Panda Express and the chicken sandwich wars. How about this? Panda Express original orange chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich, yeah.
I mean,
why not? Yeah.
I mean, it seems like a no-brainer. I'm kicking myself that I hadn't thought about this. I hadn't considered it. It sounds like this thing is going to be pretty special. Now they're just starting it. They're kind of, it's a soft release on this chicken sandwich. It's only going to be in California, I believe. Maybe we'll go to Oxnard. We could, look for a Panda and hop on this bad boy. But this is pretty exciting. The Takeout did a full review on it as well, so this guy's tried it. But this is the way they describe it. Inspired by fan favorite dish, the original orange chicken, the OC sandwich marries its beloved sweet and tangy flavors with America's favorite comfort food, fried chicken. The OC sandwich is made with crispy chicken glazed in our signature orange sauce, topped with pickles and sriracha aioli in a potato bun. Now, the potato bun seems to be the most egregious part of this, according to the reviewer, the person who's actually eaten this. He says the bread was downright egregious, he says.
Really? The potato bun sounded promising.
Yeah, that's usually pretty good.
One thing I'd like to hear more is brioche.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think they should pivot. I think it's an easy fix here because he describes this sandwich as something that is just generally delightful across the board. He said even the pickles, you never think of pickles with your orange chicken, but he says it really, really marries well. And the spicy aioli, of course, but he says the bread is the problem, and he just says it's not a good potato bun. There's too much crust, he says. It lacks a squish, which is apparently the prize quality that every great potato bun is supposed to possess. The squish is a differentiator that brings the whole sandwich together. So, unfortunately, the bun is bull bleep, according to the reviewer. But he says the bread's the outlier because the rest of the sandwich is absolutely dynamite. He says, I hate to use the word stoner food to describe funky food mashups, but that's exactly what this is, a citrusy chicken sandwich with a little bit of a stoned chef's touch. So this is pretty exciting. I think all you got to do is make that potato bun a Hawaiian bread bun, and now you've sent this thing to the moon, and it's here to stay forever, and this isn't just going to be a soft throw out to California, never to be seen again. I think that this thing's got staying power.
I wouldn't mind if it was teriyaki. I do like the orange chicken, though it might be my second favorite flavor there. And I got to tell you, I got 2 Panda Expresses on the way home, including one within a mile of the house.
Well, how about that?
So I'll definitely be hitting this thing up and filing a full report.
Thank you.
Has it gone nationwide already? Can I find it?
Right now, it's just the California soft release. So hopefully by the end of the summer, this thing takes off in a huge way, and Panda takes the fair criticism, which is pivot from that potato bun. Let's call an audible, get a Hawaiian roll in here or something, and let's fix this thing, because there's no reason to let some bad potato bun ruin what could be one of the greatest fast food ideas that we've seen in a while. So I'm excited about this. I look forward to it. An orange chicken sandwich is, it's probably going to be
delicious.
special.
Really does. And they've also, I think, tried out burritos as well. You know, you can do Chipotle burritos, but you do it Panda style.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I've seen that. This has also been something that they've done out there.
They've welcomed a tortilla into the mix at Panda Express, where you can get
your chow mein, your fried rice, whatever your protein selection is.
All in a tortilla.
Panda, I think, has a ton of openings to really go crazy here.
Wow. And maybe they do. If they crush on this orange chicken sandwich, they probably do pivot to some level of a teriyaki.
Why don't you just
why
don't you let me construct it? Like, we go get the orange chicken, and like we can make it, and like with the pickle and all the other stuff, the sauce, and then we'll just get a different bun. We'll just get the Hawaiian and see how we'll make our own.
Listen, man, if you want to take this on as a challenge, who might stop you?
What other sauce? You said what kind of aioli?
Yeah, they're using a. Let me see specifically the way they worded here, but yeah, it's some level of a spicy aioli. Here we
Let's get some coals and head down to the beach. Do this in Oxnard.
Sriracha aioli.
Okay, that's
sriracha aioli.
See, that's what I was going to go with. I was going to try and make it with the sriracha aioli myself, and then that's what I didn't know they were going to use it. But yeah, we can make our own. That doesn't sound like a very difficult thing to do.
I love to do it yourself.
Yeah. Wolchuk's always been in favor of that. Now, when
Great section.
But the bread matters so tremendously though, because I think that's what ruined the Wingstop chicken sandwich for me.
Oh, really?
The Wingstop chicken sandwich, they don't put any TLC into the bun factor. They're half-assing the bun,
I'm trying to think what would
and that's
go
keeping
with
me away
orange.
from that. I think the King's Hawaiian roll
but is there like an Asian style bun we could use?
Well, see,
yeah, maybe there is. Maybe we
but
can
see,
keep it
you were thinking maybe like if you did something with rice because of the combination with the orange chicken and the rice. If you made like a kind of a rice
orange
flavor
chicken sushi roll of sorts.
Well, the bun. You made the bun
a rice bun,
like a rice bun with it. That would be kind of.
I'm not hating on it, dude.
Yeah.
I'd honestly be cool. How about this? What if we make it a waffle bun? What if we waffle bun this thing?
What if you put it on donuts?
Okay,
I think that's
we're
always
a
a
little
good
crazy in a good way, baby.
Dude, the donut cheeseburger.
Yeah.
If you've ever had a donut cheeseburger, that thing is undefeated.
I tried the one at the fair that was funnel cake.
Funnel cake cheeseburger?
Funnel cake cheeseburger.
Oh,
and it was good, but it's too much. Like
No way.
That was
You
a
stop.
once in your life you try it. No, it was not one that I could really.
It was like Adam Sandler's Uncut Gems.
Yeah, it was too much.
Yeah, that's a one and done movie for me.
That movie was insane, dude.
It really was.
It's stressful.
I kept waiting for it to take a good turn.
Like you're waiting to exhale, and the moment you do, you get punched in the face again.
Somebody get this guy some help.
And then kicked while you're down. Okay, Wolchuk had, I believe, some level, borderline life-changing weekend.
I did?
Borderline. I think there was some headline Wolchuk news that involves him and the lady, and they're going to be going on a cruise very soon.
Oh, wow.
And
we are.
I have...
First comes love, then comes marriage.
That's right.
We're
and in
gonna
between
hold
that, you
off
get a
on,
little cruise to...
the
Where are
last
you guys
two.
cruising? Were you guys cruising?
So we're going to the Bahamas. It's a 4-day deal at the Bahamas, and it ports out of Orlando by NASA. I can never remember what that's
I
called.
think NASA's in Houston.
It's in both. It's in both.
No.
Yeah.
Cocoa
Eric, read a
Beach.
freaking book for once. You'll know how to do a fill in the blank properly.
I refuse.
Cocoa Beach and
Cocoa
All right,
Beach,
now
yes.
you're taking cheap shots.
And then
Cocoa
we're going to
Beach,
spend
there
a
you
couple
go.
days at Universal, so it'll be fun. I'm excited.
Well,
When is this taking place, by the way? Heat of the summer?
July, yeah, it's gonna be hot.
Okay.
It's gonna be a hottie. It's like I think we leave July 9th.
Guaranteed
Damn
breakup.
right it will be.
Guaranteed breakup right now.
He's calling a guaranteed breakup. Well, that's
I
what it would
call
take. It would take a breakup to end this thing because
I
it's
think-
officially boyfriend-girlfriend season.
I was
for
gonna
the
wait
Wooly Bully.
until if we survived the cruise. I was like, look, if we can do this, we go out on a vacation
I
together
just
for a
think-
week. Then I think that I can do the whole. Let's make it official. Well,
I think just walking around at Universal City or whatever you're talking about doing,
Universal's probably gonna be hot too. That's
Oh,
I
gonna
know
be
I
amazing.
did. The city
You're
of
gonna-
Houston
you're
had a Universal. That's incredible.
you're going to take a knee out there. I could just see you taking a knee. Not a marriage knee, but a knee like, enough. I've had enough.
I'm
like a
definitely
throw in the
not-
towel knee.
Yeah, like it's
Like
sweaty.
you guys just
just
go
keep
ahead. I'll
going.
catch up later.
Keep
I'm gonna
going,
get my
yeah.
own
But you just
flight
turn around
home.
and go home.
Yeah.
That's a good knee to take sometimes, man. Sometimes you got to take that knee. I've taken that knee plenty.
I'm a little nervous about it, but I think it's gonna go well.
But you've never done the cruise before, and neither have
No,
I.
never.
And I think I'm more comfortable now than ever being, the position I am on, just sort of out on cruises. And I'm hopeful that you're gonna have a great time, Wolchuk. But I saw a video over the weekend. Did you guys see the same video?
I did. The leaking hallway.
It was the leaking hallway, but then there was just some level of storm that took place
Oh,
in
yeah.
the middle of an ocean
Oh, yeah.
where everybody and everything on this
Swaying?
ship deck.
Yeah.
It's chairs, it's all umbrellas, and it's not just like a tip over.
No.
It is like it's a tsunami of winds, and it is taking umbrellas and launching them to upper decks of the cruise ship. People are flying there's debris, human debris.
Human debris.
I mean, it
Are we
was
talking poopas?
this was I don't know that there was flying feces necessarily, but I can't confirm that there wasn't either, Wolchuk. So that's the thing. Like I am comfortable now more than ever.
Do you know where it was?
Just out on cruise, guys.
Was it Royal Caribbean? Because we're
I don't
going
want
Royal
to
Caribbean
crush a
out of
particular
Port
brand.
Canaveral. Yes, thank you, 682.
I don't know the whereabouts or the branding on this, but I'm seeing strollers, moms having to take their babies out of strollers, okay? One-handing their baby while their stroller just flies into the heavens.
Good Lord.
No. It's one of the most insane videos where it's just pure chaos on what's supposed to be a beautiful, like, just relaxing cruise day in the middle of some ocean. And Mother Nature won't let it be. So I'm praying for you.
I'm praying for myself. I'm terrified now. Thank
Most
you.
cruises are outstanding. Yeah. It's like less than 1%.
Cruise is amazing. Just got
Right.
back from Mexico. I think KG did a cruise a few months back, said it was a blast. Most people I've talked to have said it's fun. Don't worry about it. But
Until they lose power.
I don't think these people would say that. You want to get these people, man, on the street coming off of this cruise ship? I mean, it could probably end the industry forever.
Right. The thing that's made me feel better about it is how many cruises are porting out a day.
Yeah.
A bunch. And you get these one stories out of 1,000.
You never know. You're on that
So
boat.
you think when Mother Nature took course, this was the only cruise ship that was affected?
Did you hear any others that got affected? And I didn't. So I think we're going to be okay. I'm trying to be positive here.
So am I. I'm trying to be positive for you. I'm encouraging you to stay away from this video. This was just a PSA to stay away from maybe TikTok.
Yeah, I don't want to run into a bleeping tsunami here. Eric, thank you so much. Now I want to get a refund.
I'm talking about women and children being lifted into the skies and thrown off into the Pacific Ocean in a way that I've never seen other than in like one of these ridiculous Meg sort of movies.
If I don't return,
you guys don't have any small children yet, Wolchuk. You're good.
Yeah, that I know of.
Well, I think the good news is Mother Nature won't be the biggest threat to your relationship while you're on that cruise. Be what's on your smartphone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Trust me, it's cleared.
We got to run. We
clean the pipes on that
delete
thing,
all.
bro.
We're standing by for Derek Lively, the Mavs' 12th overall pick. Derek Lively, Mavs rookie, could be joining us at any moment. We also have some Bill Barnwell content. He ranked every NFL team's supporting cast. Where's Dak's rank? And then CY is going to join you here coming up in about 25 minutes. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk Window Nation, though, before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need new windows, you owe it to yourself to get a hold of my friends at Window Nation. Go to windownation.com, call 866-90Nation. They have a 000 for 2 going on right now. Nothing down, no payments, no interest for 2 full years at windownation.com. Plus, buy 2, get 2 free. So invest in your home. You know, it's the best place to invest currently. And new windows can increase the value of your home by up to $12,000 instantly. Plus, you can save up to 30% on your energy bills. And that's needed right now. You know, your AC is already running overdrive. A lot of people's AC is unfortunately going out. Knock on wood for that one. But, you know, new windows can make your home much more energy efficient, reduce the burden on your AC, and reduce your energy costs, again, by up to 30%. A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Forbes magazine named them the best window company in the world. I love these guys at Window Nation and the excellent job they do. And right now with this great deal going on, you can't afford to do window business with anybody else. 000 for 2, nothing down, no payments, no interest for 2 years. Plus, buy 2, get 2 free. Tell them I sent you at windownation.com. At ease.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Why don't we take a moment and talk about the second pick, Brandon Miller. Turns out not all Hornets fans are all that hyped on that Brandon Miller pick, because a lot of the talk in Charlotte since last Thursday's draft has been about how many people booed the pick. There's even social media footage of the mascot looking straight up crushed in real time as the pick was announced in their home arena. I'm Jim Rome.
Baseball season's in full swing, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's $1,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Just go to FanDuel.com/win to join today. Don't miss your chance to snag a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000 when you join FanDuel today. Go to FanDuel.com/win to sign up. FanDuel, official partner of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Must be present in state where lawful to wager 21 plus and present in select states. First online real money wager wager. Only $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering. Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG. Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-800-522-4700 or visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas. 1-888-770-STOP Louisiana. GamblingHelpMA.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts. Visit MDGamblingHelp.com in Maryland. 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. 1-888-522-4700 in Wyoming or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
It's finally here. The brand new state-of-the-art Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell is now open on the east side of the Metroplex. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Justin Rudd have spared no expense on this beautiful brand new 80,000 square foot facility to serve you, the Tolos, on the purchase of your brand new Chevy car, truck, or SUV.
I should know because I bought not one, not two, but 3 vehicles from Platinum Chevrolet and highly recommend them on what were the easiest automotive buying experiences ever. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs that will significantly reduce the amount you owe if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief has helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. For this free information, call 800-786-3400. That's 800-786-3400.
If new Heineken Silver was a bitter breakup song.
I feel so betrayed by you, like a broken shell that can never be glued.
Heineken Silver, sip great.
But who needs that glue when you got great friends in that barbecue? Who needs that glue?
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are going to have back-to-back special guests here with you on 105.3 The Fan, the Mavs rookie in just a second. And then coming up at 4:20, Chris Young, the Cy Young Show, Rangers GM, will be joining you. So that means Zach Wolchuk's top 10 is moving back there to the 440, maybe 445 right here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And joining us now is the Mavericks rookie out of Duke, the 12th overall pick in last week's draft, the 7'1" center, Derek Lively, here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing amazing. I'm finally here in Dallas. It feels great to be in my new home.
Yes, sir. It's great to have you. What do you know about the Mavericks and the state of Texas? What do you know coming into this situation?
You know, they definitely have a lot of years of organization. Just being able to have, you know, they definitely built a name. You know, they definitely built an organization here. No matter if that was back in 2011, before or after. You know, there's always a lot of people coming through here, and I know this is a family. This is a community aspect.
How do you like the heat, though?
Ooh, the heat takes time to get used to since I'm coming from Philly. So being able to get used to this 100-degree weather is going to take some time.
Now, being from Philadelphia, it wouldn't be long before we asked you, what are we doing here with the Eagles and the Cowboys? How are you going to play that whole deal?
Ooh, you know, I'm going to plead the fifth. You know, I'm going to be quiet because, you know, my dad was always a Cowboys fan. So I definitely can be able to get behind the Cowboys, but, you know, I know where my home at.
That's a rookie making veteran decisions already. I like that.
Well, hey, Jalen Brunson found a way around it too there, Derek, and the fans loved him as well, so you might be okay. You mentioned that 2011 championship run, though. Do you have any recollection and memories of watching the Mavs and Dirk win that first ever championship?
Man, I just remember watching that fade. You know, they just looked unbeatable. Being able to see him go up against Bron and give Bron, you know, so much of the trouble. You know, it's just being able to see a great like that and having him in the building is going to be able to be great to be able to pick his brain, to be able to learn from him. Hopefully be able to pick up a new move.
Hey, Derek, are you excited or relieved that all this is over with and you now have your home and you know where you're going to play and all that? I mean, the process seems so long for you guys just to even get to this point.
You're definitely right. You know, it was a lot of stressful situations, a lot of times where you don't know where you're going to be, where you're going to end up, but, you know, it's out of your control. You know, you're kind of just putting your hands in God's plan, and he's going to put you wherever he feels is best, and he put me here, and I'm thankful for it.
Now, what's the offseason plan for you personally? I hear people talking about maybe putting some weight on, something like that. You're just going to be living in the weight room, the Iron Paradise?
Nah, no matter if it's the weight room, the gym, it's just being able to just try to get 1% better each day, like I said. You know, just being able to eat right, being able to get back in my routine, just being able to be in the gym, being able to live just gets me excited. You know, being able to be here and get ready to work is something I'm just excited to do.
It's beautiful, man. Now, everybody's comparing you to Tyson Chandler. I'm sure you don't mind that, but did you have a big guy that you were sort of idolizing a little bit when you were growing up watching the big dogs?
You know, of course, you got to watch Shaq, of course, but there was always watching KG. You know, his tenacity and his mentality was always great to watch. You know, Tyson Chandler's ability to punish the rim was amazing to watch as well. And I watched a little bit of Hakeem Olajuwon's film to gather my footwork, you know.
Yeah, those are some great ones to watch. Now, do you have a broadcaster that you've looked up to? Because with a voice like yours, sir, you could go right from the playing court to announcing any kind of sports or other that you would like to.
You know, we're gonna go way back. We're gonna throw it back to B94.5, straight out of State College, Pennsylvania. You know, PJ was my man who kind of just really taught me how to have a voice like that.
Okay, that's awesome. So you've at least been a fan of other broadcasters, or maybe a little experience yourself.
Yeah, not even experience, just being able to listen and see how they carry themselves and talk their way through conversations. You know, you got to be able to pick up some things. You know.
Yeah. It's Derek Lively here with you on 105 through the Fan. This is the first thing that jumped off the TV after you got drafted. I was like, holy cow. Okay, are you going to be playing Summer League? Is everything good to go there?
Yes, I will be playing Summer League. It's going to be a great time in Vegas.
Yeah, no doubt. What things defensively do you think attracted the Mavericks to you? What specifically are they wanting you to come in and help out with?
You know, being able to just be a high character and high energy man. You know, no matter if that's protecting the rim or that's being able to be a backline defense. You know, since I'm in the back line, since I'm in the paint, I can see everything. I'm gonna be able to use my voice, be able to talk, and make sure my teammates know what's going on, and making sure that I can do whatever it takes to win. You know, and that also goes to guard on 1 through 5, but we're not even gonna get into all that.
Oh, I like the idea. You think you have that kind of versatility?
Oh yeah, he does.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I know that's something that's exciting. Now, I don't know how much of the Mavs you've been watching lately. Now, some games, Luka really puts it down defensively, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to have a good defensive game. But that doesn't happen all the time. So how can you help some of these guys on the perimeter that might not always have the best game keeping guys in front of them?
Being able to know that all I need them to do is to make sure that they keep them going in one direction, making sure that I know that I'm able to keep their man in front of me, and I know where my man's at, is going to be able to just help the tandem of the back line and the front line of defense to work better so that we can get blocks and steals so we can transition into transition buckets and to offense.
And on offense, you know, how does your game like, or how do you like, how confident are you that you're going to be able to get in here with Luka and get this alley-oop game going off these little screens?
Man, I'm already excited for it. Being able to just try to get my teammates open is something I've always been good at. So being able to set great screens and being able to roll hard to put a threat in the rim is just going to open up so many things for more of my teammates. Being able to open up kicks, because everyone's going to be thinking about me punishing on the rim. Everyone's going to be open on the kicks, the one more or the drive kick, and then another drive. Just being able to try to get to the second action and just being able to move the ball is something I know we're going to be able to do.
You sound like that all you did was learn about Duke basketball the whole time that you were there. That sounds like you just repeating everything that they always believe at that school you went to.
I mean, that's just proper basketball. I feel like that's just the right way to play basketball. You know, doesn't matter if you're going at the high school league, the D1 league, D2, D3, or even at the NBA level.
So do you have a Duke connection? Have you met Kyrie? Have you guys gotten to spend some time together? Or how exciting is that to play with the fellow Duke Blue Devil?
Not yet, but I'm definitely excited to be able to just take his brain and learn from him. You know, I know he's going to be out here making a lot of layups on me, teaching me new ways to finish on footers. But, you know, I'm going to be able to just try to learn from it and try to become a better shot blocker because of it.
Derek, you talked about like the fundamental stuff like that, and you mentioned the footwork. Is that something that if you had to say, like, okay, there's one trait I need to really improve on, I know you'll say that there's a lot of things you need to improve on. That's that type of player you are. But is there one trait that you just say, okay, if I could just get this right off the jump, this will help me get a good start on my professional career?
Definitely just when it comes to timing and footwork when it comes to pick and roll. That's on offense and on the defensive end. Being able to know when to veer, when not to veer, when to hedge on the screen, when not to hedge, when to switch on the defensive end. And also it comes down to being able to make sure I know how I'm setting my screen on offense. Am I twisting? Am I holding? Am I tapping and going? It just comes with a lot of details and a lot of things that could change. What have your early interactions been like with Jason Kidd? Man, he definitely seems like a great coach. He's a great person. He's definitely going to be someone I could look up to, and I'm going to learn a lot from. I feel like he's going to be a great coach, and I feel like I'm learning a lot.
So I think it's always fun to kind of get to know you off the court. So let's say you get an off day, right? You're not focusing on basketball. What is a perfect day in the life of Derek Lively like?
Definitely going to go out somewhere to get something to eat, no matter if that's breakfast or lunch. Just being able to go outside and get some fresh air in this heat is something I'm looking forward to. And just spending time outside with my family and my friends. Being able to be in the community, no matter if that's going to see a movie, no matter if that's walking around the mall, no matter what it is, I just want to be able to be with my circle who's got me this far, and just being able to be involved with my community. There's a lot of people who's always trying to stay inside, try to always work on their own things, but I want to be able to make sure I'm involved with the people around me and the people who are coming to the games.
Going to be plenty of places to grub here for you. If you like the breakfast. You said breakfast.
That's why I'm excited. That's why exactly why I'm excited. I love Texas because I heard everything's bigger than Texas, especially the food.
Yeah, bro.
What's your favorite barbecue item?
You can't go wrong with a steak. Can't go wrong with a steak. I love a nice, just a nice sirloin steak. Just a big cut of some nice meat. Just something I could definitely look forward to.
Amen, dude. Well said. It's Derek Lively, Mavs rookie, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What's the better feeling, Derek, as a guy who's never really done much in the way of athleticism, like dunking on someone's head or blocking them at the rim? Like, what's more satisfying?
I feel like blocking somebody whenever they try to punch on you is a little bit harder to do versus just regularly dunking on somebody. Because you could always catch someone lacking a punch from them, but being able to jump chest to chest with somebody and eat them up in the air is definitely harder to do.
Now, I was pretty impressed with your draft night get up, like the attire that you had. It was top notch, and I'm curious how much effort went into this for Derek Lively. Like how much thought and planning went into the Derek Lively draft night attire, because it looked damn good.
It was just something I was always looking forward to. I was trying to figure out what colors look well for me. And I always liked the color maroon, but whenever I saw the velvet maroon, I knew it popped out on me. And then it's just being able to just, make sure it's not too much and too little, make sure it goes together well with everything you got going on.
Well, you absolutely nailed it. What was on the inside? You had a little something on the inside of the coat there.
Yeah, so me and my mom had the matching insides. We had little galaxies prints on the inside. And then I had each organization, each team I played for, and the number that I was playing on that team was on the inside.
And it looks like you had a great journey. High school sports is such a big deal in Texas. What was it like winning the state championship in Pennsylvania?
It was amazing being able to go up against teams who really could give you run for your money, teams who try to plan to beat you, and just always having that competitiveness. You respect each other going from freshman year all the way up to senior year, and being able to win a state championship is just always a great feeling to have. It's very few of us. Very few people are able to feel that, but it's an amazing feeling to have when you reach it.
Another Philadelphia guy and a champion from Pennsylvania, Micah Parsons. Have you heard from him, or are you very familiar?
We're waiting to meet each other personally, face to face. But I've definitely heard a lot of good things about him, and I can't wait to meet him.
Well, listen, it's been great getting to know you a little bit. Congratulations and welcome to town. And if you need anything, you just reach out and we got you, buddy. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Looking forward to it.
There he goes. Derek Lively, number 12 pick of your Dallas Mavericks here. The rookies are in town, and thanks to him and the Mavs for setting that up. That was really cool. Made a great impression with the people on the text. Although that last bit there, did he say steak for barbecue item? He's got something to learn while he's in Texas.
It's all right, man. It's all right. He's a rookie. You know,
Yeah.
he's a rookie, and he comes from the
figure it out.
Northeast. You know, I mean, what do I expect a Philly guy to know anything about barbecue?
Exactly. Yeah.
You know,
I mean, we couldn't break down the differences and the subtleties of cheesesteaks or how to eat poop at a championship parade. That's something we know nothing about.
Absolutely not.
It's not our wheelhouse.
We
It's
had a
theirs.
championship. Well, I take that back. We got our Arlington team.
Renegades.
Oh,
But salute to Lively. And it is confusing for non-Texans or non-barbecue people because you're making the steak in the barbecue pit, kind of.
Yeah.
You know, you're just preparing a little bit
They'll
different.
take care of it.
And I think just steak in general is a good answer to any question.
That's right. Yes.
Fill in the blank or multiple choice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Did you guys get the impression that, like, you know, with the techniques and fundamentals and stuff, I mean, he's talking about just the pick and roll game of all the things he was talking about, you know, flash.
He's pumped.
And I'm sitting there going, man, this guy, this is a guy that when you start to, this probably is the perfect Jason Kidd guy.
Yeah.
That like Bassick always talks about how much you really have to coach a guy if you're Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
This kid sounds like he pretty much can coach himself on what he needs to.
Sounds like he'd even fit with Rick Carlisle. And we know Carlisle didn't like the young guys, but if you prove to him, hey, you knew what you were doing, Rick would play you. Jalen Brunson proved that. You might have found one here with Derek Lively.
Okay, I think Dawson was caught off a little bit, caught off guard a little bit. I was with the pipes. I had no idea he had pipes like that.
Big time. I was definitely caught off.
When you start talking about a guy who is the communicator defensively, he's got the voice.
Mm-hmm. Coach's dream to be patrolling things back there. He can talk. He can communicate everything.
It doesn't sound like a rookie. Like,
No.
that's the voice of a veteran.
That sounds like a veteran
And
guy.
when you hear that, you're
Yeah.
like, damn right, I got to get on my horse and
Yeah, it
close
sounded
out.
like he went through puberty at about 10.
A lot of the texters said he kind of reminds them of Dak. And, there's another guy who stepped right in as a rookie and used his voice to instantly be a leader. Didn't need a long invitation. Okay, thank you so much to Derek Lively and the Mavs. Good to get to know him a little bit. Now, when we come back, it's time for number 2 in our back-to-back premium interview series. Chris Young, the Rangers GM. CY joins you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by Soda. Chris Young is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and by Cars for Kids. And the Rangers host the Tigers tonight, 6:30. Pregame, 7:05 first pitch right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Chris Young joins us now here in the G-Bag Nation. Good afternoon, Chris. How the heck are you?
I'm well, guys. How are you all?
Oh, we're doing good, man. Just trying to stay cool out here with this heat. Yeah, you having any luck? Any good tips for us?
Well, I've been indoors most of today, but I was on the road this weekend. I was in Phoenix last week, and then on to New York, and then came home. And yes, it hit me last night when I stepped off the plane. But summer has arrived.
Indeed, it has. Maybe a little early this time around. Okay, a lot of stories to ask you about with Eovaldi's reduced velocity. How are you guys looking at it currently?
Well, I think from a medical standpoint, that's the biggest thing that we always start with. Is he feeling fine physically? And he is. I talked to him today. He assured me, I think that a lot's being made of it, but I sort of compare it to a golf swing. And I don't know if you guys are golfers. I'm a very bad golfer, but there are times where your swing's dialed in and the ball goes directly, right where you want it to go, and you hit it far and long. And there are times where something's off mechanically and you don't hit it as far and it doesn't go as straight. And I think that's how Nate described it. He's just off a little bit mechanically, but he feels great. He's figured something out. He feels like it's going to click again soon. And I trust him. He's a veteran player, and he knows how to compete with or without the velocity. And we're not worried about it.
I think 2 of the 5 of us here are golfers, right? Two of the 5 here. It's pretty good. I like that comparison.
Can't tee off, CY, so I'm with you. Very bad.
Just a putt guy. I bet when you get a hold of one, how far does it go, CY? What's the longest drive you've ever hit? About 350?
Oh, I don't know. I've never really truly measured it, but yeah, I'll take 350, but I'm guessing probably not.
Chris Young here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, so nothing, no biggie with Eovaldi. That's just normal stuff that pitchers go through from time to time.
Yeah, and I don't want to downplay it. I mean, we certainly we monitor his workload. We know he's had a heavy workload this first half. He's pitched great for us, and he's a big part of our second half as well. So I think that we will continue to look for ways to reduce workload. I think Boch did a great job of getting him out at 5 2/3 yesterday and turn it over to the pen. And we'll continue to monitor pitch counts and days rest and bullpen and throwing sessions in between starts. Nate's so important to the success of our season, and we can't afford to lose him. But that said, at this point, he feels good physically.
What were your takeaways overall from the weekend series against the Yankees? And the last two, a little bit frustrating, maybe not able to get the wins there.
Yeah, it was. I think overall, you probably summed it up well. It was a little bit of a frustrating series. Felt like we had games on Saturday and Sunday where we just couldn't push any runs across on Saturday and lose 1-0, got shut out. I thought we had some scoring chances and just couldn't get it done. And then yesterday, kind of same thing. We did a great job of grinding Garrett Cole and getting this pitch count up and getting to their bullpen pretty early in the game, and then really didn't capitalize on it. And I thought the key was really their bullpen did a great job of keeping us down and keeping that game where it was at 3-2 and not allowing us to extend the lead. If we'd been able to push a couple more across and extend that lead, I think it would have played out differently. But they did a very good job, and we couldn't get the key hit to really break open the game. And then in turn, the Yankees were able to do that in the 8th inning, and we lost the series. So, I think there were some learning lessons from it. Boch and I debriefed kind of afterwards and on the flight home. And, now we got to bounce back. We got a Detroit team here that's scrappy. They play the game the right way. They play it hard, and some young, hungry players. And then we have Houston coming in afterwards. So it's a big homestand for us. It's time to get back on track.
See why there's starting to become more chatter and rumors when it comes to the trade deadline. And I don't want to mention any names, of course, to you, but are you guys looking at maybe an area where you could improve the lineup as well, or is it still just a focus on starting pitching and maybe bullpen help?
Well, I'll give you sort of an idea of how these things work in terms of the rumors. I saw there was a rumor out there today regarding an offensive player that, literally we've had zero contact with that team. So where that rumor came from, it really is amazing to me that those things get floated like that. But nonetheless, it's that time of year. There's, a lot of speculation, a lot of people that love to spend time and think through these things. And, deals are hard to make. They take time, and really the market has not really evolved yet. I think it's going to take several more weeks to fully evolve, and we'll know what's out there. But as I've said before, our job is to stay open-minded and look at all ways to try to improve the team and give this team a chance to compete, to make the postseason, and then make a run in the postseason and hopefully win a championship. And so, whether that's the offense or that's the pitching, we're going to stay open-minded.
We were talking internally, just like how much of a deal is it to have a permanent DH or somebody you feel like they could play there most every game? Do you want one of those, or do you like how you're getting it done now?
Well, coming into the season, we designed it to have a rotation through the DH, to be able to have versatility on the roster, to rotate guys through the DH spot. And I think it's worked out pretty well. It's really hard to argue with anything that we've been able to accomplish offensively. So, but I think it really depends on the person. I mean, if there's a bona fide DH that solidifies our lineup and really makes us even better, I think that, we'd always have to listen on that. But given the personnel that we have and the ability to mix and match and some of the versatility that we have in terms of matching up with different teams and their bullpens and their starting pitchers, having the flexibility in the DH makes sense for us.
CY, I need you tonight to grab your spikes and your gloves and get to Omaha and help my Tigers win this thing tonight. And because they could sure use your arm out there and the intimidation.
No, they really couldn't. I'm going to call you out on that one. They couldn't.
No, they could absolutely use you tonight. We need all hands on deck.
Just fine. So,
but you mentioned you have the Tigers in town, and that's your attention. But do you guys have scouts at the games tonight, or is it something that you guys have kind of closely followed? I know you talked about you've made the trip and stuff like that. Is something as we get down to the final game that you guys finish it off that way with your scouts in the building?
Absolutely. We're monitoring closely. We're continuing to scout anybody who's still out there, any games that are still being played. We're on top of it. It's important. We're trying to still learn as much as we can about all the players that are in the draft, and certainly the ones at the top of the class. So we will be watching tonight, and our scouting group is prepared and ready, and hopefully we'll gain a little more information that will allow us to make the best decision possible when that time comes.
If you as a fan, I just would be interested as your opinion on this. I'd love to see Paul Skeens pitch, but I know it's short rest and all that and stuff. But as a fan, should we be hoping for that, or should we say, no, this kid's got a future that needs to be protected and all that? How should we feel about that?
Well, I think from a fan standpoint, you want to see the best out there competing when the most is on the line. But yes, he has a great future ahead of him, and you would not want the university and the coaching staff to do anything irresponsible that would jeopardize his career and potential longevity as a professional player. So, I think you summed it up. There's probably a balance there, but I know he's a competitor, and I'm guessing he's going to want to be out there even on short rest. And there's nothing wrong with that. We've had Cody Bradford made a start earlier this year on short rest. It was out of need and not something we look to do permanently, but there are times where the situation calls for it, and if the player checks out medically, you keep an open mind to it.
CY, going back to the draft, it is something that's fast approaching. I believe you were just at the draft combine. What were your takeaways from that event? And I mean, we hear so much hype about the NFL draft combine when it rolls around. What do you think overall? What do you gain from the MLB event as well?
Well, it's a great event. Major League Baseball has done a wonderful job of building the combine. This was year 3, and each year it's gotten better and better. There's a great selection of talent there. We get a great amount of time with each player that we ask to see or require or request to see. And I think it's really beneficial. I think probably the thing that stands out to me the most after sitting in meetings with countless players is just how polished and mature today's athletes are. I mean, these kids, whether they're coming out of high school or college, they're elite competitors, and they know what's at stake. They know how to take care of themselves. They're not young and naive the way I was when I came into professional baseball. They're much more prepared for it mentally, physically. They understand diet, nutrition, sleep, hydration, all the aspects that go into making players complete. And these guys are very well aware of it. And so it's pretty neat to see just how much the game's evolved, how much sports has evolved since I was going through it years ago.
Yeah, no doubt. Chris Young here with us in the G-Bag Nation. Last week, the big story there, the tag Heim on Elvis. Have you heard from the MLB offices or anything else you can share with us on that story?
Yeah, I mean, I think most importantly, we put it behind us. I did speak to the league several times. I can't say I was completely satisfied with their answer. I think that this drew a lot of attention, a lot of disagreement in terms of how that decision was made. But ultimately, as I reflected, the way we played that game, it shouldn't have come down to that one decision. We had multiple opportunities to win that game. We didn't do it. We put ourselves in a position where that call could be made and impact the game. And, it's up to us to play better baseball so that the umpires in New York can't decide the game. And if we do that, we'll be in good shape.
I think there have been like 3 high-profile ones. Do you think we'll get some clarity, or does there need to be a process to gain it?
Yeah, I think that there has to be clarity. I think the league is working on that. It was one of my frustrations with the rule and the call. This still doesn't make sense to me. And I think there are people that I spoke to within the league who said it didn't make sense to them either. They didn't understand the umpire's decisions, and that's part of it. So I think when you have this many people who don't really understand it, clarity is needed. They said it's coming, and we're waiting to receive that.
Saw Cole Winn was just named the Pacific Coast League Pitcher of the Week, but he was doing it mostly out of the bullpen. Is he still viewed as a starter in your guys' eyes?
Yeah, absolutely. We believe Cole is starting pitcher. We think that he got, similar to what I said about Evaldi in terms of some mechanical issues. He got into a couple bad mechanical issues that I think impacted his ability to really command the strike zone. And so we wanted to reset him both physically and mentally, kind of really simplify. And we thought putting him in the bullpen for a period of time may do that. And he's responded so well to it. It's been fun to see. But his last couple outings have been terrific. It's fun to see him get celebrated with the award Pitcher of the Week in the Pacific Coast League. And I think it's something to build off. And I think it's a great example for us that sometimes just, not being too complex and being able to step back, simplify, and then build off a little bit of success is the way to go. And with Cole, it certainly worked out that way, and we're hopeful he continues it.
Now, speaking of recognition, we're trying to get the Tolos to get out there and vote for the 5 guys eligible in this final stage of the All-Star voting. CY, how important is it for the organization to get these guys in?
Well, I can't put an importance on it, but I will tell you, I think it's deserved. I think that these guys have been tremendous reasons for our success this year, and I think that they deserve to go. And I know as a player, I got to go to one, and it was so special. And I think these guys have earned it. I think that they all would represent the Rangers tremendously well, and I'm hopeful that we can get all 5 of them there.
What's the updated outlook on maybe a little Evan Carter here as we get into the summer?
Evan had a little bit of a wrist injury, got hit by a pitch. We had to have a little reset with Evan and then give him some downtime to let the wrist fully heal. He's back out there. He's tearing it up, and we're going to just keep monitoring him and watching him, but he's doing a great job. It's fun to see him swinging the bat again, being hot, and he's on a great trajectory.
Is there still mystique at Yankee Stadium with the new building and everything?
It's not, for me, it's not quite the old building, but New York is such a special place. I love the energy in that stadium and just the nostalgia when you walk down the hallways and seeing just the history of the franchise. And New York fans are special. They're one of a kind, and it's a great place to play. And the new stadium, it's a beautiful stadium, and it's still loud, and there's energy in there. And but the old stadium was one of a kind.
After seeing a team get routed 25-1 over the weekend, would you be open to implementing some level of skunk rule in the sport?
That's a great question. There's different ways to look at that.
It was a terrible question.
It was a terrible question, Chris. You know that.
It was a god-awful question. I just wanted to hear you laugh at the fact that somebody lost 25-1.
Yeah, I don't think it's healthy to have scores that outrageous. However, I will say that in baseball, one of the things that, I don't know how it is necessarily in football. You get beat on a Sunday that bad, it may not have many implications for the following Sunday when you play. But in baseball, it has major implications for the next day because you've run through your pitching, and the way the number of pitchers that you use today impacts the number that are available tomorrow. So does it become a competitive advantage? That's why I always if you have a big first game of a series, it sets you up well to win the series. If you can you can score a lot of runs and really make them exhaust their pitching in game one, it sets you up for the rest of the series. So there is some competitive advantage that comes from that.
Well, thanks so much for your time and making a little bit for us. We appreciate you, and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you, CY.
Guys, nice talking to you. We'll see you soon.
Cheers. There he goes, Chris Young, Rangers GM, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. A lot of goods in there, huh? We got to run, though. Top 10 at 440's coming up next. Chuck, what's the subject matter?
I finished my binge of the HBO show Succession, so I have the top 10 HBO shows and miniseries of all time. What's your favorite next?
Got to chat about my friends at Men's T Clinic, though.
4 against the Tigers. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segmentation of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to CY for joining us there. Chris Young. The Wooly Bullies Top 10 is brought to you by the Alma TED procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com, Brian.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, we were talking some on the break about Wooly Bully went to HEB to get the curbside service.
Yeah.
You and your golf cart, or you're in the shopping cart.
Yeah.
Don't you you put the shopping cart up now, don't you?
I do.
You
I
used
park
to
next to the corral.
Okay, but you used not to, right?
I used to not, yeah.
So this is right down your alley, right?
Oh, this is perfect, yeah.
Yeah, if you could have them deliver it where you didn't have to deal with the shopping cart.
I do have them deliver it from time to time, but it's difficult to do that, and there's trouble with doing that because they don't get all the items. You know, you trust a DoorDash person to go into Target, they'll give up at the drop of a hat. Mm-hmm. They're trying to keep a schedule. But what Wooly's doing is he's doing the deal with the actual grocery store.
Yes.
And their employees are going to fill your order, and then they're putting it all in your deal.
Yeah, it was amazing. You go through, you do your whole shopping cart, you can search the items you want, you put it together, you say, this is my pickup time. And a very kind and friendly HEB customer rolls right out. Hey, Mr. Wolchuk, this is your order. All right. Anything you want me to put in the front for you? Any eggs or whatever it might be? No, just throw it in the back. Boom. Done. Easy.
And you don't pay any extra for that.
Nothing extra. If you want, now HEB offers delivery.
Oh.
There's probably extra.
Okay.
But if you go up to the curbside pickup, do it yourself, nothing.
I kind of like push my basket at the grocery store.
See, I hate going in there.
The old school guy that still likes the tried and true way.
I do. When I cook for you guys when I'm doing French dips on Friday, I'm excited about like going to push the basket and getting it all.
We have a French dip Friday to look forward to.
Yeah, we do.
Are you gonna have the au jus?
I'm gonna have the au jus.
Wow.
Gotta have
it all. Yep.
All right, let's slide into the top 10. It is the top 10 best HBO TV shows of all time. Miniseries are included because, Lucius, I have done it. I finished Succession. I knocked it out in about a month, and I got to say the finale, definitely a payoff.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it, bro. I'm glad you enjoyed that.
I loved it. I thought it was great. So,
Macaulay Culkin's brother.
Yeah,
yeah, he found it at the end there, right? He found his husband at the end.
He did. He did. He found his chutzpah. Yes, he did. Such a great show. Very well acted. I recommend it. If you haven't seen Succession, give it a watch. It's definitely worth your time.
Gotta go.
Now, out of HBO shows, Lucius, where are you going? What do you think's the best?
My favorite is Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Okay.
Yeah, but then there's like True Blood. I got into that. Our List is throwback. It's really old, man. About, was he a sports agent?
It's sports agent.
And there was always like sports people showing up on the show.
Yeah,
so it
were
was cool
cameos,
to watch. Yeah, cameos. The cameos are amazing. And it was Sopranos and Entourage, of course.
Gosh, those are all good.
And Pimps Up, Hoes Down.
Honestly, when you think about like channels that have done shows, I think HBO is the best. HBO, FX, like they're in there when it comes to just having the best program.
They invented it. They invented the dang thing.
Yeah. And so I put it out on Twitter. The Sopranos got a lot of love, without question. There was some love as well for some other shows. Band of Brothers, of course.
Oh, Sopranos, Pacific, Band of Brothers.
Yeah.
I don't know that the Band of Brother and the Pacific count, though, because they're more like miniseries.
They're miniseries, but this list does include the miniseries.
I'll tell you what, I think my top three, I'm not sure exactly how I order them, but Deadwood.
Okay.
With Swedgen and Bullock. That was just an incredible show. Only went 3 seasons. And then they did a really regrettable movie.
Yeah.
Follow-up movie.
So we're talking about this Netflix,
20
right?
years later.
Yeah, Netflix.
Well, HBO.
Oh, HBO?
Yeah, HBO shows.
I was thinking we were talking Netflix.
Boardwalk Empire.
Boardwalk Empire. I never saw that. Fire.
I needed to see that. Well, Lucius was telling me I need to watch that.
You're just daydreaming about pushing a shopping cart through an HEB.
No, I thought we were talking about Netflix, and I was thinking of Drive to Survive and House of Cards.
No, those,
and
we can do a Netflix one.
I'm thinking about all those. Is the ones I was thinking about.
I know you're
listening. I'm glad I wasn't listening. I was thinking about pushing a shopping cart.
I know you're a big Netflix guy. I'll do a Netflix one for you. Game of Thrones got some love on Twitter. Of course, The Wire. Got a text for Oz. The Last of Us, which is new, won't be in the top 10, but that's a great show.
What about all the Danny McBride stuff, man? Danny McBride crushed on HBO.
Oh, yeah.
Vice Principals. And
The Righteous Gemstones.
So
I haven't started the new season, but the first 2 seasons of Righteous Gemstones are hilarious.
And then I forget the name of the baseball.
Eastbound and Down.
Yeah, Eastbound and Down.
Yeah. No, he's got some great shows. The honorable mentions were Entourage, didn't make the top 10. Be in my top 5. Westworld got an honorable mention. Boardwalk Empire, True Detective.
Gotta see that one.
6 Feet Under.
True Detective.
And Barry.
I heard the first season was the one that was good.
I don't know. Barry was HBO.
Yeah, Barry HBO. Barry, first 2 seasons were really good, then started kind of fading.
First 2 seasons I'd put up against anything.
But 3 and 4, meh.
My dad's like a college professor, and I just thought Eastbound and Down was hilarious. So I'm like, Dad, watch this with me. It's freaking hilarious. He's like, I don't get it. I'm like, okay.
All right, Dad.
Yeah.
Number 10 is Watchmen, which I didn't watch what Watchmen.
You didn't
what
watch
HBO
The
did.
Watchmen, huh?
Did not watch The
Did
Watchmen.
you almost throw
no.
up there?
Yeah, I tried to swallow a burp. That's
I was going to say,
was
I didn't know if it almost felt like it could have been acid reflux,
I
Broadus.
think
I thought he almost threw up in his own mouth.
I think he was throwing up and he swallowed it back.
I did.
Denied.
Nice
well,
work, dude.
The burp swallow.
Well, you changed up your eating routine, so I think your body is starting to like.
We had to have some broccoli and chicken.
Yeah, I
switched. Start the day.
Yeah, it smelled like cauliflower to kick off the show in here.
Yeah.
It was just a disaster.
Sorry about that, buddy, but what can I do? Number 9 is How to with John Wilson.
Oh my God, I love that show. It's so quirky.
I didn't watch it.
Oh my gosh, bring it back, man. The episodes are like 20 minutes sometimes, but they're really good. Like, the episode will be like, how to have a good dream. And he tries to like figure out how to have a good dream, but he does it badly.
Okay.
You know? It's really good.
I was like, crap, I hope I say this and somebody knows what it is because I didn't know. So
I
let's just
love
thank
that
you
show.
for picking me up there. And this background, it's killer. The HBO song is killer.
Get the popcorn, baby.
Number 8 is Chernobyl. That's also a miniseries, but it's simply outstanding. Even though they have all the Soviets being played by British actors. Literally everybody in that show is British, but they're trying to play Russians. And we just kind of are supposed to be
subtitles?
like, no big deal. You can use subtitles for it.
Oh, but is it Russian? Do they speak in Russian?
They don't speak in Russian.
Okay.
What a wild weekend in Russia. You got some of that coming up in LA Live, Lucius?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice. I don't know if I'm gonna do that.
The hot dog guy attacking people. Huh?
Wild.
Yeah.
7
Glizzy
is
attacks?
We had glizzy attacks?
Oh, we had a hot dog guy trying to turn things over.
Threats of a coup.
coup d'etat.
Yeah, there are threats.
Yeah.
Wow. Number 7 is Curb Your Enthusiasm. Shout out to Larry David. 6 is Veep. 5 is Succession. It's already made the top 5, and I'm not going to argue. Succession was damn good.
So that's not knee jerk.
No, it's not knee jerk, in my opinion.
All right, gotta go.
4 is Game of Thrones. 3, Band of Brothers. I'd put that at 1, personally. 2 is The Wire, but number 1, best HBO show of all time.
Sopranos.
It's The Sopranos.
You put Band of Brothers over Pacific, huh?
Yeah, I would. Well, actually, I haven't seen Pacific. So maybe I should start
Lucky
that next.
you.
I didn't watch the Pacific.
Yeah, you should watch both. Brian's watched it, haven't you? Probably 5 times.
No.
You haven't watched Pacific or Band of Brothers?
No.
Band of Brothers is amazing.
I've seen the clips. It looks fascinating.
It's incredible.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. There he is. Most afternoons at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. You find that top 10 today. We pushed it off a little later because CY joined us. It was a great interview with Derek Lively at 4 and then CY at 4:20. If you're just joining us, maybe your workday is done and you're like, man, I want to hear those interviews. Jump back there with the Odyssey app or Twitch or YouTube. Go to the top of the 4 o'clock hour and you'll hear them. Okay, Chief, looks like we got a little bit of a rim sesh coming up.
Do we ever? We got a lot of Mavs news to get to. It is free agency week in the NBA. Damian Lillard is meeting with the front office of Portland. Might we get some news on him? What's going on with Draymond Green? And the biggest story in all of sport when it comes to the NBA is the fit between this point guard legend now joining his enemy. That's next right here in the Nation.
Well, thank you, Chief. And Yes, sir. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Here we find ourselves on June 26th. And coming up on June 30th, it's going to be the start of NBA free agency. We're just getting started having the fun. And it's time now to send it over to Eric Chiafalo for a little bit of a rim session. Here we go, Chief.
Let's do this thing, boys. We cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. And the G-Bag Nation on a Monday is going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain. A rain dance.
Rain dance.
Rain dance. I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Dennis Rodman shows his ass. Not literally, but metaphorically with the worst sports take of the day. Did you guys see this?
No.
Quote, if Larry Bird played in this era, I think he'd be in Europe. There's no way. I think the kid from Denver is way better than him.
Man, if they got a bunch of players in Europe like that.
Dennis Rodman is going on record with saying Larry Legend would be playing for some level of, Europe's Guangdong Tigers. He'd be teammates with Dylan Brooks is basically, or, Dwight Howard if Larry Bird was playing in this day and age. And Dennis Rodman, you're wrong, sir.
You know what's amazing about that is it was like 35 years ago that he got the conversation started with if Larry Bird wasn't white, he'd just be another player.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
nice.
It's like, it's come full circle a third of a century later.
I love it, man. He's just sort of steering a new take into the same take.
Yes. He's revisiting it, dusting it off. Perhaps there's some irony in there for us. I don't know. Who knows his intentions?
That's awesome. Shout out to Dennis Rodman for that one.
Shout out to Carmen.
He did show his ass this weekend, too, by the way.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
He showed his ass. That's why I had to say not literally, because you can find Dennis Rodman's ass on the internet right now, and it wouldn't take you very long. And it'll be a very recent, like 24 hours ago kind of photo. Woo. Now, we got word today with press conferences going down here for the Mavericks and the rookies that there are some number switches and people are already, we were already getting close to like open shut case with Kyrie returning to the Mavericks, just trying to figure out what the dollar figure looks like. What do the years look like? Will he get the full max or will it be something a little bit lesser than that? But he is officially changing his number from what was number 2 with the Mavericks last year back to his original number 11 that he's rocked, I believe, most of his NBA career.
Yes. And THJ's taking the 10.
THJ's taking the 10, just like Pops. And the rookie Derek Lively will be taking Kyrie's number 2. Nice. Omax will be rocking number 18.
I need to get that 18 jersey.
So with all the number stuff going down, everybody's just saying, okay, even more evidence that we're doing number details here. This must mean Kyrie back to Dallas is a full foregone conclusion, which is what we expected anyways. But I feel like that's pretty good news. And hopefully it takes less than what the actual max is. I think any dollar less than the max that he can take would behoove the Mavs in a big way. But certainly looking forward to all the transactions that go down this week. This is going to be a ton of fun, and it starts with Damian Lillard. Like, could this be the offseason where Damian decides he wants to get out of Portland? And today was the day, according to Chris Haynes, that Lillard and his agent were going to be meeting with the front office to discuss the direction of the franchise. They obviously drafted Scoot Henderson at number 3. They have a bunch of young guards on that team. In no way is the team ready to contend for a championship right now. And it seems like Damian Lillard doesn't want to wait around anymore. He wants to contend right now for a championship. But we've heard this before from Damian Lillard, and then he ends up just coming right back. So Chris Haynes just tweeted out in the last hour he doesn't want to be on a team where it's just 3 All-Stars, though, or 3 superstars. He just wants a team that has a shot. So I don't know. We know Miami and Brooklyn are the 2 teams that have been the most likely because he himself, Damian Lillard, has said those are the teams. He likes Mikal Bridges. That's his buddy in Brooklyn. He likes Bam Adebayo quite a bit. That's his buddy in Miami. So those are the 2 that make the most sense. Of course, if you're Portland, you'd love to get them to the Eastern Conference. So I think when you break it down, Brooklyn's got a little better of a trade package, I would think, and can probably sustain their winning a little bit longer if you buy into what their sort of culture is. But with the players that they have and the assets that they have, they should be able to win for a little bit longer. Whereas Miami, it might be, hey, you got like 2 years, and then you'll see where that thing goes after that.
It seems like he would want to go to Brooklyn if you want a team that's not just 3 stars, because if you go to Miami, that's a team with 3 stars. But I saw he also would be up for going to Miami. So I think it's going to be difficult to find the ideal spot for him to go to. I just think it's unfortunate that now after all of these mega deals have been sent for players like Paul George and so on and so forth, with 3 and 4 first round picks and Rudy last year, it's like, now you're willing to be traded when the market and the bidding war might be done. I'd be like, dang, dude, if we could have done this like 12 months ago, right, we might get more, and there's more of a bidding war. But the price for superstars has come down significantly. I don't know if Portland's going to find many of these offers that enticing. And as usual, when you sell a superstar, you lose. And I expect that to happen again.
Portland's got to feel a little bit better though, because at least now you have Scoot Henderson.
Yeah, you have your cornerstone
guard. You've got a good
around.
young guard. You've got really 2 good young backcourt pieces there. You can go ahead and build around that and feel a little bit better about what you have as a foundation if you move Dame.
And Sam Amick was reporting today that Lillard does have serious interest in joining the Heat, so we'll see where it goes. Yeah. But he notes that the size of his contract at $216 million left on his deal, including a player option for Damian Lillard worth $63 million in 2026.
Yeah.
So teams aren't going to, he doesn't have a no trade clause, but teams aren't going to trade for him if they know he doesn't really want to be there. So he's going to kind of get to handpick where he wants to go. And at the very least, he'll say, all right, Brooklyn and Miami, and then you guys just figure it out, whatever trade you can pull off. I'll be happy either way. But Sam Amick notes that the number one way that the Trailblazers could keep Damian Lillard in Portland is apparently his dream scenario of, quite simply, just re-signing Jeremy Grant, who is an unrestricted free agent for Portland and could command pretty big money on the open market, and then also adding Draymond Green in free agency. If Portland was able to confirm that they were going to do that for him,
Wow.
Sam Amick saying that Damian Lillard would stay in Portland unequivocally.
Wow.
But the idea that Draymond Green is going to leave Golden State seems pretty far-fetched. I was listening to Chris Haynes, Mark Stein on their podcast, and both of them were saying, yeah, not very likely. Before Memphis traded for Marcus Smart, they were going to put together a full-court press to try and go get Draymond Green. They say probably wouldn't have netted him, but they were going to give it a shot. Sacramento has opened up space, and they're trying to potentially make a run at Draymond Green, but they're like, nah, probably not going to happen. The Lakers just don't really have the flexibility to pull off a move for Draymond, and they note that Draymond has talked consistently forever about wanting to remain with the same guys he came into the league with, which is the Stephs and the Clays, and he wants to remain a Warrior for life. But the most interesting part of all this is the Chris Paul stuff, dude. The Chris Paul stuff, because Draymond Green, I don't know if you guys saw it over the weekend, but there was an old clip from like a year or two ago where Draymond Green's sitting down with all the smoke guys, Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes. And he talks about Chris Paul where he says, like, I don't like him. He's not my friend at all. And I respect his basketball IQ. And that's basically the extent of it. So Draymond Green has put voice in the last year or two on the idea that he doesn't like Chris Paul at all. And all the reports are that the Warriors traded for Chris Paul to keep him, and he is a part of their plans.
Yeah.
And so I don't know about just the personality fit, but the exact quote is, I don't like CP at all. Like, we don't have a good relationship at all. I respect his hustle, and I respect his IQ.
Well,
that's from Draymond Green.
That's fast. I think over the last couple 2-3 years, there's been a movement to like be a Chris Paul truther because he has received media protection throughout his career, and a lot of players don't like him. And I forgot that Draymond Green was sort of at the forefront of that, saying y'all protect him and you'll say he's a good guy, but you don't know who the good guys and the bad guys are. But I think they would figure out a way to get on the same page.
The recruitment's on, though, because Chris Haynes today said, yes, he is expected to return to Golden State, but him and his agent, Rich Paul, are very open to meeting with other teams during free agency.
Draymond Green?
Yes.
Cool.
So if he goes ahead and takes a meeting and maybe you're able to woo him and pull out the red carpet or something, who knows? Maybe you can pry him out of Golden State, and then the Chris Paul factor in that certainly could weigh on that decision.
It's fascinating how many teams are interested in Draymond Green. I wondered a lot last year at his age with the drama going around that roster, if he is available, how many teams will want him. And it seems like quite a few value all those intangibles.
Yeah, 100%. Memphis was one of those teams. Sacramento, one of those teams. Damian Lillard is saying, like, you could literally keep me a Trailblazer if you just get me Draymond Green and re-sign Jeremy Grant. And
Jeremy Grant's a great player. Like, watch where he goes in free agency. Whoever gets him is going to get a major upgrade.
Agreed. And Mark Stein also said, like, the Mavericks would be all over Draymond Green if they felt like they had a chance to get him as well. So plenty of teams would be interested in him. JJ Redick talking about the fit with Chris Paul and Golden State. He says the Warriors this past year had the 6th fastest average speed on offense. Chris Paul had the slowest average speed on offense amongst players with 1,000 minutes played. So he's not really sure about the on-court fit, let alone all the other ancillary off-the-court personality stuff, which I'm with you, Dawson. Like, I think they'll get that, like, let bygones be bygones kind of thing. And Chris Paul was on with Malika Andrews and the Jump Show on ESPN saying they've already talked. They've already had interactions. Chris Paul and Steph have already communicated. Chris Paul and Draymond Green have already communicated. So, but the fit on the court, I wonder though, like, and one, Chris Paul's never come off the bench a day in his life since becoming a professional. Playoffs or regular season, Chris Paul has never. No, he's going to have to.
Right.
Of course he is. And I wonder if it's them just trying to add some level of stylistic versatility to their team. Hey, we are the high flying, we like to do that, but we also like to have like a second move in the arsenal, so maybe that's the plan there. But this Chris Paul Warriors dynamic is going to be on and off the court extremely interesting.
Doesn't seem like a fit, but maybe it ends up working out for him. I was shocked when they made that move for all of the reasons that you've articulated, but also the fact that he has just been an absolute, I mean, he's a team obliterator, it seems like, in a sense. Everywhere he's gone, they've just not reach the heights of which they were expected to, and I don't think that's going to change with Golden State now. I don't think it's a good fit.
Yeah, he can't get it done by himself because he's not that elite of a player. Like, it worked for Golden State when they went away from their team style to allow Kevin Durant to isolate more. At this age with Chris Paul, they're not really a pick and roll team either. There's just so many things to add. I think what you'll end up seeing, though, is CP3 integrating himself into what Golden State does. And because his skill set is so well-rounded and his basketball IQ is second to none, I bet CP3 will find a role inside of their system where he just facilitates movement and uses his skill set much more in a team aspect of offense than a two-man game, which he's been used to.
I don't know what it'll amount to for him, but they will lead the league in basketball IQ.
That's
true. In Golden State.
And Tex. I mean, between him and Draymond Green, they are going to wear some refs out.
Yeah, did Chris Paul end up anywhere on our technical fouls list or all time? He didn't even make like a, just missed the cut outside looking in kind of deal.
Wasn't in the top 10, sadly.
Are we all confident that, are we in any way confident as a show that Damian Lillard is going to force his way out? Or do we think Dame time is still remaining?
I'm confident, but I bet they will give me till the trade deadline.
Okay,
yeah, in the next 8 months,
before the end of this upcoming NBA season, Damian Lillard would no longer be a trailblazer.
He seemed like a guy that makes a lot of noise and then always, just like you said, just always comes back. Right?
Yeah, master at the pump fake.
Yeah, just always kind of making people kind of scurry around to make sure he's okay, and then I'll make it back. I'm not going anywhere.
What'd you guys think of Scoot Henderson, by the way, choosing the jersey number 00 for Portland? He's
That's
like, okay,
interesting.
Damian Lillard's got the 0. He goes 00.
It's a nice salute to the great Kevin Duckworth, who battled the Detroit Pistons and Chicago Bulls in the early 90s finals. Yeah, I think that's what he's going for right there.
I think he could look great, though. I want more players to rock the 00.
I didn't know we had a Duckworth.
Yeah,
in our basketball history.
Quack, Mr. Ducksworth.
Yeah, it was funny. Like, the Pistons and Bulls fans would make a sign that says, "What is a duck worth?" and then it would say 00, and they'd be hanging up the sign like, "Yeah, that's right, in your face, Duckworth."
They asked Scoot Henderson, like, "Why did you choose the 00?" And he was like, "Well, I saw the roster. Obviously, 0 was taken, so this is kind of like the next best thing." Grady Dick in Toronto, you know what number he went with?
Dude, if I thought I wanted out when I was Lillard, and now I see the rookie coming with 00, I'm sure I want out now.
I know, that was kind of my thing.
What did Grady Dick go with?
Grady Dick went with, and we know, thanks to Dennis Rodman,
69.
I believe with the Mavs,
That would have been funny.
69 is off the table. There's no way the NBA is granting Dick the opportunity to be the first 69 since Dennis Rodman.
Especially that last name.
With number 1. Number 1.
Who's not a winner?
And I imagine that is going to be a top-selling NBA jersey guaranteed next year. I will almost put a bet payoff on the line that Grady Dick ends the season with a top 5 highest-selling jersey in the sport.
Okay.
I think you will see Dick jerseys across fraternity houses, really for the rest of time, but especially right now. 'Tis the season. It is topical. Dick 1 will be the jersey that is just like Bennett's probably already ordered one for the frat house in Austin.
I'm sure he has. I'm sure you're right.
If you lose that, the bet payoff is going to be a pantsless show. Pantsless show. How about that?
Is that like show doing it in the undies, or is that a full-on no?
I think you got to be naked from the waist down.
Yeah, I'm
just
open
sitting
to
there
it.
for like 5 hours the whole time.
Yeah, staying under the console, glued. Get yourself a little bucket.
That's right.
Restroom. Yeah,
I'm down. I'm open to that.
No, you're
It's the
not.
same day that Walchuk's wearing the diaper.
I knew you would. Nothing. This guy will say no to nothing.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, we got to run Nation Expressway. Results of a Cowboys fan survey. LA Live coming up in about 20 minutes as well. Here it's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about.